Ancient 1 Chapter 1 to Chapter 55. During this period, Xianxia was in a trance. All kinds of scenes flashed in his mind from time to time. It seemed as if he had become another person. Sometimes, he would have epileptic seizures. He would shout, cry, and laugh. What was more peculiar was that there was always a voice in his mind. It seemed to be chanting some strange scripture. Sometimes, when he listened carefully, it seemed to be a mental cultivation method. His body would involuntarily sway along with it. The more he went crazy, the more scenes appeared in his mind. Finally, one day, he was tortured to the point of fainting. When he woke up again, all the fragments were connected and floated in his mind. Xianxia's eyes were as clear as the stars. He had finally woken up. I didn't expect that I would be reborn. Xianxia's eyes lit up. He turned his head slightly and looked at the towering statue outside the window. Tianwu calendar year 1033. I, Gu Feiyang, have been dead for 15 years. 15 years ago, one of the 10 titled Emperor Wu of the realm of heaven martial arts, Emperor Wu Destroyer, Gu Feiyang, died unexpectedly in the Tianding Mountains, which shocked the whole continent. After that, all kinds of conflicts became more and more intense. The Tianwu continent, which had been silent for hundreds of years, was stirred up again. Hey, Xianxia grinned and sighed. I didn't expect that I would be reborn for 15 years. I, Gu Feiyang, am finally back. Suddenly, a cold voice shouted, Xianxia. Whoosh! A sharp sound pierced through the air. Xianxia raised his head slightly and saw a piece of chalk flying through the air. It was about to touch his face. He casually pinched the chalk between 2 fingers and placed it on the table. He looked calmly at his homeroom teacher, Luo Yunsheng, whose face was getting colder and colder. It wasn't the first time that Xianxia was absent-minded in class. If he hadn't been absent-minded, she would have been surprised. However, Luo Yunsheng was obviously in a bad mood today, so she needed an unlucky guy to vent her pent-up frustrations. The publicly acknowledged trash, Xianxia, was undoubtedly the best candidate. For a long time, all the teachers who were in a bad mood liked to pick on him. This seemed to have become a habit. Whenever a teacher was in a bad mood, everyone knew that Xianxia was in trouble. Everyone began to snicker and gloat excitedly. All of them were looking forward to a good show. There were even a few students who started to make a ruckus. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and looked at Luo Yunsheng on the podium, thinking, this girl's figure is explosive enough. She has long hair and a handsome face. If she were to wear a red blouse, silver-horned boots, a sky-blue cloak, and frostmourne, she'd be another Red Lotus Emperor Wu. Hee, you have the potential to subdue me. I wonder if that Red Lotus girl would hack me to death if she found out. Luo Yunsheng's heart suddenly trembled. Xianxia's eyes seemed to flash with a hint of a smile, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. It was like a docile rabbit being stared at by a ferocious tiger. The feeling of helplessness made her feel like she had fallen into an ice cellar. What happened just now? This brat's gaze. He seemed to be smiling just now? Impossible. I'm a 4 symbols realm martial grandmaster. How could I be distracted by an ordinary brat's gaze? I must have been troubled by that matter recently, causing my mind to be a little unstable. The shock in her eyes disappeared in a flash. After losing her mind for a moment, she recovered very quickly. Her eyes darkened and a sneer flashed on her lips. Xianxia, we were talking about the refinement of profound weapons just now. Please tell us, how many refinement methods are there for normal profound weapons? Luo Yunsheng was attending the basic refinement class. Although only a few people could become refinement masters, the basic knowledge of refinement was something every martial artist had to understand. Refinement of profound weapons? I am a rank 9 Emperor Refinement Master in Sky Martial Continent. Other than those old farts, who else in this world dares to mention the Tao of refinement in front of me? Xianxia said casually, there are a total of 48 refinement methods for normal profound weapons. 48? The classroom suddenly went silent, followed by a burst of laughter. Haha, this brat is really sleepwalking. That's what I said. Looking at his calm expression, I thought he knew. TSK. If he knew this, I would have become a guardian iron guard long ago. Li Yunxiao frowned and his gaze fell on the textbook in front of him. He flipped his hand and saw a sentence: there are a total of 36 refinement methods for normal profound weapons. They are. He closed the textbook and saw a few big words on the cover page: basic refinement. Below the big words, there was a line of small words: by Yang Di. That brat Yang Di, didn't I tell him that there are 48 ordinary refinement methods? This brat actually ignored my words. He doesn't need to listen to my lessons anymore. He instantly sentenced the author of this book to death. If Yang Di knew about this, he would probably cry himself to death. Li Yunxiao ignored all the ridicule and said indifferently, there are 36 traditional refinement methods. But 60 years ago, Gu Feiyang created 12 different refinement methods. It has already been recognized by the Alchemist Guild and is listed as the basic refinement methods. So it should be 48. TSK, what nonsense are you talking about? Does he know more than Master Yang Di? Haha, this brat is afraid of being punished, so he started to talk nonsense. That's right. Master Yang Di is the student of Gu Feiyang Emperor Wu. How could he not know how many basic refinement methods there are? All kinds of ridicule came from all directions. Suddenly, a shout shocked everyone and made them shut their mouths. All of you, shut up. He's right. Luo Yunsheng slammed her hand on the table, causing a gust of wind to spread in all directions. Everyone felt a domineering pressure pressing down on them, causing their expressions to change drastically. The faces of the students near the podium turned as white as paper, as if they were about to bleed. Li Yunxiao felt the strong wind and smiled faintly in his heart. 2-star 4 divisions realm, this girl's talent is not bad. Also, her soul power is really strong. She is at least a high-level refinement disciple. He was slightly shocked. In the past, he only knew that Luo Yunsheng was strong, but he didn't expect her to be at 4 divisions. Fighter 9 realms, 1st Origin realm, Martial Warrior, 2nd Division realm, Martial Master, 3 Talents realm, Martial Grandmaster, 4 Divisions realm, Martial Lord, 5 Element realm, Martial King, 6 Directions realm, Martial Ancestor, 7 Constellation realm, Martial Emperor, 8 Desolate realm, Martial Ancestor, Jiutian realm, Emperor Wu. At the peak of the Jiutian realm, one could be given a title by the Saint City, which was Emperor Wu. Each realm was split into 9 levels from 1 star to 9 stars. Luo Yunsheng looked at Li Yunxiao coldly and a weird expression flashed across her face. She glanced at the crowd and started to explain. There have always been 36 basic refinement methods. 60 years ago, Lord Gu Feiyang relied on his peerless genius refinement path to create 12 basic refinement methods and obtained the recognition of the Arcane Refinement Guild. However, normal people can't grasp these 12 techniques, which was why Sir Yang Di didn't introduce them when he wrote this book. All the students were shocked, their faces filled with disbelief. They looked at the calm Li Yunxiao with a weird expression on their faces. It was as if the last student had solved a problem that even the top students couldn't solve. Luo Yunsheng was also very surprised. It wasn't a secret to alchemists that there were 48 basic techniques. But as a martial refinement apprentice, it was very rare for her to know about it. She suddenly had a thought: everyone says that Li Yunxiao is a martial refinement trash. Could it be that he has talent in alchemy, so he found a lot of materials to learn? This thought made her heart palpitate. If she could nurture an alchemist, his value would be far above martial refinement. Let's test him again. Luo Yunsheng raised her head and saw Li Yunxiao looking at her with a smile. That feeling was like a teacher looking at his own disciple. Anger rose in her heart and she sneered, "Don't think that you can skip class just because you learned something unpopular. I'll ask you another question. If you can answer it, you don't have to attend my classes anymore. I'll let you pass with full marks. If you can't answer it, go to the 10x gravity room and stay there for 6 hours. Please tell me, why do you add heaven crystal sand when refining profound weapons? 6 hours in the 10x gravity room. That's too ruthless. Haha, didn't you guys notice that Teacher Naelin's mood was very bad today? This brat is in the limelight. He deserves to die. Look at his face, that deserves a beating. I can't wait to step on him a few times. Wah, did you guys hear that? This question is too difficult. Everyone knows that heaven crystal sand is needed to refine profound weapons. Why would there be a reason? That's right. It's like asking you why 1 + 1 = 2. Haha, looks like teacher is purposely trying to teach Li Yunxiao a lesson. Hee hee. Stay in the 10x gravity room for 6 hours? Li Yunxiao shook his head helplessly. If it was in the past, he wouldn't feel anything even if the gravity was 1,000 times stronger. But with his current body, the 10x gravity was indeed very difficult. His helpless expression was quickly interpreted by Luo Yunxiang as fear. Her previous admiration was completely erased. She couldn't help but look down on him. She thought to herself that martial refinement trash was still martial refinement trash. He hadn't changed at all. After she asked the question, she immediately regretted it. He felt a little guilty and apologetic for teasing his students like this. After all, he had just answered a basic question outstandingly. At the very least, he showed a different side of him that was eager to learn. Would I hurt his confidence and self-esteem by doing this? Would I strangle a flower that was slowly turning for the better? Just as her imagination was running wild, Li Yunxiao answered without any hesitation. Actually, heaven crystal sand isn't necessary to refine profound weapons. It's just that it's not easy for an ordinary arcane master to grasp the degree of fusion between the materials during the refining process after quenching. That's why they need the heaven crystal sand that neutralizes the attributes to play a moderating role. After he finished speaking, the entire place fell into a strange silence. Everyone looked at each other in dismay because they couldn't understand what Li Yunxiao said at all. Everyone was stunned and looked at each other. What Li Yunxiao said was completely out of the scope of the textbook. But Luo Yunxiang heard it clearly and clearly, her pupils shrank, and she blurted out, "If that's the case, then the more heaven crystal sand you add, the better. But why is it that after adding brilliant gold to the crimson refined copper, the more heaven crystal sand there is, the easier it is to fail?" This was the question that had been bothering her for the past few days and she couldn't find an answer. So she had been depressed for the past few days. At this moment, she asked the question that had been bothering her. She didn't look like she was taking a test at all. Instead, she looked like she was asking for advice. All the students in the class opened their mouths and looked at Luo Yunxiang in shock. With this look, was this still the knowledgeable, cold and arrogant teacher Luo? Li Yunxiao still had a leisurely look on his face as he patiently answered, because although the crimson refined copper is of the metal attribute, it is inclined towards fire. Southern fire suppresses Western metal, so it has a great ability to dissolve brilliant gold. So many alchemists love to use brilliant gold when upgrading their crimson refined copper profound weapons. But if it contains heaven crystal sand, then it's completely different. He paused for a moment and saw Luo Yunxiang's thirst for knowledge. He couldn't help but think of the disciples who had followed him and smiled, because the heaven crystal sand is of the water attribute, it can neutralize the fire attribute of the crimson refined copper. So the more you add, the weaker the brilliant gold's ability to dissolve. Ah! Luo Yunxiang's eyes shone with excitement, so that's how it is, so that's how it is. No wonder I can't always succeed. So what should I do? Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "It's very simple. Treat the heaven crystal sand as an impurity and use the quenching essence to remove it." Ah! Luo Yunxiang exclaimed again, "Why am I so stupid? I can't even think of such a simple thing." Her mind started to calculate quickly. Scenes of the refining process flashed through her mind and finally reached the end. Her eyes suddenly brightened up, and a happy smile appeared on her face. Where's Li Yunxiao? She felt a wave of gratitude in her heart, but at the same time, she was greatly shocked. The hedonistic son who had always been treated as a martial arts cripple actually had a higher knowledge in arcane arts than a genuine high-level arcane arts apprentice like her. With such a strong talent in arcane refinement, his future was far brighter than cultivating the martial Tao. Was such a student still trash? Bits and pieces of Li Yunxiao's past flashed through his mind, and he secretly blamed himself. As the homeroom teacher, he actually failed to discover such an outstanding talent of his student. He just went out. A student said timidly. The way he looked at Luo Yunxiang became unusually strange. Huh? Luo Yunxiang raised her eyebrows and said angrily, "You actually ignored me during class and slipped away?" The student hurriedly retracted his gaze and said weakly, "Didn't you say that he doesn't need to attend your class if he answers the question?" "If it were me, I would also leave." Bang! Luo Yunsheng slammed her palm on the podium made of black iron. Instantly, a palm print appeared, causing the hearts of all the students to jump. They all held their breaths and did not dare to make a sound. "Did any of you hear what I said?" Her watery eyes scanned through the students one by one. Everyone who was scanned by her body trembled, their faces paled, and their heads shook like a rattle drum. Didn't say that, we heard wrong. Teacher Luo never said that." "Humph." Luo Yunsheng said coldly, "Class is over. Tell Li Yunxiao that if he doesn't show up after class, send him to the 10x gravity training room for 3 days. 3 days. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air as they watched Luo Yunsheng kick open the classroom door and rush towards the alchemy hall like a gust of wind. They looked at each other in dismay. "Hey, what's going on?" Du Feng was the first to speak. He directly stood up from his seat and surrounded a tall student. "Boss, what's going on?" "Humph." The tall student, Lan Fei, seemed to be the leader of a group of people. Soon, he was surrounded by a group of people, and he snorted, "How would I know? It seems that Li Yunxiao knows a lot about arcane arts." "No way?" Shang Guanqing's eyes widened, and he cried out involuntarily, "Could it be that this martial arts trash is actually a genius in arcane arts? What should we do?" Smack. Lan Fei directly smacked his head with a textbook, and angrily said, "What bullshit genius, he just read a few more books. Arcane arts have a much higher requirement of talent than martial arts. How can a trash who can't even open his chakra walk the path of arcane arts?" "Boss is right." Everyone agreed, and their eyes flashed with different emotions. Lan Fei used one hand to push Shang Guanqing to the side. On the other side of the classroom, there were also a few people whispering to each other. He sneered, and loudly said to himself, "No one is allowed to tell what Teacher Luo just said to Li Yunxiao. If he comes to the next class," he snorted loudly, and immediately scared the others to pale. When they saw his cold eyes staring at them, they all angrily lowered their heads. Lan Fei said proudly, "Chen Zhangzi, Fatty Han, and Ru Xue, you little girls, don't ruin my plan. If Li Yunxiao comes after class, you will be the first one I'll deal with." These were the students who were close to Li Yunxiao, and could be said to be the opposite of Lan Fei's group. Qin Rushua's face turned cold, and she clenched her small fist, and angrily said, "I'm going to tell him, what can you do to me? I dare you to touch me." Whoosh! Lan Fei was furious. He leapt up from his seat and strode to the podium. He swung his fist at the podium. Pa! His fist hit the black iron, leaving a shallow fist print on the podium. Black iron mark. Did Lan Fei open up 7 chakras and condense Yuan force? How is that possible? With 7 chakras open, he can step into the first Yuan realm and become a martial warrior. He's only 15 years old. Even if he hasn't opened all his chakras, I think he's almost there. A 15-year-old martial warrior, Tianshui Nation has produced another genius. There were sighs everywhere, and dozens of eyes were full of envy and jealousy. This made Lan Fei feel a sense of superiority, and he proudly pointed at Qin Rushuo and said, "Even if you're a princess, with my talent, the king won't blame me if I bully you occasionally." Qin Rushuo was so angry that her face turned pale, and she wanted to rush up and beat him up. She was immediately held back by Qin Zhen and Han Bai, both of whom were Li Yunxiao's diehard supporters. Han Bai whispered, "Princess, we're weak now. Don't clash with them." There were more than 60 students in the class, and all of them were the children of the noble and loyal officials of Tianshui Nation. They were naturally divided into 2 factions according to the court. Lan Fei and Shang Guanqing led the civil officials faction, and Li Yunxiao, Han Bai, and the generals faction. The princess, who couldn't stand the arrogance of Lan Fei and his group, stood on the side of Li Yunxiao's group. While the classroom was bustling, Li Yunxiao was walking alone on the streets of Tianshui Nation's capital. After Li Yunxiao regained his memory, his soul force also slowly recovered. The first benefit was the strength of his divine sense, which allowed him to examine his body carefully. This body is a little troublesome, no wonder it's called martial cultivation trash. Many hidden meridians in my major Zhou Tian have dried up, and I can't condense any yuan force, so naturally I can't open my chakras. Looks like I need to recuperate this body first. I won't be able to recover my strength in a short period of time. He raised his head and looked at the looming building in front of him as he strode forward. This is the capital of the Aqua Sky Nation. I remember that Yang Di is a citizen of the Aqua Sky Nation. I wonder if he's in the Alchemist Association right now. If I can find Yang Di, everything will be easy. The Alchemist Guild was an existence that was spread across the entire Tianwu continent. No matter where it was, it enjoyed the highest status. And the Alchemist Tower was the tallest building in the area. Li Yunxiao raised his head and looked at the Alchemist Guild. Although the level of the Alchemist Tower in front of him was much lower than the one he used to be in. But it gave him a very familiar feeling. In front of the tower, there was an old stone tablet with a few words engraved on it: Alchemist Guild, Tianshui Nation Branch, Tianwu Calendar Year 1001, Yang Di. This stone tablet was rebuilt in Tianwu Calendar Year 1001? 1001? That's right, it seems that Yang Di became a rank 3 alchemist and became the president of the Tianshui Nation Branch. I wonder if he's still here. Although Li Yunxiao had lived in Tianshui Nation for 15 years, the president of the Alchemist Guild was not someone he could come into contact with. The highest ranked alchemist he knew was called Liang Wenyu, and he seemed to be a rank 2 alchemist. There were no guards outside the tower, because no one dared to cause trouble here. Furthermore, the hidden power within the tower was enough to make this secluded Alchemist Guild one of the safest places in Tianshui Nation. Li Yunxiao pushed open the door and walked in. The hall inside was much more spacious than it looked from the outside. The bustling crowd was also very lively, as if they had suddenly entered a market from a remote village. Welcome to the Alchemist Guild. A sweet-sounding voice rang out, and in a blink of an eye, a fashionably dressed beauty, Lu Yao, revealed a sweet smile. How can I help you? Dear little mister. These were the attendants that every Alchemist Guild had that specialized in receiving guests. Every time he went to the Alchemist Guild, the attendants would respectfully lower their heads to greet him. It had been many years since he had seen such a casual and gentle appearance. Li Yunxiao faintly smiled. Little mister? Lu Yao sweetly smiled. You are the youngest mister I have ever served. Is there anything I can help you with? Her smile was like a flower, but she was secretly paying attention to him in her heart. Most people who came to the Alchemist Tower for the first time would be nervous and excited, especially children, who would be even more careful, hiding behind adults to peek. But there was no one like him, who swept his gaze across the entire hall as soon as he walked in, leisurely and indifferent. This was clearly the appearance of someone who was used to seeing big scenes. She had been a waiter in the Alchemists Guild for several years. She knew many upper-class people, and her judgment was also very sharp. She immediately gave Li Yunxiao a good evaluation, but she was still shocked by the help he needed. I want to find Yang Di. Is he here? Li Yunxiao's gaze was still wandering around the hall as he asked calmly. Lord Yang Di? Lu Yao almost bit her tongue. She stared at this young man for a while. Although she felt it was absurd, Li Yunxiao's calm expression made her feel that he was really sincere. She didn't know what to do. She asked carefully, Are you talking about the former president, Lord Yang Di? Li Yunxiao frowned slightly and said disappointedly, Former president? So he's not here anymore? A look of reverence appeared in Lu Yao's eyes. She clasped her hands in front of her chest and blushed slightly. She looked like she was full of yearning. Lord Yang Di broke through to the rank 4 monarch level 20 years ago and was transferred to the Arcane Artificers Guild headquarters. 20 years ago? Li Yunxiao did a quick calculation. It was 5 years before his accident, so he should have been long gone. Without Yang Di's help, it would be more troublesome to open up his dried-up meridians. His current body was only 15 years old. He had already missed the best time to train. He couldn't afford to delay it any longer. Otherwise, even if he caught up later, it would be impossible for him to recover to Gu Feiyang's peak strength. There was no need to talk about improving further. In his previous life, Gu Feiyang was respected by the Tianwu continent as a genius in martial arts and magic arts. He was a 9th stage emperor-level arcane master, and one of the 7 great elders of the Alchemists Guild. He stood at the peak of the Jyotian realm in martial arts. Emperor Wu was given the title Army Destroyer by the Sacred Region. He was one of the top 10 experts in the realm of heaven martial arts. I have a list of medicinal ingredients. Can you help me look for them? I want 10 portions of all the ingredients on the list. Li Yunxiao quickly took a pen and paper and wrote down a list of ingredients. Yang Di wasn't around, so he could only think of a way to heal his internal injuries. The Tao of martial refinement could not be delayed for even a single second. Lu Yao took the list and looked through it in astonishment. Suddenly, she laughed. Little sir, you didn't write down the wrong things, did you? I've been in the Alchemist Guild for 3 to 4 years, but I've never heard of any of the things you wrote. Lu Yao's words immediately made Li Yunxiao worried. He wanted to concoct a kind of medicine that could cleanse the meridians. Considering that this was only a small branch, there might be a lot of materials that they did not have, so some of the rare items were replaced with other materials. But the result might still disappoint him. Lu Yao, what are you doing? A man wearing a black robe walked over. The robe he wore was the typical attire of an arcane refiner. A crescent-shaped badge hung on his shoulder. On the badge was a bright and dazzling blood-red mark. Everyone who saw the black-robed man stopped and bowed respectfully. However, the black-robed man's face was calm as he walked calmly. If one looked closely, they would discover that the gazes of the two people beside him were mostly focused on the badge on his shoulder. It was an expression of worship and envy. As for the black-robed man himself, no one was interested. Li Yunxiao narrowed his eyes and smiled. This was the badge of a first-rank warrior-level arcane refiner. It was the symbol of an arcane refiner's identity. With this badge, no matter where they went in the Sky Martial continent, they would receive extremely high treatment. The division of arcane refiners was the same as that of fighters. The 9 realms of arcane refiners corresponded to the 9 realms of the martial path. This Jia Rong was a first-rank warrior-level arcane refiner. In Li Yunxiao's previous life, Gu Feiyang was a peerless expert who had stepped into the Emperor realm in both the martial path and magic path. Lu Yao turned around. Her eyes flashed across the red arcane refiner badge. She immediately became solemn and said respectfully, Lord Jia Rong, this Mr. made a list and asked me to help him collect the materials. Jia Rong took the list of materials and glanced over it. His brows furrowed slightly, and he casually crumpled the list into a ball like it was a piece of scrap paper and threw it to the back of his head. He said to Lu Yao, what nonsense are you talking about? Hearing that Liang Wenyu was looking for her, Lu Yao jumped in fright. She did not dare to delay and hurriedly said, I'll go immediately. She hurriedly ran away without saying anything. She suddenly heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. Even Lord Jia Rong did not recognize the materials on the list. It seemed that this brat was indeed messing around. It was laughable that she had wasted so much time with him. Li Yunxiao's face darkened. The recipe he wrote was a priceless treasure in his previous life. Any one of them could be sold for a sky-high price. Yet, it was casually thrown away by a puny first-rank arcane refiner. He immediately said in a cold voice, You're called Jia Rong? Jia Rong's body stopped moving. A trace of anger flashed across his face. A brat actually dared to call him by his name. Even those high officials and nobles in the capital would have to respectfully call him Lord when they saw him. It hasn't been 7 days since you became a soldier-level arcane refiner, right? Li Yunxiao gently crossed his left hand in front of his chest and rubbed the bridge of his nose with his right hand. Humph, which family are you from? Jia Rong arrogantly said, I became a soldier-level arcane refiner 5 days ago. Everyone knows that. Li Yunxiao said meaningfully, Did you really become a soldier-level arcane refiner? Jia Rong's body trembled slightly. A trace of shock flashed across his eyes. He said in a deep voice, What do you mean? Li Yunxiao glanced at his right hand that was exposed outside the black robe. A trace of a smile appeared in his eyes as he began to explain. Your 5 fingers are dark gray in color and there are signs of peeling. It is obvious that you have recently come into contact with the sinister wind stone. Also, your body is emitting a faint smell of blood flame orchid. It should be to counteract the side effects of the sinister wind stone. Although the sinister wind stone has a few major fusion properties, its side effects cannot be ignored. Normal arcane refiners don't dare to use this thing. Judging from the degree of damage to your 5 fingers and the blood flame orchid, it should have happened within 7 days. Also, there is a faint fishy smell on your body. This is the unique smell of tiger sulfur stone. So you have recently come into contact with a large amount of tiger sulfur stone. Then it is obvious that the content of your arcane refiner exam is to forge a profound weapon with tiger sulfur stone as the main material. Jiarong was completely dumbfounded. Cold sweat the size of beans dripped down from his forehead. He suddenly roared furiously, "Nonsense!" He turned around and left. Li Yunxiao smiled lightly and sighed, "Sigh, if the sinister wind stone was so useful, then everyone would be an arcane refiner. Also, the side effects of the blood flame orchid are no less than the sinister wind stone. Every day at noon, you use the Brachong point, Sky Pillar point, and Dashu point. Is it very comfortable?" Jiarong's body instantly twitched as if he was electrocuted. His feet felt as if 10,000 tons of cement had been poured into them. He could no longer take even half a step. Li Yunxiao shook his head with a face full of regret. What a pity for a talented arcane refiner. If you want to preserve your life, you can only cut off your right hand and cripple your dantian. Jiarong's body violently trembled. "You, don't try to scare me." Li Yunxiao helplessly spread his hands and turned to leave. "Then forget it. I originally wanted to teach you a way to resolve it." "You have a way to resolve it?" Jiarong jumped up as if electrocuted. He instantly rushed over and stopped Li Yunxiao. He involuntarily shouted, "Hurry and tell me." For the past few days, he had fallen into the pain Li Yunxiao spoke of. That day, in order to become an arcane refiner, he couldn't help but use the forbidden sinister wind stone. He didn't expect the side effects to start acting up that night. His right hand gradually lost feeling, scaring him out of his wits. He flipped through many books but couldn't find a way to resolve it. There was only an ancient book that recorded the method of using the blood flame orchid to neutralize the poison of the sinister wind stone. Who knew that after using the blood flame orchid, the poison of the sinister wind stone was only slightly alleviated, but his right hand was still gradually losing its vitality. The poison of the blood flame orchid also started acting up. Every day at noon, the Brachong point, Sky Pillar point, and Dashu point would feel like they were being burned by a raging fire. If this continued, the result would be the destruction of his dantian and the destruction of his cultivation. Crippling his dantian would at most cripple his path of cultivation. He could still accept it. But if his right hand was crippled, then his path of cultivation would also be crippled. This was something he couldn't accept no matter what. Especially after becoming a warrior-level arcane master, the honor of his status and the respectful and envious gazes of others made him even more reluctant to part with his current identity as an arcane master. Jiarong used his left hand to desperately grab onto Li Yunxiao's shoulder. His entire body trembled and he was almost crying as he shouted, "Please tell me the way to resolve it, I beg you." At this time, there were still many people walking in and out of the hall on the first floor. They all looked at the two of them in surprise, although they couldn't hear their conversation from afar. However, Jiarong's exaggerated things and crying appearance attracted even more attention. They were all trying to guess this young man's identity. Li Yunxiao spread his hands and said in surprise, "Where's my list of materials? Where did it go? Did you see my list of materials?" Jiarong was stunned. He immediately turned around and saw the waste paper that he had crumpled into a ball. Of course, he understood what Li Yunxiao meant. He hurriedly said, "Where is it?" "Wait a moment, I'll pick it up for you." He couldn't care less about the shocked gazes of the crowd. He jogged over and bent down to pick up the paper. Suddenly, he heard all kinds of surprised discussions. He immediately blushed and wished that there was a hole in the ground to crawl into. "First, I need to get the way to resolve it. I will definitely take revenge for this humiliation." Jiarong gnashed his teeth in hatred. His eyes flashed with hatred, but he still pretended to be calm. He carefully unfolded the list and handed it back to Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao absent-mindedly stuck the list to his face. He fiercely blew his nose a few times, then crumpled it into a ball and threw it away. "I want 10 of each item on the list. Come find me at Sapphire Academy when you have gathered all of them. My name is Li Yunxiao." "You." Jiarong looked at the crumpled list on the ground in the distance. There was still sticky mucus on it. He suddenly felt his stomach churn and his body tremble with anger. Li Yunxiao's eyes slightly narrowed. He stared at him and sneered, "Face is not given by others. It is lost by yourself." A trace of killing intent flashed across his face as he whispered into Jiarong's ears, "You better not hold a grudge against me. There are very few people in this world who are unfriendly to me. I don't want you to accidentally lose your life after you've managed to save it with great difficulty. Oh right, your right hand can only last for 3 days. If you can't find 10 portions of each of these materials within 3 days, your right hand will be completely crippled. Unless a 9th rank Emperor level arcane master appears, don't even think about refining it in this life." Li Yunxiao's gentle words caused Jiarong's entire body to tremble in fear. He almost hysterically mustered his courage. 3 days? I've never even heard of most of these materials. Also, how do I know you're not lying to me? Li Yunxiao lightly smiled, "You're very smart, I believe you have a way. Use the leaves of the white moon bamboo and the ash wolf wonder ginseng to concoct a medicine. Take it every morning, afternoon, and evening. It can alleviate the pain in your 3 major acupoints and allow your right hand to live for 2 more days. However, it will only be 2 days. If you can't gather the materials in 5 days, don't come looking for me." Good luck. Dear Jiarong's mind was still pondering over these 2 medicinal herbs. Once he was distracted, he realized that Li Yunxiao had already disappeared. His expression instantly darkened as he clenched his left hand into his palm, feeling no pain at all. He's just an ordinary youth, neither a fighter nor an arcane master. Why do I feel like I'm trembling before him? Jiarong immediately felt humiliated as he roared in his heart, "I'll let you be arrogant for a few more days. When I find the cure, I'll definitely tear you to pieces." Sapphire Academy, Li Yunxiao. He angrily walked towards the paper covered in snot. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, he picked it up with a red face. He wrapped it in a piece of cloth out of nowhere and placed it in his storage bag. The surrounding crowd subconsciously lowered their heads. Because they could all feel the almost tangible anger and killing intent radiating from Jiarong, they quickly scattered in fear, not daring to look at him again. On the 3rd floor of the Arcane Master Tower, inside a luxurious office. Liang Wenyu cautiously instructed, "Inside are the 10 pounds of spirit crane roots and white phoenix dragon lotus that Grand Chancellor Lan Hong requested. Send it to the Prime Minister's residence immediately and hand it over to Lan Hong personally." Spirit crane root? White phoenix dragon lotus? Lu Yao was stunned for a moment before she muttered, "Do these 2 things really exist?" Liang Wenyu frowned. "What's wrong? What are you mumbling about?" Lu Yao hurriedly came back to her senses. "I was distracted. My apologies, Lord Liang. Just now, a teenager gave me a list and asked me to back up the materials in it. I didn't recognize any of the things inside. At first, I thought he was messing around. Among them are the spirit crane root and the white phoenix dragon lotus." A teenager? Liang Wenyu fell into deep thought. The spirit crane root and the white phoenix dragon lotus are both used to raise a martial artist's strength. What about the list? Lu Yao answered carefully, "Just now, Lord Jiarong called me up. Lord Jiarong returned the list to that youth." Oh. Liang Wenyu was slightly disappointed. "Do you remember what else was there?" Lu Yao recalled carefully. Ink ghost feather flower, Yama fruit, vacuum milk, Shiva flower, fairy sprout. As she read them out one by one, Liang Wenyu's expression changed from doubt to surprise, then to shock, and finally to blankness. "I can't remember the other medicines." Lu Yao's beautiful eyebrows knitted together. After all, she had only taken a quick glance. To be able to remember so much, it was already a shocking memory. Liang Wenyu came back to his senses and hurriedly took out a piece of paper to note down all the materials. Did that youth leave behind his name or contact information? Lu Yao shook her head. She was extremely shocked. To be able to make Lord Liang Wenyu pay so much attention to that youth, just what was his background? She asked carefully, "Lord Liang, I've been in the Alchemists Guild for more than 3 years. How come I've never heard of these things?" Liang Wenyu looked at the incomplete list and sighed. "I've never heard of a few of the medicines here either. But when these things are put together, my intuition tells me that it's an incredible medicine. It's extremely beneficial for raising a martial artist's cultivation. You've never even heard of Lord Liang Wenyu. Lu Yao covered her red lips with her jade-like hand in shock, her eyes revealing a look of disbelief. Lord Liang, could it be that this list was originally a mess of nonsense? Liang Wenyu shook his head. That's not possible. The combination of a few of the medicines is extremely mysterious. I can't figure out the relationship between them in such a short time. If this youth comes again, you must think of a way to make him stay and inform me as soon as possible. Yes. Lu Yao left with the storage bag with a shocked and apprehensive heart. Li Yunxiao walked alone on the road and thought to himself. Those materials are indeed a little difficult for Jia Rong. I can't completely rely on that guy. I have to think of another way. He looked at the storage ring in his hand and sent a strand of his divine sense into it. There were all kinds of messy things inside. What kind of messy things are these? They even want aphrodisiacs. Oh, I remember now. I bought it secretly last time. I've never used it. He casually threw away a small bottle and a broad black sword. He was slightly surprised when he held it in his hand. He smiled bitterly and said, "Only this black iron heavy sword is of some use. It's 32 caddies and I can't even lift it. I really miss my sword cleaving the stars. I wonder where I lost it. Before I open my 7 chakras, I'll make do with it." Li Yunxiao directly carried the heavy sword on his shoulder and walked in the direction of Jialan Academy. "I'll forge my own profound weapon after I condense my yuan qi." By the time he returned to the academy, he was already panting from exhaustion. Monkey Chen, Fat Pig Han, you're waiting for me at the entrance? At the entrance of Jialan Academy, Qin Zhen and Han Bai, who were usually on good terms with him, were anxiously pacing around. When the two saw Li Yunxiao, Qin Zhen immediately shouted, "Young Master Yun, where have you been? You've caused us trouble looking for you. Stick Chen, what are you trying to do?" Suddenly, a loud shout came from behind. Du Feng suddenly jumped out from behind Qin Zhen. He stared at Qin Zhen and smiled coldly. "Are you trying to go against Boss Lan?" Qin Zhen's expression suddenly changed. He gritted his teeth and said, "Don't try to intimidate me. I'm just passing on Teacher Luo's words. Young Master Yun, go to the next hall." "Shut up!" Du Feng shouted and interrupted Qin Zhen's words. He rushed forward and grabbed Qin Zhen's throat with his fingers like an eagle's claw. Qin Zhen's expression changed and he hurriedly retreated. Du Feng was already a martial disciple who had opened 4 chakras. His yuan qi was far greater than Qin Zhen's. "Du Feng, you're going too far." Han Bai, who was standing at the side, could not stand it anymore. He took a big step forward and punched Du Feng's eagle claw. Both of them were martial disciples who had opened 4 chakras. Their strengths were almost the same. Both of them were shocked and retreated at the same time. "Pig Han, I dare you to attack me again." Another person appeared beside Du Feng. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and said proudly, "I, Luo Jia, have just opened 5 chakras last week. I was worried that I didn't have anyone to practice with. Pig Han, I will use you as a target. Let's see how big the gap between 5 chakras and 4 chakras is." "Haha, the gap is so big that you can beat him up with one punch." Du Feng laughed. He pointed at Qin Zhen and Han Bai and said, "You have 3 minutes to get lost." At this moment, many students had gathered at the gate to watch the fun. They were pointing at each other and discussing. Qin Zhen and Han Bai were so angry that their faces turned pale. Suddenly, Qin Rushua's cold voice came from behind them. "I want to see how you can make us get lost." She said angrily, "I'm going to tell Li Yunxiao that he must attend Teacher Luo's class next time." "What can you do to me?" Du Feng and Luo Jia's expressions changed. They could not afford to offend the princess. Du Feng pointed at them and scolded, "Stick Chen, Pig Han, and you useless trash. You are lucky this time. Let's go." He waved his hand and was about to leave with Luo Jia. Although Luo Jia was more powerful than him, the Du family was much more powerful than the Luo family. Therefore, Luo Jia's position was relatively low among Lan Fei's followers. "I was wondering what happened. Why are you so secretive? Li Yunxiao touched his nose. Even if they were not punished, he would still go to the gravity room to practice. You want to leave after making a scene? Du Feng stopped and his pupils enlarged slightly. What? You have a problem with that? Li Yunxiao put his hand on the handle of the heavy sword and said, I have no problem with that. I just want to see how big the gap is between 5 chakras and 0 chakras. Du Feng and Qin Ruxue were stunned. Qin Ruxue blurted out, Li Yunxiao, you, haha, interesting. Du Feng laughed and interrupted Qin Ruxue. Since you want to die, I don't mind fulfilling your wish. As soon as he finished speaking, he kicked the ground with both legs and shot forward. Laughing loudly, he threw a punch at Li Yunxiao's head. How dare this useless trash speak? Du Feng was full of sarcasm and sneer. Especially when he thought of Li Yunxiao's identity. He was the eldest grandson of the Li family, the most powerful military in Tianshui nation. This prominent identity gave him a perverted pleasure when he punched Luo Jia. When his fist landed on Luo Jia, Du Feng almost had an orgasm. Watch out! Chen Zhen and the other two shouted. However, it was too late to save Luo Jia. Qin Ruxue was so scared that she covered her mouth with her hands and turned pale. Li Yunxiao was just an ordinary person. How could he withstand a punch from a martial disciple with 4 chakras? Bang! Everyone heard a dull heavy hit. Du Feng's body suddenly stopped in front of Li Yunxiao. His fist had already landed on Li Yunxiao's temple. However, Li Yunxiao still had an indifferent look on his face. There was no sign of pain on his face. Something is wrong. Luo Jia's pupils shrank. He instantly realized that Du Feng's fist did not land on Li Yunxiao's face. It was half a centimeter away from Li Yunxiao's face. Ouch! A painful wail reverberated in the air. It was so sharp that it almost pierced through everyone's eardrums. This kind of heart-palpitating scream was enough for everyone to imagine how much pain the owner of the voice had suffered. What caused everyone's expression to change was that this voice actually came from Du Feng's mouth. Because he had his back to them, no one knew what had happened. Du Feng's body began to tremble violently, and then he slowly fell backward. Du Feng! As Luo Jia shouted in horror, Du Feng finally fell on the ground. He covered his crotch with his trembling hands and twitched crazily on the ground. He kept screaming like a pig being slaughtered. Everyone saw Li Yunxiao put down his right foot slowly. It turned out that he had kicked Du Feng's penis. Looking at everyone's shocked and frightened eyes, Li Yunxiao spread his hands helplessly and said innocently, "You all saw it. He rushed up to me and hit me. I did nothing. All he did was raise his right knee. Who knew he would bump into it? Alas, what bad luck. He hit me with his knee. This guy is so cruel." All the male students who were watching shuddered and subconsciously used their hands to cover their nether regions. Ouch! I'm doomed. Du Feng wailed and rolled on the ground while covering his crotch. A lot of blood and sticky things were flowing out of his hands. Kill him, Luo Jia. Kill him. Luo Jia clenched his fists angrily and said, Li Yunxiao, you are so vicious. How could you use such an insidious trick to deal with your schoolmate? Li Yunxiao said innocently, you can't be so shameless. Everyone saw that he hit me by himself. At least dozens of schoolmates can testify for me. You. He was so angry that he didn't know what had happened. Even he didn't know what had happened. But how could such a strange thing happen? Everyone present had the same thought in their minds. Yeah, it was that kid who rushed up and hit it himself. He hit his own little penis while hitting someone. What a weirdo. I've never heard of this before. No matter what, you can't get away with it. Luo Jia said angrily, today, I will break your root of life and cripple your limbs to avenge Du Feng. His figure flashed and he dashed forward. He seemed to be a little afraid of Du Feng. Instead of attacking head-on like Du Feng, he turned his body sideways and punched. The wind from his fists was like a hiss, and the force of his fists was over 1,000 caddies. So strong, this person is actually a high-level martial disciple. That kid is in trouble. Of the 7 chakras, the 5th is the bottleneck. After breaking through, one can be said to be a high-level martial disciple. I wonder how many chakras this person has opened. After opening the fifth chakra, each chakra is like heaven and earth. I can see that he has combined his body and fist with a strength of over 500 kilograms. He must have just opened the fifth chakra, but it's enough for that brat to suffer. Li Yunxiao, get out of the way! Han Bai anxiously shouted. His legs danced in the air as he rushed forward to rescue Chu Yang. Although he was not Luo Jie's opponent, a punch would at most cause serious injuries to his bones. If Li Yunxiao took a punch with his crippled body, how could he still be alive? Clang! Li Yunxiao held the hilt of the big sword with both hands and forcefully lifted the black iron heavy sword that was inserted into the ground. He pointed the tip of the sword at Luo Jie and guarded in front of him. However, he seemed to be straining himself, and his body, which was holding the sword, seemed to be swaying unstably, as if he would fall if the wind blew against him. Bang! A buzzing sound came from the sword. Luo Jie's fist had directly hit the big sword, and it was on the edge of the sword. Ah! My fist! A sharp scream spread out. Luo Jie's left hand desperately covered his right fist, blood dripping on the ground like flowing water. A heart-wrenching pain came from the tip of his fist. What made him even more afraid was that it seemed that the fingers of his fist had been broken under this blow. Han Bai swung his fists halfway and stopped completely. He was also stunned. What's going on? Now, even a fool would know that there was a problem. What's going on? Does he think that he is a martial disciple and that he can use his Yuan Qi to resist the sword with his body? How can there be such a stupid person in the world? I think there's a problem with that kid holding the sword. I also think there's something wrong, but that kid obviously doesn't have the slightest bit of Yuan Qi on him. He's so tired just holding the black iron heavy sword. Moreover, I clearly saw that he was the one who hit the tip of the sword. Yeah, it's the same as that kid who dropped his bird. I've really seen a ghost. Everyone was discussing in shock. With their eyesight, they naturally couldn't see through the mystery. Although Li Yunxiao had no strength, his sharp eyesight was the pinnacle of Jiutian Emperor Wu. He had just calculated the landing point of Luo Jie's fist long ago. When Luo Jie was about to become immutable, he had already put the heavy sword there. Humph, if I can't even take care of a few martial disciples, then I'll just kill myself. He snorted coldly and walked toward Luo Jie step by step with the heavy sword. You dare to make a move on my friend? I'll cripple your fists. He fiercely chopped down with the sword. Luo Jie suddenly felt a sense of danger, but to his horror, he discovered that although this sword seemed to be incomparably slow, it had covered all of his weak points and escape routes. It was as if he had completely exposed his weak points and was lying on the chopping board, waiting to be chopped. This feeling of helplessness was something he had never felt before, even when he was facing those first origin stage martial artists. Ah! The heavy sword precisely chopped down on his left fist. Suddenly, a large cloud of blood burst out from his fist. Both of his hands were covered in blood. If you want to kill me, then explode your bird. Ah. No. I know I'm wrong. Young Master Yun, please forgive me. Bang. The heavy sword hit Luo Jie's crotch again. The sound of the explosion made all the surrounding male students tremble involuntarily. They felt cold all over. Big brother, why did that kid just stand there and let him chop him? I don't know either. Don't worry about it. Let's hurry up and leave. This kid is too ruthless. Don't get yourself into trouble if you're not careful. My crotch is wet now. And you? Li Yunxiao walked to Du Feng, who was rolling on the ground. He swung his heavy sword and instantly cut off Du Feng's hands. Du Feng immediately fainted from the pain, just like Luo Jie. Li Yunxiao, are you really Li Yunxiao? Qin Rushua finally reacted. She looked at the scene in front of her in disbelief. Qianzhen suddenly exclaimed, Young Master Yun, did you open your meridians and activate your chakra? Li Yunxiao shook his head and sighed, it's not that easy. Qianzhen was also a little confused. He pointed at the two unconscious people on the ground and asked, then what happened? Li Yunxiao knew that he couldn't explain it to them, so he smiled and said, didn't you see that they bumped into me on their own? Qianzhen was speechless. They bumped into me, but this is also, Li Yunxiao waved his hand and interrupted him. Alright, you'll know in the future. I'm going back to the dormitory. When the school investigates this matter, all the people here can testify for me. He carried the heavy sword on his shoulder and walked back to the dormitory. This? Qianzhen was a little stunned. He felt that Xianxia's sudden change was too big. Not only in terms of strength, but also in his temperament. He was completely different from before. Xianxia, we can testify for you. But you crippled them with your last few moves. I'm afraid this matter will cause a lot of trouble. Qin Rushue suddenly shouted, the Du and Luo families have always been opposed to the Li family. I'm afraid they will use this matter to cause trouble. Xianxia's body trembled slightly. He chuckled without turning his head and said, if they don't behave, I'll blow up their little birds one by one. Qin Rushue's face turned red. She stomped her feet angrily and said, this Xianxia is so despicable. Also, why did he suddenly change so much? He caused such a big trouble and he still acts like nothing happened. I'm so angry. Han Bai said thoughtfully, although Du Feng and Luo Jia are disciples of the Du and Luo families, they are not core disciples. With young Master Yun's status, it doesn't matter if he's crippled. I don't believe they dare to go to the Li family to seek justice. I'm afraid that they will directly target young Master Yun. Then young Master Yun will be in danger. Qianzhen snorted. Humph, they won't dare to be so arrogant in the school. Sending people to the school to kill people is faster than offending the Li family. Han Bai frowned. Outsiders naturally won't dare to come in and make a move. But if it's a student, the school will turn a blind eye. Qin Rushue's expression changed. You mean Lan Fei? Han Bai nodded heavily. Everyone knows that Du Feng is Lan Fei's man. Lan Fei has already opened 7 chakras and is about to condense his primordial qi to break through to martial warrior. Qin Rushue and Qianzhen's expressions also became heavy. Martial warrior and martial disciple were 2 completely different concepts. Moreover, Xianxia wasn't even a martial disciple. The 3 discussed for a while and couldn't come up with any good ideas. They could only sigh and leave. The students of Jialan Academy were either the most outstanding students selected from all over the country or the children of influential families like Li Yunxiao. Therefore, there were a lot of geniuses and idiots in the academy. The Li family was a big shot in the Tianshui nation's military. Although they had long been abandoned by their family due to their physique, they still had an independent dormitory in the school and an independent cultivation room. Phew! He casually threw the black iron heavy sword on the ground and began to swing his arms, stretch his legs, and make various postures to warm up his body. This body is too weak. I must strengthen it as soon as possible. The tyrannical body refining art is the strongest young body refining art in the world. In my previous life, I obtained this cultivation art too late. I didn't even have time to cultivate it before I died. This is great. He let out a deep shout and bent his legs. His whole body slowly bent down. His waist instantly bounced back and his whole body immediately stretched like a bow, forming a circle. A strange aura spread out from his body. Huh! A terrifying pain transmitted from his waist to his brain. It was as if the tip of a knife was cutting his body apart. Li Yunxiao finally couldn't help but have a big change in expression. He lost control of his body and instantly bounced back. He lost his balance and staggered back several steps before directly sitting on the ground. Why is this skill so insane? I feel like my whole body is about to be torn apart. No wonder the heavenly tyrant is so powerful. Even the beginning of this skill is so painful. The heavenly tyrant Emperor Wu was recognized as the strongest among the 10 titled Emperor Wu. He had obtained the body tempering technique from the Empyrean martial emperor by chance, but he had never dared to make it public. He had wanted to cultivate it in secret, but who knew that he would die in the Tiandang mountain range before he could even start. With this skill, even if I can't open my chakra, I can still reach the level of the Emperor Wu. Li Yunxiao took a deep breath, shouted again, and bowed. To be able to reach the peak of the Jiutian realm, which one of them didn't have amazing perseverance? Talent was important, but what was even more important was the courage and determination to never admit defeat. Heavenly Tyrant Body Refining Skill, First Style, Solar Moon. Li Yunxiao turned into a ring-shaped state again. The huge pulling force made his body feel like it was being torn apart by 5 horses. Every inch of his muscles and bones began to collapse. Bang! This time, he held on for 5 seconds. His whole body was sent flying again and directly hit the wall. His internal organs were shaken, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Again! He shouted. The 2 setbacks had made him arrogant. What the heavenly tyrant can do, I'm better than him. Among the 10 titled Emperor Wu, although the heavenly tyrant was recognized as the strongest, no one was willing to admit defeat. They were all arrogant and looked down on the rest of the world. Solar Moon. One day later, in the school's gravity training hall. Many teleportation portals were carved on the bluestone floor, leading to different gravity zones. Students only needed to put a piece of primary stone into the teleportation portal and they would be teleported directly. The entire gravity teleportation portal was scattered everywhere, covering an area of a few acres. Only the capital city had the power to create such a training ground. In the center of the dozens of teleportation portals, there was a high platform. It was more than 1,000 square meters. It was the landing point for the various gravity zones. Li Yunxiao looked at the students coming and going, the youthful and tender faces, and his thoughts seemed to have returned to decades ago. At that time, he was still an ordinary martial disciple. Like all the other martial disciples here, he listened to the legendary stories of various heroes and trained hard day and night, advancing towards the path of the strong in his heart. Those who took the initiative to come here to cultivate were mostly the children of poor families. They only hoped that one day they could become a warrior of the kingdom, stand out, and bring honor to their ancestors. Everyone was teleported in with high spirits and came out like a frosted eggplant. All of them were minding their own business, and very few of them spoke. Occasionally, people would look at him in surprise when they saw his luxurious clothes. He walked into a yellow formation that was marked with the words 10 times. He placed a primary stone inside, and immediately, a yellow light rose from the formation and enveloped his entire body. Soon, his figure dimmed and disappeared from the Hall of Gravity. In the next moment, he felt an astonishing tearing force coming from the ground where his feet landed. His entire body instantly collapsed, and all his flesh and blood were squeezed together. Ha! Ha! Li Yunxiao was already mentally prepared. He gasped for breath. Because of the severe blood loss in his upper body, his entire body became abnormally pale and horrifying. His entire body was somewhat deformed. He forced himself to straighten his body. At a glance, the entire area with 10 times gravity was even larger than the Hall of Gravity teleportation. It was divided into training rooms, numbered 001 to 200. One had to know that the entire Jiaolan Academy had tens of thousands of students, so 200 training rooms was not a lot. At this moment, there were many people who did not have rooms and were sitting quietly in the public area, waiting. Li Yunxiao squinted his eyes slightly, and his divine sense lightly swept across the area. Then, he panted and walked towards training room 013. Every step he took seemed to use all of his strength. Under the pull of this gravity, the blood capillaries of his body also opened and closed exaggeratedly, as if they were breathing on their own. I have to master the sun-moon style as soon as possible. When the time comes, I will use the medicine to attack the meridians. Only then will this body be able to withstand it. After walking for a full half a minute, he moved his body to training room 013. Just as he arrived, the door of training room 013 suddenly opened, and a student with a pale face and smelly sweat walked out. When he saw Li Yunxiao, he was slightly stunned, and then he lowered his head and walked towards the teleportation formation. It's not easy for one to come out, how can it be taken by this kid? We've been waiting for a long time, but no one has come out. This kid has such good luck as soon as he arrived? Yes, it's as if he knows that 013 is coming out. Who is this kid? Why do I feel no elemental energy waves from his body? Are you kidding me? No elemental energy waves means that he has not opened his chakra. How can an ordinary person withstand 10 times the gravity? Just as Li Yunxiao was about to step into training room 013, a hand suddenly reached out and stopped him. A student wearing a white robe with a smile on his face stood in front of him. I am Yu Hejing, a student of the intermediate class, and a peak martial disciple with 7 chakras. Little brother, you must be new here, leave this room to me. There were a total of 4 grades in the academy, namely beginner class, intermediate class, advanced class, and graduating class. Li Yunxiao raised his head and said coldly, leave your sister, scram. Yu Hexing's expression changed greatly. In his rage, he seemed to have thought of something. He secretly glanced behind him and immediately regained his composure. Suppressing his anger, he said, are you new? Give me some face today. If you have any problems in the academy in the future, directly report my name. Report your sister, why aren't you scramming? Yu Hexing's face finally turned a little black. No one had ever dared to disrespect him like this. He was so angry that he laughed and said, haha, you've got guts. A trash without elemental energy waves dares to speak to me like this? Today, I'll teach you some rules that freshmen should follow. As his voice fell, the aura on his body instantly rose, forming a faint pressure that blasted towards Li Yunxiao. Elemental energy? Could it be that Yu Hexing has already condensed his elemental energy and broken through to the first elemental realm? An exclamation sounded in the public area. Instantly, everyone's gaze focused over, and everyone's face was filled with amazement. What a powerful talent. I heard that he only opened his 7th chakra last week. Condensing elemental energy should take at least a few months, but he actually managed to do it in 7 days. I don't think so. He should still be at the martial disciple stage. If he really broke through to the martial warrior stage, he should have the light of elemental energy on his body, and not just feel the pressure of elemental energy. Even so, he's still too powerful. From the looks of it, he can really advance to the first elemental realm in 10 days at most. Brat, I'm in a good mood today. I'll just break all your ribs. I won't take your life. Yu Hexing listened to the shocked discussions around him, and his heart involuntarily filled with pride. Especially now that the goddess of his heart was standing behind him, he wanted to show off even more. A wave of energy began to condense on his fist. Whoosh! He punched out fiercely, causing the muscles and bones on his arm to crackle and explode like beans being fried. A powerful fist wind spread out, and like a ferocious tiger in the sky, it pounced towards Li Yunxiao. Tiger-subduing fist? It looks like it, but the tiger-subduing fist is not only about the aura of a tiger roaring in the forest, but also about the timing of the attack. You only have the appearance, but you lack the essence. Just when everyone was breaking out in cold sweat for Li Yunxiao, he actually opened his mouth to give Yu Hexing advice, as if he was a teacher guiding a student. Is this brat crazy? He actually has the mood to ridicule the fist of a peak martial disciple with 7 chakras? A student's eyes widened. I don't think it's a joke. Although it's a little arrogant, what he said is indeed reasonable. Another student said thoughtfully. Another student shook his head, regardless of whether what he said is reasonable or not, facing the fist of a peak martial disciple, he actually did not dodge. Unless he has the cultivation of a martial warrior, he will be at a great disadvantage this time. Yu Hexing was also furious, and he could not help but add some strength to the wind on his fist. Originally, he only wanted to cripple the other party, but now he was determined to cripple this pretentious student with one punch. Ha! Li Yunxiao shouted and took a step forward. His hands formed into claws and floated in front of his chest, suddenly forming the shape of a dragon. It suddenly opened its mouth, wanting to devour everything. Everyone seemed to have an illusion, and they could faintly hear the roar of a dragon. Yu Hexing's pupils shrank. Originally, his tiger-subduing fist was impressive, and had already enveloped the other party's entire body, making it impossible for him to dodge. Who knew that with just one punch, the other party had the feeling of devouring the heavens and the earth? Not only did it destroy all the tiger's might, it was more like a huge bloody mouth, waiting for him to deliver himself to the door. What's going on? Why do I feel like I'm a lamb in a tiger's mouth? Yu Hexing was shocked, but he quickly calmed down. No matter how strange your moves are, I am still a peak martial disciple. With just my strength, it is enough to crush you to death. Ah! Suddenly, a wave of pain came from his arm. His surefire punch had actually missed. Unbeknownst to him, Li Yunxiao's 10 fingers had turned into claws. Instead of retreating, his 10 fingers suddenly grabbed onto Yu Hexing's right arm. A wave of pain instantly entered his brain. What made him even angrier was that after being hit by the other party's 10 fingers, the chi that exploded from his arm instantly disappeared without a trace. He could not use any strength at all. Humph. Li Yunxiao's attack had succeeded. His body took advantage of the momentum and fiercely crashed in front of Yu Hejing. Squatting down slightly, he suddenly slammed his right shoulder into Yu Hejing's chest. Bang! Yu Hejing's chest went numb, and a wave of blood rushed into his throat. His whole body was knocked back, and he only managed to stand firm after a few steps. Sigh, this body. Li Yunxiao sighed softly in his heart. He was extremely dissatisfied with his current body. If he had the same strength as Yu Hejing, he could have completely crippled the other party's arm with the dragon form. Just now. If he had the same strength as Yu Hejing, he could have instantly killed the other party. But now, it only made the other party's arm hurt and his chest go numb. Hey, what happened just now? Did anyone see it clearly? Yu Hejing's punch is enough to split a mountain. I even saw a faint light of essence chi. How could it be inexplicably broken? This is too strange. This kid has no essence chi waves at all. Could it be that he is a hidden expert? Yu Hejing was also shocked to the point of being at a loss. He still didn't know what was going on. He couldn't feel any spirit energy from this brat, and from the movements just now, although it was incomparably profound, it was indeed not strong enough. Otherwise, he wouldn't have just been shaken to the point where his blood and chi were in turmoil. If it was any other time, he might be cautious. But at this moment, his goddess was still standing beside him. He couldn't lose face no matter what. He roared in rage and was about to rush forward when a girl wearing green clothes beside him finally spoke. Senior Yu, forget it. Yu Hejing's face was full of shame and indignation. Lan Duo, wait another 5 minutes. I'll cripple this brat and snatch this training room for you. Rolanduo shook her head and said, forget it, this training room was originally occupied by him first. Li Yunxiao's eyelids twitched and he blurted out, it's you? A delicate and pretty face reflected in his eyes, and his thoughts were slightly stirred. Rolanduo looked at Li Yunxiao with an astonished gaze and said softly, I didn't expect you to be unable to cultivate strength and actually start to cultivate techniques. The Li family is indeed rich in resources. That move just now was really not bad. But, without strength, techniques are ultimately just for show, it can't be put on the stage. Li Yunxiao's expression became a little strange, but he still agreed and said, you're right. Yu Hejing's expression became increasingly unsightly as he stared at Rolanduo and said, Lan Duo, you know him? Rolanduo didn't reply, but instead smiled and said to Li Yunxiao, so, it's basically impossible for you to defeat me. The gap between us will only grow bigger and bigger. Actually, you're the Li family's young master. Even if you can't cultivate, you'll still have a good future. Why must you be so stubborn? Li family's young master? Yu Hejing's expression changed and said in astonishment, the Li family's famous trash young master? His expression immediately became strange. He had also heard of Li Yunxiao's reputation. He was completely a trash that couldn't cultivate, even the masters of the Alchemists Guild couldn't do anything about him. So that kid is that famous trash, no wonder I can't feel any spirit energy from him. So that's how it is. So he walks the path of technique. If one's martial skills are brilliant, they will naturally have an advantage in a battle of the same level. However, if one person is strong enough to defeat 10 people, it will be useless no matter how many tricks you play when you meet an expert. Hee, I heard that this trash from the Li clan used to crazily pursue Roland Duo. Only after he received a blow did he finally give up. Humph, so what if you have an illustrious background? Without strength, you're still trash. Roland Duo is a famous beauty. Of course, it's impossible for her to fancy him. Li Yunxiao knew that she had misunderstood, and there was a strange feeling in his heart. Before Gu Feiyang's soul had awakened, he had indeed pursued her for a period of time. He could still remember her resolute words at that time, my husband must be an indomitable hero. In the future, he will definitely become a guardian divine guard. No matter how illustrious your background is, in the end, you are still a martial arts trash. Unless you can defeat me one day, then I will consider it a little. Li Yunxiao still remembered that those words had given him a huge blow. He had given up on himself even more. But now, he was no longer a simple Li Yunxiao, but Gu Feiyang. In his previous life, the absolute beauties who cried and begged him could walk around the realm of heaven martial arts twice while holding hands. Although Roland Duo was fresh and beautiful, compared to those absolute beauties that he was tired of seeing in the past, there was still a big gap. So, at this moment, he had a very strange feeling in his heart. A trash young master wants to pursue you, Roland Duo. He really overestimates himself. Although Yu Hexing had suffered a bit, after knowing that Li Yunxiao was trash, his mood immediately became better. Li Yunxiao slightly raised his gaze and glanced at him. His sharp gaze was like a blade that directly pierced into Yu Hexing's heart. Yu Hexing was so scared that his whole body trembled. He immediately shut his mouth, and cold sweat seeped out of his forehead. I think you misunderstood. Whether I'm trash or not, I won't fight with you. If there is nothing else, I'm going to practice. Li Yunxiao waved his hand. Without turning his head, he directly walked into the number 13 practice room and closed the door. Roland Duo was dumbfounded. Her beautiful eyes slightly sunk. She seemed to be thinking about something. Yu Hexing opened his eyes wide. His heart was in turmoil. What's going on? He's just a trash who can't even open his chakra. Why did I feel so cold just by glancing at me? It's like falling into an abyss. Oh my God, what kind of gaze was that? He swallowed his saliva with difficulty. Looking at the closed door of the number 13 room, his forehead was dripping with cold sweat. He suddenly found that he seemed to have a kind of fear towards Li Yunxiao. When he faced Li Yunxiao again, he unexpectedly couldn't have the slightest desire to fight. Roland, for your sake, I'll let him go this time. Let's go. Yu Hexing was still scared, but he forced himself to say. Roland Duo nodded and turned around to leave. Suddenly, she slightly paused and tilted her head. Senior Yu, what Li Yunxiao said just now is right. Although your tiger-taming fist is majestic, it only has the form. If you could learn the essence of it, you wouldn't have been captured by Li Yunxiao so easily. Yu Hexing's face turned green and red. His eyes were filled with shame and indignation. In his heart, he already hated this Li Yunxiao to the bone. After Li Yunxiao entered the practice room, he glanced around. The space was about 100 square meters, but it was empty. There were only 2 1-meter-tall black iron stones in the corner. They were in the shape of humans. Obviously, they were practice targets. On the surface, there were densely packed fist and palm marks. There were also sword marks. One of them was already severely damaged and didn't look like a human anymore. These 2 black iron stones are probably more than 100 years old. Li Yunxiao revealed an admiring gaze as he caressed them for a while. No matter where, in what era, there would be batches of martial artists who weren't afraid of hardships. They endured bitter cultivation and advanced towards the endless path of the strong. Li Yunxiao growled. Now is not the time to lament about these things. I have to recover my strength as soon as possible. As long as I open up my meridians and condense my yuan qi, I estimate that I will be able to return to the peak of the Jiutian realm within 10 years. From condensing yuan qi to the peak of the Jiutian realm, no matter how talented one was, it would still take more than 100 years to achieve. Even if Emperor Wu was reborn, other than Gu Feiyang, no one else would dare to say such words. Because other than being titled Emperor Wu, he was also a 9th-tier Emperor-level technique refiner. Crackle crackle. The sound of beans popping could be heard from his body. His body bent backwards in an unimaginable position. His hands and feet were connected, forming a standard circular shape. The muscles and bones in his body started to change subtly under this position. Other than the immense pain, there was a strange energy circulating in his body. It was different from the yuan qi that he was familiar with. This energy was completely circulating in his muscles and blood vessels. It was pure physical strength. After holding on for 7 breaths, he finally could not hold on any longer. He was sent flying and smashed into the wall. He spat out a mouthful of blood and felt dizzy. However, his battered face was brimming with a smile. Under 10 times the gravity, the effect of the solar moon style is indeed multiplied. In less than 3 days, I will be able to reach the physical level of a martial disciple. At that time I will have at least a 60% chance of breaking through my meridians. Just as Li Yunxiao was in seclusion, the news of him defeating Yu Hejing in one move had also spread in the 10 times gravity zone. Everyone was carefully pondering. Although the martial technique was suspected to be a trick, using the body of an ordinary person to defeat a 7-chakra peak martial disciple still gave everyone a deep shock. It even subverted the views of some martial disciples. The students who were watching at that time, after thinking deeply about it, all gained something. And this person, Li Yunxiao, was also imprinted in their minds. Rolanduo and Yu Hejing also left the gravity zone a day later. However, when Yu Hejing left, he stared at the door of training room 013 with a venomous gaze, wishing that he could swallow the person inside. 3 days later, the door of training room 013 finally opened. A man covered in blood walked out from inside. The students in the waiting rooms in the public zone all revealed looks of shock. Who was this person? Not to mention his dirty face, which of the students who came here was not battered and battered when they left? The problem was that other than his battered face, this person's entire body was horribly covered in blood. A thick layer of blood covered the surface of his body like a blood armor, deeply piercing to the eyes. The thick stench of sweat and blood made the stomachs of all the students turn over. There were even a few female students who could not bear it and vomited on the spot. Other than that pair of eyes that were as bright as the stars, there was no longer a human figure. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Li Yunxiao directly walked into the teleportation circle and disappeared in the 10 times gravity zone. However, what no one noticed was that when he arrived, he was panting heavily, but when he left, it was as if he was walking on flat ground. Who was that just now? He actually tortured himself like a ghost. Was there a need to risk his life like that? You don't know. If I remember correctly, that person just now was the one who defeated Yu Hejing in one move, Li Yunxiao. What? It's actually him. TSK, no wonder he could defeat a peak martial disciple even with his meridians blocked. So it turns out that he was training with his life on the line. This is the power of love. Rolanduo promised that as long as Li Yunxiao could defeat her, she would give him the chance to pursue her. Although Rolanduo is beautiful, with his status as the young master of the Li clan, it shouldn't be difficult for him to get a few beauties of the same level, right? Who knows? But no matter how hard he works, it's impossible for him to defeat Rolanduo. No matter how skillful his martial skills are, in the face of absolute power, it is just a clown's performance. Indeed, Rolanduo is ranked in the top 5 among the new students. I heard that she reached the first elemental realm last month and became a true martial warrior. Don't be so emotional. Work hard, young man. A piece of trash and a girl are already ahead of us. Ah. Suddenly, a cry of surprise rang out. Everyone looked up and saw the student who was about to enter training room 013 standing at the door with a sluggish expression. Everyone walked up in confusion, and their faces darkened. A black ironstone target in the training room had been completely broken in half, and the upper half had fallen to the ground. On the ground, there was a shocking patch of blood. Everyone's heart violently twitched. This kid, is he even human? Li Yunxiao appeared in the gravity training room the next moment, and caused quite a bit of shock. But they calmed down quickly, and all the students who saw him had a bitter smile on their faces. Cultivating so fiercely was like a dose of cardiac stimulant, fiercely injected into every student's heart. Their original cultivation plan immediately doubled in volume. Li Yunxiao also felt that his appearance was a bit too eye-catching, so he immediately took out a clean set of clothes from his storage ring and put them on. Then, he quickly walked back to the dormitory. The effects of the tyrannical heavenly body refinement art were indeed heaven-defying, but the pain was also unbearable for ordinary people. Almost every inch of his skin and muscles was torn apart, and every pore was bleeding. Li Yunxiao almost fainted from the pain, but his instincts were still forcing him to hold on. Of all the experts who could train to the level of Emperor Wu, which one of them was normal? They all had to endure 100 times more hardship than normal people to achieve 100 times more success. There were no shortcuts on the path of the strong. Li Yunxiao took a shower immediately after returning to the dormitory. His originally scarred and shocking skin was as smooth as jade after washing, without a single scar. Between the movements of his body, he could clearly feel a power that he hadn't felt in a long time. Although it was still very weak, it was enough to make Li Yunxiao very satisfied. No wonder it's the world's #1 body tempering technique. It's even stronger than using a level 9 spiritual medicine to temper my body. With the strength of a martial disciple, I can also try some simple refining. As long as I can make some low-level pills, my training speed can be even faster. The strength of an alchemist depended on the amount of soul power they had, but for many basic refining techniques, one's body had to reach a certain level of strength before they could be carried out. Just as he was thinking about buying some medicinal ingredients and refining tools, he suddenly felt a chill behind his head. A gust of wind from a fist suddenly attacked him. Instinctively, he snorted coldly and grabbed the back of his head with his palm without even looking. Pa! A wave of energy blasted into his palm. Li Yunxiao clenched his 5 fingers and flipped his entire body in the air. His right hand followed his body's 360-degree spin. Kakaka, the sound of bones cracking rang out alongside a blood-curdling scream. Young Master Yun, it's me. My arm. Only then did Li Yunxiao see who it was. He said in a daze, Fatty Han? Han Bai grimaced in pain as he looked at his arm that was almost twisted into a fried dough twist. He wailed, Young Master Yun, my arm is crippled. Li Yunxiao snapped, what sneak attack? Serves you right. It only broke your bones into 7 pieces. Go back to the school infirmary and get some yellow cheesy and flour to mix it into a ball. Apply it on the wound for a few days and you'll be fine. I noticed that you were a little strange last time, so I wanted to test you, Han Bai said in disbelief. Young Master Yun, your power, could it be? Li Yunxiao shook his head and said, I haven't activated my chakra yet. Why are you looking for me? Han Bai's eyes widened and he said in disappointment, you're so strong, but you haven't activated your chakra yet? Where have you been hiding these days? Teacher Luo Yunsheng has been looking for you everywhere. Why is this? Little girl looking for me? Is she going to punish me by sending me to the gravity room? Li Yunxiao said lightly. A layer of cold sweat appeared on Han Bai's forehead. Little girl. Young Master Yun, have you lost your mind? If you want to die, just say it. There's one more thing that might be troublesome. Lan Fei hasn't seen him for the past few days. I heard that he's in seclusion to break through to the first origin realm. You crippled Du Feng and Luo Jia. When he comes out, the first thing he'll look for is you. Li Yunxiao glanced at the worried Han Bai and smiled. Don't worry, it's just the first origin realm. Just the first origin realm? Han Bai said angrily, do you know what the first origin realm means? It means condensing vital energy and stepping into the martial warrior level to become a true martial artist. There's a huge difference between martial warriors and us martial disciples. Qin Zhen, Princess Ruxue, and I have been worried about you for the past few days, but you're just at the first origin realm. Hee hee. Li Yunxiao smiled faintly. Martial warrior? He wasn't even worthy of licking his shoes. Although he had lost his cultivation, a mere martial warrior was nothing to him. Whether it was Yu Hejing or Lan Fei, they were no different from 3-year-old children in his eyes. I'm planning to buy something recently. I'm a little tight on cash, so I'll borrow some money from you. Although Li Yunxiao was the young master of the Li family, he had long been ostracized by the family. His pocket money was usually given out casually, so compared to the other noble young masters, he was still very shabby. Han Bai's eyes widened as he said in surprise, are you really not worried at all? You have to know that there are more than 3,000 new students in our batch, but I'm afraid there are only about 30 people who have reached the martial warrior level. With this result, even in the poor class, you would be at the top. The students in their class were all children of rich and powerful families, so they habitually called the other classes the poor class. However, the overall strength of their class was also the worst in the entire year, so the people in the other classes all called their class the trash class. Hee hee, I'm worried, but it's useless to worry. How much money do you have? Lend it all to me first, I'll return it to you another day. Young Master Yun, I think you've changed a lot. I'm truly convinced. Han Bai took out his storage bag and poured out a large pile of gold coins. There are about 200 to 300 of them, enough for you to spend for a year. Li Yunxiao bluntly put them all away, although it's a little small, I'll just have to make do with it. He picked up a gold coin and flicked it back to Han Bai, take it to buy medicine. Your arm must be applied within 24 hours, otherwise it will really be crippled. Han Bai was so frightened that he hurriedly picked up the gold coin and ran out. Just as he reached the door, there was a sudden bang. His fat body flew back through the air and spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. He fell directly at Li Yunxiao's feet and fainted. On that bulging belly, there was a clear footprint. You don't know what's good for you. A cold snort came from outside the door, then a black shadow was thrown in and fell beside Fatty Han. The person was covered in blood, and his face was swollen like a winter melon. He lay on the ground moaning, his mouth unintelligible. Li Yunxiao stared blankly for a while before recognizing Chen Jin. Li Yunxiao, you really have the guts to touch my people. Today, I'll make you completely cripple. More than 10 people rushed in from outside the door, led by Lan Fei. He walked in front with a proud expression, and with every step he took, the aura on his body rose. When he walked in front of Li Yunxiao, a beam of light emitted from his body, and his aura was astonishing, the light of vitality, the symbol of a martial warrior. Boss, you've really become a martial warrior. You must avenge me. Du Feng cried loudly behind him. His crotch was so swollen that it looked like a wash basin. It was obvious that there were too many bandages wrapped around it, and they had not been removed. Beside him, Luo Jia's face was also pale. His eyes were spitting out murderous rage, and his whole body was trembling in anger. Isn't it just a first origin stage? You still want to shine all over your body? Do you think you're a luminous pearl? Li Yunxiao bent down and looked at Han Bai and Chen Jin's injuries. Although they looked very serious, there were no fatal injuries. Only then did he feel relieved, but his eyes were already burning with killing intent. And you too, I haven't seen you for 3 days, how come your voices have changed? Where's the beard on your faces? Wah. This sentence hit Du Feng's fatal wound. He was so angry that he vomited blood and roared, kill him, kill him. Boss, you must kill him for me. His roar had a slightly sharp tone, and it sounded like a woman's voice. Suddenly, everyone's forehead broke out in a cold sweat, and they could not help but tremble. Lan Fei also trembled. He subconsciously tiptoed to the side, pointed at Li Yunxiao, and said angrily, do you want to kneel down and kowtow to admit your mistake, or do you want me to break your limbs and make you a complete cripple? Although Li Yunxiao was a cripple, and he could bully him at will, he still had a lot of concerns in his heart if he really wanted to kill him. After all, killing him would be a complete slap to the Li family's face. It would completely tear apart the fake peace between the two families, and no one could predict the consequences. Therefore, this time, he only came with the idea of crippling Li Yunxiao, and then humiliating him to vent Du Feng's anger. Cripple me? Li Yunxiao's eyes became cold, and his aura suddenly spread out. Although he did not have that kind of pressure, there seemed to be an indescribable aura condensing in the air, which made Lan Fei and more than 10 other people feel uncomfortable, and their palms were sweating. I haven't heard such arrogant words for a long time. What's going on? Why do I feel this kind of trembling? Lan Fei was shocked, and a kind of fear began to spread in his body. He suddenly gathered up his courage and roared angrily. A black iron sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed at Li Yunxiao without saying anything. This kind of inexplicable fear made him restless, and he was afraid that if he did not act decisively, he would not dare to attack again. This feeling was like standing on a small boat, facing the raging waves that engulfed the heavens and the earth. Why do I have this kind of feeling? Nonsense. He immediately got rid of the distracting thoughts, and then used all of his strength to slash at the sky directly. Decisive and unambiguous. Not bad, not bad. Li Yunxiao nodded with appreciation. The black iron sword also appeared in his hand, and he gently placed it in front of his chest. It was just a casual movement, but it blocked all of Lan Fei's sword aura. How dare you make fun of me? You are looking for death. Listening to Li Yunxiao's advice, Lan Fei was so angry that his face turned red. He increased the strength in his hands, and even a bit of qi that was used to protect the meridians was injected into the black iron sword. 120% of his strength suddenly fell down. Dang! The sound of the two swords colliding violently created sparks, and a huge force was transmitted to the black iron sword. The web between Li Yunxiao's thumb and index finger was split open, and his arms were numb. He was blown away, but he did not lose his balance. His feet were stuck to the ground for a few steps before he could stabilize his body. There was a deep cut on the black iron sword. He withstood my attack? How is that possible? Lan Fei's eyeballs almost popped out of his eye sockets. Even if he was a martial disciple, his opponent would not have been able to take a full blow from him, let alone a martial warrior. Could it be that this trash has activated his chakra? But why can't I feel any Yuanli? Not only was he shocked, but the people behind him also widened their eyes in shock. Li Yunxiao suppressed the hot blood in his chest and laughed, haha, that was fun. It's been a long time since I've fought with my full strength. Although the current situation is a little weird, that sword strike just now was really fun. Come, let me teach you a few more moves. Let me teach you a few more moves, arrogant. Lan Fei was so angry that his neck turned red. He suppressed the shock in his heart and raised his sword angrily. A stream of Yuanli was released from the black iron sword and his entire body exploded into the air. He swung his sword horizontally. Flowing cloud sword strike. Martial skill, it was the Lan family's inherited martial skill, flowing cloud sword art. The people behind him were all shocked. Du Feng was so excited that he screamed, sword like flowing cloud, it's the flowing cloud sword art. This kid is dead meat. The Lan clan's flowing cloud sword art was different from the common martial techniques sold on the market. It was a martial technique that only martial warriors could cultivate. When primordial chi was infused into the sword art, it immediately glowed brightly like a blazing sun in the sky, making it hard for one to look at it directly. Lan Fei had been practicing this skill since he was a peak martial disciple. Now that he had broken through to martial warrior, he could finally unleash the full power of the flowing cloud sword art. After using this skill, his confidence swelled. I'm a real one-star martial warrior now. Let's see how you can stop me. The flowing cloud sword art emphasizes on the sword being like a flowing cloud. It's unimpeded. When you use it, it's like moving clouds and flowing water. What is this? Holding a shining sword is like holding a candle. If you didn't shout it out, I wouldn't have known it was the flowing cloud sword art. Li Yunxiao's words infuriated Lan Fei so much that he almost spat out blood. He roared, don't try to argue with me. I'll take your cheap life. The sword light slashed down from the sky. Just as Li Yunxiao's entire body was about to be swallowed by the sword light, he lightly raised his black iron greatsword and casually pointed it out. He mumbled, to be able to receive a few pointers from me, you're already very fortunate. Thump. A crisp sound rang out, and the dazzling light was instantly extinguished. A black longsword was thrown into the air with a show sound. It streaked across the sky and directly pierced into the ceiling with a caw sound. Faint yuan qi was transmitted from the sword and directly rushed into Li Yunxiao's body. He snorted coldly in his heart, and his body twisted in a strange posture. A great pain came from his body, but the power of yuan qi was completely dissolved by this posture. The entire place was silent. Pfft. Lan Fei was dumbstruck. His eyes glazed over at his palm where the web between his thumb and forefinger had split open. He didn't even notice that Li Yunxiao had kicked him. All he felt was a sharp pain in his chest, and then he spat out a mouthful of blood and fell down. How is this possible? Everyone's brains stopped working. Their mouths were wide open, and they felt that the muscles on their necks were so stiff that they couldn't move. Lan Fei's entire mind was blank until he felt a chill in his crotch. Only then did he realize that Li Yunxiao was holding a greatsword, and the tip of the sword was only 3 inches away from his little bird. If Li Yunxiao's hand moved even a little, he would be completely finished. Immediately, his legs began to tremble in fear, and he was extremely angry. You, what are you doing? How dare you touch me? A trace of contempt flashed across Li Yunxiao's eyes, and he said with disdain, I don't dare. I'm so scared. Just now, your sword made my hand go numb. I'm afraid that I won't be able to hold the sword steadily, and I'm shaking so much. As if to match his words, Li Yunxiao's right hand began to tremble, and the tip of the sword swept back and forth between Lan Fei's crotch. Instantly, Lan Fei was so scared that his legs trembled like sifting chaff, and the stench of urine permeated the air. He was almost crying as he shouted, don't, take the sword away. Take it away? Li Yunxiao's eyes turned cold, and he said coldly, I don't care about what happened in the past, but this time, you injured Fat Pig Han and Stick Chen, and even wanted to kill me. Tell me, if I don't explode your little bird, do you think I can swallow this resentment? Don't, please, I beg you, I'll agree to whatever you say, please have mercy on me. Lan Fei suddenly began to cry, and he was so scared that he lost all his concentration. After all, he was only a 15-year-old boy. Once he heard that he was going to explode his little bird, he was scared out of his wits. There were more than 10 students in the field, and all of them were martial disciples around the age of 10. Seeing their boss, who was usually high and mighty, lying on the ground and crying like a pile of mud, and even peeing his pants, no one felt that it was embarrassing. If it were any other man, he would have been scared out of his wits. A man without a bird would be better off dead than alive, especially when they stole a glance at Du Feng and Luo Jia. Their faces turned pale, and they all stood there, not daring to make a sound. Even a martial warrior was no match for him. Even if they, the martial disciples, attacked him together, they would still die. If it was in his previous life, he would explode all of these people's little bird without saying a word. But now, his status was different, and he was weak. Lan Fei had just become a martial warrior, and he had no experience in fighting, so he could still win easily. If it were other experienced martial warriors, or martial masters above martial warriors, he would not have the slightest confidence to win. If you want to keep your little bird, you can buy it with some money. Money? Yes, I have money. Lan Fei seemed to have found a life-saving straw, and he hurriedly tried to take off the storage ring on his finger, but the harder he tried, the harder it was to take it off. This is troublesome. Li Yunxiao's sword flashed, and a line of blood appeared. Lan Fei screamed, and his finger and ring flew into the air. Li Yunxiao grabbed the storage ring, scanned it with his divine sense, and put it away with satisfaction. What are you looking at? And all of you, if you want to keep your little bird, be more conscious. Li Yunxiao glanced at them, and they all fell silent. They quickly took off all the storage rings in their hands and handed them over. Lan Fei used his hand to hold his broken finger, and then he calmed down a little. Can we go now? Li Yunxiao's eyes suddenly caught sight of a jade pendant hanging from Lan Fei's waist. His heart skipped a beat. He flicked his sword and the jade pendant flew straight into his hand. A look of surprise flashed in his eyes as he said, "This jade pendant is not bad. I want it." Lan Fei's expression changed, and he said hurriedly, "I can give you the other things, but not this jade pendant." He was stared at by Li Yunxiao, and his heart skipped a beat. He quickly explained, "This is the Lan family's protective jade pendant that has been passed down for generations. There are only 5 of them, and they are held by the core members of the Lan family. They are just a symbol of status. They are useless to you, but they are very important to me." He was so anxious that his forehead was dripping with cold sweat. If he lost this thing, the family would skin him alive. Li Yunxiao's expression turned cold, and he raised his sword, and said coldly, "They have too little, not enough to buy my little bird. I'll return the jade pendant to you, and I'll blow up their little bird. Or leave the jade pendant, and you can take your little bird back." The rest of the people were shocked, and they all looked at Lan Fei anxiously. Lan Fei's expression was unusually ugly. His true thoughts were, of course, that his jade pendant was more important. However, these people were all disciples of the various great clans that had attached themselves to the Lan clan, and some of them were even direct descendants. If he chose the jade pendant, and these people were killed by Li Yunxiao, he would not be able to live anymore. "Boss Lan." Shang Guanqing saw that he was hesitating, and finally could not help but shout. Lan Fei's face was green, and he said in a low voice, "Although this jade pendant is very important to me, it is nothing compared to my brother's. Let's go." He waved his hand, trying to look cool. But his crotch area and pants were wet, and his face was purple from embarrassment. Still trying to act tough? Li Yunxiao's eyes flashed with a murderous look, and his sword moved in a strange direction. A cold chill shot through the air, and as fast as lightning, it went straight for Lan Fei's throat. Lan Fei was shocked to find that his entire body was locked on by this murderous aura, and he could not dodge it. The cold murderous aura entered his body, and for the first time in 15 years, he felt like he was going to die. He screamed in fear, and instinctively reached out to his side. Without thinking, he grabbed Shang Guanqing, who was the closest to him, and pulled him in front of him as a shield. Shang Guanqing was shocked, and tried to break free, but he was no match for the first origin stage Lan Fei, and was used as a shield. Bang! Li Yunxiao's sword stopped, and he drew an arc in the air, sheathed his sword, and smiled faintly. I was just joking with Master Fei, you can go. You. Lan Fei almost vomited blood, and Shang Guanqing was so scared that his face was pale, and his legs were shaking uncontrollably. Lan Fei's face was dark, and Shang Guanqing looked at him with a dark expression, and lowered his head, not saying a word. He was so angry that his chest was about to explode. The Shangguan family was the biggest force that was attached to the Lan family. And Shang Guanqing was the direct descendant, and his biggest help in the future. But he knew that from this moment on, not only was this help gone, it was very likely that he would become his enemy in inheriting the position of patriarch. He didn't dare to say another word, and rushed out of Li Yunxia's dormitory. He didn't want to stay here a minute longer. The others also shut their mouths and followed him out with their heads lowered. Li Yunxiao took out the jade pendant, and observed it for a moment, and was overjoyed. Great, it really is the 5-colored sacred void stone. He put away the jade pendant, and looked up at the ceiling. You've been watching for so long, it's time to come out. A few moments later, the ceiling shook, and Jia Rong, dressed in black, descended from the sky. He looked at Li Yunxiao with a complicated expression, and his eyes were full of disbelief. Li Yunxiao said lightly, did you enjoy watching? Did you gather everything? Jia Rong's expression was very serious. He had seen everything just now, and he couldn't even see how Li Yunxiao defeated Lan Fei. He originally planned to sneak in, capture this young man, and force him to tell him the antidote. But now, he didn't dare to move. Although he was an intermediate martial warrior, he didn't have the confidence to win, let alone capture him alive. I only collected 6 portions because some of the medicinal ingredients are too remote. I collected almost all of the Alchemist's Guild and only managed to collect 6 portions. 6 portions? Alright, give them to me first. With the 5-colored divine void stone, he was almost 100% confident in breaking through the meridians. He was in a good mood and pointed at Han Bai and Chen Zhen, who were still lying on the ground. Heal them first. Jia Rong handed over a storage bag and his expression changed. He said angrily, what do you think I am? Do I listen to your commands? Li Yunxiao stared at him coldly. If you don't like it, then scram. Jia Rong was so angry that his scalp went numb. He had a noble status, yet he was being ordered around by a child. However, he had no choice but to lower his head when he was under someone else's roof, not to mention that it was related to his life and future. He bent down and checked their injuries. He took out 2 light yellow pills from the ring and put them into their mouths. Alright, it's time to tell me the antidote. I've already done what you asked. Don't even think about making me listen to your commands again. Li Yunxiao squinted his eyes and looked harmless. How many people cry and beg to listen to my commands? I dare to bet that you will definitely ask to listen to me obediently later. Jia Rong's expression changed drastically. He said angrily, you want to go back on your words? Li Yunxiao snorted coldly. Who do you think I am? Why would I lie to a mere soldier-level alchemist like you? He waved his hand and a piece of paper shot through the air. Jia Rong was speechless. What did he mean by mere soldier-level alchemist? Every arcane refiner was a noble existence and had a great influence. He pinched the paper with 2 fingers and his expression darkened. The force on the paper was stronger than he had imagined. He looked at it with a gloomy face and immediately revealed a look of ecstasy. He hurriedly put it away. With his knowledge, although he could not be 100% sure that what was written on it was correct, he could roughly tell that Li Yunxiao did not lie to him. I've taken the item. We're even. Jia Rong turned around and was about to leave. This youth was too strange. He couldn't see through him at all. Originally, he wanted to take revenge for the humiliation he suffered last time, but a faint sense of fear rose in his heart, making him feel that it was better to avoid trouble. His life and future were the most important. This prescription can remove the poison of the Yin Wind Stone and Blood Flame Orchid in your body, and it won't leave any side effects. Li Yunxiao said unhurriedly, but during this period of time when you were corroded, didn't you feel that your soul power was getting weaker and weaker every time you cultivated? It seems like it's regressing? Jia Rong's body instantly stiffened. After an arcane refiner consumes his soul power, his recovery speed is at least 10 times slower than a martial artist's Yuan Qi. However, if he wanted to make up for the loss of his soul power, it would be 100 times slower than normal cultivation. Although you haven't been corroded by the poison for a long time, with your talent, it will take at least 20 to 30 years for you to return to your original realm. Furthermore, the chances of him becoming a rank 1 arcane refiner were slim. I won't discourage you. If you're lucky, there's still hope in 50 years. Jia Rong's expression was extremely ugly. How could he not know these things? The reason why arcane refiners had such a high status was because the cultivation of their soul power was abnormally difficult, and it was almost impossible to recover after it regressed. There was already a gap between him and a rank 1 arcane refiner, and if he wanted to break through to this realm again, it would probably be 50 years later, and that would still depend on his luck. If his luck wasn't good, he might only be an advanced apprentice alchemist for the rest of his life. What do you mean by this? Nothing. I just happen to know a method that can let you become a true warrior-level arcane refiner in 50 days. 50 days? Jia Rong's body felt like it was struck by lightning, and his eyes widened. How is that possible? You lied to me. Even if his soul power hadn't dissipated, he didn't have the confidence to become a warrior-level arcane refiner in 50 days. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken the risk and used the Yin Wind Stone. Li Yunxiao's expression darkened, and he sneered coldly, "Who do you think you are to be deceived by me?" Jia Rong was stunned, and his body couldn't move at all. He had 10,000 doubts about Li Yunxiao's words, but the huge temptation of becoming an arcane refiner made him really unable to give up. He immediately admitted defeat. "I'm sorry, I was too shocked. Do you really have the confidence to let me recover my soul power in 50 days? Li Yunxiao stretched out his index finger and shook it, and coldly snorted, "Not to recover soul power, but to become a true warrior-level arcane refiner. Actually, I can completely let you advance in 5 days, but you're not worthy of my nurturing." Jia Rong swallowed his saliva with difficulty. "What do I have to do for you to help me?" Li Yunxiao's eyes turned cold, and he said word by word, "Become my slave." Impossible. Jia Rong's pupils suddenly shrank, and his expression changed greatly. He angrily said, "You, a yellow-haired brat, actually want to take an arcane refiner as a slave? Too arrogant." Li Yunxiao quietly sat on the wooden chair, and a natural aura emitted from his body. A trace of ridicule flashed in his eyes, and he coldly said, "If it wasn't for the fact that I'm currently not strong enough, do you think you have the qualifications to be my slave? Even so, you only have the qualifications to be my slave for 50 days. After 50 days, get out of my sight." Jia Rong was so shocked that his mind went blank. Li Yunxiao's words made his head go numb, but he didn't show the slightest bit of anger. This was because the undisguised ridicule and condescension in the other party's eyes weren't fake at all, but natural, as if it was true, and he didn't have the qualifications to be his slave, and it was natural. Oh my God, what exactly is going on? Who exactly is this brat? Madman? How can a madman see through my problem with one look, and even have a way to solve it? I've searched through the entire Arcane Refiner Guild, but I couldn't find a way. Li Yunxiao's indifferent voice sounded, "Do you feel that being my slave is very unfair?" Nonsense, of course it's unfair. Jia Rong cursed in his heart. Suddenly, Li Yunxiao's eyes flashed, and a strange golden light flashed past. At this moment, Jia Rong's eyes suddenly widened, and a huge sense of fear surged through his body. It was a trembling that came directly from the depths of his soul, as if it was innate, a natural reverence and trembling towards a god. Bang! He could no longer stand steadily, and his 2 legs directly knelt on the greenstone floor, his entire body drenched in cold sweat. The pressure on his soul made him not dare to raise his head again. What's going on? What exactly is going on? How can a child have such a strong soul pressure? Who is he? Jia Rong was completely stunned. Not only was he stunned, he was also afraid, a deep sense of fear. That kind of contempt and pressure on his soul, he felt that as long as the other party moved slightly, his soul would be destroyed. It was like a high and mighty martial artist, able to kill a martial disciple with a flick of his finger. I'll give you 3 breaths of time, are you willing or not? Was he willing or not? If he obtained it, he might rise to the top; if he missed it, he might regret it for the rest of his life. I'm willing. Jia Rong clenched his teeth, as if he used all the strength in his body to say these few words. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, he suddenly felt his body relax, and his entire body was completely exhausted, directly collapsing on the ground. However, his heart was extremely comfortable, as if he had successfully completed a major task. This made his heart extremely shocked. A trace of a smile flashed in Xianxia's eyes. Not bad, you're quite decisive. You will know in the future how lucky you are today's decision. Since you've already recognized me as your master, I will naturally not mistreat you. He flicked his finger, and a prescription shot out. Cultivate according to this method. If you can't become a warrior-level arcane master within 5 days, it will prove that your aptitude is low, and you are not qualified to be my servant, and you don't need to see me in the future. Jia Rong's eyes were filled with shock, and he took the prescription and looked at it. In an instant, his entire body felt like it had been struck by lightning, and he screamed involuntarily, "Soul refining technique." Li Yunxiao lightly snorted, and said indifferently, "It's just the most trashy soul refining technique, but it's enough for you to completely recover within 5 days, and even become a warrior-level arcane master." That prescription seemed to have an inexhaustible magic power. Jia Rong's body trembled unceasingly. His shriveled body seemed to have been injected with chicken blood as he jumped up again. His eyes were incomparably excited. The soul refining technique. It's actually the soul refining technique. Master, is this true? He shouted the word master with difficulty, and previously felt extremely wronged, humiliated, and angry in his heart, but now it had all disappeared, and only a heart full of excitement was left. Li Yunxiao frowned. Just call me young Master Yun. This is just the most trashy soul refining technique. As long as you perform well, I won't be stingy with the reward. Go back. If there's anything, I will send you to the Arcane Alchemist Association to find you. Yes, young Master Yun. Jia Rong trembled as he took out an exquisite jade box and placed the prescription inside. Then, he carefully stored it in his storage ring. He bowed to Li Yunxiao, and then excused himself. The most important aspect of an arcane master's cultivation was the nourishment of their soul power, but the only way for ordinary arcane masters to increase their soul power was through continuous arcane refinement. It was rumored that there were methods to directly temper soul power on the path of arcane refinement, but these methods had only been described sporadically in a few ancient records, and whether or not they truly existed was a mystery. Jia Rong never imagined that he would actually be able to obtain such a rumored thing one day. As soon as he left the academy, he immediately felt as if the world had cleared up, and his heart was incomparably carefree and excited. Just who is this young Master Yun? What he used just now should be the legendary soul-absorbing technique. He actually grasped such a secret technique. Jia Rong was an arcane master, after all, and he immediately understood what was going on. Otherwise, there was no way an ordinary child could possess such a terrifying soul pressure. And the soul refining technique? Such a precious thing is actually given away as if it's a street item. In the entire Aquasky nation, even the royal family wouldn't be so extravagant, right? No matter what, it's worth it to be his slave for a few years to obtain the soul refining technique. His heart began to feel extremely balanced, and he felt as if he had taken advantage of the heavens. Furthermore, the value of the soul refining technique was immeasurable. If others were to find out about it, even he would be in danger of being killed. Thus, he carefully hid himself and hurriedly made his way to the Arcane Refinement Tower. Li Yunxiao sat on the chair and pondered for a while. If not for the fact that he was too weak, he would not have needed to take Jia Rong as a slave. And after using the soul absorbing technique just now, his spirit power was greatly damaged. It's a pity that my spirit power was greatly weakened after my rebirth. Otherwise, a mere soldier-level refiner would not need to go through so much trouble. After his rebirth, his spirit power was not even comparable to a normal soldier-level refiner. Just now, he had only used the soul-absorbing technique to stun Jia Rong. If Jia Rong had recovered, he would definitely have felt that something was wrong. That was why he gave him the soul-refining technique. This was called hitting someone with a stick and giving them a bun. Otherwise, no matter how trashy the soul-refining technique was, it was still a priceless treasure. How could he give it away so easily? Li Yunxiao sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. In his mind, a golden text began to appear. It was all indecipherable tadpole characters, flashing and disappearing in his sea of consciousness. But no matter how he thought, he could not make the tadpole characters appear in his mind. After his soul awakened, it was only a matter of time before he became an expert. But Li Yunxiao's goal was not just that. He wanted to become an existence that surpassed his past life, and break through to that legendary realm. His biggest reliance now was not the memories of his past life, nor was it the tyrannical heaven refining body technique. But before he fell in his past life, he found a soul-refining technique in the Xianxia Mountains, the Great Divine Evolution Technique. He had never heard of this soul-refining technique, and the soul-refining technique recorded in it was even more beyond his imagination. To be able to be reborn, it was definitely related to this Great Divine Evolution Technique. When he recovered the memories of his past life, the voice that rang in his mind was this Divine Evolution Technique. The cultivators on the Sky Martial continent were basically divided into martial cultivators and technique cultivators. The former was mainly qi refinement, and there was an extremely small number of martial cultivators who specialized in body refinement, which were normal martial artists. The latter was soul refining technique, which were refiner masters. These three corresponded to a person's essence, qi, and spirit. Regardless of which one reached the peak, one could become an existence that could shake the entire continent. However, Li Yunxiao, who had cultivated his qi and spirit to the overlord realm, knew the importance of the three complementing each other. The few titled Emperor Wu who were ranked at the top of the heaven and earth wind and cloud list had all cultivated two of them to the pinnacle, which was why they were able to surpass other existences. It was also because he was stuck at the peak of the Jiutian realm that he realized that the strength of his body was restricting him from making further breakthroughs. That was why he tried to get the tyrannical physique refining art. Only when one's body, qi, and soul reached the pinnacle at the same time could they break through to the legendary 10 Directions realm. With this divine evolution technique, I will definitely be able to cultivate my soul power to the peak of the 9th Order Emperor realm. Coupled with Beishan's body refining technique, when the three of them combine, I will be invincible in the world. A bright light flashed across his eyes. It was as if he could see through the layers of space and stared at the end of the endless void. With this 5-colored sacred space stone, I can refine at least 13 immortal needles, which would be enough to stimulate the potential of my body and help me break through to the chakra realm. He calmed his heart and began to circulate the divine evolution technique. The soul power that he had just lost recovered at a terrifying speed. Not long after, he reached the pinnacle of an arcane apprentice. I'm still a little away from becoming a first-order warrior, but it's enough to refine immortal needles and concoct medicine. After he settled Han Bai and Qinjin down, he walked towards the training room. The training room in the single dormitory was made of extremely tough diamond rock. Not only was it difficult for ordinary martial artists to injure it, it was also soundproof. Li Yunxiao took out a type of purple gold sand from the materials Jiao Rong gave him. He clapped his hands and turned it into dust. He drew a pentagram-like formation on the ground. Once the formation was formed, a strange force began to spread. He placed the 5-colored sacred space stone on the ground, took out the black greatsword and slashed it down with all his strength. With a boom, it shattered into countless tiny pieces. A golden light flashed between his eyebrows. An invisible wave of soul power rippled out and wrapped all the tiny pieces, condensing them on the pentagram-like formation. Those tiny pieces seemed to be attracted by the formation's power. They began to tremble non-stop, and the frequency became higher and higher. Li Yunxiao carefully used his soul power to control the rhythm of the 5-colored sacred space stone's tiny pieces, allowing them to move freely. If someone were to witness the entire process again, they would definitely be dumbfounded. Whether it was carving formations, refining stones, or using soul power, they were all completely different from normal arcane masters. It was basically incomprehensible. Li Yunxiao's rich experience from his previous life made up for his lack of strength. Originally, only a warrior-level alchemist could refine something, but with the strength of an advanced alchemist apprentice, he could refine it with ease. Large amounts of five-colored sacred space stone fragments began to explode on the formation. Like frying beans, they quickly turned into a sticky substance and began to condense. The color of the liquid became brighter and brighter. Large amounts of white dust directly drifted out. He actually integrated the purification step into the refinement process. If those people from the Arcane Alchemist Guild saw this, their jaws would definitely drop. Condense. Li Yunxiao spat out a single word and pointed his index finger at the void in front of him. The essence qi that had been extracted from the array formation instantly condensed into 13 tiny needle-like lights, reflecting a five-colored light. It was so beautiful, the 13 glowing needles landed lightly in Li Yunxiao's hand. He was too lazy to look at them. He directly put them into his ring. Next, let's begin to brew the meridian cleansing medicine. He casually took out more than 10 glassware of different sizes. They were arranged in a row on the ground. He took out a large bottle of red liquid from his storage bag. It emitted a pungent smell. It was actually the blood of some kind of demonic beast. He poured them into the containers one by one. Then, Li Yunxiao took a deep breath. A glimmer of light flashed across his eyes. He quickly took out various materials from his storage bag and placed them into different containers. Very soon, different strange reactions began to appear in the containers. Various vibrations and gases were emitted from the different containers. They emitted colorful bubbles. Li Yunxiao spread out his soul power. All the reactions were monitored by his sea of knowledge. He could see his hands continuously adding materials into the containers to counteract the violent changes. Bang! 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 Sounds of explosions rang out continuously, and the containers finally couldn't withstand the violent reaction and exploded one after another. Streams of colorful liquid shot into the sky like water guns. Collect! Li Yunxiao waved his hand. An exquisite crystal container danced in the air. A total of 9 streams of liquid fell into it with unerring accuracy. His hand trembled and he began to shake it continuously. The 9 different colored liquids quickly fused together to form a bottle of dark green liquid. It quietly flowed within the container. The entire process lasted for about an hour. Due to the excessive consumption of soul power, Li Yunxiao's face and forehead were covered in a dense layer of sweat. His entire body was soaked in sweat. Large droplets of sweat fell to the ground. Phew! Li Yunxiao let out a long breath. Haha, the treasured sword is not old. I've finally mastered it. The green liquid in the crystal container looked very calm. However, Li Yunxiao could feel the surging power of an undercurrent. It was an extremely surging power. He didn't have time to rest. He really wanted to know the effects of the medicine. Very quickly, he got a large bucket of boiling water and slowly poured the dark green medicine in his hand into it. Gurgle, gurgle. A loud boiling sound could be heard. The temperature of the water seemed to have increased by 100 degrees. Large amounts of water vapor rose, and the entire room was covered in a faint green color. It was so dark that one couldn't even see their fingers. Li Yunxiao's body started to heat up in the water vapor. The huge heat slowly penetrated his skin. He took out the 5-colored godly void needle and carefully inserted it into his body. With every needle, he could feel a force piercing through his skin into his meridians. Not only was there no pain, but it was also very comfortable. Splash! After the 13 needles pierced into his body, he directly jumped into the boiling medicinal water. Apart from the scalding heat that burned his skin, a huge amount of medicinal power frantically surged into his body, spreading to his limbs and bones. His entire body began to turn pale green at a speed visible to the naked eye. His whole body was in pain, but his face revealed a look of joy. The effect of the medicine was better than expected. After closing his eyes tightly, he formed a seal with both hands and sat still quietly. It formed a strange contrast with the boiling water vapor around him. The 13 needles that were inserted into his body emitted a faint colorful light. It was as if there was a force circulating on them. The medicine that he had concocted was mostly poisonous. However, it could form a subtle balance when used together. It had an unexpected miraculous effect on cleansing the meridians and marrow. Ordinary people who didn't know much about medicine and concoction would not dare to use it. Even he had to carefully rinse it 10 times. Otherwise, a careless move could cause the toxicity to be out of balance and cause death on the spot. However, after obtaining the 5-colored godly void needle, his steps were completely changed. The 5-colored godly void needle contained the power of the 5 elements. When stimulating the acupuncture points, not only could it absorb the power of the 5 elements through the needle, but it could also effectively protect the acupuncture points. Li Yunxiao could clearly feel a cool and comfortable feeling coming from the 13 main acupuncture points in his body. It was as if his acupuncture points were opening and closing as he breathed, breathing in and out elemental energy. After the power of the medicine was absorbed into his body, it flowed along his meridians and rushed to every part of his body. It started to open up the damaged and dried up meridians one by one. Under the immense pain, his face gradually revealed a joyful smile. Just as the medicinal effect was getting more and more intense, his hands started to form all kinds of hand seals, guiding the medicinal effect in his body to circulate. From the outside, the meridians swelled up on his skin like the intertwined roots of tree branches. It was a terrifying sight. There was also a faint green aura faintly seeping out of his meridians. Boom! A muffled sound rang out in his body. All the meridians were instantly blasted open. The medicinal effect surged into his limbs and bones. Under the guidance of the hand seals, it circulated a great cycle, unobstructed. It's done. Li Yunxiao was overjoyed. However, he didn't stand up. Instead, he formed a few hand seals and continued to guide the medicinal efficacy towards the chakra in his chest. The meridians were all cleared. The next step was to open the first chakra. Ordinary people would open it from the top to the bottom, starting from the crown chakra. However, Li Yunxiao didn't follow the rules. He directly opened the heart chakra, which was the most difficult part. A dark green radiance started to condense in his heart. The radiance grew brighter and brighter, like a flower bud blooming in an instant. Instantly, he felt that the long-awaited energy in his heart chakra was finally released. He opened his eyes abruptly. A ray of light flashed across his pupils like lightning. A weird posture suddenly appeared in his mind. Li Yunxiao had an epiphany. He shouted in a deep voice, the second move of tyrannical heaven body refining technique, mountain form. He put his palms together and sank into the medicinal liquid like a mountain. The boiling medicinal liquid around him seemed to be attracted by some kind of force. It started to revolve around him like a flowing galaxy. The light from the heart chakra in front of his chest became the eye of the whirlpool. Streams of energy kept pouring into it. Ha! Open them all. The radiance on the heart chakra instantly blossomed. 2 rays of light rushed along his body. Soon, the sun chakra, self chakra, throat chakra, and glabella chakra lit up with different colors under the impact of the heart chakra's energy. Apart from the light green in the room, the other chakra lights started to reflect. Boom! Just when Li Yunxiao wanted to absorb the energy from the medicinal liquid to open the last 2 chakras, the energy that his body could withstand had reached its peak. 13 5-colored godly void needles shot out from his acupoints. The balance of his body was destroyed. A huge force exploded in the wooden barrel. The moment the meridians and marrow cleansing medicine exploded, it evaporated into mist. The entire practice room was wet as if it had been washed by water. Li Yunxiao walked out of the mist. He sighed, only 3 chakras. What a pity. If other martial disciples heard that he had opened 3 chakras at once and said it was a pity, they would definitely bite him to death out of jealousy. Li Yunxiao carefully put away the 5-colored god void needles. After using them, the 13 needles had clearly become thinner and thinner. The 5-colored god void needle has a great effect on stimulating the potential of one's body. The Lan family must think of a way to get the other 4. After thinking for a while, he changed into a set of clean clothes and walked out of the room. When he arrived at the hall, he happened to see Han Bai and Chen Jin coming out of their rooms. The injuries on their bodies were almost healed, but Chen Jin's bloated face did not disappear at all. Young Master Yun! The 2 of them exclaimed in unison as they stared at Li Yunxiao in shock. Their eyes burned with fury. Han Bai said furiously, Lan Fei and that group of people are too much. He actually poisoned young Master Yun with such a heavy poison. Do you think he would dare to kill us in public? Chen Zhen was also furious. I really want to go back and gather 10,000 troops to wipe them out. Young Master Yun, are you alright? This poison. Only now did Li Yunxiao realize that his entire body had a faint green color. This was a symptom of the drug's effects still lingering in his body. He would slowly recover. He briefly explained the matter to them, and the two of them were dumbfounded. They were stunned for a long time. Young Master Yun, you're saying that you taught them a lesson and even robbed them all? Young Master Yun, you're saying that you've already opened all of your meridians and 5 chakras? Chen Zhen burst into laughter. Haha, I knew it. How could the son of General Fei Long be trash? You've suddenly become stronger than all of us. When the 3 of us graduate and inherit the title of nobility, we'll immediately gather 1,000,000 soldiers and wipe out the Lan family. The shock on Han Bai's face gradually faded, and he fell into deep thought. Young Master Yin opening his chakras is naturally great news, but it's also troublesome. Lan Fei and the others will definitely not let this go. I'm afraid that young Master Yun will be in even more danger. Chen Zhen was immersed in his heroic thoughts. He said disdainfully, they're just some small fry. They're not young Master Yun's match now, and they won't be in the future. Do you think they'll dare to send people to cause trouble in the academy? In the entire Tianshui country, there were only 2 martial kings in the 5-element realm. One of them was the principal of Jialan Academy, Zhongli Shan. He was also known as the strongest person in Tianshui country. A country had its laws, and a family had its rules. However, Jialan Academy had its own rules. Even a king had to follow the rules of Jialan Academy. There was once a son of an assistant minister from the Ministry of War who suffered a loss in the academy. When he returned, he called the experts from his family to beat up another student. On the second day, the cultivation of all the martial artists from the assistant minister's family was crippled. From then on, the family completely declined and disappeared from the center of the country's politics. This matter made all the aristocratic families in Tianshui country fearful. Even the princes and princesses didn't dare to behave atrociously in the academy. However, the academy didn't forbid students from fighting each other. Thus, in the academy, one could only rely on one's own ability. Han Bai shook his head. Lan Fei is naturally not a threat now, but have you forgotten about the person ranked 3rd on the minor honor board? Chen Zhen's pupils constricted, and his expression instantly turned ugly. The Heaven and Earth Honor Board was a ranking of the top experts in Tianshui continent. There were a total of 100 experts. In Li Yunxiao's previous life, Gu Feiyang was ranked 3rd on the list. As for the minor honor board that Han Bai mentioned, it was a ranking created by Jialan Academy. Every year, it would be rearranged through a competition. The person ranked 3rd was another direct descendant of the Lan family. He was Lan Fei's half-brother, Lan Xian. Han Bai helplessly smiled bitterly. Lan Xian is a student who is about to graduate this year. His strength is so strong that he has already begun to break through to the 2nd stage of martial master. Furthermore, he was the leader of the Xian gang. Even if he graduated, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Even if he graduates, as long as he gives the word, the experts in the Xian gang will not dare to disobey. Chen Zhen also started to worry. Martial master. I'm afraid he can directly join the divine guards of the kingdom after graduation. How amazing. This Lan Xian seems to be only 18 years old, right? Han Bai nodded his head solemnly. That's right. An 18-year-old martial master is considered a rare genius in Tianshui country. At this rate, it is not impossible for him to become a deputy commander of the divine guards in the future. Chen Zhen's face turned even uglier. He is a martial master. He won't come looking for trouble for such a small matter, right? Han Bai also echoed, he probably won't personally make a move. There is still a period of time before the holidays. I hope he can endure until he graduates. The corner of Li Yunxiao's mouth curled up slightly. With a smile in his eyes, he said, don't worry. He will definitely come looking for me. Even if he doesn't come, I will go looking for him. He sneered in his heart. I am still waiting to use the 5-colored divine void stone on Lan Xian. In an exquisite little building in the academy, Lan Fei roared furiously, Uncle, this time I will not take this lying down. Wang Feng's eyes turned cold as he reprimanded, shut up. You idiot. You almost caused trouble. Fortunately, Lan Xian is in seclusion. Otherwise, your mother's many years of nurturing would have gone to waste. Lan Fei was shocked. Then, he said in disbelief, how could it be so serious? I was just looking for Brother Xian to teach that trash a lesson for me. Vent? Humph. A trace of mockery flashed in Wang Feng's eyes. He sneered, and you call him Brother Xian so intimately? What a blockhead. So what if that trash from the Li family is? You have to understand that your biggest enemy is Lan Xian. Now that you have lost the family's keepsake, if Lan Xian finds out, you will be reprimanded by the family and fall out of favor. At worst, you will lose your status as a direct descendant. It is not impossible for you to be demoted to a collateral relative. Lan Fei's face turned pale. He said fearfully, then what should I do? Uncle, you have to help me. Wang Feng narrowed his eyes and said seriously, don't worry. You are the biological son of my good sister. If I don't help you, who should I help? However, as a teacher of the academy, I cannot make a move on a student for no reason. Otherwise, I will not have a good ending. There are only 7 days left before the annual assessment of the beginner class. From what you said, that kid has not activated his chakra. At that time, I will apply to be the chief examiner for this assessment. If he cannot display the light of chakra, I will expel him according to the academy rules. At that time, when he leaves the academy, before he returns to the Li family, it will be the time for us to make our move. At that time, we will take back the family keepsake. As for that trash, we can kill him at will. Lan Fei said angrily, we still have to wait for 7 days? When I think of the humiliation I received that day, I want to skin him right now. Right, we must break his balls. Humph, you can't even handle such a small setback. How can I expect you to accomplish anything big? I am really anxious for my sister. Compared to Lan Xian, the gap is too big. Wang Feng said with a cold gaze. Lan Fei's face turned white. His nails dug into his flesh. He gritted his teeth and said, all right, I will listen to uncle. Let him jump around for another 7 days. However, don't think that he will have a good time in these 7 days. I have a way to ruin his reputation. When that time comes, I will need uncle's cooperation. Wang Feng's eyes flashed with doubt, do you have any good ideas? Lan Fei's face revealed a sinister smile as he whispered in Wang Feng's ear. Wang Feng was stunned for a moment. He then laughed, good. Do it. If you succeed, we won't have to wait for 7 days. No wonder you're the son of my good sister. Uncle has underestimated you before. HM? Who is sneaking around? Li Yunxiao, who was cultivating the divine evolution technique in his dormitory, suddenly frowned. His divine sense was far beyond that of an ordinary person. He immediately sensed that there were 2 people carefully hiding outside his dormitory. It was already late at night. Could it be a thief? It was common for wealthy students to have their belongings stolen in the academy. This was nothing new. This was especially true for wealthy students like him, who had their own dormitories. They were the targets of thieves. Li Yunxiao walked out and opened the door. Suddenly, a pink letter fell to the ground. To Yunxiao. 4 words were written in beautiful strokes. A faint pink fragrance wafted from it. Li Yunxiao frowned. He tore open the envelope and saw that it was a love letter. There were only 4 lines of poetry on it. The moon rises above the willow tree. I meet behind the maple forest. Tonight, when the moon is full, I wish to be with you as before. Signed, Rolanduo. Little. Maple Forest was a sacred place for dating in the academy. Many men and women were entangled there. Li Yunxiao squinted his eyes. That proud figure flashed across his mind. He smiled and moved towards Little Maple Forest in a flash. As soon as Li Yunxiao left, 2 figures appeared in front of his dormitory. One of them took out a key and opened the door with a few knocks. The 2 entered dejectedly and came out after a few minutes. They locked the door carefully. There was nothing in their hands. They didn't look like thieves. Heh. Have you put everything away? This time I'll make this trash suffer the consequences. I'll take revenge for what happened last time. Young Master Fei is truly resourceful to be able to come up with such a scheme. I'm afraid that this brat's brain is currently filled with lust and has sunk into the fantasy of a date. Humph. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Roland is famous for being arrogant. Why would she like this trash? Stop talking. Let's go. We'll be watching a good show tonight. The two of them left quietly like a wisp of smoke, and Li Yunxiao's figure instantly appeared at the door. Those two were the ones who came with Lan Fei last time. He recognized them at once. They snuck into his dormitory. He didn't know what they were up to. Li Yunxiao smiled coldly. He pushed open the door to his room. Very quickly, he found something under his blanket. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. A large amount of women's underwear. They were colorful and fragrant. They were all stuffed under his blanket. Well done, Lan Fei. Li Yunxiao looked at these things and naturally understood Lan Fei's plot. He said coldly, "Since you want to play dirty, I'll play with you." His eyes flashed and he quickly disappeared from the room. An hour later, Li Yunxiao's figure could be seen running towards Little Maple Forest. Little Maple Forest covered an area of more than 100 acres. It was a beautiful scenery in Jiaolan Academy. During the day, it was a training ground for many students. During the night, it became a holy land for women, especially during this dark and windy season, when the weather was cool. Not everyone could afford to live in a single dormitory. Most students lived in a dormitory with 4 or even 8 people. Thus, Little Maple Forest had become a holy land in their hearts. As soon as Li Yunxiao stepped in, he used his divine sense and discovered more than 30 couples moaning and moaning. Some of them couldn't help but make all kinds of big movements, and all kinds of sounds of ecstasy came from them. Ah! Help, help! A soft cry could be heard. The voice was not loud, but it just reached Li Yunxiao's ears. Under the moonlight, a young girl with a veil covering her body ran out of the forest. Her face was full of fear. Her clothes had already been torn, revealing her fair skin. Under the moonlight, she appeared especially alluring. Coupled with the fear on her beautiful face, it was enough to make one feel tender affection for her. Stop right there. You little slut, it's your fortune that I like you. Behind her, a nobleman dressed in luxurious clothes rushed out with a face full of anger and malevolence. He reached out to grab the woman. Senior, save me. When the woman saw Li Yunxiao, it was as if she had seen her savior. Her face was full of joy. She quickly ran forward and wanted to get close to him. Whoosh! A large sword streaked across the sky and stood upright in Li Yunxiao's hand. The tip of the sword was pointed at the woman's throat. A cold voice came from Li Yunxiao's throat. Stop if you don't want to die. The woman was stunned. She was obviously surprised, but she quickly said anxiously, Senior, save me. Someone wants to molest me. Pearl-sized teardrops rolled down the woman's cheeks. She cried pitifully. The tears of a beauty were even more pitiful. I beg you. As long as you save me once. I will promise you anything. When one was young, one's blood and chi were not stable. One must guard against lust. Any young man who saw such a scene would be unable to control himself and want to be the hero saving the beauty. However, Li Yunxiao's face was as calm as ever. Under the moonlight, there was no trace of emotion. He closed his eyes slightly, and the sword was still pointed at the woman's throat. How could he have such a heart of stone? Kid, if you don't want to die, then get lost. This girl is already this young master's woman. The man behind her caught up and grabbed the woman's shoulder. He pulled hard. Rip, more than half of the veil was torn off. Her half-naked, milky white breasts were exposed. It was a tempting sight. There was a dark red claw mark on her shoulder. It was a pitiful sight. Senior, I beg you. Save me. The girl cried like a pear blossom in the rain. She was dragged on the ground by the man. At this moment, the man's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. He seemed to be at a loss. Then, he revealed a fierce look and shouted, Kid, get out of my sight. Young master is about to do something. Save me. Save me. The girl's pained voice came from the ground. It was heartbreaking. Li Yunxiao opened his eyes slightly and smiled. Don't worry, baby. I will save you soon. The girl's eyes lit up. She struggled to get up from the ground. She couldn't care less about covering her snow-white skin. She jogged towards Li Yunxiao. At this time, the man couldn't help but show a hint of joy in his eyes. He pretended to be fierce. Kid, you dare to steal a woman from this young master. Do you know who I am? I am Lu Yitian, the son of the commander of the Imperial Guards, Lu Siki. Oh, so it's Lu Yitian. Li Yunxiao suddenly turned to the girl and smiled. When I said to save you, it's not me, but them. Huh? Them? The girl and the man were stunned. Suddenly, a group of people came out of the forest and surrounded the three of them. Chen Zhen, who was the leader, roared. Lu Tianyi, how dare you do such a heartless thing? Teacher Feng, you saw what happened just now. This kid is a beast. When more than 10 people appeared, Lu Yitian suddenly knew something was wrong. He knew he was in trouble. When he heard Chen Zhen shout Teacher Feng, he was so scared that his legs turned to jelly. He looked carefully under the moonlight. The middle-aged man in the lead was so angry that his hair was standing on end. It was the dean of the school, nicknamed God of Slaughter, Feng Buping. Ah! He was so scared that he took a few steps back and fell on his butt. What happened? How could this be? Not only him, but the girl was also completely dumbfounded. Even Lan Fei and the others who were hiding in the dark, ready to rush out at any time, were dumbfounded. Why was the dean here? Lu Yitian, you beast. Feng Buping's figure flashed. Everyone only saw a blur before they heard a fierce slap. Lu Yitian screamed as he was sent flying. We can't let this beast go. Everyone, let's beat him to death. Beat Lu Yitian, this hooligan who raped his junior. Han Bai roared. Everyone in the forest was alarmed. Many people's auras were gathering in their direction. Chen Zhen was the first to rush over with more than 10 people. At the place where Lu Yitian's slap landed, a wave of beating and heart-wrenching screams could be heard. Are you all right? Feng Buping asked the girl, what's your name? Why are you with this beast? The girl was also completely dumbfounded. She didn't know how to answer. I am Meng Wu. This. Darling, don't be afraid. Look at how scared you are. You are covered in cold sweat. Li Yunxiao smiled and pulled Meng Wu into his arms. With Big Brother here, no one will dare to bully you. He rubbed Meng Wu's small waist with one hand. No matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't escape. His other hand began to grope all over her body without the slightest scruple. Meng Wu's clothes were already torn. Li Yunxiao's hand quickly slid in and rubbed between her breasts, feeling extremely good. You. Meng Wu was so anxious that her face turned red. She was pulled into Li Yunxiao's arms, and her body blocked Feng Buping's line of sight. She didn't dare to shout and could only struggle with all her might. However, the other party's strength was surprisingly great. No matter how much strength she used, she couldn't break free. A strange feeling came from the 2 peaks on her chest, and the 2 dark red spots were rubbed until her whole body was numb, and it was as if they were about to collapse. Woo. She couldn't hold it in anymore. This time, she really started to sob, and her whole body couldn't stop trembling. Feng Buping thought that she was mentally injured and comforted her, don't be afraid. With me here, I will definitely uphold justice for you. This time, it was fortunate that Li Yunxiao sent someone to report in time. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yunxiao, take care of Meng Wu here. I'll go take a look at that beast. Why is there no sound? He couldn't have been beaten to death by those people, right? Li Yunxiao was enjoying himself with one hand, and he said with a smile, Teacher Feng, you go. I will take care of Meng Wu, so you don't have to worry. Meng Wu's whole body trembled, and she shouted in her heart, don't go, Teacher Feng, don't go. However, the strange thing was that she couldn't say anything. She could only cry. Feng Buping nodded, and walked toward Lu Yitian. There were already dozens of people surrounding them, and they were all pointing at them. Meng Wu was a virgin, after all. How could she withstand Li Yunxiao's invasion? Her whole mind had already gone blank, and she was completely powerless on his body, letting him do whatever he wanted. Moreover, the previous feeling of shame and anger had gradually turned into a strange feeling of pleasure. She even started to moan softly. Lan Fei and the others who were hiding in the forest were all at a loss. Du Feng said angrily, so it was Li Yunxiao's doing. Boss, what should we do now? Let's go and save Lu Yitian, or he will really be beaten to death. Save your head. Lan Fei slapped his head, and said angrily, stupid pig. Isn't going to walk right into a trap if we go out now? We can only sacrifice Lu Yitian. With Feng booping here, he won't die. His eyes were almost spitting fire, and he turned to the other two people, and said, have you put the things away? Under the moonlight, the two people were the young men who had snuck into Li Yunxiao's dormitory to store the women's underwear. They nodded vigorously, and said, they've all been put away. We will do it, don't worry, boss. Lan Fei's eyes flashed with a hint of malevolence, and he said, Li Yunxiao, I let you escape this disaster, but let's see how you deal with the next one. Li Yunxiao looked in the direction that Lan Fei had disappeared, and a trace of a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Meng Wu had completely given up resisting. Her whole body was burning hot under Li Yunxiao's rubbing. What made her even more ashamed and angry was that there was a wet feeling down there, and she wanted to find a wall and smash her head into it. All of you, stop. Feng Booping's voice came from afar. Very quickly, everyone retreated. Han Bai gave Li Yunxiao a look. When Li Yunxiao saw that everyone had come over, he did not want to take advantage of Meng Wu anymore. He reluctantly withdrew his hand and hugged Meng Wu. He said gently, don't be afraid, everything is fine now. That hoodlum is completely crippled. Meng Wu was so angry that her entire body was trembling. However, she did not have any strength left. Moreover, in front of so many people, she could only bury her head in Li Yunxiao's chest in shame and resentment. Feng Booping walked over with Lu Yitian in his arms, his face ashen. He spat out 2 words, crippled. Li Yunxiao looked at Lu Yitian, who was like mud in his arms. He had long lost his human form. What was even more shocking was that his lower body was a bloody mess. It was a chilling sight to behold. Li Yunxiao looked at Han Bai. His gaze seemed to be saying, how ruthless. Han Bai glared at him, as if replying, didn't I learn it from you? Feng Booping said in a low voice, all of you, go back. I will report what happened here to the dean. Lu Yitian reaped what he sowed. He can't blame anyone. He glanced at Meng Wu in Li Yunxiao's arms and frowned. It's not appropriate for you to carry her. Do any of you know her? He turned to look at the dozens of people who had gathered. Many of them were women. They were the wild couples who had sex in Little Maple Forest. Many of the women shyly lowered their heads. Suddenly, a woman in red, Zhu Feifei, exclaimed, it's Meng Wu. Her eyes revealed a strange look. I'm in the same dormitory as her. Feng Booping nodded. Then send her back. If anything happens, contact me at any time. Li Yunxiao reluctantly handed Meng Wu to Lu Feifei. When he let go, he did not forget to ruthlessly pinch her butt. Meng Wu shyly moaned. Her eyes opened, and the anger that burst out was enough to burn Little Maple Forest to ashes. Baby, don't be afraid. You're safe now. Li Yunxiao took off his outer robe and covered Meng Wu's body with a look of concern. When his finger slid across her chest, he gently touched her cherry. Meng Wu's body trembled, and she finally couldn't hold it in anymore. She burst into tears. Everyone thought that she was afraid of being bullied by Lu Yitian. Lu Feifei also gratefully said to Li Yunxiao, thank you, you are really a good person. She hugged Lu Feifei tightly and said, Meng Wu, I am Lu Feifei, don't be afraid. Li Yunxiao smiled gently and said, there's no need to thank me. Junior sister is in trouble, so it's only right for me to lend a helping hand. Remember to look for me if you need anything. Now that the matter was over, those wild teams of mandarin ducks were no longer in the mood. A group of people formed a group and left the Little Maple Forest. Suddenly, there was the sound of gongs and drums in front of them, and it was very lively. Suddenly, a large number of students surged over. There were quite a few female students, and all of them had righteous indignation written all over their faces. The leader was Lan Fei. Feng Booping frowned and said in a low voice, what's going on? So it's Teacher Feng, you are here too. That's great. Lan Fei said with righteous indignation, there's a thief in the academy, and it's an extremely perverted thief. A large number of female students' undergarments have been stolen. Everyone was shocked. What? Stealing girls' undergarments, so perverted? For a moment, everyone was in an uproar, and they were all extremely angry. Especially those female students, they all started cursing at the same time. Feng Buping frowned and swept his gaze across the crowd. Suddenly, his gaze froze. Princess, you are here too? Qin Rushua's face was slightly hot, and her eyes were filled with anger. I also lost something. Teacher Feng, you must find this perverted thief. Someone saw the thief running in the direction of the little maple forest. A sinister smile flashed across Lan Fei's face as he said coldly. Finally, his gaze landed on Li Yunxiao, and he was extremely pleased. Haha, Li Yunxiao, you trash, just wait for your death, Li Yunxiao suddenly said strangely, so many female students lost their undergarments, what does this have to do with you, Lan Fei? Huh? Yes, what does it have to do with you? Suddenly, all the female students revealed a look of surprise, and they all looked at Lan Fei. This usually cold and indifferent young man, why was he acting like he was on steroids today? Lan Fei was stunned, and he was at a loss for words. A quick-witted boy at the side hurriedly said, boss can't stand it anymore. Stop, lead everyone to catch the thief. Yes, I'm leading everyone to catch the thief. Someone saw the thief running in the direction of the little maple forest. Lan Fei's aura instantly rose, and he said proudly, as a member of the academy, this is my duty and responsibility. Li Yunxiao looked as if he suddenly understood, oh, so that's how it is. May I ask who saw the thief running in this direction? It was me, what's wrong? The quick-witted boy immediately stood up. He was one of the two people who sneaked into Li Yunxiao's dormitory. My name is Meng Kuan, I saw it, do you have a problem with that? He purposely raised his head, wanting to show off his power. Although they knew that Li Yunxiao was powerful, with Feng Buping around, no one dared to do anything rash. Li Yunxiao smiled faintly, no problem, I'm just curious. That thief stole all the clothes of the female students, why didn't the female students notice, but you, a male student, did? Also, if you saw it, why didn't you lead everyone to catch the thief, but asked your master to lead everyone to catch the thief? Meng Kuan was also stunned, this question was really hard to answer. Everyone was also confused, and they all stared at him, and immediately, cold sweat the size of beans dripped down. Lan Fei suddenly shouted angrily, Li Yunxiao, what do you mean by this? Could it be that you have a guilty conscience? I think that the thief was most likely you. Yes. Now that boss mentioned it, I also remembered that the figure of the thief is very similar to this boy. Meng Kuan hurriedly added. Li Yunxiao secretly laughed, it's finally here, he leisurely said, young Master Fei, you are slandering me, what is your intention? Lan Fei smiled coldly, and said, in order to prove your innocence, we should let everyone search your dormitory. If not, you can't escape the suspicion today. Li Yunxiao coldly snorted, who do you think you are to search just because you say so? Qin Rushua's expression also changed, as if she realized something, and said, I also believe that Yunxiao is not such a person. Meng Kuan, did you really see it clearly? Meng Kuan saw that the princess's gaze was like a knife piercing towards him, and he was so scared that his whole body was drenched in cold sweat. Lying was a crime of deceiving the emperor, a light punishment would be death, a heavy punishment would be the execution of 9 generations. He was just a disciple of a small power that depended on the Lan family, how would he dare to deceive the emperor? But in an instant, he felt Lan Fei's gloomy gaze, and he was so scared that he shivered, and hurriedly said, I saw it clearly, it must be Li Yunxiao. Lan Fei was in a good mood, and said, haha, Li Yunxiao, what else do you have to say? Li Yunxiao slightly nodded at Feng Buping, and said, Teacher Feng, you can search my dormitory if you want. But if I can prove my innocence, I want Lan Fei to give me an explanation. Feng Buping did not say a word from beginning to end, he also felt that something was wrong, so he quietly observed the situation, and looked at Lan Fei with the intention of asking for advice. Lan Fei resolutely said, sure. If you can prove your innocence, I will naturally give you an explanation. Li Yunxiao nodded, and said, in that case, I also believe that Teacher Feng is fair and just. Qin Rushua's eyes revealed a look of worry, and Li Yunxiao slightly shook his head, and said in a serious tone, Princess, don't worry, there is righteousness in this world. I, Li Yunxiao, am an open and aboveboard person. I do not believe that evil can triumph over good. As he said this in a clear voice, all the female students began to contemplate, and began to eliminate their suspicions of him. After all, a person with a guilty conscience would not have such confidence. Behind him, Meng Wu saw his righteous and awe-inspiring appearance, and was so angry that her whole body trembled, but she could not say anything. Qin Rushua fiercely gritted her teeth, and also stomped her feet. You idiot, there is clearly something strange about this matter. The other party must be deliberately framing you, pig head. Li Yunxiao pretended not to hear, and loudly said, everyone, please move to my dormitory, to prove that I, Li Yunxiao, am innocent. A group of people, under the lead of Li Yunxiao, majestically moved towards the dormitory. Along the way, many students heard the gossip, and one by one, they also joined in, and in a short period of time, more than 100 people had gathered. Teacher Wang, why are you also here? Li Yunxiao coldly looked at Wang Feng, who was standing in front of his dormitory, as well as a few other school teachers. All of them were from the teaching office. Wang Feng did not seem to be fully awake, and lazily said, I heard that there is a perverted thief, and the matter has become too big. I have no choice but to come out and see what is going on. Headmaster Feng, you are also here? Feng Buping frowned. With his experience, he naturally knew that there was definitely a problem. Li Yunxiao leisurely sneered, see, why are you looking at my dormitory's door? Didn't Meng Kuan say that the thief ran in the direction of Little Maple Forest? Teacher Wang is really easy, even the energy of walking back and forth a few times is also saved. Everyone could hear the hidden meaning in Li Yunxiao's words, and everyone could hear it. Feng Buping's face turned cold, and finally could not help but ask in a deep voice, Wang Feng, what is going on? Wang Feng lightly snorted, and coldly said, he is here to catch the thief, just like Teacher Feng. This thief is so perverted and arrogant, I suggest that after we catch him, we directly expel him, lest he brings harm to the students. Feng Buping's face changed. At this time, if he still could not see the problem, then he would be an idiot, and immediately said angrily, catching the thief is not a problem, but if anyone dares to play tricks in front of me, and wrongly accuse an innocent person, I will not allow it. He was known as the god of slaughter by the students. In addition to being strict in enforcing the law, he was also impartial, and strict. Wang Feng tit for tat, said, of course it has to be fair and just, so that everyone will be convinced. When the time comes, the thief will be caught red-handed, and I will directly report to the dean. Feng Buping's position was above him, but as long as the thief was caught red-handed, he could bring out the dean, and no one would be able to do anything. Li Yunxiao acted as if he did not know the meaning of death, and sternly said, since Teacher Wang is also so fair, then I can rest assured. I hope everyone can testify for me. He took out his key, opened his door, and gestured with his hand, saying, please feel free to search. Wang Feng's eyes narrowed, looking at Li Yunxiao's calm expression, thinking to himself, could it be that there is some secret? He glanced at Lan Fei, and seeing that Lan Fei was brimming with confidence, he finally relaxed and said, go in and search. A few teachers and some students immediately rushed in. Li Yunxiao and Feng Buping also strode into the living room. They looked pleased as they sat on the chairs, staring coldly at Lan Fei. A few minutes later, Lan Fei couldn't sit still anymore. He had seen a few students enter the bedroom, but they came out empty-handed. He cursed Meng Kuan in his mind for hiding things so well. Meng Kuan, go and help search. Meng Kuan nodded. He pretended to walk around the living room a few times and then went to the bedroom. Feng Buping looked at Meng Kuan coldly. If anyone dares to frame me, I will be the first to fire him. Qin Rushua was also angry. I will go and take a look. She followed Meng Kuan without saying anything. She was sure that there was something behind the scenes. If Meng Kuan really found something, she could stop him in time. Wang Feng smiled coldly. Since everyone is worried, why don't we go and take a look together? He stepped forward and followed the princess. This immediately stopped Qin Rushua's idea. Since everyone is so interested in my bedroom, let's go and take a look. Li Yunxiao took the lead. Immediately, a few dozen people squeezed into the bedroom. At this time, Meng Kuan was the first to go in. After searching a few times, his face turned pale. He instantly understood why Li Yunxiao was so fearless. Where was the hidden underwear? Lan Fei came in at the same time. He sneered. Meng Kuan, look carefully. Don't miss any place. Meng Kuan was covered in cold sweat. He trembled as he walked to Lan Fei and whispered in his ear. What? Lan Fei's expression changed drastically. His angry roar scared everyone to the core. He looked like he wanted to eat someone. Meng Kuan's legs trembled. Li Yunxiao sneered. Meng Kuan, your master asked you to search carefully. Why are you still standing here? Wang Feng finally realized something was wrong. A trace of anger flashed in his eyes. He said coldly, this bedroom is not big. I don't think there is anything to search. It seems that Li Yunxiao is innocent. The thief is someone else. Feng Buping glanced at him coldly, then looked at Li Yunxiao meaningfully. Qin Rushua breathed a sigh of relief, but she was secretly angry. He clearly had a well-thought-out plan, making me worry for half a day in vain. Seeing that his plan had failed, Wang Feng was no longer in the mood to stay. He calmly said, since student Li Yunxiao is innocent, then everyone can go back. Go back? Li Yunxiao shouted and sneered, Teacher Wang just said that the thief is someone else. Are we not going to catch him? Wang Feng was taken aback. He coldly said, the student body is so big, and we don't have any witnesses or evidence. It will be hard to find them in a short time. The school will handle this matter. Li Yunxiao sneered and said, who said there are no witnesses? Didn't Meng Kuan see it with his own eyes? Could it be that Meng Kuan was lying? If that's the case, I really have to suspect that the owner of this dog, Lan Fei, is the mastermind. Lan Fei was already flustered and exasperated. He was burning with anger. Li Yunxiao, don't you dare slander me. Li Yunxiao's face turned cold. He coldly said, you have proven my innocence. Now it's your turn to give me an explanation. Lan Fei angrily said, what do you want? Li Yunxiao sneered, it's simple. I will also search your dormitory to prove your innocence. Of course, I am not doubting the righteous young Master Fei. I just can't take it lying down. Since I said I would give you an explanation, I will naturally keep my word. If you want to search, then I will let you search. Lan Fei said with a righteous face, but Li Yunxiao, this matter is not over. The private dormitories of the rich and powerful were all in the same area. Soon, they arrived at Lan Fei's dormitory. Lan Fei generously opened the door and coldly said, search however you want, but if you damage my things, I'm afraid you poor bastards won't be able to pay for it. Li Yunxiao smiled and waved his hand. Chen Zhen and Han Bai immediately entered. Wang Feng's face gradually darkened. He seemed to feel that something was wrong. Sure enough, Han Bai and Chen Zhen quickly came out with a wooden box. They said loudly, young Master Yun, this box can't be opened. Lan Fei frowned and coldly said, this is the box where I store my personal clothes. Only my own key can open it. He took out a golden key from the ring and inserted it directly into the lock. With a click, the lock was unlocked and the box was opened with a creak. Everyone looked inside, and in an instant, all of them were stunned. Wang Feng's pupils shrank. He felt his mind go blank. There really is a conspiracy. It's over. Lan Fei was completely dumbfounded. His eyes widened like bronze bells. He muttered to himself, how is this possible? No, I didn't do it. This is slander. Li Yunxiao, you framed me, he roared crazily. Framed you? Li Yunxiao smiled faintly. You just said that this is your personal box. Without your own key, you can't open it. You. Lan Fei was so angry that his whole body was trembling. So it's you, you beast. Qin Rushua saw that half of her pure white underwear was exposed in the box. She was so ashamed that she kicked Lan Fei and said angrily, you pervert. I will definitely get the dean to expel you. Expel. Expel. Almost all the girls shouted angrily. Soon, the boys joined in as well. For a moment, the sound of expel spread throughout the academy. Qianxia casually rummaged through the box. Suddenly, he said in surprise, "Hey, other than normal girls' underwear, why is there half a box of soap?" Hanbai laughed coldly. "Hee hee, you don't know. I heard that besides being a pervert, Lanfei also likes to throw soap in the boys' bathhouse and force his subordinates to pick it up." "Wow. That's disgusting." Many of the boys turned pale. They couldn't help but bend over and start vomiting. Some of the male students beside Lanfei were so scared that they jumped away, creating an empty space in front of him. Lanfei was so angry that his head was dizzy. He pointed his index finger at Li Yunxiao and couldn't stop trembling. There was a breath in his chest, and he couldn't say a word. Li Yunxiao said in a righteous and loud voice, "Seniors, juniors, everything is clear now. Not only did Lanfei steal girls' underwear, but he also often forces students to pick up soap in the boys' bathhouse. He deserves to die. But a country has its laws, and a family has its rules. Although we are filled with righteous indignation and want to tear him to pieces, the academy's teachers are here. Let Mr. Feng and Mr. Wang handle this fairly. Deal with it fairly." Qianxia immediately shouted. Immediately, the entire school shouted in unison, "Deal with it fairly." Feng Buping looked at Li Yunxiao in surprise. He didn't expect this good-for-nothing martial arts cultivator to be so scheming. He immediately said in a low voice, "Don't worry, everyone. I will report this to the dean immediately. When the time comes, I will definitely give everyone a satisfactory explanation." Qin Ruxue also said angrily, "Don't worry, sisters. If the academy still allows this perverted beast to live, we will all go to the dean together. If that doesn't work, we will go to my father. In any case, this perverted beast and I are irreconcilable." "Yes. Irreconcilable." Some of the girls who had their underwear stolen said angrily. Lanfei was really panicking now. He hurriedly pulled on Wang Feng and said, "Uncle, uncle, save me." "Humph." Wang Feng flung his hand away and said coldly, "Mud can't help a wall." He directly separated the crowd and left Lanfei behind. Under such circumstances, he was powerless to turn the situation around. If he continued to stay, he might even be dragged into it. Ah! Lanfei collapsed to the ground under the public's condemnation. Soon, the academy's decision was out. Lanfei had stolen a girl's clothes. The academy's leaders unanimously decided to expel him and never accept him again. "Young Master Yun, young Master Yun." Hanbai rushed over early in the morning. "I have two pieces of news, one good and one bad. Which one do you want to hear first?" Li Yunxiao had a leisurely look on his face. "The good news is that Lanfei has been expelled." "The bad news?" Hanbai gave him a thumbs up. "You really are a prophet." "The bad news is that the examiner this year is Lanfei's uncle, Wang Feng." "We're finished this time. We can forget about passing." Li Yunxiao sneered. "Finished what? If he doesn't know what's good for him, I'll kick him out with Lanfei." Hanbai was stunned. "Young Master Yun, you're so domineering. But don't you dare mess around. Wang Feng is an academy teacher, not a student like Lanfei." "Humph, I don't care what he's like. Is there any movement from Lan Xian?" Li Yunxiao suddenly asked. "Lan Xian?" Hanbai's face paled. "If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. Lan Xian has already spread the news that he will avenge his brother. This is really troublesome." "Oh?" Li Yunxiao smiled lightly. His eyes narrowed slightly. "That's good." He was still thinking about the five-colored divine void stone on Lan Xian. After sending Hanbai away, he carried his heavy sword and headed for the gravity room. While Lanfei was being expelled, an intense exam was being conducted on the fourth floor of the Arcane Artificers Guild Tower. Luo Yunsheng stared at the giant battle axe floating in the void with a solemn expression on her face. It had been tempered by the true fire and had already turned a scarlet red. Waves of heat radiated from it, spreading in all directions. Other than Luo Yunsheng, who was standing in the center, who was already drenched, the men sitting around her seemed unaffected. They only focused on the changes to the battle axe. The waves of heat rippled out layer by layer, but when they came within a few feet of them, they seemed to be blocked by an invisible force. Luo Yunsheng suddenly spread open her palm. A skyful of golden dust sprinkled out and landed around the battle axe like specks of starlight. Sizzling sounds could be heard. As soon as the battle axe came into contact with the surrounding brilliant gold dust, its color became even brighter. It seemed to be a little unstable as it let out a series of rumbling sounds. The temperature of the entire space rose to another level. Astonishment flashed through the eyes of the surrounding men. Some of them even began whispering to each other. A light flashed through Luo Yunsheng's eyes. Despite the exhaustion on her face, she couldn't hide her excitement. She immediately formed a few hand seals on her fingertips, transforming them into streams of primordial fire that flew into the axe. Suddenly, a suction force was generated from the battle axe, which swallowed the scattered golden dust. For a moment, the bright red axe emitted a steady and heavy aura. It gave people a feeling as if a mountain was pressing down on them. Condense. Fall. Luo Yunsheng called out twice. 2 rays of light flew from her fingertips into the axe. Immediately, the burning sensation disappeared without a trace. The axe's body rapidly shrunk until it turned into a mini axe that fell into Luo Yunsheng's hand. Luo Yunsheng examined the axe in her hand and happily walked toward the men. She handed the axe to the white-bearded old man in the middle and said respectfully, "Grandmaster Su, please take a look." Su Han glanced at the axe and smiled, "There's no need to look. This sun-rumbling axe has reached the level of a high-rank 1 profound artifact. Yunsheng, you've passed the test." Clap 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 clap, the other men applauded as they looked at Luo Yunsheng with a smile. Their eyes were filled with admiration. Luo Yunsheng was overjoyed. She couldn't contain her excitement. "Thank you, Grandmaster Su, and the other Grandmasters." Su Han shook his head and smiled, "It's all your hard work. It has nothing to do with us. I'm just curious how you managed to merge the brilliant gold into the scarlet refined copper. You failed the last few tests." The other men quieted down and looked at Luo Yunsheng in confusion. The image of Li Yunxiao's young face and elegant voice flashed through Luo Yunsheng's mind. Scarlet refined copper may be metal, but it leans towards fire. Southern fire suppresses western metal, so brilliant gold is highly soluble. Hence, many arcane refiners preferred to use brilliant gold when upgrading crimson refined copper Xian weapons. But if it contains heaven crystal sand, it will be completely different. Because the heaven crystal sand's element is water, it can neutralize the crimson smelted copper's fire element. So, the more of it there is, the weaker the brilliant gold's ability to dissolve. It's very simple. Treat the heaven crystal sand as impurities and use the quenching essence to remove them. So that's how it is. Su Han suddenly understood. It's actually this simple. Yunsheng, the fact that you were able to discover the secret behind it shows that you're very intelligent. Our Aquasky nation has gained another true alchemist. I'll have someone report this to His Majesty tomorrow. I'm sure His Majesty will be very happy. When the time comes, we will hold another banquet to celebrate with the officials. Luo Yunsheng blushed slightly, but she had expended too much of her soul power and vitality. Her cheeks were already covered in sweat, which made her look even more alluring. I'll have to trouble Grandmaster Su to inform His Majesty that we can forget about the banquet. I don't like to be too ostentatious. Behind Su Han, Yan Lei smiled. This is a joyous occasion. How can we forget about holding a banquet? Yunsheng, you're the #1 rising star in our Aquasky nation. In just 3 short years, His Majesty has held 2 banquets for you. In the past few hundred years, only Lord Yongdi has had such an honor. In the Aquasky nation, the king would hold a banquet and invite the important officials of the nation to celebrate as long as one became a rank 1 warrior rank alchemist or a 3-point martial grandmaster. At the same time, they would be conferred the title of Marquis and Minister. When Luo Yunsheng broke through to 3-point martial grandmaster 3 years ago, she held a banquet once. Hearing Yan Lei's words, Luo Yunsheng hurriedly said, "Grandmaster Yan, you're too serious. If I can be compared to Lord Yongdi on Weibo," Su Han stroked his beard and chuckled, "you don't have to be so modest." Although Lord Yongdi is a heaven-defying genius, he also benefited greatly from being a disciple of a 9th-tier emperor-level alchemist, Lord Gu Feiyong. How fortunate is this? If you have the opportunity in the future, your achievements might not lose to Lord Yangdi. You lost because you didn't have a good teacher. Seeing that Luo Yunsheng still wanted to argue, Su Han waved his hand and smiled. Our alchemist guild needs to celebrate today. This year, we've gained 2 warrior rank alchemists. You and Jia Rong are the rising stars of our Aqua Sky Nation branch. Another alchemist, Su Yuanqiao, suddenly snorted. President Su, I would agree if Yunsheng is a rising star. As for Jia Rong, if I'm not wrong, he's already poisoned. Everyone was shocked, and their faces were filled with confusion. Su Han's expression also changed slightly. Su Yuanqiao, what do you mean? A strange look flashed through Luo Yunsheng's eyes. She said, Grandmaster Su, I'll take my leave first. She was very smart. Seeing that Su Yuanqiao's expression was off, she knew that there must be some secret involved, so she took the initiative to leave. Su Han shook his head. Now that you've passed the test, you're an official warrior rank alchemist. In other words, you're a core member of our alchemist guild. You have the right to know anything about the guild. There's no need to avoid it. Su Yuanqiao swept his gaze across the crowd and sneered. I've already found out that Jia Rong cheated during the last test. He used a forbidden item, Chilling Wind Stone. Everyone's expression changed drastically. They all looked at each other. They were all alchemists, so they naturally knew what Chilling Wind Stone was. Yan Lei said with a serious expression, Su Yuanqiao, you can't say things like that. I know you've always disliked Jia Rong. You've made things difficult for him many times when he was still an apprentice, but some crimes can't be casually pinned on someone. Su Yuanqiao sneered. I casually pinned on him? I'm afraid the poison has already seeped into his bones. I've sent people to investigate the materials he's bought since his promotion. They're all antidote items. He's even privately buying antidote pills at high prices. Everyone should know what the antidote pill is, right? It's rumored to be a level 4 alchemy pill that can cure hundreds of poisons. It's hard to find even with money. 5 days ago, he started buying all kinds of poisonous materials. After hurrying back, he's been in seclusion since then. He must have been desperate and decided to use poison to fight poison. But how can the poison of Chilling Wind Stone be so easily cured? Even the antidote pill won't work. I'm guessing he's completely crippled by now. Su Han's expression gradually turned ugly. Su Yuanqiao took out a list and handed it to everyone, saying, this is a record of his actions after becoming an arcane alchemist. Everyone can take a look. Everyone skimmed through the list, their eyes filled with worry. Finally, the list was passed to Luo Yunsheng. Her heart trembled slightly. It even recorded Jia Rong's 3 meals a day. It seemed that Su Yuanqiao had been thinking about it for a long time. Since he jumped out at this time, he must be very confident. Jia Rong would probably not be able to escape. If anyone still has doubts, you can call Jia Rong over to take a look. He's been in the tower ever since he came back 5 days ago and hasn't taken a single step out. Su Yuanqiao couldn't help but feel proud when he saw that most people believed him. You know he's not in seclusion. Yan Lei's eyes flashed with anger. He and Su Yuanqiao had always been at loggerheads. Su Yuanqiao sneered. Ever since Jia Rong became an alchemist, he gave up on martial cultivation and focused on the path of alchemy. An alchemist's cultivation is mainly to nourish their soul power. The only way to strengthen their soul power is through continuous refining. He's a level 1 warrior rank alchemist. 5 days is more than enough for him to refine anything. Yan Lei, you're so protective of Jia Rong. Could it be that you're involved in his use of the Chilling Wind Stone? Yan Lei flew into a rage. Nonsense. Su Han said in a deep voice, stop arguing. Jiangqing, bring Jia Rong here. No matter what he's doing, he has to come. Su Han was the president of the Aqua Sky Nation's Alchemist Association. He was also one of the only 2 third-rank alchemists in the Aqua Sky Nation. His status was no lower than the king's. The other third-rank alchemist was the palace's chief alchemist, Zhang Qingfan. Both of them were equally matched. An alchemist wasn't just a symbol of strength. It was also a symbol of noble status. It was the pride of all alchemists. As the president of the Alchemist Association, he would never allow fraud to happen. Everyone's expression turned serious. They seemed to realize that a small storm was coming. Soon, Jia Rong followed Jiangqing to the fourth floor where the qualification test was held. After he bowed to Su Han, he nodded to everyone else. When his gaze swept past Su Yuanqiao, an almost imperceptible smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. In the end, his gaze landed on Luo Yunsheng and he praised, "I just heard from Jiangqing that Lady Luo Yunsheng has also become a rank 1 warrior-level arcane refiner. She is truly a genius. Among the 5 commanders of the Guardian Divine Guard, Lady Yunsheng is the strongest." Luo Yunsheng nodded, "Lord Jia is too kind. The other 4 commanders are far stronger than Yunsheng. I was just lucky." Jia Rong smiled faintly and said loudly, "President Su, I'm currently refining in seclusion. May I know why you've summoned me? Is it to celebrate Yunsheng's breakthrough?" A trace of doubt flashed through Su Yuanqiao's eyes. According to his speculations, Jia Rong's complexion shouldn't be this good. He coldly snorted, "Humph, Jia Rong, you sure know how to act. You're still pretending to be fine even at a time like this." Su Han took out the list and threw it over. She stared at Jia Rong and said word by word, "Su Yuanqiao suspects that you used the sinister wind stone during the last test. This is the result of his investigation on you. I need you to give everyone an explanation." Jia Rong coldly snorted. He took the list and looked at it. An indescribable anger immediately rose in his chest. This old bastard, he actually sent someone to investigate me. At the same time, he broke out in a cold sweat. Thank goodness young Master Yun cured the poison in my body and taught me the art of soul refinement. Otherwise, my reputation would have been completely ruined. At that moment, his gratitude towards Li Yunxiao gushed out like a fountain. "Su Yuanqiao, you old bastard. You should be the one to give me an explanation." He threw the paper heavily on the ground and said angrily, "President, everyone can check if I have used the sinister wind stone or not. But if I haven't, I need old man Su to give me an explanation." Su Han nodded, "I will. Now, stretch out your hands and completely withdraw your divine sense. We will thoroughly investigate your body." Su Yuanqiao sneered, "Explanation? Let's see how you die once we find out what's wrong with you." Jia Rong suddenly smiled and proudly raised his head. "I, Jia Rong, will sit upright. You can investigate however you want. Come." He shook his arcane refiner robe and stretched out his pure white hands. Everyone's eyes flashed with doubt. That pair of hands were as white as jade, without any signs of corrosion. Furthermore, looking at his fearless appearance, could it be that Su Yuanqiao had wrongly accused him? Su Yuanqiao's heart was also shaken at this moment. His eyes widened as he looked at that pair of arms. Suddenly, a bad feeling surged up. How is this possible? How can you cure the poison of the Yin Wind Stone? His eyes suddenly focused, and he suddenly released his divine sense. "I want to thoroughly investigate your body. Even if you can cure the poison of the Yin Wind Stone, your soul power is simply not at the level of an arcane refiner. I will still expose you, a fake." Almost everyone released their divine sense and searched Jia Rong's body. Jia Rong had a fearless appearance as he coldly stared at Su Yuanqiao. The ridicule in his eyes was like watching a clown being praised. After a moment, Su Han's face turned cold and he coldly said, "Su Yuanqiao, please give everyone an explanation now." Su Yuanqiao panicked, "How is this possible? He's definitely poisoned by the Yin Wind Stone, I'm 100% sure." He frantically swept his divine sense over Jia Rong's body, his expression becoming more and more unsightly. "Huh? Have you seen enough?" Jia Rong suddenly shouted in a deep voice. A huge wave of soul power erupted from his sea of knowledge and fiercely collided with Su Yuanqiao's divine sense. An invisible force twisted the air a little. Su Yuanqiao was suddenly attacked and hurriedly withdrew his divine sense. However, the other party was not willing to let him go and suddenly rushed into his sea of knowledge. His soul suddenly trembled. Pooh! His divine sense was injured. Su Yuanqiao directly vomited a mouthful of blood. He involuntarily cried out in shock, how can your soul power be so strong?" Jia Rong coldly laughed and mocked, "I'm a genuine alchemist. My soul power is naturally much stronger than those fakes. You Su Yuanxiao angrily attacked his heart and once again vomited a mouthful of blood. Good, good, good. He said good 3 times in a row. The light in his eyes suddenly dimmed. His entire body was like a deflated balloon. All of his spiritual energy was instantly sucked out, making him look incomparably old. Su Han was stunned and let out a long sigh. Su Yuanxiao, why are you doing this? Su Yuanxiao appeared to be in a trance as he stuttered, President, I am already old and weak. I would like to request to retire and return to my hometown to spend my remaining years in the countryside. Please approve it, President. Everyone was shocked into a daze. Su Yuanxiao's divine sense had actually collapsed due to his extreme anger, and his soul power had dropped to the level of an apprentice in arcane refinement. Even Jia Rong was slightly surprised, but he was extremely excited and happy in his heart. He had only trained in the soul refinement art for 5 days, yet his soul power was able to directly injure Su Yuanxiao. It must be known that although Su Yuanxiao was only a first-step warrior rank arcane master, he had been famous for a long time, and his soul power had always been at the first step. Young Master Yun, just who are you? Jia Rong was completely convinced by this mysterious young man. To be able to obtain this art, not to mention 50 days of servitude, even 50 years of servitude would be worth it, Su Han shook his head helplessly. Su Yuanxiao had already lost the standard of a warrior rank arcane master, and he was already old. It was impossible for him to recover, and if he stayed in the Arcane Refinement Guild, he would have to constantly be on guard against other people's revenge. When he was proud, he had offended many people. He immediately sighed and said, "Go home and recuperate in peace. I will report everything to His Majesty." Su Yuanxiao's voice trembled as he said, "Thank you, Lord President." He lowered his head and didn't dare to meet anyone's gaze as he walked away. Su Han let out a long sigh and said in a clear voice, "Master Su Yuanxiao has returned to his hometown due to his unwell body. From today onwards, all grudges between him and everyone else will be written off. No one is allowed to harass him for any reason." After he finished speaking, his gaze immediately fell on Jia Rong. Jia Rong smiled, crossed his arms, and said indifferently, "President is right." Only then did Su Han feel relieved. The soul power Jia Rong displayed just now was already at the first rank. His future achievements were even more limitless. Everyone was well aware that he was the one who had injured Su Yuanxiao's mind. Otherwise, his cultivation wouldn't have dropped. However, no one was willing to offend an arcane master with limitless potential for the sake of an old man who was at the end of his rope. Everyone greeted Jia Rong one after another. This was also a show of goodwill. A kind smile appeared on Jia Rong's face as he responded to them one by one, but he was sneering inside. "If not for young Master Yun's help, all of you would probably be beating a drowning dog right now," Su Han said. "Jia Rong, I am also surprised by your improvement. I didn't expect your soul power to be this stable after your recent breakthrough. Take Yunxiang to receive her arcane master badge." Jia Rong accepted the order with a smile and led Luo Yunxiang through all the procedures. Luo Yunxiang suddenly thought of something and said, "Grandmaster Jia, if I may be so bold as to ask a favor." "Oh?" Jia Rong smiled, "Please speak, Lady Yunxiang." Luo Yunxiang was one of the 5 commanders of the Divine Guard of the Kingdom. Her strength and prestige were far above his, so he was very polite to her. Luo Yunxiang said, "I have a student who is unable to cultivate due to his body. However, he is very interested in the art of arcane refinement and has learned quite a bit about it. I hope to find a good master for him. Is Lord Jia interested in taking him in as a disciple?" Jia Rong frowned. "Disciple? Lady Yunxiang is an arcane master herself. Her strength isn't inferior to mine, so why bother looking for me?" Arcane masters had extremely strict requirements for taking in disciples. Even nobles didn't give in. They wouldn't take in disciples if they weren't extremely talented. Luo Yunxiang sighed, "This person's identity is a little special. As the commander of the Divine Guard of the Kingdom, it is not appropriate for me to have a master-disciple relationship with him. To tell you the truth, this person is the eldest grandson of Duke Jing and the son of General Fei Long." Jia Rong nodded in realization, "I see. I've heard that Duke Jing's eldest grandson is a martial trash and became the laughingstock of the nation. However, Lady Yunxiang should know that martial trash and weak physique make it difficult for him to achieve anything in arcane refinement. Luo Yunxiang nodded. Yunxiang is aware, but this person is unique. Even if he can't become Lord Jia's direct disciple, I hope I can guide him a little. At the very least, he can become an arcane refinement apprentice. It will be an explanation to the old duke. Jia Rong's eyes darkened and he said coldly, in that case, I will meet this person. However, he must pass the soul power test. If he reaches the minimum requirements for an arcane refinement apprentice, I will take him in as my disciple myself. However, this is all for Lady Yunxiang's sake. Luo Yunxiang was overjoyed. Thank you, Lord Jia. I will remember this. Jia Rong nodded slightly and said impatiently, take him to the soul power test when you have time. If he passes, I will take him in as my disciple. If he can't even reach the minimum requirements, then there is no need to see me. Luo Yunxiang looked at Jia Rong's departing figure and thought, this person is the youngest arcane refinement master. His future is limitless. Letting Li Yunxiao follow him can be considered returning a favor. At the same time, it will put the old country's police at ease. I just don't know how his soul power is. I hope he doesn't disappoint me. That's all I can do. 3 days later, it was time for Jiaolan Academy's annual assessment. After the assessment, there would be an annual 2-month break. Those who stayed would be promoted to the intermediate class next semester, while those who failed would be kicked out of the academy. Every year, a large number of noble students were eliminated. Almost all poor students could pass because they would be reduced to mere mortals if they were eliminated. That was why they cultivated with all their might. The assessment was held in the academy's largest training field. This training field was one of the academy's landmarks. It was personally built by the previous president of the Arcane Refinement Guild, Yang Di. It was made from several extremely precious ores and spanned over 1,000 square meters. Not far from the training field was the academy's most dazzling building, a huge statue of Gu Feiyang. The statue of Gu Feiyang rested one hand on the hilt of his sword, his eyes gazing into the distance. A disheartened smile appeared on his face. It was also personally refined by Gu Feiyang's student, Yang Di, when he died 15 years ago. Li Yunxiao stood quietly at the side, raising his head to look at his own face. His mind seemed to pass through layers of void, merging with his previous life. Yang Di is quite considerate, Li Yunxiao muttered to himself with a wry smile, feeling somewhat dejected. 2 students walked past Li Yunxiao, glancing at him intentionally or unintentionally, and began to discuss. I didn't expect you to condense your energy and advance to a martial warrior after just a few months of seclusion. Haha, it's all for the assessment. Martial warriors can directly enter the elite class from the intermediate class. Isn't that so? I'm miserable. I've only opened 2 chakras. Will I be eliminated? Don't worry, you can advance as long as you can open 1 chakra. Hey, look over there, the rumored young Master Li. He's a typical piece of trash. He's the real target for elimination. No way, the young Master Li can also be eliminated? Of course, where do you think this is? Even the king of Jiaolan Academy has to abide by the rules. Fuck. Li Yunxiao cursed. He naturally wouldn't bother with these small fries. He quickly walked to the training field and discovered that a large number of students had already gathered there. Many of them were gathered around to watch the show, pointing fingers at them. Han Bai walked over. Young Master Yun, what took you so long? Why are there so many people? Li Yunxiao frowned. Han Bai snorted coldly, his gaze sweeping over everyone. Of course they're here to watch the show. You also know that our class has always been called the trash class. These poor bastards are all here to see how many of us are left. There are more than 10 people who don't intend to come for the assessment. They've already packed their bags and gone home. Li Yunxiao looked around. Sure enough, there were many fewer people. Those who could enter their rich and powerful class all had powerful backers in the empire. Even if they couldn't become martial artists, they still didn't have to worry about food or clothing, and their futures were bright. Thus, although few people dared to provoke them in the academy, none of them fawned over them. Many people loved to see them make a fool of themselves. Don't squeeze my spot, first come first. Let's squeeze together, it's rare to see a joke. How many people in this rubbish class can stay? Let's see if there's a fifth. There are 60 people in a class, and only 30 or so came. Another half should be enough. How about we play a round? Everyone will report a number, the one with the closest number wins. Alright, I'll report 12. So optimistic? Then I'll report 9. Amidst the hustle and bustle, Wang Feng's voice suddenly rang out, almost everyone is here, those who aren't here don't wait any longer, just fail and get lost. Teacher Luo Yunxiang is in seclusion, I will be in charge of your assessment this time. He coldly glanced at the crowd, and suddenly laughed evilly. This time, the rules need to be slightly changed. In the past, opening the chakra or a punch with 1,000 gene of strength would be considered as passing. But many students who couldn't open their chakra would secretly take strength-enhancing pills to cheat, so this year, both the chakra and the strength of 1,000 gene must be opened, or else you will fail. His cold gaze swept across Li Yunxiao. He knew that Li Yunxiao must have 1,000 gene of strength to be able to defeat Lan Fei. Li Yunxiao's eyes flashed coldly, he stood still. Although the new rules caused a lot of discussion, no one objected. Because everyone in the class was rich and powerful, they had either opened their chakra and had a strength of 100 gene. Or they couldn't open their chakra and were too weak. No one would cultivate the strongman skill. It was a kind of unparalleled strength, but they couldn't open their chakra. Next, who will be the first? Wang Feng coldly glanced at the crowd, his gaze landing on Li Yunxiao. Even Shang Wanqing, Du Feng and the rest were looking at him coldly. But after Lan Fei's retirement, these people lost their backbone, and now Shang Wanqing was the leader. But Li Yunxiao's performance that day was too shocking, so no one dared to challenge him. Humph, what are you looking at? Do you believe that I won't poke your eyeballs out? Li Yunxiao glared back at Shang Wanqing and the rest, then walked out from the crowd. Shang Wanqing and the rest were frightened by him, they all lowered their heads, but their eyes were filled with resentment as they cursed in their hearts. Li Yunxiao stared at Wang Feng contemptuously as he sneered, isn't it just activating chakras and breaking 500 kilograms strength? Open your eyes and see. A beam of green light shone from his heart chakra. Li Yunxiao sneered and walked forward step by step. Every time he took a step forward, a chakra would be opened, and the radiance of the chakra would be like colorful clouds. Undersea chakra. Self-wheel. Top wheel. Rays of light burst forth, and Li Yunxiao's body was covered in a myriad of colors, as if a deity had descended from the heavens. 7. All 7 chakras have been opened. How is this possible? Wasn't he trash? The famous trash is actually only a step away from the first origin stage? Wang Feng was completely dumbfounded. He had thought that Lan Fei could only defeat Lan Fei by relying on medicinal pellets or training in strongman arts. After all, Li Yunxiao's meridians were damaged, and he was unable to train. This incident was known by everyone in the capital, and he became a laughingstock. How could he open his meridians? I remember that the Li clan once hired a 4th-order monarch-level alchemist, but he couldn't do anything. Look carefully, breaking 500 kilograms strength is just SOSO. Li Yunxiao fiercely stomped his foot, and the diamond floor cracked with a loud bang, leaving a series of spiderweb cracks. His body leaned back, and his fist shot out like lightning, landing on the strength-testing stone. Bang! A loud explosion resounded in the center of the field, and a shockwave exploded on the strength-testing stone. Li Yunxiao slowly retracted his fist in front of everyone's stunned eyes, and a watermelon-sized hole was clearly imprinted on the strength-testing stone. Pfft, this is impossible. Stepping on the stone, leaving a mark on the metal. Isn't this something only a martial warrior can do? Look at that mark, even a newly advanced martial warrior might not be able to do it, right? He must have used a martial skill. Many students couldn't believe it, especially those in Quan Gui's class. All of them widened their eyes, as if they had never seen Li Yunxiao before. Although Han Bai and Chen Zhen were mentally prepared, they were still deeply shocked when they saw Lan Fei release 7 rays of chakra light and break 500 kilograms strength. As for Shang Wanqing and the others, their faces were ashen. How would they dare to cause trouble in front of such a powerful force? Good, Li Yunxiao, you hid your strength so well. Qin Rushua pouted, her face full of excitement. The one with the worst expression was Wang Feng, cursing Lan Fei in his heart for not being able to sense the opponent's powerful yuan qi. Is everyone satisfied now? Li Yunxiao coldly swept his gaze across the crowd. Everyone who was targeted by his gaze lowered their heads one after another. Finally, his gaze landed on Wang Feng and he sneered, "Teacher Wang, I'm very busy, I'll take my leave first." This was like a slap in the face. Wang Feng was enraged, but there was nothing he could do. He could only ridicule, "Don't think you're amazing just because you've opened your chakra. Let me tell you, this is just the beginning of the martial path." Li Yunxiao looked at him with disdain, then walked away while laughing loudly. Wang Feng was so angry that the yuan qi in his body was in chaos, but he couldn't attack Lan Fei. He could only forcefully suppress the yuan qi under his feet, forming a spider web under his feet. When Li Yunxiao walked to the edge of the martial field, his laughter suddenly stopped. In front of him, a man in white slowly stood there, looking at him with a smile. "Let me introduce myself. I'm the leader of the graduating class, Xian Gang, Lan Xian." Lan Xian chuckled. As soon as this name left his mouth, the surrounding students all revealed looks of shock. A lofty aura and a sense of superiority radiated from his face without the slightest concealment. He really wanted to see Li Yunxiao's shocked and panicked expression when he heard his name. How interesting would that be? But he was soon disappointed. Li Yunxiao had seen all kinds of pretentious people. He directly raised his index finger and said disdainfully, "Humph, a good dog doesn't block the way." "You." Lan Xian was so angry that he almost spat out blood. In the academy, which student dared to speak to him like this, and in front of so many people at that, rage shot out of his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. He forcefully adjusted his demeanor, but his body became even more stiff and unnatural. "Heh, I won't argue with you. I'm here today for that useless little brother of mine." "Oh? Hit the little dog, and here comes the big dog." "You. Are the people of the Li family also uneducated? Educated your sister. How many years have our two families fought? How many people have died? Your little brother was crippled by me, and you still want to reason with me? If you're not an idiot, then what are you?" Little b****, if you want to talk big, I'll make you regret ever being born into this world. Lan Xian could no longer maintain his demeanor and began to curse. "Heh, that's right. A ruffian is a ruffian. What's the point of pretending? You. I'm not going to argue with you. I'm here today to issue you a challenge." His face was livid with rage, and he took out a letter of challenge from his body. On the letter of challenge was written the size of a bowl with golden powder in Xiaoshuan script. Then, he threw the letter at Li Yunxiao. The conflict between the two quickly attracted everyone's attention. No one was watching Wang Feng's test. Hearing the challenge letter, everyone's eyes lit up and they pricked up their ears. Lan Xian raised his head and sneered. "Originally, it was no big deal for you to play house with my little brother. But it's also my younger brother's fault for not living up to expectations and doing such a thing that angers people and gods alike. He deserves to be expelled from school. But as your big brother, I can't just ignore it. I have to teach you a lesson." Wang Feng almost spat out a mouthful of blood when he heard this. His face was red and his eyes were spitting fire. In order to counteract the negative impact of Lan Fei's incident, he had been secretly spreading information that Lan Fei was innocent and that he was framed by Li Yunxiao. And just as many people were starting to believe it, Lan Xian actually stood up and admitted that it was his little brother who did it. This made all his efforts go to waste. And now, Lan Fei's chances of returning to the academy were zero. Even in the capital, his reputation would be ruined and he would not be able to raise his head, and now that Lan Xian stood up for his little brother, he gained a good reputation. Not only would his little brother be more loyal, but the Lan family would also look up to him. It was killing two birds with one stone. So it was Lan Fei who did it. I thought he was framed. I thought so too at first. But now even his big brother has admitted it. I even bathed with him in the bathhouse last time. How scary. I think you should be more careful. You're from the Xian clan. Xian clan? What's wrong with the Xian clan? Why should I be careful? Hee, it's fine. I just heard that it's hereditary. Wang Feng was so angry that his chest was about to explode. Lan Xian, you're really ruthless. Lan Xian had a triumphant smile on his face, and his heart was blooming with joy. He pointed a finger at Li Yunxiao and said loudly, I'll give you two choices now. The first is to kneel down and swear that you will never touch a member of the Lan family again. Furthermore, you will bow to the Lan family whenever you see them. 2. Fight with me and let me cripple you completely. Then, kneel down and repent. Think about it carefully. Since it's not easy for you to cultivate, I advise you to choose the first option. Wow, that's too ruthless. If I choose the first option, would I still be able to live in the future? Yes, but if I don't choose, I'll definitely die in the battle with Lan Xian. Hee, this is the choice between face and life. Let's see how Li Yunxiao chooses. Qin Ruxue rushed over in anger. Lan Xian, you're too much. You're a graduating student. I heard that you've already reached 9 stars martial warrior. You're only one step away from becoming a martial master and directly entering the divine guard of the kingdom. Do you still have any face to challenge a martial warrior, not a martial disciple? Li Yunxiao laughed coldly. The younger brother steals women's underwear and has a gay relationship. How good can the older brother be? When did the Lan family have any face? Lan Xian's face reddened, and then he laughed wantonly. If you don't dare, then just say it. If you want a woman to stand up for you, then this is the eldest grandson of the Duke of Jing, the son of the Flying Dragon General? Haha. Ha, your sister, bah. Li Yunxiao spat a mouthful of phlegm directly at Lan Xian's face. The force was so great that there was a faint sound of breaking air. Lan Xian was furious, but seeing the thick phlegm flying at him, he couldn't block it and could only move sideways to avoid it. In the eyes of outsiders, it was as if he had made way for Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao walked over sarcastically and raised his middle finger. Although you are shameless, I will accept your challenge. 3 days later, in the martial arts arena, I will beat you until you kneel down and lick my shoes. All the students present were stunned. Han Bai and Chen Zhen were so scared that their faces turned pale. They hurriedly ran over to stand behind Li Yunxiao and encouraged him not to be impulsive. Qin Ruxue also said anxiously, No, Li Yunxiao, don't show off for a moment. Li Yunxiao's heart warmed. Although he had been muddle-headed for the past 15 years and had achieved nothing, he still had a few sincere friends. Compared to his previous life, he stood at the peak of the mainland, but he was alone. He smiled at the 3 people, and that sunny smile immediately infected Chen Zhen, Han Bai, and Qin Ruxue, calming their anxious hearts. It was as if they fully believed that Li Yunxiao's victory was within his grasp. The 3 people were stunned and stood there dumbfounded. They couldn't understand why they had such a strange and absolutely impossible feeling. Lan Xian was also stunned for a moment, his face livid with anger. But he had never imagined that Li Yunxiao would agree so readily. Afraid that he would go back on his word, he hurriedly said, This is what you said. If you don't show up in 3 days, there will be no place for you in Jiaolan Academy. Li Yunxiao didn't even turn his head. Only his faint laughter could be heard. Don't worry, these 3 days, I won't wash my feet. You. Lan Xian was so angry that his face was ashen. He looked coldly at Li Yunxiao's back as he left and gnashed his teeth. You're just a glib talker. If I don't completely cripple you in 3 days, my surname isn't Lan. The smile on Li Yunxiao's face gradually disappeared as traces of killing intent flashed across his eyes. The grudges between the Li and Lan families have been going on for decades. Let's start with you little brats. When the time comes, we'll uproot the entire Lan family. He directly left the academy and headed towards the Alchemist Guild. The hall on the first floor was still bustling with activity. Li Yunxiao glanced over and saw an arcane apprentice concentrating on brewing a potion. A faint medicinal smell wafted over. He knew that it was a powerful potion, something that could increase a martial artist's power in a short period of time. Now that it was time for Jiaolan Academy's annual examinations, this kind of thing was very popular. The acolyte was completely focused on infusing his soul power into the medicinal container, balancing the conflicting medicinal properties, and adding things into it from time to time. Li Yunxiao smiled slightly and couldn't help but remind him, there's too much horizontal refinement grass. Put in a dust flower to neutralize the medicinal properties, or it'll explode in 5 breaths. The acolyte raised his head and saw that it was someone he didn't recognize. He immediately snapped, "What do you know? Don't disturb me." 3 breaths. 2 breaths. Li Yunxiao gently nodded. Finally, when he said 1 breath, the apprentice's expression changed drastically. The originally calm potion in the container suddenly seemed to boil, and with a bang, it exploded. This? The acolyte was completely dumbfounded. The explosion wasn't very big. It only splashed some of the medicine on him. This kind of thing happened dozens of times a day in the hall on the first floor, so no one paid attention. The acolyte finally asked in shock, how do you know there's too much horizontal refinement grass?" Li Yunxiao smiled. "Nothing, I smelled it. I want to find Jiarong. Can you notify him for me?" "Smell it?" The acolyte clearly didn't believe him. "Grandmaster Jiarong seems to be in seclusion. I don't have the qualifications to find him." A beautiful figure walked over and asked with concern, "Brother, you failed again? Are you hurt?" The acolyte shook his head. "I'm fine. I'm just wet. It's a waste of the ingredients. Sigh, this brother is really useless." Li Yunxiao looked at the beauty and smiled. "Miss Lu Yao." Lu Yao turned around and said in surprise, "Ah. It's you?" Li Yunxiao put on a gentlemanly appearance. "It's my honor that the beauty still remembers me." Lu Yao giggled. "Grandmaster Liang Wenyu was full of praise for your prescription last time." Grandmaster Liang Wenyu was full of praise? The acolyte Lu Yu was shocked. "Are you also an arcane refiner?" Li Yunxiao smiled. "I was, but I'm not yet. I want to find Jiarong. Beauty, help me pass the message." Lu Yao was stunned. "Grandmaster Jiarong? He just came out of seclusion. Come with me." She then said to Lu Yu, "Brother, don't be discouraged. Try a few more times and you'll succeed." Lu Yu bitterly said, "Maybe I really don't have the talent to become an arcane refiner. I've tried a simple strong potion more than 10 times and I still haven't succeeded. Also, these ingredients are extremely expensive. I don't have the money to waste like this. Also, I'm not young anymore. I plan to find a family to rely on in a few days." Lu Yao was shocked. "Brother, don't be like this. Believe in yourself. In Lu Yao's heart, brother will always be the best." Lu Yu's eyes flashed, but it quickly dimmed. "Sister, you've been earning money for me to study all these years. I don't want to be your burden anymore. If I still can't make a strong potion after these ingredients are used up, I'll give up." Li Yunxiao suddenly smiled. "Remember to put at least 3 cross-smelting grass. If the color is too light, add a cloud-piercing Ganoderma. Believe me, you can do it." Lu Yu was shocked. You're an arcane refiner?" Li Yunxiao said, "Didn't I say it just now? I was in the past, but I'm not." "Lu Yu." Lu Yao encouraged. "Brother, just try to do as he says. The last time he took out a recipe, even Master Liang Wenyu praised it." Lu Yu pondered for a moment. "Okay, I'll try." Li Yunxiao smiled and followed Lu Yao to the 2nd floor. This was the first time Li Yunxiao had been to the 2nd floor of the Arcane Refiner Guild, but the structure of the Arcane Refiner towers across the continent was the same. Thus, he felt like he was familiar with the place. Soon, they arrived in front of a room. Lu Yao carefully knocked on the door. Jiarong's impatient voice came from inside. It was as if she had disturbed his cultivation. Lu Yao was startled. She nervously said, "There's a young man called Young Master Yun looking for you." "Young Master Yun?" A shocked voice came from inside, followed by a series of banging sounds. It seemed like many things were knocked over. In the next second, the door opened. "Young Master Yun." Jiarong's face was full of reverence. He hurriedly moved to the side and opened up a path. Lu Yao was stunned. Her face was full of disbelief. What was wrong with the arrogant Master Jiarong? Why was he so polite to a young man? No, not polite, but respectful. His expression was even more respectful than when he met the president. Li Yunxiao smiled and said to the dazed Lu Yao, "You can leave first." After Lu Yao hurriedly retreated, Li Yunxiao walked in. The room was very spacious. All kinds of refining equipment and arrays were arranged. There was only a small resting area in an extremely small corner. A few exquisite animal skin sofas were placed there, and there was also a small bed in the corner. The incomparably glorious status of an arcane master was also obtained by training day and night. Behind every arcane master, although there was also luck, there was no lack of hard work and hard training. Young Master Yun, not only did I recover all my soul power, I even directly broke through. I really broke through. Jia Rong said excitedly. He had no one to talk to since breaking through. He was about to suffocate to death. Now, he finally found someone to talk to. You're so excited about such a small thing? Li Yunxiao rolled her eyes at him. I don't have time to listen to these trivial things. Wait until you break through to level 6 Master Alchemist, then talk to me. Becoming a true arcane refiner was a joyous occasion for the entire kingdom. But in his eyes, it was a trivial matter. Jia Rong's face turned green. When he heard the last sentence, his eyes popped out of their sockets. He cried out in shock, sixth rank, Grandmaster. How is this possible? How can I have such high talent? Li Yunxiao said indifferently, of course you don't have this kind of talent. But with the soul refining technique I taught you, you can still reach the 6th rank. Jia Rong went completely crazy this time. He muttered to himself, 6th rank, I can really reach the 6th rank. You're not lying to me, are you? Li Yunxiao frowned. He said coldly, don't forget your identity. What qualifications do you have for me to lie to you? The 6th rank is just the beginning in my eyes. I came to find you to refine a few pills for me. Yes. Cold sweat dripped down Jia Rong's forehead. The 6th rank was just the beginning. Although this young Master Yun was mysterious, he was boasting too much. Li Yunxiao nodded. One is the Yuan charging pill, and the other is the Yuan explosion pill. Yuan charging pill, Yuan explosion pill. Jia Rong was shocked. These two pills are infinitely close to the 2nd rank. I just became a 1st rank arcane refiner. I'm afraid I can't refine them. Li Yunxiao sneered. I'm here. What are you afraid of? Start preparing the materials now. My time is limited. Jia Rong was stunned. Is young Master Yun going to teach me how to refine pills? Is he an arcane refiner too? How is that possible? Although Jia Rong had doubts in his heart, he still obediently followed Li Yunxiao's instructions. Soon, he had people prepare 3 sets of materials for each pill. Li Yunxiao said, 1 for each pill is enough. Why do you need 3 sets of materials? Jia Rong smiled bitterly. This young Master Yun really wasn't an arcane refiner. He didn't even know that there was a success rate. Jia Rong explained, a 1st rank arcane refiner has a success rate of more than 60% when refining a 1st rank pill, but it's not 100%. The success rate for refining pills like the Yuan charging pill and Yuan explosion pill is even lower. 3 sets of materials probably won't be enough. However, there are only 3 sets left. I've already asked them to think of a way to gather more. Li Yunxiao snorted. He didn't say anything and walked straight to the refining equipment. He scanned them and said, start. You refine them. Just follow my instructions. Jia Rong found it hard to believe, but he suppressed his doubts and began refining under Li Yunxiao's guidance. The most important aspect of refining a pill was to balance the medicinal effects. The most difficult part was to fuse the attributes of the various ingredients together with soul power. Let's purify the ingredients first. Jia Rong spread out his soul power and separated the ingredients into different categories. He placed them into different containers according to Li Yunxiao's instructions and began to purify them. Time slowly passed. Li Yunxiao cursed him countless times, but Jia Rong gritted his teeth and endured it step by step. He was completely dizzy during the entire refining process. At the start, he was still memorizing the steps and techniques, but towards the end, he was completely listening to instructions like a robot. He was so tired that he almost collapsed. All right, collect the pills. With Li Yunxiao's command, Jia Rong could no longer hold on. As if he had been granted amnesty, he hurriedly used his soul power and yuan qi shot out from his hand. 2 pills spun a few times in the air before landing in his hand. Yuan charging pill, yuan explosion pill. I really succeeded. Jiarong trembled nonstop. He didn't feel tired even though he had used up all his soul power. He excitedly said, and I refined 2 pills at the same time. Heavens, what did I do just now? How is this possible? The grievance he felt from being scolded earlier had also been swept away. He hated that he couldn't hear young Master Yun call him an idiot every day as long as he could guide him in refining. Li Yunxiao took the 2 pills from Jiarong's hand and frowned. Why is the purity so low? You still have the nerve to call yourself an alchemist after refining such trash? Jiarong's eyes bulged out. He was just about to say that Hui Yuhao wasn't an alchemist, so how would he know the meaning behind refining these 2 pills? But then he remembered that he had refined the pills under Hui Yuhao's guidance. He wouldn't believe that Hui Yuhao wasn't an alchemist even if he was beaten to death. In his eyes, Li Yunxiao wasn't just an alchemist, but an existence that surpassed his knowledge. He immediately shut his mouth when he thought of that. When he thought of what Hui Yuhao had said before about becoming a 6th-rank ancestor alchemist, he couldn't help but believe it. His body trembled with excitement. You look like you're about to collapse. I'll have to purify it myself. Troublesome. Li Yunxiao mumbled, but if it's just purification, my current advanced apprentice soul power is enough. He wrapped the pill with his soul power and flew above the formation again. He formed a seal with both hands and fire shot out from the formation towards the pill. Purify? Jiarong was dumbfounded. You can purify the finished product? Isn't it only possible to purify raw materials? Li Yunxiao was too lazy to explain this to him. His hands kept forming hand seals, carefully controlling the burning of the array. Jiarong's eyes were wide open, and he didn't dare to blink. He had never seen any of Li Yunxiao's hand seals before, but none of them gave him a sense of familiarity, as if there was something hidden in them. He always felt that this thing was very important, but he couldn't grasp it. He kept scratching his head anxiously. Done. Li Yunxiao sighed and looked at the 2 purified pills in his hands. He seemed extremely dissatisfied and sighed, this is the best I can do. My soul power is too low. With the spirit charging pill, he was confident that he could break through to the 1st element realm within 3 days. Only then would he be able to defeat the 9 stars warrior, Lan Xian. Just in case, he still had a Yuan burst pill in reserve. This was the only way to ensure that nothing would go wrong, Jiarong muttered to himself. He had used a total of 72 techniques. He tried his best to memorize these techniques. He glanced at the purified pill in Li Yunxiao's hands and his mind went blank. He cried out, Pure Tier Pill. Other than ranking, pills were also categorized by purity. Usually, a pill with a purity of more than 90% would be called a Pure Tier Pill. However, the formation of a Pure Tier Pill depended on luck as well as the strength of the alchemist. Not only could Li Yunxiao purify a finished pill, but he could also purify a Pure Tier Pill. Jiarong's mind went blank and he forgot to memorize the 72 techniques. He stood in his room in a daze. Today, things had happened one after another, leaving him completely dumbfounded. When he came back to his senses, he found that Li Yunxiao had already left. He immediately felt extremely regretful. He hurriedly took out a pen and paper and wrote down his thoughts and doubts. When Li Yunxiao passed by the hall on the 1st floor, he heard Lu Yu shout excitedly, I did it. I finally did it. Lu Yao immediately revealed a happy smile. When she saw Li Yunxiao, she gave him a grateful smile. Li Yunxiao gave her a thumbs up and gave her a look of encouragement. He then left the Alchemist Guild and returned to Jiaolan Academy to cultivate. With his current strength as a peak martial disciple, he was not afraid of Lan Xian. However, if he wanted to defeat Lan Xian, he would need to condense Yuan Qi and step into the 1st origin realm. It should be known that it was not strange to challenge someone of a higher level. However, if the difference between the two was too great, then all techniques would be useless. The Yuan Qi of a 9 stars martial disciple was no longer something that a martial disciple could resist. Over the past few days, Han Bai and Chen Zhen had looked for him several times, but it was all to no avail. No one expected that he would stay in the gravity room for 3 days. Jiaolan Academy, Dean's Office. When Zhong Lishan heard about Luo Yunsheng's performance during this time, his old face immediately bloomed into a smile. Yunsheng, I didn't think that you'd really become an alchemist. Haha, you can be said to be the first person after Yang Di in the past few hundred years. However, he immediately put on a stern face and said angrily, you actually didn't inform me of such an important matter. I only found out when the invitations to His Majesty's banquet arrived. Where do you want me as the dean to put my face? Luo Yunsheng smiled awkwardly. I didn't think that His Majesty's invitation would arrive so quickly. Because I just advanced, my soul power is still a little unstable. I've been in seclusion these past few days to stabilize it. I originally wanted to tell the dean when I came out. Zhong Lishan waved his hand and said, let's forget about this matter. Among these youths, you are the one I think the most highly of. You're only 21 years old, but you've already reached the 3 stars 4 divisions realm. You're a rank 1 alchemist. Your future is limitless. I plan to announce to everyone at this banquet that you will be promoted to Jiaolan Academy's Vice Dean. Vice Dean? Luo Yunsheng was shocked. How can I do that? Zhong Lishan directly interrupted her. If even you can't do it, I can't think of anyone else. There are indeed some old monsters in the academy with higher cultivation than you, but they're old and you're also cultivating in the soul refinement realm. Furthermore, you're one of the 5 commanders of the Guardian Divine Guards. Only you can convince everyone wholeheartedly. Luo Yunsheng also didn't say anything. She was afraid that Zhong Lishan wouldn't be happy if she continued to decline. The office immediately quieted down. Suddenly, a clamor came from outside the window. Many students could be seen heading towards the martial arts practice field. Luo Yunsheng was flabbergasted. What happened? Why are they all heading to the martial arts practice field? Zhong Lishan smiled. Speaking of which, it's interesting. It's that influential class student Li Yunxiao that you're leading. He accepted the letter of challenge from the graduating class's Xian Gang's boss, Lan Xian. He's planning to fight for Lan Fei's matter at the martial arts practice field today. Li Yunxiao accepted Lan Xian's letter of challenge? Lan Fei's matter? Luo Yunsheng cried out involuntarily. What exactly happened when I wasn't around? Zhong Lishan gave a simple recount of what had happened. In the end, he snorted. These influential students are becoming more and more lawless in the academy. It's good to let them fight amongst themselves. Lan Fei was actually expelled. Luo Yunsheng was stunned. She immediately said anxiously, no, I must stop them. Li Yunxiao is just a piece of trash who can't even open his chakra. How can he possibly defeat Lan Xian? He's clearly looking for a beating. A trace of astonishment flashed through Zhong Lishan's eyes. A piece of trash who can't even open his chakra? Yunsheng, both you and I have been tricked by this young Master Yun. He directly opened 7 chakras during the 3 days of the martial arts practice field test and broke 500 kilograms of force with a single punch. Hee, this kid is actually so cunning. He hid his strength so deeply. I'm afraid he's already broken through to Origin Realm. Li Yunxiao broke 500 kilograms of force with a single punch and broke through to Origin Realm? Luo Yunsheng was completely flabbergasted now. She murmured, how is that possible? If he hid his cultivation, there's no way he could have hidden it from my eyes. Could he have broken through just a few days ago? That's even more absurd. She abruptly walked towards the door and said in a low voice, no, even if he really broke through to Origin Realm, he's still no match for Lan Xian. Lan Xian is ranked 3rd on the minor wind cloud ranking. I'm afraid he's only a step away from becoming a martial master. The image of Li Yunxiao in class that day flashed through her mind. It made her feel that he was very different from before. His starry eyes made her feel uneasy. Moreover, she was only able to smoothly break through to rank 1 arcane refiner because of his guidance. She couldn't just watch him get crippled. Zhong Lishan was a little surprised. I'll go with you. I can also see the level of the students now. 3rd on the minor wind cloud ranking, interesting. Inside the tenfold gravity room, Yu Hejing couldn't help but say, Lan Duo, are we really not going to watch that piece of trash duel with Lan Xian today? A trace of disgust flashed through Rolando's eyes. Her impression of Yu Hejing was growing worse and worse. You go watch, I don't have the time. Lan Xian's ranking on the minor windcloud ranking is just below Big Brother Lin. That clown will only be a joke if he goes. However, Lan Xian is just SOSO. He only knows how to bully pushovers. Only Big Brother Lin and Bai Qingfeng are the true experts in my heart. Yu Hejing saw the expression on her face when she mentioned Lin Yu. He immediately felt uncomfortable in his heart. Since you're not going, I'll go by myself. I've always wanted to see how that piece of trash dies. Rolando looked at Yu Hejing's departing figure and said in disdain, you don't have the ability to defeat Li Yunxiao, so it's satisfying to watch him fight. I didn't expect Yu Hejing to be so unambitious. Useless. Just as Yu Hejing's figure was teleported out of the tenfold gravity room, her gaze suddenly flickered as she saw a familiar figure dragging his exhausted body onto the teleportation formation and following them out. Apart from the exhaustion, that figure also gave her a lonely and proud feeling. Her heart shook. She couldn't suppress the shock in her heart. Li Yunxiao? A large number of students had already gathered on the training field. The front row was occupied by the members of the Xian gang. Each of them had their arms crossed in front of their chests. Their bodies were emitting a powerful aura, making people not dare to approach them. They were playing to gain the upper hand with a show of strength. Before the competition even started, they had already made their opponents tremble in fear. However, to their disappointment, after the aura dissipated for a long time, they still didn't see Li Yunxiao's figure. On the other hand, the members of the Xian gang were all sweating from exhaustion. That brat, is he not coming? It's normal if he doesn't come. Losing face is better than losing his life. The crowd began to discuss among themselves, cursing Li Yunxiao in their hearts. They had been fooled. Lan Xian's face was also a little green. He sat on the training field and listened to everyone's discussion. He simply closed his eyes and waited. Fatty Han, do you think Li Yunxiao will come? Qin Ruxue was also very nervous. She hoped that he would come, but also hoped that he wouldn't. I don't know. I haven't seen him for the past few days. Did he run away? Han Bai suddenly thought of this possibility and said with some surprise. Qin Zhen was also stunned for a moment. Then he shook his head like a rattle drum. Impossible. If that's really the case, then he doesn't deserve to be the successor of the Li family. He doesn't deserve us to follow him. A man can kneel and die, but he can't endure humiliation and live. Qin Ruxue was annoyed and said angrily, what live and die? Speak nicely. Look, that trash is here. Just when everyone was about to lose their patience, a voice rang out. Everyone quickly turned their heads and saw that 100 meters away, under the statue of Emperor Wu Gufeiyang, a green robe was completely enveloped in the light of the rising sun. He was leisurely looking at the scenery as if he was on an outing. He even seemed to be humming a tune. Wow, he really dared to come. What a hero. No brains. He only relied on his stupidity. Today, he's going to be stupid. Lan Xian is a peak 9 stars martial artist. How many moves do you think he can take? How many moves? If he doesn't die in one move, then he's amazing. The originally crowded martial arts practice field parted to the sides, creating a path for him. Most people had a look of schadenfreude on their faces as if they were watching a good show. Get out of my way. Qin Ruxue angrily squeezed out of the crowd and rushed in front of Li Yunxiao. You fool, why did you really come here? Hurry up and go back, he will kill you. Chen Zhen also squeezed out. Young Master Yun, what exactly are you thinking? Li Yunxiao felt warmth in his heart. Only these few friends cared about him. Suddenly, a silhouette appeared in front of him, and Luo Yunshang said angrily, get lost, don't mess around, I now announce that the duel is cancelled. What? Cancel? Everyone was shocked and cursed. No wonder this brat is so fearless. He has such a trick up his sleeve. F*CK, what a disgrace to the Li family. He's trash to begin with. It doesn't matter if he does it again. All sorts of curses could be heard. Chen Zhan and Han Bai's faces were ashen, and they were trembling with anger. Teacher Luo, this is a duel between students. How can you cancel it without permission? A teacher called Xianping stood up and said in a deep voice, moreover, Teacher Luo, you're from the Guardian Divine Guards. It doesn't seem convenient for you to participate in this matter. The duel between the two had already attracted many teachers. It wasn't because of the disparity in strength between the two, but because of their special backgrounds. They represented the two major forces of the Aqua Sky Nation. The teachers of the academy weren't independent either. Many of them belonged to the two major forces. As for the Guardian Divine Guards, they were the strongest military organization in the Aqua Sky Nation, and they were directly under the command of the king. Luo Yunxiang's eyes shone brightly as she stared at Xianping. I only know that Li Yunxiao is my student, so I have the obligation to protect him. Teacher Xian, if that's the case, which force do you belong to? He shook his head firmly and said, I don't belong to any force. However, as a teacher of the academy, it's not convenient for me to participate in the duel between students. I have to be fair and impartial. Li Yunxiao interrupted Luo Yunxiang and said, Teacher Luo, I'm your student. Why do you have to protect Lan Xian? Teacher Xian was right. They had to be fair and impartial, and not be biased towards either side. All of you can leave. It's only a matter of time before I cripple him. Luo Yunxiang and the rest were stunned. Is there something wrong with your brain? Are you scared out of your wits by the scene? While they were still in a daze, Li Yunxiao had already stepped onto the training field and was walking towards Lan Xian. Sigh, this bastard. Luo Yunxiang stomped her feet in anger. She couldn't stop the duel anymore. However, she focused all her attention and prepared to save Lan Xian. No matter what, she couldn't allow Li Yunxiao to be crippled. I thought you wouldn't dare to come, Lan Xian mocked coldly as he stood up. Do you think you'll be able to extend your presence just by saying a few words? Dream on. Li Yunxiao shouted coldly. He took a step forward and a powerful force emanated from his body. Martial warrior? This kid has really become a martial warrior. Luo Yunxiang was shocked. Even though Zhong Lishan had told her about it, she was still shocked to see it with her own eyes. She was sure that Li Yunxiao was still a piece of trash who hadn't even opened his chakra a few days ago. How is this possible? This kid is actually a martial warrior of the first origin stage. The students outside the arena were all shocked. Yu Hejing, who was in the crowd, felt as if he had been struck by a hammer. No wonder my good-for-nothing little brother wasn't your match. You've really hidden yourself well. Lan Xian laughed coldly, however, your luck ends here. The aura on his body instantly erupted, and waves of energy surged out. The surrounding air seemed to be affected as well, and it began to spin rapidly. The students who were near the training grounds seemed to feel a faint pressure. As expected of a peak 9 stars martial warrior. This Lan Xian is really incredible. I'm afraid that in less than a month, he will be able to break through to the second origin stage and become a martial master. Xianping was full of praise. How many moves do you guys think that Li Yunxiao can take? How many moves? Another teacher laughed, look at the difference in their auras. I'm afraid that he will be crushed in a single clash. Commander Xiaochen also praised young Master Lan Xian last time. He seems to have the intention of recruiting young Master Lan Xian. Oh? Xianping's eyes lit up as he said happily, young Master Lan Xian is just a step away from becoming a martial master. Becoming a divine guard of the divine kingdom is a sure thing. If this Li Yunxiao can take one move from him and not die, he will be a genius. Wang Feng, who was at the side, was silent. His eyes were very gloomy. Although he was from the Lan clan's faction, he only stood on his nephew's side. Now that his nephew had been expelled, he felt extremely depressed as he watched his competitor gain the limelight. He wished that Li Yunxiao could give him a big surprise and cripple Lan Xian. However, he knew that this was just a fool's dream. One move? I don't think so. Suddenly, the eyes of Zhong Lishan, who had been silent all this while, shone brightly. He stared at Li Yunxiao's footsteps on the practice grounds and said, all of you are underestimating this Li Yunxiao. This duel might be worth watching. The other teachers were stunned. Luo Yunxiang was also shocked and didn't understand. She raised her head and saw that Li Yunxiao was just slowly walking towards Lan Xian. His movements were really slow, like he was unable to move under his aura. Each step he took used up a lot of energy. Out of everyone present, only Xianxia felt that something wasn't right. He was a 5-element realm martial king and he noticed that the air around Lianxiao was a little weird. Along with each step he took, the entire space seemed to be shaking. At this moment, he seemed to have an illusion that the laws of heaven and earth around him seemed to pulsate with his footsteps as if they were alive. Thinking about that, Xianxia sucked in a deep cold breath. How was that possible? However, this kid's footsteps were definitely some kind of secret technique. At least, he was able to cause the surrounding aura to be the same as his footsteps. What a deep technique. After Xianxia's reminder, Luo Yunsheng seemed to have noticed something and was in deep thought. Trash, you are unable to move even a single step under my aura and you still want to fight me. Lan Xian laughed in disdain. Large amounts of essence energy surged into his right hand. Circles of essence energy rippled out like a whirlpool on the surface of the ocean, showing signs of spinning power. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I will make you kneel down and admit your mistakes. I will make your Li family unable to raise their heads. Lan Xian was planning to win in one move to establish his prestige. Flowing cloud sword technique, star spinning palm. With a push of his palm, the surrounding heaven and earth yuan qi surged over in a frenzy, forming a cyclone that covered the sky and covered Li Yunxiao. Turning the sword into a palm spinning like the stars, good. Xianping couldn't help but cheer. Although some of the other teachers couldn't stand Xianping's naked bootlicking, they still revealed expressions of admiration. Only Xianxia's expression became grave as he stared at Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao smiled coldly. All the essence energy in his body suddenly gathered on his feet and he suddenly shot up. His body instantly turned into an afterimage as he soared into the sky. The diamond rocks on the ground were instantly crushed into powder. What's going on? So fast. Lan Xian's expression changed. Li Yunxiao's speed had actually broken through the envelopment of his fist wind. He said angrily, "You want to escape? Dream on." His right palm changed and the whirlpool suddenly expanded, increasing the attack range by several times. Li Yunxiao soared into the sky. He couldn't dodge while he was in the air. Moon steps, shifting shadows. Just when everyone's eyes were wide open, planning to see how he was going to take this move, his body suddenly turned into an afterimage as he moved several feet horizontally in a strange posture, forcefully dodging the attack. How is this possible? What kind of movement skill is this? Crossing the sky? Lan Xian's pupils shrank, and his eyeballs almost popped out. Just when everyone was tongue-tied, Li Yunxiao's figure directly took a step in the air. It was as if he was crossing the sky, and he actually didn't fall. As his foot landed, it seemed as if some kind of power in the air had been drawn, and everyone's heart trembled slightly. Xianxia's pupils shrank as he jumped up from his chair in shock. The others weren't clear, but he clearly saw that Li Yunxiao's step was a continuation of the previous one. Whether it was the frequency or the time, it was exactly the same. It was just right. In other words, when he dodged Lan Xian's move, it wasn't because he couldn't resist it. Instead, it was because he wanted to complete this set of strange steps. As he took the last step, the rhythm of the world started moving with him. All of a sudden, rays of golden light blossomed from his body as he fell from the sky. The momentum of the world seemed to have been drawn and frantically surged into his body. It gave people the feeling that the sky was collapsing, and the momentum of all living things was converging into one. Borrowing the momentum of the world. Xianxia turned pale with shock, and his eyes stared blankly. He finally understood the purpose of Li Yunxiao's set of steps. It was to mobilize the power of the world, which was to borrow momentum. Li Yunxiao's aura was getting stronger and stronger like a meteorite. His hands were constantly forming all sorts of seals, and many afterimages appeared around him. At this time, 3 shining golden hand seals appeared, and countless energies from the surrounding space surged in. The light became brighter and brighter, Li Yunxiao softly said, floating life like a dream, flying swan seal. The 3 golden lights merged into one, and it was like a meteorite falling to the ground. A huge golden palm seal descended from the sky. Floating life seal. It's actually the floating life seal. Xianxia couldn't conceal the shock in his eyes. With Li Yunxiao's strength, he couldn't use the floating life seal at all. He could only use the power of heaven and earth and borrow external force to complete this move. However, borrowing the power of heaven and earth doesn't just require technique. It also requires comprehension of the power of heaven and earth. Even I can't see through it. How did he do it? Xianxia was a little absent-minded as he looked at the floating life like a dream golden seal. Could he be Yangdi's disciple? This is Lord Yangdi's floating life seal? Luo Yunxiang was instantly stunned, and she muttered to herself, how is this possible? He is only a one-star warrior. How could he use the floating life seal? What relationship does he have with Lord Yangdi? Everyone was completely stunned. They couldn't adapt to the sudden change in the situation. How many of them had seen such a grand and imposing martial skill before? Their eyes were wide open, and their minds were blank. Just when everyone was completely stunned, Lan Xian, who was on the training ground, was also completely dumbfounded. That earth-shattering might had covered the sky and covered the earth. Before the palm imprint had even reached him, his battle intent had already collapsed. His clothes had instantly turned into dust, and his skin had started to crack open. Boom! The floating life seal landed on Lan Xian's body, and he was sent flying with a burst of golden light. He was like a balloon that had suddenly deflated. Fresh blood sprayed in the air, and he was sent flying dozens of meters away. He landed on the ground far away, and the diamond stones shattered into pieces. Who? Li Yunxiao's body finally landed on the ground. He took a deep breath, and his face was pale. His body was also trembling slightly. Just now, all of his essence chi had been sucked dry, and the borrowed might of heaven and earth had also vanished. Silence. The entire place was absolutely silent. When Li Yunxiao used the fulgurating shadow substitution technique, there were still sounds of discussion. However, after he used the floating dream seal, the crowd became completely silent. Lan Xian's defeat was already within everyone's expectations, but when it actually happened, it still left everyone dumbfounded. One move. The young master of the Li family, who had never revealed his strength and was known as Trash, had completely defeated the leader of the Xian gang, who was ranked third on the minor influential list and a martial warrior at the peak of 9 stars, with just one move. Moreover, it was a complete defeat without any suspense. That floating life seal that borrowed the power of heaven and earth was deeply imprinted in everyone's minds, and they could not forget it. At this moment, everyone was dumbstruck by this completely unexpected outcome, including Zhong Lishan, Luo Yunxiang, Xian Ping, Wang Feng, Qin Ruxue, Qin Zhen, Han Bai, Yu Hejing, and all the disciples of the Xian gang. The minds of everyone present had gone blank. Li Yunxiao's face was extremely pale. He began to take deep breaths to recover the energy he had consumed. The battle technique that borrowed the power of heaven and earth just now could only be used against these low-level warriors because it required too much time to prepare. A battle between high-level martial artists could change in an instant. No one would give you that much time to take advantage of the situation. Step by step, he walked towards Lan Xian, who was like a pile of mud. How could this be? Defeated. Lan Xian was actually defeated. Moreover, he was defeated in such a sorry state, his body covered in cuts and bruises. My God! He is a 9-star samurai, and that Li Yunxiao is only a 1-star samurai. How can the gap be so big? Zhong Lishan was slightly stunned as well, and his pupils suddenly constricted as he shouted loudly. Stop! His voice was like a huge bell, and all the students were shaken. Li Yunxiao was stomping on Lan Xian's dantian when Zhong Lishan roared. His eyes flickered as he sneered and said, I already said that no one can save you. Lan Xian might have been severely injured and couldn't move, but his divine sense was still awake. He saw Li Yunxiao's foot getting bigger and bigger in his eyes, and his heart surged with boundless fear. Lunatic. This person is a lunatic. He even dared to go against the dean's words. Isn't he afraid of being expelled? Save me, save me. Who can save me? Bang! The foot hit Lan Xian's dantian, and the fist force broke through. A ray of light burst out from Lan Xian's lower abdomen, and the force broke through his body and came out from his lower back. The clothes on his back were instantly torn apart. Pfff. A mouthful of blood spurted out from Lan Xian's mouth, and his entire body immediately became dispirited. His essence, energy, and spirit instantly disappeared, and he became like a shriveled ball as he fainted. Ah? Everyone was completely stunned. Crippled. Lan Xian's dantian was actually smashed, and he was completely crippled. When a martial artist's dantian was smashed, they would be crippled for life unless they had the legendary sacred medicine of 7th grade or above. Xianxia was also completely stunned. He couldn't save Lan Xian with his speed, and he fell dozens of meters away from the two of them as he stared blankly. It was the first time in many years that he felt at a loss. Luo Yunxiang sucked in a breath of cold air, and she also flew over. She saw Li Yunxiao walking step by step toward the mud like Lan Xian, and she cried out in alarm, "What are you doing?" Everyone was stunned. Lan Xian was already crippled, so what else did he want to do? Pa! Li Yunxiao suddenly raised his foot and instantly stomped down. Half of his foot directly pierced into Lan Xian's mouth, and all his teeth were shattered. His mouth was directly torn open, and his face was covered in blood. Lan Xian's divine sense had long since fainted, but his nerves were twitching instinctively. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock, and they felt a chill run down their spines. "Brat, you are too vicious." Xianxia was extremely furious. His figure flashed, and he flew over. "Humph, I said that I wanted to fight, and you licked my shoes. I haven't washed my feet for 3 days. Now, you must feel good, right?" Li Yunxiao squinted his eyes, and his 5 fingers made a grabbing motion in the air. He took the 5-colored godly space jade pendant that was hanging on Lan Xian's waist into his hand. This was something that he was determined to get. He then kicked out, and Lan Xian's entire body was lifted up like he was lifting a piece of trash, and he was kicked toward Xianxia. Bang! Xianxia didn't even look at him, and he directly sent the crippled Lan Xian flying again with a palm strike. His entire body landed in front of Li Yunxiao, and the fury on his body instantly erupted. He was like an enraged lion, and he formed an overbearing pressure in the air that ruthlessly pressed down on Li Yunxiao's body. He is already crippled, so why is he still so vicious? Humph, this is a life and death duel, and my life and death are up to me. It's none of your business. None of your business. None of your business. None of your business. Li Yunxiao's voice reverberated in the martial arts field, and everyone was completely dumbfounded. Even the king of the Aqua Sky Nation, the president of the Alchemists Guild, the commander of the Guardian Divine Guards, and all the most influential people in the Aqua Sky Nation didn't dare to speak to the dean of the Jiaolan Academy like this. Xianxia was stunned, and he laughed out of anger. "Haha, it's none of my business. Brat, do you know who I am?" Li Yunxiao sneered. "Jiaolan Academy's dean, Martial King Xianxia. You're over 100 years old, and you're only a martial king. You still have the nerve to show off? If I were you, I would have already killed myself out of shame." Pfft. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This brat is crazy, he's really crazy. The 5 Elements realm was known as a martial king. The #1 expert of the Aqua Sky Nation was actually scolded for having a low cultivation level. Xianxia flew into a rage, and he shouted, "Die!" The pressure on his body seemed to have materialized, and it faintly appeared in the air, pressing down like a mountain. Li Yunxiao's complexion changed greatly, and his whole body was like a leaf swaying in the wind and rain under this pressure. It seemed as if he would collapse at any time. His body seemed as if it was about to be crushed into meat paste, and his whole body trembled nonstop. He glared angrily and roared, "Old man, you bullied me when I was only 15 years old when you were 100 years old, and you bullied me when you were a martial king. If I, Li Yunxiao, don't die today, I will make you pay 100-fold in the future." Xianxia's complexion changed greatly, and he was overwhelmed with shock. Under the pressure of his martial king realm, this little 1-star martial warrior was actually able to hold his head high and not kneel. What made him even more shocked was that, while facing him, a martial king, Li Yunxiao's body actually released a fighting spirit that even he didn't dare to belittle. What kind of stubbornness and fighting spirit was this? What kind of unyielding soul was inside this brat's frail body? Luo Yunxiang, who was far away, also changed from being anxious to being shocked. The unyielding struggle in Li Yunxiao's eyes had deeply shocked her. What's with this feeling? Why does that stubborn expression of his give me such a familiar feeling? Luo Yunsheng's eyes became somewhat blurred, and her eyebrows revealed deep doubt. Suddenly, a golden light flashed in her eyes, and she quickly turned around. The holy statue of Emperor Wu was standing in the air 100 meters away from the martial arts practice field. Under the illumination of the red sun, it looked like a huge sun. Gu Feiyong. His expression and demeanor are exactly the same as Sir Gu Feiyong. Luo Yunsheng stared at Li Yunxiao in astonishment. Even under the pressure of the martial emperor realm, his eyes were still as bright as stars, and his lips were curled into a smile. The aura of a monarch looking down upon the world caused Luo Yunsheng's heart to tremble. She could only feel her vision blurring, as if this 15-year-old young man had overlapped with a peerless martial emperor who was unrestrained and unrestrained. Pooh! Li Yunxiao finally couldn't take it anymore and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His eyes were like fire. Old man, don't think that I can't do anything to you just because you are martial king. Even if I die, I will heavily injure you. He took out the energy explosion pill and swallowed it. Instantly, energy surged out from his body and his aura started to climb. Zhong Lishan was shocked. His aura was already at its peak. Not to mention a one-star martial warrior, even a martial master or even a martial grandmaster should have submitted to him. Did he really have to bully the weak and use his martial king strength to bully a martial warrior? Even if he really subdued him, his reputation would be gone. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, he felt an indescribable aura spread out from Li Yunxiao's body. There was no longer any emotion in Li Yunxiao's eyes. Instead, they were as calm as an ancient well. This is? Zhong Lishan was shocked and an indescribable feeling surged up in his heart. Luo Yunsheng also noticed the change in Li Yunxiao's aura. She felt a light breeze blow past and the originally cloudless sky seemed to have clouds gathering. Just at that moment, Li Yunxiao raised his hand. Shock shot out from her eyes and she exclaimed, "The wind is blowing, the clouds are Feiyong." How is that possible? Zhong Lishan was shocked by Luo Yunsheng's shout and his eyes were filled with shock. As a five-element realm martial king, he naturally sensed the extreme discomfort around. He looked into the sky and muttered, "Wind and clouds, the wind and clouds are really rising." The #1 expert of the Aqua Sky Nation, the martial king Zhong Lishan, had cold sweat dripping down his forehead in front of a one-star warrior. Just who is this kid? This move, Great Wind Rises, Clouds Feiyong. Could it be Lord Gu Feiyong's Great Wind Cloud Palm? The wind and clouds rose, the mountains and rivers moved. Li Yunxiao's slender figure was like a mountain, standing tall in the world, unchanging for all eternity. The wind and clouds moved according to his heart. The winds and clouds of heaven and earth, the winds and clouds are all mine. Back then, the army vanquishing martial emperor, Gu Feiyong, had suppressed 10 9-star martial emperors with one great wind palm at the top of the sea of clouds on the snow-descending peak of the Divine Night Palace. He had played with Chu Hongyan, the palace master of the Divine Night Palace 3 times. He had come and gone freely in the forbidden land of the Divine Night Palace, looking down on the world. Stop! Zhong Lishan shouted and immediately dispersed the aura on his body. He could already see the change in Li Yunxiao's aura after consuming the Yuan Burst elixir. This kind of elixir that could instantly increase one's strength had great side effects. He wasn't afraid that Li Yunxiao could injure him. Even if it was Gu Feiyong's Great Wind Cloud Palm, he wouldn't be afraid if it was executed by a one-star warrior. However, Li Yunxiao not only knew the floating life seal, but he also knew the Great Wind Cloud Palm. It was extremely likely that he was related to Yang Di. If these two moves were really taught to him by Yang Di, then he wouldn't be able to explain himself to Yang Di if he injured this kid. The #1 expert of the Aqua Sky Nation, the martial king Zhong Lishan, who didn't even care about the king of the Aqua Sky Nation, had a trace of fear in his eyes when he thought of Yang Di. The competition between students is completely voluntary. I have nothing to say about you injuring Lan Xian, but you shouldn't have been so vicious. Since this is your first offense, I will let this matter go. There will be no next time. Zhong Lishan's figure flickered after he left these words, and he disappeared from the practice field. Since he couldn't injure Li Yunxiao, staying here would only make him more irritated. All the students and teachers were dumbfounded. Since when did the dean become so easy to talk to? Even if it was a prince or princess, they should have been sent flying with a slap after offending him. Luo Yunsheng also came back to her senses, and her eyes flashed with all kinds of splendor. She pretended to be angry and shouted, "Quickly withdraw the power." The power of the yuan burst pill dispersed, and his body was like an erupting volcano. Li Yunxiao's entire body turned red, and he clenched his teeth as he said, "Old man, you run fast." He put his palms together and sat down cross-legged like an unmoving mountain. The violent aura surging from his body instantly calmed down, and it seemed to circulate around his body according to a certain rule. His complexion also returned to normal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Luo Yunxiang was startled, and her beautiful eyes rippled. Li Yunxiao's posture seemed to contain some kind of rule, and it made her ponder, but she didn't have the slightest clue. However, her heart was faintly telling her that this rule was very powerful. She knew that in the path of martial arts, there were many areas that required extraordinary comprehension, and it was a rare opportunity. She immediately sat down cross-legged, and looked at Li Yunxiao face to face, and started to ponder. After a series of astonishment, the whole practice field immediately started to discuss loudly, and all kinds of expressions appeared on all kinds of people's faces. Han Bai and the others were worried about Li Yunxiao, and they were stopped by phone booping. In order to maintain order, phone booping even forcibly dispersed the scene, and no one was allowed to stay in the practice field. Soon, all the students were dispersed, and only Li Yunxiao and Luo Yunxiang were left. The two of them were sitting cross-legged, and they were both cultivating with their eyes closed. All of a sudden, a beam of light appeared on Luo Yunxiang's body, and slowly gathered at the center of her brows, like a lotus flower that had suddenly bloomed, and it was peaceful and contented. The surrounding aura changed rapidly along with the light, and it was as if she had absorbed all of it. In the distance, Xianping's eyes revealed a look of shock, and he muttered to himself, "She broke through?" Luo Yunxiang actually broke through again. Luo Yunxiang only felt that the bottleneck in her cultivation was unconsciously breaking down as she pondered about Li Yunxiao's strange posture. By the time she discovered to her shock, the bottleneck had already been completely opened, and a wave of heaven and earth essence qi gathered from all directions, madly surging into her body, and flushing through her meridians. She knew that she had broken through, but it was really inexplicable. She hadn't comprehended much of that strange rule, but it had actually allowed her to break through to the next realm. What was going on with this Li Yunxiao? What kind of heaven-defying cultivation technique was he cultivating? Luo Yunxiang suppressed the shock in her heart, and carefully controlled the surrounding heaven and earth essence qi to circulate in her body, and finally, it gathered and flowed into her dantian's aura sea. Immediately, she felt that her entire body was clear, and an unprecedented feeling of power surged throughout her body. Only after her realm stabilized did she slowly open her eyes. Ah! She opened her eyes and immediately jumped in fright. Li Yunxiao had already woken up at some point in time, and was currently staring at her with wide eyes, smiling. Immediately, a red cloud flashed across her face, and she tenderly rebuked, "What did you do?" Li Yunxiao was confused, "I didn't do anything?" "Congratulations, Teacher Luo, for breaking through." Only then did Luo Yunxiang calm down her throbbing heart. She suddenly discovered a trace of abnormality, and stared at Li Yunxiao in astonishment, and said, You advanced to a 2-star martial warrior?" Li Yunxiao said with a smile, "Teacher is a 4 symbols realm martial monarch, and it's 100 times more difficult for you to advance than for me, but you still advanced. What's so surprising about a martial warrior like me advancing?" Luo Yunxiang discovered that sooner or later, her heart wouldn't be able to take it if she stayed with this brat. She put on a stern face and said angrily, "Don't play dumb with me. How many days has it been since you advanced to a martial warrior? I discovered that after 5 days of seclusion, the world has completely changed. Give me an explanation for all these things." Li Yunxiao shouted, My injuries haven't healed yet, how can I withstand Teacher Luo's interrogation? Wait for me to go back and rest for 10 days to half a month, then I'll explain to you when my injuries are healed." Luo Yunxiang looked at his sorry figure in bloodstains, and a trace of hesitation flashed in her eyes. "All right, but I'll only give you 3 days, come find me in the office 3 days later." This little girl, why is she so overbearing? She doesn't even listen to reason. Li Yunxiao watched as Luo Yunxiang left, and said to himself with a smile, "But her talent is excellent, she's worth nurturing." Li Yunxiao didn't stop at all. This battle had a huge impact on him. Originally, after taking the vitality charging pill, he directly advanced to the 1st element realm, but there was still a large amount of medicinal energy left in his body. This time, after the impact of the heaven and earth's power on his body, the remaining medicinal energy was completely dispersed, and this was also the reason why he advanced to 2 stars after the battle. After advancing after the battle, the first thing he should do was to stabilize his current realm. But he faintly felt that he hadn't finished digesting it. After leaving the training field, he went straight to the gravity room. Now that he was able to move freely in the 10x gravity room, the 10x gravity field was the most suitable for him to temper his body. As soon as he entered the gravity room, many students immediately recognized him and retreated in shock, not daring to get too close to him. No one dared to fight with him for the room. After teleporting to the 10x gravity area, he found a secret room and entered. Coincidentally, Roland came out from another 10x gravity room and was shocked to see Xianxia's figure. What's going on? He looks very energetic. Did Lan Xian not cripple him? That's not Lan Xian's style. Just as she was puzzled, as Xianxia entered the secret room, the dozens of people in the public area seemed to heave a sigh of relief at the same time, and started to discuss among themselves, "This kid has such a strong aura, I don't even dare to get within 3 meters of him." Of course, he killed Lan Xian in one move, and the pressure he emits within 3 meters is enough to crush you. I don't think Bai Qingfeng and Lin Yu on the minor wind and cloud ranking are his match. Tisk tsk, I just heard the news from the infirmary. Lan Xian's meridians are all broken, and his energy sea has collapsed. Unless he has a level 5/9 Hell Chi concentrating pill, he will be a cripple for life. Are you serious? This kid is so ruthless? It's not like you don't know that the infirmary's teacher, Teacher Ku, is a first-rank warrior-level arcane master. How could he make a wrong diagnosis? Moreover, he is my cousin's uncle's uncle's second uncle's 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 neighbor's son's 7th wife's sister-in-law's brother. We are such close relatives, how could he lie to me? This kid doesn't even give face to the dean, he is indeed ruthless. Everyone should be careful not to provoke this ruthless person, otherwise no one will be able to save you. Rolando's mind buzzed as she heard the words, "Kill Lan Xian in one move." She felt a little absent-minded as the scene in front of her seemed a little unreal. That slender figure flashed through her mind one by one. 5 days later, in a secret room of the 10x gravity room, a milky white aura faintly appeared around Xianxia's body. His body was curled up into a ball, like a baby in its mother's womb. His breathing was abnormally weak, as if he didn't have any true breath. However, the skin on his body was indeed opening and closing, breathing in and out. This was an extremely brilliant breathing technique that could allow a person to return to the Xiantian realm and enter the embryonic breathing state. On the surface, it looked like he was sleeping, but the true energy in his body was surging like a river. It was several times more powerful than ordinary meditation. After an unknown amount of time, his tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. A turbid aura was heavily exhaled, and his eyes shone brightly. Peak 2-star martial warrior. With 3 more days of embryonic breathing, I can break through. But his brow slightly furrowed. Specks of golden light appeared in his sea of consciousness, slowly condensing under the ethereal state. A piece of golden mantra words appeared in the void of spiritual sense. The tadpole-like words flickered, constantly flickering and disappearing, unable to be fixed in shape. This divine evolution art is too marvelous. Not only can it not be written, but it's also difficult to form the soul platform in my sea of consciousness. However, every time I try, my soul power grows by a lot. Although soul refining techniques are extremely precious, I've read no less than 10 of them. I've never seen such a mysterious situation. He took a deep breath and firmly said, "Forget it. It's rare for my soul power to grow to this level. I can refine it as a martial cultivator at any time. The key now is to use this opportunity to become a rank 1 arcane refiner." Just as he was about to break through to the peak of the 2-star warrior realm, his soul force had also condensed to a certain degree. Moreover, the great divine evolution technique was even more complete than usual. As a result, he decisively gave up on martial cultivation and focused all of his attention on tempering his soul force above his beer. Following the appearance of the great divine evolution technique, the golden radiance in his knowledge sea became more and more numerous, illuminating the entire spiritual platform like a golden wheel. Xianxia was a Tier 9 Emperor Tier technique refiner in his previous life. Naturally, he knew that the time had come. Immediately, his divine sense flickered, and the golden light in his knowledge sea surged towards the center. It was as if a black hole had appeared, devouring everything in a frenzy. Condense. He abruptly opened his eyes. Streaks of golden lightning floated in his eyes before faintly dispersing. His eyes became clear and he returned to his normal state. I've finally recovered my first-rank soul power. I didn't expect it to be so fast. Now, I can refine my own Xian weapons and medicine. Li Yunxiao's figure flickered as he stepped out of the secret chamber and entered the teleportation array. Just as he was about to open the door, a thought flashed through his mind, and he abruptly turned around, intending to leave. You want to leave? Come back. A voice came from the dormitory, and the door creaked open. Luo Yunxiang was staring at him coldly, and traces of anger surfaced on her face. Li Yunxiao, did you really ignore my words? It's been 5 days, and I still haven't seen you. Cold sweat seeped out from Li Yunxiao's forehead as he laughed awkwardly. I forgot about it the moment I started cultivating, 2-star peak martial artist? You've only advanced to 2-star martial artist for 5 days. Luo Yunxiang's expression suddenly changed. She could feel the faint fluctuation of essence energy coming from Li Yunxiao's body. She said in a deep voice, Li Yunxiao, I know you must have had some fortuitous encounter. But in the cultivation of martial arts, persistence is the most important thing. You must not take the risk of consuming elixirs with great side effects just for the sake of speed. Otherwise, it will be detrimental to your future. She mistakenly thought that Li Yunxiao had consumed an elixir to increase his strength. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have such a terrifying speed. Li Yunxiao's heart warmed slightly. He knew that this was for his own good. He immediately put on a straight face and said, Teacher, don't worry. I definitely didn't consume any elixirs. A look of suspicion flashed across Luo Yunxiang's face. But when she saw that Li Yunxiao's eyes were clear and didn't look like he was lying, she was relieved. That's for the best. Now, you should give me an explanation, right? Explanation? What explanation? Li Yunxiao suddenly slapped his head. I still have something important to do. I'll leave first. See you next time. Very quickly, Luo Yunxiang's cold and murderous gaze fell on him. Her gaze felt like it was piercing his body, causing him to shiver. He knew that there was no way he could escape this time. He smiled bitterly. Teacher, what do you want me to explain? Luo Yunxiang stared at him. She realized that this useless student, who had never attracted her attention in the past, was becoming more and more unfathomable to her, especially after this duel. How did you learn Lord Yangdi's floating life seal and Lord Gufeiyang's great wind cloud palm? Before I went into seclusion, you were just an ordinary person who hadn't even opened your chakra. You only went into seclusion for 5 days, and you've already become a 1-star martial artist? What kind of technique did you use to suppress the primordial burst elixir in your body that day? Also, how did you find out about the secret to the Crimson Refinement Copper Mystic Weapons advancement in class that day? Her crimson lips fired off a series of questions, giving Li Yunxiao a headache. What did Dean Zhonglishan think about it? Luo Yunxiang glared at him and said, Lord Dean's analysis is that you've been taught by Lord Yangdi. These heaven-defying martial arts and refinement techniques were all taught by Lord Yangdi. Li Yunxiao giggled and said, Lord Dean is really smart. You figured it out immediately. This is indeed the case. It was reasonable to push everything onto Yangdi. Moreover, he wasn't afraid of confronting Yangdi face to face. In fact, he was even looking forward to it. Bull**T. 2 vulgar words burst out of Luo Yunxiang's mouth, giving Li Yunxiao a fright. She stared at Li Yunxiao coldly and said, Others might not know, but I do. Firstly, although your Li clan is a big shot in the kingdom's military and has great influence, you've never come in contact with Lord Yangdi. Secondly, according to what I know, Lord Yangdi doesn't even know the Great Wind Cloud Palm. Li Yunxiao said in surprise, How do you know that Yangdi doesn't know it? Luo Yunxiang seemed to be in deep thought. She then shook her head and sighed, Forget it. Since you're not willing to say it, I won't force you. Originally, I was worried about you and thought of a way out for you. I didn't expect my worries to be unnecessary. However, you still have to make a trip with me. I found a teacher for you at the Arcane Refiners Guild. He said that he wants to see the results of your soul power test before deciding whether or not to accept you as his disciple. It can't be? He wants me to become his disciple? Li Yunxiao's eyes widened. He hurriedly said, I can't do it. I know my soul power best. It's too trashy. Luo Yunxiang said coldly, whether it's trash or not isn't up to you to decide. I've already promised him. Moreover, it wasn't easy for me to get him to agree. You have to go even if you don't want to. She didn't say anything else and directly dragged Li Yunxiao towards the Arcane Refiners Guild. Li Yunxiao shouted, which expert is it? You want me to become his disciple? Can he afford it? Luo Yunxiang stared blankly. She angrily scolded, he's the most promising arcane refiner in the Arcane Refiners Guild. I spent a lot of effort to get him to agree. Everyone else is just begging for it. Don't give me more trouble. Let me tell you, even if you specialize in martial arts, if you can supplement it with soul cultivation, it will be extremely beneficial to your martial arts. As for who it is, you'll know when you get there. Li Yunxiao didn't say anything else. He only felt slightly astonished. Normal martial artists wouldn't understand the complementation between qi refinement and soul refinement. It seemed like this Luo Yunxiang wasn't just extremely talented. She must have received guidance from an expert. Luo Yunxiang didn't say anything else. She directly grabbed Li Yunxiao with one hand and headed towards the Arcane Refiners Guild. Just like that, Li Yunxiao was half-dragged into the Arcane Refiners Guild by Luo Yunxiang. The moment he entered, he immediately saw Jia Rong explaining a problem to an arcane refiner apprentice in a corner. There were already several circles of people surrounding him. Luo Yunxiang directly squeezed through the crowd and released her martial monarch aura. The surrounding people all backed away with angry expressions. But she didn't care about that and directly shouted, Grandmaster Jia, I was looking for you. I brought the eldest son of the Li family, Li Yunxiao that I mentioned last time. Li Yunxiao was immediately dumbfounded. She actually found Jia Rong to be her master. Jia Rong replied with an "oh" and directly said without raising his head, so it's Lady Yunxiang. Go to the outer hall and find an arcane refiner to test his soul power first. Okay. Luo Yunxiang nodded and turned around, Li Yunxiao, follow me outside. Li Yunxiao had a bitter expression as he followed behind Luo Yunxiang. Just as he was about to leave, a surprised voice suddenly shouted, it's you. The receptionist Lu Yao hurriedly ran over and happily said, I finally get to see you again. After you taught my brother last time, his success rate in making powerful medicines almost reached 100%. Thank you so much. Li Yunxiao gave her a thumbs up and smiled encouragingly, tell your brother that he's quite talented. As long as he perseveres, he will definitely succeed. Lu Yao showed a look of gratitude, my brother has made many medicines and made quite a bit of money. He has already entered seclusion and is planning to break through to the next level. I really don't know how to thank you. The little beauty excitedly clasped her hands in front of her chest. Her lovely appearance attracted many people's attention. Li Yunxiao smiled, hee, isn't it easy to thank you? You can repay me with your body. Lu Yao blushed and giggled, don't be serious. She had been a receptionist in the Arcane Refiners Guild for many years and had seen all kinds of people. She had also been teased by many people, so she naturally wouldn't take it seriously. But at this moment, a trace of anticipation suddenly arose faintly in her heart, and it caused her to feel a wave of shock. Li Yunxiao, what kind of place is this? How dare you try to pick up girls? Luo Yunxiang angrily said and slapped the back of his head. So he's called Li Yunxiao. Lu Yao muttered in her heart. Li Yunxiao didn't dare to dodge and took the hit squarely. He bitterly smiled, of course not. Can't you see that she's the one picking me up? Tui. Lu Yao blushed. No matter how thick-skinned she was, she couldn't stay any longer and hurriedly left. Hurry up and come with me for the test, Luo Yunxiang snapped, if you don't pass, just wait and see how I'll deal with you. Their conversation immediately attracted the attention of many, especially those students who were still listening to Jia Rong's lecture. They all furrowed their brows and glared angrily. An alchemist's lecture was an extremely rare opportunity to learn. It was a once in a very long time. However, every arcane refiner would have a public lecture like this when they advanced to the next rank. You two, if you want to quarrel, please leave. An alchemist apprentice finally couldn't take it anymore. He was at the back of the line, so he couldn't hear clearly to begin with. He was feeling very annoyed. Sorry, we'll leave now, Luo Yunxiang said apologetically. She also knew how difficult it was for them to listen to a lecture. She fiercely punched Li Yunxiao's shoulder and shouted, "Hurry up and get out." Her voice attracted many people's attention. Jia Rong, who was teaching in the corner, also frowned. He raised his head and coldly asked, "What is it?" The students who were engrossed in the lecture all came back to their senses. They turned their heads together and glared at the two troublemakers. Jia Rong was also a little unhappy. He knew that it was Luo Yunxiang, but he felt that the other party was not giving him any face. Just as he was about to put on airs, a sharp light flashed in his eyes and shot over. He just happened to see Li Yunxiao following behind Luo Yunxiang like a frosted eggplant. Young Master Yun? Li Yunxiao? Young Master Yun, Li Yunxiao. He suddenly felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He kept shouting these two names in his heart, his entire mind completely blank. Grandmaster Jia, there are two idiots causing trouble. I'll chase them out right now. An alchemist apprentice proudly stood up. Idiots. Jia Rong muttered to himself. Suddenly, a shiver ran down his spine. He hurriedly rushed up and slapped the apprentice away. He angrily roared, "Idiot, your sister. They came all the way here to learn. Do you know how hard it is? Can you compare to their desire to learn? Can you even compare to his determination to learn?" Everyone was stunned. They patted their heads and looked at the student who was sent flying into the distance. Only then did they realize that what they saw was real. Young Master Yun. Jia Rong rushed over and greeted him carefully. "Master Jia?" Luo Yunxiang was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Just call him Li Yunxiao, no need to be so polite." Smack, Luo Yunxiang slapped the back of Li Yunxiao's head and said angrily, "Grandmaster Jia has already greeted you, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and greet Master Jia." Pa. It was as if Jia Rong's heart had been directly hit, and blood almost burst out. Li Yunxiao lowered his head angrily and shouted, "Hello, Grandmaster Jia." Jia Rong jumped in fright and hastily dodged to the side. Although Li Yunxiao had only lowered his head, it looked like he was bowing. He didn't dare to accept it and dodged as if he was running away. Luo Yunxiang looked at Jia Rong's actions and felt that it was a little strange. "I was just planning to bring this kid to do the spirit power test. No need for the test." Jia Rong hurriedly waved his hand and was at a loss of what to do. "There's no need?" Luo Yunxiang was taken aback for a moment before she slapped him again. Then, she slapped the back of Li Yunxiao's head and said angrily, "You rude kid, you've made Grandmaster Jia angry. Hurry up and apologize." She explained to Jia Rong, "This kid hasn't seen the world and is lacking in manners. Please forgive him, Grandmaster Jia." Jia Rong's mind went blank and he almost knelt down. His whole body was drenched in cold sweat, and his cheeks were dripping with sweat. He slapped himself and cried, "Master Luo, please don't hit me. I said the wrong thing. Young Master Yun is extremely talented and doesn't need to do the spirit power test." At this moment, it was not only Luo Yunxiang who was stunned, even Lu Yao who was standing in the distance was dumbstruck. The eyes of the arcane apprentices listening to Jia Rong's explanation nearly popped out of their sockets. Luo Yunxiang was stunned, extremely talented? Then this disciple, you. Jia Rong hurriedly said, yes. I'll accept this disciple." After he said that, he immediately felt that his words were inappropriate. He saw Li Yunxiao's cold gaze staring at him and he immediately trembled in fear. No, I said the wrong thing again. Not accepting. Luo Yunxiang was stunned. "Grandmaster Jia, your behavior today is too strange. Are you accepting or not?" Jia Rong cried, I, Master Luo, please don't hit his head anymore. I'll do whatever you want me to do. If you hit him again, I'll really kneel before you." Luo Yunxiang was completely dumbfounded. But even an idiot could see that Jia Rong respected Li Yunxiao. She was stunned. Li Yunxiao, you. At this time, there was a sudden commotion in the hall. An old man walked in surrounded by a group of people. The moment the old man entered the hall, all the voices stopped. Everyone stood quietly and lowered their heads slightly with longing in their eyes. The old man's eyes were full of spirit, and his expression was abnormally serious. After entering the hall, he looked around and was slightly stunned when he saw Luo Yunshang. He then nodded with a smile and directly went up to the second floor. Li Yunxiao narrowed his eyes. The soul power fluctuations emitted by the old man were very strong. He was at least a third-rank arcane master. After reincarnating, this was the first time he saw a third-rank arcane master. After the old man went up to the second floor, the hall became noisy again. Luo Yunshang's expression became serious. Master Zhang Qingfan personally came to the Arcane Alchemist Guild. Could it be that Rushue's illness can't be controlled? Li Yunxiao's heart jumped, and he quickly asked, Rushue? What happened to Rushue? Luo Yunshang's expression was a little ugly, and she sighed, this is not a secret. Rushue was born with 5 meridians, and she can't live past 5 years old. Back then, His Majesty the King used the power of the whole country to ask a 5th-rank arcane master to make a prescription for Rushue, and said that it can protect her life for 10 years. Counting it like this, it has been 9 years. 5 meridians? Li Yunxiao's expression changed, and he said solemnly, 5 meridians, unless it is the 8th rank 5 Dragon Yang pill, it can't be cured with medicine. 5 Dragon Yang pill? Luo Yunshang was stunned. This was the first time she heard of this pill. Hearing that there was a pill that could cure Rushue's illness, she was instantly overjoyed, but then a bucket of cold water was poured over her, and she smiled bitterly. 8th rank pills, only the legendary 8th rank arcane master can refine them. Jia Rong also sighed, 8th rank arcane master, that is already a godlike existence. Li Yunxiao's expression was solemn, and after a moment of thought, he said, Teacher Luo, you can go back first. I want to discuss the matter of apprenticeship with Grandmaster Jia alone. Luo Yunshang looked at the two of them strangely, a little worried. Jia Rong broke out in a cold sweat again, and he hurriedly said, Rest assured, Lady Yunshang, if young Master Yun wants to apprentice, he can do it, he can do whatever he wants, I will follow his instructions, I will not let you down. Luo Yunshang instantly felt dizzy. Just what is going on? Why did the arrogant Jia Rong become a servant in front of Li Yunxiao? Right, look at his yes-man appearance, he is just a servant, is he still a high and mighty arcane master? She felt a little unsteady, afraid that she would faint if she continued to stay in the hall, so she hurriedly said a few polite words and left. When Luo Yunshang left, Jia Rong and Li Yunxiao felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. Li Yunxiao said, Let's find a quiet place, I need to think about the problem. Jia Rong immediately made an inviting gesture, and brought Li Yunxiao to his room. The way he followed behind Li Yunxiao like a yes-man left Lu Yao and the group of arcane apprentices dumbfounded, unable to react for a few minutes. Afterwards, they even suspected that they were hallucinating, that they saw wrong. Jia Rong was a first-rank arcane master, and his private lounge was extremely luxuriously decorated. The spacious room had all kinds of fine wine, and the lighting was excellent. Li Yunxiao refused to say a word as he sat on a chair, standing up from time to time and pacing back and forth. Jia Rong didn't dare disturb him, and quietly stood to the side. I got it. Li Yunxiao suddenly jumped up from his chair and slammed the table, saying, Let's do it. Jia Rong, go tell Zhang Qingfan that you can cure the princess's 5 arteries. Jia Rong jumped in fright and said in disbelief, Young Master Yun, you're not joking, are you? Li Yunxiao's expression turned cold, do I like to joke with you? Apart from the 5 Dragon Yang pill, the princess's 5 arteries can also be cured by acupuncture with golden needles. With my current soul power, although I can't cure it in one go, it should be fine after a few tries. Acupuncture with golden needles? Jia Rong's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he said in shock, Young Master Yun, you also know this legendary method? Are you really confident? Li Yunxiao rubbed his temples. Didn't I say it already? One try might not work, so I have to try a few more times. So you have to be the one to cure the princess, and I'll be your assistant. I'll be the one doing the acupuncture. Do you think I'll let you do it for the princess? With your meager skills? Li Yunxiao's eyes were full of disdain, but Jia Rong didn't feel sad at all. Instead, he felt that this was indeed the case. Then, young Master Yun, can I watch and learn from the side when you're doing the acupuncture? Li Yunxiao waved his hand. Up to you. Remember to tell Zhang Qingfan to accept this mission no matter what. Otherwise, if the medicine loses its effect, the princess will be in danger. Okay, I'll go right now. Jia Rong jumped up in excitement. He didn't care about the princess's life or death. What he cared about was that he could witness the legendary acupuncture method. These were all things that were only recorded in legends. Oh, right. Li Yunxiao walked to the table, picked up a pen, and quickly wrote down a list. These are the materials needed to treat the princess. Ask Zhang Qingfan to prepare them. Jia Rong excitedly ran over to take a look. He was immediately dumbfounded. Why are there so many? Young Master Yun, aren't they all materials for refining weapons? Yes, I happen to be lacking a profound weapon. Jia Rong. Li Yunxiao left the Alchemist Guild and went to the nearby market after Jia Rong notified him. When he passed by the hall on the first floor, everyone's gaze towards him had completely changed. They were all filled with awe and respect. Actually, he only needed a box of golden needles to perform acupuncture. However, Li Yunxiao was particular about the size, thickness, length, weight, purity, and materials of the golden needles. Thus, he decided to find some materials to refine them himself. Only in this way would he be able to execute it smoothly and without any mistakes. Just as he was wandering around the market, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Immediately, a beautiful memory surfaced in his mind. A smile appeared on his face as he moved closer to the figure. Boss, I really only have 170 gold coins. Please do me a favor and help me this once, Meng Wu pleaded in front of a small stall. Intermediate alchemist apprentice Jun Liang waved his hand and said, go somewhere else. 300 gold coins is already the lowest price. Or you can provide all the materials. I'll help you for 30 gold coins. Meng Wu took out 2 herbs and handed them over. I only have the radiant orchid and the snake tongue flower. Jun Liang looked at them impatiently. These 2 items are worth 20 gold coins at most. Beauty, it's not that I don't want to help you, but you can't let me make a loss, right? However. Greed flashed in his eyes as he chuckled. If you're willing to be my girlfriend, everything can be discussed. Meng Wu's expression changed. She immediately put away the 2 herbs and turned to leave. Jun Liang hurriedly said, hey, don't go. Being my girlfriend for 3 months is enough. What, you don't want to treat your brother's illness? His words were like a curse, causing Meng Wu to stop in her tracks and stand there in a daze. Jun Liang smiled triumphantly and said, that's right. It's not like I'm asking you to marry me. Even if you're willing, I'm not. I'm going to become an alchemist in the future, and I'm going to marry the daughters of nobles. You're only worthy of playing with me for 3 months. How about it? If you agree, I'll give you this rejuvenation water as a gift. Meng Wu trembled in anger. She bit her lip so hard that it bled. If you concoct the rejuvenation water for me, I'll definitely pay you back in 3 months. Still? Humph, if your brother didn't have the rejuvenation water to prolong his life, I'm afraid he wouldn't have lived for more than 3 months. The money can be returned, but your brother's life is priceless. Jun Liang revealed a hideous grin as he stepped forward and stretched out his hand to touch Meng Wu's body. What do you think, little beauty? I think you're still a fledgling. Otherwise, I wouldn't be interested in you. Pa. Liang Jun retracted his hand as if he had been electrocuted. The pain made his forehead turn cold. He hurriedly pulled up his sleeve. A palm-sized bruise began to slowly swell, and in the blink of an eye, it swelled into a small hill. He looked angrily at Li Yunxiao, who hit him, and said angrily, "Who the hell are you? How dare you hit me? Who are you? How dare you touch my girl?" Li Yunxiao grinned and turned to look at Meng Wu meaningfully. When Meng Wu saw Li Yunxiao, her mind immediately buzzed, and the encounter that night instantly flashed in her mind. All sorts of feelings of shame and anger welled up in her. Her cheeks were flushed, and her eyes were spitting fire. Liang Jun was stunned for a moment, and then said coldly, "Your girl? Let's see if she admits it or not. Do you know who I am?" He pointed at his bruised arm and said, "Brat, you're in big trouble now." When Li Yunxiao heard that, he was instantly overjoyed. He smiled and said, "Who are you?" "I really don't know." Liang Jun sneered and said, "I'll make sure you won't be able to laugh later. I'm an intermediate refinement apprentice of the Alchemist's Guild, and my teacher is a rank 1 warrior level alchemist, Master Jiarong. My sworn brother is the eldest son of Lord Longqing, the commander of the Imperial Guards, Long Hao. If you know what's good for you, kneel down and apologize to me. Then, pay me a few hundred gold coins as medical fees, and I'll let this matter go." Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "I know Jiarong and Longqing, but I've never heard of his son, Long Hao. I also have a few hundred gold coins." He took out a storage bag and threw it on the ground. A trace of coldness flashed in his eyes, "But, if you have the guts, take it." Liang Jun was stunned. He didn't think that the other party would really take out a few hundred gold coins. He was instantly overjoyed, and bent down to take it. Suddenly, an ice-cold chill came from his spine, causing his whole body to tremble. His whole body felt cold, and a deep sense of fear came from the bottom of his heart. He raised his head in shock, only to see a trace of indifference in Li Yunxiao's cold eyes. He was staring at him as if he was looking at a dead man. Heavens, what kind of look was that? Even those soldiers who had been through hundreds of battles on the battlefield didn't have this kind of deathly expression. Liang Jun's outstretched hand suddenly stopped in midair, and his whole body was instantly drenched in cold sweat. He believed that if he touched that money bag, the other party would definitely kill him. Meng Wu stared blankly at Li Yunxiao. That kind of indifferent aura also affected her, and her heart was deeply shaken. Back then, in order to raise money, she had no choice but to agree to Lan Fei's scheme to harm people. Who knew that she would go for wool and come home shorn? Lan Fei was directly fired, and she didn't get a single cent. Instead, she was touched all over by this man. She would never forget that night. She secretly cried in her bed for the whole night, and her arms were even scratched by his fingernails. She swore 1,000 times that she would definitely kill this person. However, when Li Yunxiao really appeared in front of her again, she was filled with anger, but she couldn't do anything. Perhaps it was because the peerless figure that descended from the sky on the martial arts field that day had been deeply imprinted in her heart. Little girls always loved to worship heroes, and strong people easily made people daydream. The move "floating like a dream, flying swan has mark" also left a deep impression on this young girl's heart. She didn't know what a real strong person was, but it was most likely not far from that figure. "Brother Hao!" Liang Jun's surprised cry pulled Meng Wu back from her thoughts. It was as if he had seen his savior. He quickly ran toward a man in armor. He quickly stretched out his hand and pointed in Li Yunxiao's direction, muttering something. Long Hao walked over with a group of soldiers with a stern expression. He coldly looked at Li Yunxiao and Meng Wu, then raised his head and looked at the sky. "I don't know who you are, and I don't want to know. I'll give you 2 choices now. 1. Kneel down and apologize to my old brother, leave this girl and this money, and scram. 2. Become a cripple and spend the rest of your life in prison. I'll give you 3 breaths of time, choose." He was on duty today, patrolling with a group of people, and was currently bored. Although Liang Jun was born poor, he wasn't weak. Moreover, his master was Jiarong, the arcane master with the most potential. Therefore, Long Hao was happy to associate with him, and conveniently sell him a favor. "Humph, you dare touch me. I already told you, my sworn brother is Long Hao. Brat, in the future, you better keep your eyes open when you walk in the capital." Liang Jun shouted arrogantly. He walked to the bag of money in 2 steps, bent down, and was about to pick it up. Bang! Li Yunxiao's figure flashed, and Liang Jun's body flew into the air like a kite with a broken string, fiercely falling towards Long Hao's group. Long Hao's pupils shrank, and the few of them hurriedly scattered in all directions. Suddenly, they fell to the ground with a bang. Liang Jun's face was covered with blood and disbelief. He trembled as he said, big brother, my dantian is shattered. I'm crippled, I'm completely crippled." Long Hao looked at Liang Jun with a face full of disbelief. His mind still couldn't react, and he angrily roared, "Brat, you dare to hurt my little brother?" The soldiers behind him pulled out their weapons, ready to attack at any time. Mengwu was also stunned. She didn't expect Li Yunxiao to cripple him so decisively. Although it was a little cruel, there was an indescribable warmth in her heart, and she also felt a sour pain in her eyes. Li Yunxiao coldly said, "I choose the second option. I'll have to trouble you, brother soldiers, to send me to the prison to play." "Die!" Long Hao roared. He finally reacted, and his martial warrior cultivation instantly erupted. He pulled out a large sword, and slashed down crazily. He was so angry that he directly went berserk. It was really difficult to find a young man in the capital who didn't give him face like this. Moreover, Liang Jun was Jia Rong's disciple, and his Dan Tian had been destroyed in front of him. Not only did he lose a friend with a bright future, but when Jia Rong blamed him, he would probably be beaten up by his father again. Meng Wu's face revealed a worried expression. Although she knew about Li Yunxiao's background and strength, the other party still had the advantage in numbers. Moreover, they were all genuine imperial guards, and they were all martial warriors who had licked blood from the edge of their blades. Their true combat strength was far stronger than these students who spent their days cultivating in the academy. How is this possible? Long Hao's momentum was astonishing, but when he raised his sword and brought it down, there was only a soft muffled sound. His green moon sword was actually caught by two of his opponent's fingers. 2 fingers caught the green moon sword. Everyone was astonished. Li Yunxiao's lips curled into a smile, and he pinched his fingers lightly, as if he was picking up flowers and admiring the moon. It looked extremely easy, but it was actually a very profound finger technique, pinching a flower with a smile. After a short moment of absent-mindedness, Long Hao came to his senses. He had met an iron plate, no wonder he dared to be so unyielding. He roared, "Green moon sword, unseal." A muffled sound came from the green moon sword, as if the sword spirit that had been sleeping was gradually awakening. The sword's body pulsed at a high frequency, and a strong killing aura instantly spread out. The treasured sword's appearance also began to change abnormally. Li Yunxiao frowned, and his 2 fingers felt the changes on the sword's body, and immediately shook. "Dark weapon." Mengwu covered her mouth and cried out involuntarily. Her eyes were filled with shock. Dark weapons were weapons used by martial warriors, and they contained boundless power. Only alchemists were able to refine them, and every single one of them was priceless and hard to find. This green moon sword of mine was refined using deep-sea cold steel, and was made by the second-rank alchemist master, Lord Liang Wenyu. A cold light suddenly flashed in Long Hao's eyes, and he lovingly caressed his treasured sword. "You're the third person to see my sword unsealed. You can be considered to have the fortune of 3 lifetimes under the blood-imbibing saber." He brandished the saber a few times and a burst of cold intent spread out in the air. Wherever the saber pointed, it was invincible. A cold light streaked across the sky and once again slashed down at Li Yunxiao. "It's just a level 1 trash Xian weapon. Use trash for trash." Li Yunxiao sneered. He took a strange step forward and dodged to the side. His 2 fingers flicked the saber at lightning speed and a crisp dang sound rang out. Following that, his feet flashed quickly and his body turned into a series of afterimages. He flashed left and right on both sides of the green dragon's saber and flicked the saber's body again and again. A buzzing sound spread out in all directions. Long Hao was shocked. He felt as if the treasured saber in his hand was crying out in pain, and he hurriedly retracted the saber. What's going on? Long Hao was completely dumbfounded. The green moon saber that had just been unsealed had returned to its original appearance and looked exactly like an ordinary weapon. He hurriedly poured his yuan qi into the saber and shouted, "Green moon saber, unseal." After shouting a few times, the treasured saber showed no signs of being unsealed at all. Immediately, cold sweat seeped out from his forehead. Long Hao was on the verge of tears. What's wrong with this treasured saber? Is it crippled? Heavens, I spent all of my family's assets and begged Master Liang Wenyu to create this. Li Yunxiao crossed his arms in front of his chest and sneered, "What other tricks do you have? Use them all and let me see." "Wah! Kill him for me." Long Hao had gone mad, completely mad. He roared without a care in the world and rushed forward with a group of subordinates. He raised his saber and slashed down. Humph, a bunch of shrimps, get out of my way. Li Yunxiao let out a cold shout and turned into a series of afterimages as he charged into the midst of the soldiers. A set of fist techniques was ferocious and dazzling, and he executed them in an extremely illogical manner. Bam! 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 The group of soldiers only felt their vision blur, and in the blink of an eye, they were hit by countless fist shadows. Their breastplates all exploded, and a wave of energy directly entered their bodies, sending them flying. Meng Wu was dumbfounded. Li Yunxiao was like a butterfly dancing in a field of flowers. Bits of vital energy actually turned into fluorescent light and flashed around his body, but not a single piece of his clothes was touched. This is clearly a dance. Is this still a fight? This set of martial arts technique of his was called the 100-flower faulty fist. It was easy to defeat 100 flowers, but difficult to block a wrong character. It was a fist technique created by Emperor Wu, Xianxia. This Xianxia had suffered a setback in his life, and his temperament had changed drastically. When he did things, he became crazy. However, his strength was outstanding and his innate talent was outstanding. He actually blazed a new trail and created this faulty 100 flowers punch. It was aimed at the word wrong. It was unexpected and impossible to defend against. Soon, the soldiers were lying on the ground and howling in pain. The green moon saber in Long Hao's hand was also snatched by Li Yunxiao. Long Hao's entire arm was directly fractured with a crack, and it drooped on his shoulders. He had completely lost his ability to fight. Although this saber is a bit rubbish, it's still worth some money. I'll take it. Do you have anything good for me, dear? Li Yunxiao kicked Long Hao's leg bone, and with a crack, the leg bone broke again. Long Hao knelt down with a plop, and with a face full of resentment, he hissed, "My father is the commander of the Imperial Guards. How dare you hit me and steal my things? I'll bring people to annihilate your entire family." Annihilate my entire family? Li Yunxiao's gaze turned cold. Just as he was about to flare up, he suddenly said with a smile, "I'm also looking forward to you bringing people to my family. Let's see if you can annihilate them." Suddenly, a soft shout came from afar, "Who's causing trouble ahead?" The voice wasn't loud, but it was shockingly powerful. Everyone heard it clearly, and even their eardrums felt a little pain. That's... Long Hao opened his eyes and looked over. He immediately found a life-saving straw and shouted frantically, Sir Divine Guard. I'm Long Hao, the captain of the City Defense Imperial Guard's 3rd Brigade. Someone is attacking the Imperial Guards here. Please save me, Sir Divine Guard." 2 men rode side by side on the narrow road. The commoners on both sides of the road looked at the badges on their left shoulders, and each of them revealed a look of fear. They quickly made way for them. The badges were made of pure gold, and a long sword and a shield were engraved on it. They represented the kingdom's strongest military organization, the Guardian Divine Guards. "Who's so bold? Put down the butcher's knife in your hands and surrender," Hui Ming said in a deep voice, and a superior aura was instantly emitted. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Although Li Yunxiao looked extraordinary, he only had the cultivation of a 2-star warrior. Long Hao was a 3-star warrior, and he had so many helpers. How could he be defeated? Hui Guang's gaze fell on the green moon saber in Li Yunxiao's hand. She trembled slightly and shouted, "Brother, take him down." Hui Ming sat upright on the horse and stared coldly at Li Yunxiao. "Are you going to surrender, or do you want me to do it? If you force me to attack, you'll suffer." Li Yunxiao revealed a look of disdain. "You don't know right from wrong, and you don't know right from wrong. How do you know that I'm in the wrong?" Hui Ming sneered, "The Imperial Guards are His Majesty's right-hand men. Why would they accuse you? Looks like you won't be honest. I'll put in some effort then." He leaped from the horse's back and approached Li Yunxiao from the sky like a rock spreading its wings. His movements were extremely fast, and he turned his right palm into a saber and suddenly slashed down. Although Li Yunxiao had a sneer on his face, he was already on high alert. His opponent was a martial master of 2 realms, which was a whole realm higher than him. Although Lan Xian was a 9 stars peak martial master, the difference of 1 step was 1,000 miles. He was incomparable to a martial master, however, even Lan Xian relied on his understanding of the rules and borrowed the power of heaven and earth to win in one move. Otherwise, he would have to pay a huge price even if he could win. Humph. Raising the green moon saber, Li Yunxiao snorted and slashed with his saber. Instantly, a dazzling golden ray burst out. Hui Ming's expression changed, and he exclaimed, "You're just a 2-star martial warrior, how can you have such a saber ray? This is a dark weapon?" After he recognized the green moon saber, he didn't dare to fight against a dark weapon with his palm. He quickly retracted his arm and pushed out with both fists. A wave of vitality came crashing down like rolling waves and swallowed the saber ray. Boom! Li Yunxiao felt the rebound of the force on the saber. He took a step back with his right foot, dispelled the force, and stood with his saber in front of him. Hui Ming landed 10 meters away from him, and a look of pleasant surprise flashed across his eyes. He said coldly, "No wonder you can commit murder on the streets. So you're relying on your dark weapon. However, now that you've met us brothers, your viciousness has come to an end. Come to an end, your sister." Li Yunxiao suddenly roared. Taking advantage of the time when Hui Ming was talking nonsense, the saber ray flashed and ruthlessly slashed through the air. An ear-piercing sound pierced through the air, and a golden ray actually flashed through the air. There was a great disparity in strength between the two of them. Li Yunxiao had already calculated in his heart that he had to take the initiative. Otherwise, if he became passive, the other party could crush him with just the difference in strength. Hui Ming glared at him. He didn't expect the other party to take the initiative to attack. He was so angry that he laughed and said, "Good, good, you're courting death." He suddenly drew a bronze-colored longsword from his body and ruthlessly slashed out. 2 golden rays clashed in the air, dazzling and gorgeous. Shifting shadows, devil's wind kick. Li Yunxiao suddenly turned into several afterimages. His real body bent down and spun half a circle. His right leg was as fast as lightning, and he kicked out fiercely from an angle that was difficult to dodge. A fire was slowly ignited under his feet, and even the air was burning. Hui Ming was shocked. Originally, Li Yunxiao's afterimages were confused. By the time he realized that the kick was coming, he was already unable to guard against it. His body abruptly shrunk, and he rapidly retreated a few meters like a fallen leaf before he could stabilize his body. Unseal. Li Yunxiao's attack was successful. After a light shout, he pressed forward. The green moon saber in his hand let out a dull roar, as if a sleeping lion had suddenly awakened. A huge force encircled the saber's body and spread out. The saber ray was like water, and a cold air soared into the sky as it slashed towards Hui Ming's head. All his moves, from the sudden attack, to the shifting shadows, to the devil's wind kick, to the unsealing of the treasured saber, were all executed in one go, like moving clouds and flowing water, without a single pause. In his previous life, as Emperor Wu, who was at the peak of the Jiutian realm, Li Yunxiao basically had a certain understanding of the hundreds of styles of martial arts. He could also master them and draw inferences about other things from one instance. Those low-grade martial skills were even more easily grasped. With a thought, he could use them as he wished. He also knew that when facing Hui Ming, whose strength far surpassed his, he could only rely on his rich battle experience and rich martial arts skills to catch his opponent off guard. Otherwise, with the difference in strength, as long as his opponent stood firm, he could defeat him in one move. However, the continuous surprise attacks had already caused Hui Ming to be somewhat dumbfounded. Long Hao, who was at the side, was completely dumbfounded. Only now did he realize that there was such a huge difference in strength between him and his opponent. He was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. However, what he could not understand was why the treasured saber that he could not unseal was easily unsealed by his opponent, and it seemed to be even more powerful. Unseal. Hui Ming was at a loss for what to do. Under the shock, a huge anger and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. A mere 2-star warrior actually forced him into a desperate situation. With an angry roar, the bronze longsword in his hand shone brightly and slashed across the sky. Just as his dark weapon was unsealed, Li Yunxiao's treasured saber slashed down. Clang! The two weapons collided violently. The longsword that had just been unsealed was forced back by the saber for some reason, returning to its ordinary state. Meanwhile, Li Yunxiao's treasured saber was still dazzling as he raised it and slashed down again. Danger, on horseback. Glow's expression changed drastically. As a bystander, he immediately realized that the situation was not right, although he did not understand why Hui Ming was being suppressed by his opponent with such a huge difference in strength. However, the power of that saber seemed to contain an extremely powerful martial arts technique. He could not care less about his identity and reputation. He hurriedly stepped on the saddle, swung his long sword, and stabbed at Li Yunxiao. Hiss! The sword pierced through his body, and Li Yunxiao's figure began to distort, turning into light and dissipating. After image? When did he? Glow was shocked, but Hui Ming's crisis was resolved, and she immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Idiot, I did this to lure you down. Let's die together. Li Yunxiao's voice suddenly shouted, and the aura around him rose to the extreme. He was like a god of death. The green moon saber in his hand glowed, sucking in the surrounding vitality of heaven and earth. Moon-breaking sky slash. What? He actually lured me down just now and wants to kill both of us in one fell swoop. Glow's brain short-circuited and could not understand at all. Forget that a 2-star warrior didn't try to escape upon seeing them, he actually wanted to kill them. Haha, isn't this too much of a joke? Just when he felt that it was absurd, a sense of impending death surged up. Bang! He really wants to kill us. A golden ray lit up half of the sky. He instantly believed it and shouted, telepathy, 2 as 1. Glow and Radiance were brothers, and the martial arts technique they cultivated was a rare joint attack technique. They had to be telepathic, and only brothers could cultivate it more easily than ordinary people. Usually, the two of them were inseparable, and this was also to strengthen their telepathy. At the moment of danger, the two of them displayed their most instinctive power. Their figures seemed to overlap in an instant. 4 fists punched out like 2 palms, and a shocking force exploded toward the horrifying blade. Li Yunxiao's pupils constricted. Everything had been planned out, but he did not expect the other party to have a joint attack technique. He smiled bitterly in his heart. He was going to lose. Boom! When the two forces collided, the green moon saber let out a mournful cry. Its light suddenly dimmed, and it fell to the ground in its normal form. Li Yunxiao was sent flying by the force, and blood splattered in the air. It was a shocking sight to see, and he fell hard at the corner of the street. Silence. Mengwu watched the entire process and was shocked. Not only did Li Yunxiao display his strength to force the 2 guardian divine guards to make a move, but she also seemed to be in a trance just now. It seemed that when Li Yunxiao was sent flying, he actually turned around and smiled at her, telling her to escape. Although there was no sound, his voice indeed echoed in her mind. Escape? What exactly is going on? Mengwu looked at Li Yunxiao, who was covered in blood at the corner of the street, and her legs could not move no matter what. However, she only froze for a moment before she came to her senses. She must escape and go back to get reinforcements. The word escape once again appeared in her mind, and her eyes suddenly flashed with a resolute look. She suddenly rose from the ground and ran toward the academy. Ah, that chick ran away. Catch him. Long Hao was startled, and he shouted. However, he suddenly realized that no one responded. The soldiers were all lying on the ground, injured. The Glow and Glow brothers weren't people he could command at all. Glow looked at Li Yunxiao, who was lying motionless at the corner of the street, with a complicated expression. Her heart was in turmoil. A 2-star warrior was actually able to force the 2 brothers to use their joint martial skill. This was something that they would never have believed in the past. Even now, he still felt a little dazed. He walked to the front of the green moon treasured saber and made a grabbing motion with his 5 fingers. The treasured saber instantly flew into his palm. He examined it carefully. Although it was damaged, it was still mostly intact. Ah, sir, this green moon saber. Long Hao hurriedly walked over with beads of sweat on his forehead. He wanted to take the saber back. Glow's eyes flashed. She kept the sword into her storage ring and interrupted, Captain Lung, we've captured the criminal for you. We won't disturb you any further. He and Hui Ming got on their horses and were about to leave. Long Hao was extremely anxious. This blade was something that he had spent all of his fortune on. Furthermore, he had used his father's connections to get Grandmaster Liang Wenyu to personally forge it for him. My lords, that blade, goodbye, Captain Lung, there's no need to send me off. Glow's voice was like a great bell, interrupting him again. He turned around and left. Yao Ming's eyes revealed a hint of mockery as he chased after Glow. Ah! Oh my god, my dark weapon saber. Long Hao felt that the sky had turned dark. You bunch of pigs, get up, get up. He roared and kicked the injured soldiers. Bring this brat back. He made me lose my treasured saber. I'll make him regret coming to this world. Meng Wu ran crazily on the street. There was only one thought in her mind. Save him, quickly find someone to save him. She couldn't get rid of Li Yunxia's figure in her mind. Wherever she went, it was all his shadow. Thinking of the last scene of blood on the street, her heart ached as if it was stabbed by a sharp knife. I must find someone to save him. She ran crazily for a while before she calmed down. She realized that she didn't know where she was. Suddenly, she saw a huge courtyard in front of her. There were even soldiers guarding the entrance. She was shocked and carefully walked over. Suddenly, her eyes lit up and she was overjoyed. It's actually the Li residence. He's the eldest son of the Li family. I found the Li residence, I'll be saved. In the Li residence, a man in luxurious clothes was admiring a sword in the courtyard. He murmured in praise, it's indeed a second-grade profound weapon. It's just a sealed state and it's already emitting such powerful energy. If it's unsealed, it'll be even more unimaginable. Just as he was feeling pleased with himself, he suddenly saw a servant running towards the inner hall. He frowned and shouted, 9527, where are you going? 9527 was the servant's serial number. The Li residence was simply too big. In order to make it easier to manage the servants, they erased their original names and replaced them with numbers. Unless they were outstanding and received the master's appreciation, they would be given a name. 9527 was a lowly servant's serial number. When 9527 saw the man, it hurriedly bowed and said humbly, Young Master Yi, there's a woman outside. She said that young Master Yunxiao has been captured by the Imperial Guards. She asked me to inform Old Master to save him. Ching! The artifact sword flashed and returned to its sheath. The entire courtyard seemed to darken. Li Yi revealed a curious expression and said softly, Isn't that trash messing around in school? Why would he have a conflict with the Imperial Guards? 9527 hurriedly shook its head and said, I don't know. Li Yi flashed a look of contempt and snorted, a trash. So what if he's captured? What does it matter? Go and tell the woman that Old Master already knows. Tell her not to worry. Yes, 9527 hurriedly nodded and jogged away. He actually dared to fabricate Old Master's words. Moreover, he was so indifferent towards the life and death of the Li family's eldest son. 9527 didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Instead, it acted as if it was a matter of course and jogged to reply. Li took out his artifact sword again and revealed a look of admiration. It was as if nothing had happened. Meng Wu anxiously paced back and forth in front of the door. She quickly received the news and relaxed her worried heart. She seemed to still be worried and carefully asked, When are you going to save him? 9527 shook its head and pointed to the sky. This is the matter of the higher-ups. As servants, how would we know? Old Master said that you don't have to worry. Meng Wu naturally knew that the so-called Old Master was the number one figure in the Tianshui nation's military, Li Chunyang, who was conferred the title of Duke of Tranquility. Below the king, the six most powerful and prestigious people were the Divine Guard Commander Xiao Qingwang, the Dean of Jiren Academy, Zhong Lishan, the President of the Alchemists Guild, Su Han, the Chief Alchemist of the Royal Court, Zhang Qingfan, the First Elder of the Imperial Army, Li Chunyang, and the First Minister of Civil Affairs, Lan Hong. The first four almost never paid attention to the affairs of the nation. Therefore, almost all the nobles in the current court were attached to the opposing camps of Li Chunyang and Lan Hong. Since Li Chunyang said that she didn't have to worry, Meng Wu should be relieved. However, she couldn't relax no matter what. Instead, she felt more and more depressed. She silently walked alone on the street, heading towards the academy. When Li Yunxiao woke up, he found himself in a pitch-black prison. The meridians in his hands and feet were all severed, and he couldn't use any strength. He was slightly surprised to find that he was not the only one in the cell. More than a dozen pairs of black eyes were staring at him. Ah! He was startled and jumped up from the ground. Those pairs of lifeless, and despairing eyes were extremely frightening. "Where is this?" "Brat, you're awake?" A skinny old man said in a hoarse voice, "Hee, this is the Long Clan's dungeon." "Brat, you really have guts. I heard from the guards that you seem to have broken the Long Clan's young master's arms." Only then did Li Yunxiao slowly come to his senses. He asked curiously, "The Long Clan's dungeon? Isn't that the capital's dungeon?" The old man glared at him. "The capital's dungeon? That's where the imperial court's most important criminals are locked up. Who do you think you are? This is the Long Clan's private dungeon." "Private dungeon? Humph, the Long Clan is really bold. They actually dare to set up a private dungeon." Li Yunxiao said coldly. "When I get out, I'll report them directly." "Get out? Report them?" The old man suddenly burst into laughter. He seemed to be laughing too hard, and he started coughing. Cough, cough. "You're too funny. You broke the Long Clan's young master's arms, and you still want to get out? When I was young, probably around your age, I passed by the Long Clan's gate once and spat. Randomly. I was captured and locked up until now. Sigh, who knows how many years have passed." Li Yunxiao glanced at the old man. Although the prison was dark, he could see clearly that the old man's face was wrinkled like pine bark. His hair was white at the temples. No matter what, he was at least 70 or 80 years old. The old man's laughter stopped. He pointed at a middle-aged man who was squatting beside him and said, "When he was 8 years old, he followed his father into the city to sell vegetables. He accidentally glanced at a servant girl from the Long Clan a few times and was caught. He's already 48 years old now. 40 years. That servant girl has already become an old woman." Cold sweat seeped out of Li Yunxiao's forehead. Wasn't this Long Clan too lawless? He comforted him, "Don't worry, old man. I'll definitely get out. When the time comes, I'll let everyone out." The old man obviously didn't believe him. He shook his head and said, "Young man, stop dreaming. Just stay here peacefully. But fortunately, there's a meal to eat every day, even though it's all moldy food." The long period of imprisonment had already caused this group of people to completely lose hope in life. Li Yunxiao didn't explain anymore. He placed his right palm on the ground, bent his left hand and right foot upwards, forming a circle, and closed his eyes to focus. He was displaying the young girl pose of the tyrannical body refining art, a pose that could quickly restore bodily functions. His main meridians were broken, and he could barely support his body to display it. His whole body was trembling violently, and his face was ashen, but his eyes were like the stars and the moon, and did not change for a long time. His strange movements quickly attracted everyone's attention, and after a moment of shock, there was a burst of sighs, followed by a deathly silence. Li Yunxiao gritted his teeth, and a trace of power overflowed from his dantian. It did not follow the circulation of qi, but under this wonderful pose, it began to flow into the broken main meridians in a unique way, and slowly began to repair. The tyrannical body refining art was a first-class physical cultivation method in the world, and the various postures in it covered all the methods of physical cultivation. Even if the dantian was broken, the body could directly become a sage, and step into the Jiutian Emperor realm. As soon as the young girl pose was displayed, the injuries in his body began to rapidly repair themselves, and Li Yunxiao's trembling body slowly calmed down, and a unique aura gradually spread out from his body. Just when Li Yunxiao was captured, Jia Rong had already informed Zhang Qingfan and Su Han that he had the golden needle acupuncture method, and could save Princess Ruxue. Zhang Qingfan and Su Han were shocked, but seeing Jia Rong's solemn vow, and considering that there was no other way, they also decided to use the same pose. As for the list of materials given by Jia Rong, the two were also extremely suspicious, but Jia Rong insisted that he must gather the materials, and did not answer any other questions, so the two could not do anything. But if it could really save the princess, these materials were nothing. Soon, the materials were directly transferred from the national treasury to Jia Rong, But something happened that made Jia Rong's heart start to tremble. Li Yunxiao was missing. Luo, Lord Luo, this matter is not a joke. Li Yunxiao is really missing? Jia Rong only felt cold all over, and sweat was dripping down. Luo Yunxiang sternly said, yes, I looked all over the academy, and even asked a few people who are close to him, but I did not see him. Grandmaster Jia, please find another assistant. Her Highness's illness cannot be delayed any longer. Su Han also said in a low voice, the potency of that medicine is getting weaker and weaker. We have already increased the dosage by 3 times every day, but it still can't suppress the illness. If this drags on, I'm afraid that the princess, Zhang Qingfan also said solemnly, that's right, we can't delay any longer. Isn't it just an assistant? As long as I can save the princess, I don't mind being your assistant. How could a hedonistic young master understand these things? If you want to teach a disciple, you can teach him slowly in the future. There's no time to wait for him now. Jia Rong slumped to the ground. The chief royal arcane master actually said he wanted to be his assistant. He only felt that his chest was extremely stuffy, and he couldn't breathe at all. Bean-sized beads of sweat directly soaked his entire body. When he couldn't hold it any longer, he had no choice but to tell the truth in detail. Silence, the room was eerily silent. Bang, Zhang Qingfan slammed his palm on the stone table, and it immediately shattered into pieces. Broken stones flew in all directions. He roared in rage, Jia Rong. How dare you treat the princess's life as a joke? Su Han's face also darkened as he angrily said, Jia Rong. How could you do such an ignorant thing? A famous hedonistic trash actually played you around. You actually believed that a teenage hedonistic young master could perform acupuncture with golden needles. You're pissing me off. Zhang Qingfan's face turned ashen as he roared, put Jia Rong in prison and directly execute him after this. Jia Rong's eyes darkened as he heard this and almost fainted. Although his status was extremely high, who was the other party? The chief royal arcane master could kill him with just a word. Master Zhang, believe in young Master Yun. He can definitely save the princess. Jia Rong desperately hugged Zhang Qingfan's leg and cried. Scram! Zhang Qingfan's rage reached its peak. He kicked Jia Rong's chest and sent him flying. Do you know how big of a sin you have committed? If not for you saying that you could perform acupuncture with golden needles, I would have already brought people to the rank 4 Arcane Master Guild to ask for help. Now, the medicine can no longer control the princess' injuries. It's already too late to ask for help. Tell me, don't you deserve to die? Jia Rong fell to the ground and spat out a large mouthful of blood. He wanted to speak, but several pieces of shattered organs were stuck in his throat. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't speak. How am I supposed to explain this to His Majesty? Zhang Qingfan was about to leave when Luo Yunxiang suddenly stopped him and said, Master Zhang, please wait. Zhang Qingfan snapped, what else is there? It's all you're doing. That Li Yunxiao is your student, right? Wait until I report this to His Majesty, you won't be able to escape responsibility. After listening to Jia Rong's words, Luo Yunxiang remained silent apart from extreme shock. She slowly said, I was able to become an arcane master this time because of Li Yunxia's intentional or unintentional pointers. Zhang Qingfan froze for a moment, then sneered, it's normal to have unintentional inspiration. Don't tell me you also believe that kid can perform acupuncture with golden needles? Luo Yunxiang shook her head, I don't know if he can perform acupuncture with golden needles or not, but he defeated the Prime Minister's grandson, Lan Xian, in one move during the student competition not long ago. So what? Zhang Qingfan felt that his patience was reaching its limit. If the other party wasn't the commander of the Guardian Divine Guard, he would have already exploded. Su Han suddenly said, Huh? How is that possible? Isn't that kid rumored to be unable to cultivate because his meridians are blocked? I remember that Lan Xian is one of the top students in Jialan Academy, right? Luo Yunxiang then said with a serious expression, that's right. Not only did he open all his meridians, but he also used the floating life seal to defeat Lan Xian. Floating life seal? Zhang Qingfan's expression changed, and he said in shock, floating life seal, could it be that he's Yangdi's disciple? Luo Yunxiang shook her head, I don't know about that. If he really is Yangdi's disciple, then it's possible that he can perform acupuncture with golden needles. Su Han looked at Jia Rong, who was vomiting blood on the ground, and said seriously, Liang Wenyu told me about this kid's physical condition. He said that many hidden meridians have been destroyed, and it's impossible to reconnect them. Now he can actually defeat Lan Xian, and use the floating life seal, this. Zhang Qingfan's expression gradually turned cold. After a moment of silence, his eyes burst with light, and he said in a low voice, mobilize all the forces that can be mobilized. Even if we have to dig 3 feet underground, we have to find Li Yunxiao in the shortest time possible. In a bar near Jiaolan Academy, the customers here were basically all students. Rolando was savoring a drink called Moonlight's Kiss. This drink was very magical, and its color could reflect a person's mood. When you were happy, it would be blue, and when you were unhappy, it would turn black. Now, Rolando found that the Moonlight's Kiss in her hand was slowly turning black. Yu Hejing did not notice the change in her mood, and kept talking. Rolando, believe me, it's true. Right now, the whole academy is talking about the fight that day. If you didn't see it, you really wouldn't believe it. Forget Lin Yu, even Bai Qingfeng wouldn't be a match for one of his moves. Dang. A cup of pure black Moonlight's Kiss slammed on the table. Rolando threw out a few silver coins, and shouted, Bill. She looked coldly at the cup on the table, and her pupils constricted. Senior Yu, I've told you many times, I don't want to listen to what you're saying. Also, don't bother me in the future. I'm currently stuck at a bottleneck, and I'll be in seclusion for the next few days. Goodbye. She ignored Yu Hejing's attempts to stop her, and left the bar alone without looking back. F*ck, mother F*ker, why are you pretending to be pure? Yu Hejing angrily gulped down his strong liquor, and angrily cursed, a whore that Lin Yu has played with so many times actually dares to pretend to be pure in front of me every day. I've chased after her for so long, and she didn't even let me touch her. Mother F*ker. Hello, sir. Would you like some of this purple love story? A pleasant voice sounded. Mengwu glanced at Yu Hejing's empty cup, and tried her best to promote her liquor, and said, perhaps it's to your liking. Yu Hejing looked at Mengwu, and a strange expression flashed across his face. He laughed, and said, where have we met before? Oh right, you're also a student of the beginner class, right? I remember all the beauties in the beginner class. Oh right, you're Mengwu. Yu Hejing remembered her name, and immediately became happy. My name is Yu Hejing, you can call me Senior Yu. Oh right, why are you selling liquor here? TSK, isn't it too wasteful to sell liquor? He stared at Mengwu's beautiful face, and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva, and his voice was very loud. A trace of disgust flashed across Mengwu's eyes, and she forcefully suppressed her disgust. She smiled, and said, Senior Yu, then do you want a cup? Love story, it's only 6 silver coins a cup. Yu Hejing played with the empty cup in his hand, and laughed. Love story? 6 silver coins? Haha, F*king love story, it's so cheap. Mengwu, you're so beautiful, don't do such things here. Be my girlfriend, and I'll give you 100 gold coins every month. How about it? He touched Mengwu's face with his hand. Pa. Mengwu was furious, and she slapped his hand away. She coldly said, Senior Yu, please behave yourself. She was so angry that she wanted to leave. You want to leave? Yu Hejing had been provoked by Rolando, and he had drunk a few mouthfuls of liquor. Now that he saw a liquor seller daring to reject him, his anger immediately surged, and he roared, Stop right there. I want you today, and you dare to not comply? His voice was very loud, and it immediately stunned everyone in the bar. They all turned their heads to look at him. Mengwu's mind went blank. There was actually such a shameless person. Not only did he tease a girl in public, but he also did it in such a loud and confident manner. She was so angry that her whole body was trembling, and she didn't know what to say. Sigh, let's go in and have a few drinks. After searching for half a day, there was no news at all. I really don't know where young Master Yun went to. Chen Zhan and Han Bai walked in from the door, and both of them were stunned. Chen Zhan asked in surprise, what's going on? Why is it so quiet? Isn't this a bar? Did we come to the wrong place? Han Bai also immediately saw Yu Hejing and Meng Wu. He immediately shouted, "Eh? Look over there. Isn't that Rolanduo's follower? And that girl, wow, it's the one who framed young Master Yun that day." Chen Zhen also abruptly jumped up and strode over. F***ck. I originally thought it was that bastard Lan Fei who framed young Master Yun, but it turns out it was you. Yu Hejing's expression changed. He angrily said, "Who are you two? I don't know you." He scanned the two with his divine sense and discovered that they were extremely weak. He immediately relaxed and coldly shouted, "I'll count to 3 and you'll scram." Han Bai coldly laughed. "What arrogance. You don't know who we are? But you should know young Master Yun, right? Rolanduo is young Master Yun's woman, and you dare to chase after her? Are you tired of living?" Yu Hejing's heart jumped. They were actually Li Yunxiao's men. He might have disdained the silk pants in the past, but he no longer had the guts to do so. Chen Zhen even slammed his palm on the table and shouted, "I didn't bother with you, but that doesn't mean I won't. This isn't the academy. Do you believe that I won't call a group of people to kill you?" Yu Hejing's expression changed several times. He knew that the people around Li Yunxiao were all disciples of the kingdom's military. Now that they were not in the academy, this group of silk pants could do anything in the capital. He purposely revealed a disdainful expression and loudly said, "Senior, I don't have time to mess around with you silk pants. I'm going back to cultivate. I don't know this girl either, so don't even think about framing me." He raised his head high and swaggered out of the bar. TCH, if it weren't for the fact that everyone is out looking for her, this pretentious bastard would be leaving on his knees today. Chen Zhen revealed a look of disdain. Han Bai waved his hand. "Don't bother with this trash. Do you think something happened to young Master Yun? The Alchemist Guild and the Divine Guards of the Kingdom have all been mobilized. Even an ant in the capital should have been found." Chen Zhen frowned and sighed. "Who knows? Young Master Yun has changed too much during this period of time. I'm not used to it." He suddenly noticed that Meng Wu was still standing off to the side. He coldly said, "Why aren't you scramming yet? Could it be that you want to accompany us for a while?" Meng Wu blushed and gritted her teeth. "The young Master Yun you were talking about just now, is he Li Yunxiao?" Chen Zhen said angrily, "It's all because of young Master Yun, who was framed by you. F***ck, don't tell me he died because of you this time." Meng Wu was stunned. She muttered to herself, "How could this be? 3 days have passed. Could it be that the Li family still hasn't rescued him?" "What?" Han Bai was startled. Hastily jumping up from his chair, he grabbed her and said in shock, "What did you just say? What do you know?" Meng Wu was anxious. She stammered a few words before she told him everything that had happened that day. Han Bai and Chen Zhen looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with shock and anxiety. Chen Zhen said angrily, "Why didn't you tell us about such an important matter earlier?" Meng Wu was so anxious that she almost cried. "I've already gone to the Li family to inform them. The Li family's eldest master even told me not to worry." Han Bai's expression darkened. He shouted, "You met Duke Jing?" Meng Wu shook her head and said in tears, "No, it was their servants who reported it." "No wonder." Chen Zhen stomped his foot. "This is troublesome. Let's hurry and bring people to save him." Han Bai grabbed him. "Wait a minute. The Long family is in charge of the Imperial Guards and is personally managed by His Majesty. If we rashly bring people to save him, we'll be committing a grave crime." Chen Zhen said anxiously, "Then what should we do? We can't count on Duke Jing anymore." Han Bai said calmly, "It's already been 3 days. There's no need to rush. Inform Master Zhang and Teacher Luo immediately. With them around, even the Imperial Guards will have to retreat." "That's right. I was so anxious that I forgot about that." Chen Zhen slapped his forehead and rushed out of the bar to inform them. Han Bai calmly looked at the dazed Meng Wu. "You can't escape responsibility for this matter. Come with me first." The entire bar seemed to smell the scent of gossip. After they left, there was an uproar and everyone started gossiping. The Long family. The 14-year-old Long Ran was practicing the tiger-taming fist one punch at a time. This set of martial arts techniques was suitable for all ferocious martial artists to practice. Although he was young, there was a faint tiger's roar under each punch. "Dad, you're back." Long Ran suddenly stopped. When he saw a middle-aged man walking in from the main door, he ran over happily. "Hee hee, Ranner, your tiger-taming fist has improved again." Long Qing laughed. "You're much more diligent than your good-for-nothing brother. You'll definitely become someone great in the future." Long Ran said modestly, "My brother has been a 3-star martial artist for a long time. I'm still far from that." "Dad, why don't you look happy? Is something on your mind?" Long Qing frowned, then smiled and said, "You can see that too. Recently, the entire capital has been looking for a young man, but they haven't found him for 3 days. As the commander of the Imperial Guards, I'm naturally under a lot of pressure." Long Ran asked curiously, "Who is it? Why is everyone looking for him?" Long Qing sighed. "The eldest grandson of Duke Jing, a hedonistic son of rich parents. I don't know why Dad is looking for him. By the way, where did your brother go?" Long Ran said, "Brother went to the dungeon. That kid crippled my hand last time. It was only reattached a few days ago. Once my arm recovered, I went to look for that person. I said I'll make him regret coming to this world." "Humph." Long Qing revealed a trace of anger. "He's always idling around. As the captain of the Imperial Guards, he actually got his hands crippled. What a waste." Long Ran suddenly said, "Dad, that person was also caught by my brother 3 days ago. He seems to be a young man. Could he be the young master of the Li family you're looking for?" Long Qing was suddenly stunned. He suddenly shouted, "Long Xian, Long Xian." A person who looked like a housekeeper immediately trotted over. "Master, what's the matter?" Long Qing's face was incomparably gloomy. He shouted coldly, "What's the name of the young man that Howard brought back 3 days ago?" Long Xian was stunned. He carefully recalled, "I think he's called Yun something. Phew, scared me to death." Long Qing patted his chest and heaved a heavy sigh of relief. He waved his hand and said, "So his surname is Yun. It's fine now. You can leave." Long Xian said, "Oh." He turned and was about to leave when he suddenly said, "Oh, I remember now. His surname is not Yun. His name is Yunxiao. His surname is Li Yunxiao." Silence. The courtyard was silent. Only the rustling of leaves could be heard in the cold wind. Long Qing suddenly felt very cold. Long Ran was stunned. "Dad, is it this person?" Long Qing was stunned. His mind was buzzing. Beads of sweat began to roll down his forehead. He thought of His Majesty's gloomy face, Master Zhang Qingfan's furious gaze, and Master Su Han. Although he was the commander of the Imperial Guards and had a high status, compared to these people, he was basically an ant-like existence. Heavens, he had mobilized all the city guards and searched for 3 days and 3 nights without rest, but the person he was looking for was actually locked up in his own dungeon. Moreover, this person was the eldest grandson of Duke Jing, the son of General Fei Long. Long Ran suddenly whispered, "It's already been 3 days. Brother wouldn't have killed him, right?" Boom. These words exploded in Long Qing's mind like a sudden clap of thunder. His entire body was shaken to the point of numbness. He felt that his mind was in a trance and was on the verge of collapsing. Ah! Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream came from outside. There was a commotion outside, and a few servants hurriedly ran inside while shouting, "Oh no, someone has barged into the Long residence. Someone, come quickly." Long Qing was feeling a chill in his heart. When he heard that someone had barged into the Long residence, he was even more furious. All the gloomy qi instantly turned into a wave of primary force. He opened his mouth and a sound wave spread out. The lion's roar suddenly shot up into the sky. He was full of energy. With a roar, the entire Long residence shook. "Who dares to barge into my Long residence? How dare you?" The lion roared angrily, and all the beasts were frightened. Long Qing's strength was undoubtedly revealed at this moment. To be able to become the commander of the Imperial Guards, he himself was a great martial master of the 3 talents realm. Although everyone in the long residence was shaken to the point that their eardrums hurt, they all calmed down. Since the master had made a move, then the long residence was safe. The intruder must be killed. Just as everyone was calming down, a voice that was even more powerful than the lion's roar came from the sky. The sound wave was forcefully condensed into a single line by someone using vital chi. It suddenly rushed into the residence and exploded. A huge sound wave spread out from the small courtyard. Everyone's eardrums were shaken to the point that they instantly went deaf. Many of the servants even bled and fell to the ground in pain with a splitting headache. The divine guards of the kingdom have been ordered by Commander Luo Yunxiang and Master Zhang Qingfan to temporarily take over the long residence. Anyone who resists will be sentenced to death for treason. The divine guards of the kingdom? They are actually from the divine guards of the kingdom? Everyone in the long residence was dumbfounded. They looked around in confusion. How can it be the divine guards of the kingdom? Aren't we the imperial guards of the kingdom? Aren't we brothers and sisters with the divine guards of the kingdom? Long Qing was shocked. Very quickly, a chill ran down his spine. His heart was filled with sorrow. How could they arrive so quickly? In a few blinks of an eye, more than 10 martial artists dressed in different clothes appeared in the courtyard. All of them had lazy expressions, but they were all staring at him with cold eyes. They were the fourth divine guard led by Luo Yunxiang. Long Qing used his divine sense to scan the area. They were all martial masters. Each of them had badges on their shoulders. They were indeed the divine guards of the kingdom. At this moment, a group of people directly strode in from the main door. The person in the lead was Zhang Qingfan. Behind him were Luo Yunxiang, Su Han, Jia Rong, and other people from the Alchemists' Guild. Long Qing almost fainted. He suppressed the sorrow in his heart and hurriedly went forward to welcome them. Master Zhang, Master Su, Master Luo, what is the meaning of this? Zhang Qingfan cupped his fists and said coldly, Master Long, please excuse me. Chen Zhen immediately came out from behind and said angrily, Master Long, young Master Yun is being held captive in your long residence. No wonder the entire capital couldn't find him after searching for 3 days. So he was captured by you. Long Qing felt a chill in his heart. He was almost certain that it was his eldest son who had captured Li Yunxiao. He wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and still wanted to argue. Why do you say that? He wished he could capture Long Hao and beat him up. Luo Yunxiang said calmly, Meng Wu, tell us what happened. Meng Wu walked out of the crowd timidly. With so many important people around, she carefully told them what happened that day. She included how she was teased by Jun Liang, how Li Yunxiao attacked her, and how she was injured by the divine guards of the kingdom before being captured by Long Hao. Every detail was explained very clearly. Jia Rong, who was in the crowd, was also drenched in cold sweat. This matter was actually caused by one of his students. Jun Liang had only listened to his lessons a few times before calling himself his student. After a long time, Jia Rong didn't care anymore and took him in as a nominal disciple. He wanted to slap himself. He didn't expect things to turn out this way. After Meng Wu finished, Zhang Qingfan said coldly, Sir Long, did you hear everything? We will temporarily take over the Long residence. If we really wronged you, I will take responsibility. He waved his hand, and his subordinates immediately spread out to search. The people of the Long Manor were all frightened out of their wits, all of them cowering in fear. Who dared to act rashly? Luo Yunxiang said softly, Sir Long, if we didn't have sufficient evidence, we wouldn't dare to seal your residence. Now that things have come to this, you should cooperate with us. Long Qing's aura immediately weakened. This time, he was really in big trouble. He felt bitter. Zhang Qingfan stared at him and said coldly, I only have one question for you now. Is Li Yunxiao alive or dead? Long Qing said dejectedly, I don't know either. Everyone, please follow me. This is all the fault of my unfilial son. I just found out about it, and you all came here. Now that things had come to this, he knew it was useless to struggle. The wisest choice was to cooperate with everyone and admit his mistake. As long as Li Yunxiao was fine, there would be a chance for forgiveness. But if something happened to Li Yunxiao, just thinking about it made his heart tremble. He hurriedly sped up and ran toward the dungeon. Li Yunxiao stayed in the dungeon for 3 days and 3 nights. His broken meridians were all reconnected with the young girl technique, and the vital chi in his body was instantly integrated. His face was overjoyed, and he hurriedly sat upright on the ground. His hands formed a seal, and he was as still as a mountain. Although his meridians had been reconnected, his body was as weak as an illness. His Xianxia was faintly discernible. He was in the early stages of recovery from a serious illness. Streams of Xianxia flowed from his dantian, circulating through his entire body without any obstructions. When it returned to his dantian, he felt his strength recovering slightly. The other people in the dungeon all stared at him blankly for the past 3 days, feeling that this person was especially strange. What was even more surprising was that his physical strength was so good that he stood like a statue for a long time without even eating a bite. Suddenly, Xianxia opened his eyes and sighed. They came a few hours early. This is troublesome. A moment later, the sound of iron chains could be heard from outside the dungeon. The heavy door was suddenly opened, and a group of people walked in with lanterns in hand. There had been no light in the dungeon for a long time. Under the illumination of the lantern, everyone closed their eyes, feeling a sharp pain. Soon, more than 10 huge candlesticks were lit. Outside the dungeon was the interrogation room. Longhao's shoulders were wrapped in bandages and plaster, and he sat on an armchair made of tiger skin. His face was bloodshot, and it was obvious that he had not fully recovered. His eyes were like hooks, staring straight at the cell, and he said fiercely, "Bring that brat out. Today, I will make him regret being born in this world." Pa! The iron chains of the dungeon were opened, and a few fully armored soldiers came in and dragged Xianxia out. Xianxia quickly calculated in his heart. There were a total of 35 people, and 12 of them were martial warriors. There was also a hunchbacked old man with dim eyes, but he was a martial master. His elemental energy had not recovered yet, so it would be difficult for him to kill his way out. Furthermore, the situation outside the Long residence was unclear, so he might as well play dead. He closed his eyes and let them drag him to the torture rack. His hands and feet were tied up with thick leather bands. "Wake him up, be careful not to kill him." A few burly men poured buckets of salt water on Xianxia's body, sneering as they wanted to see his painful expression. The salt water was mixed with a special medicine, and once it came into contact with a wound, it would quickly corrode the muscles and blood vessels, causing unbearable pain. What surprised them was that Xianxia slowly opened his eyes and smiled. The injuries on his body had already healed. Although he still looked bloody and terrifying, there was not a trace of a wound. Thus, the salt water only washed away the blood stains. It was like waiting for a beautiful woman to strip in front of you, only to find out that it was a man. The perverted mentality of the burly men was not satisfied, and a trace of anger appeared on their faces. They snorted a few times, meaning to wait and see. Longhao's cold voice sounded, "Brat, open your eyes and see who I am." "Who are you?" Xianxia spat out a mouthful of phlegm in disdain. "Do you really think you are someone important? You." Longhao exploded from the armchair and rushed over like a gust of wind, punching straight at Xianxia's chest. "That's what you get for being stubborn." Bang! A gust of chi smashed into Xianxia's chest. Ah! It hurts. What surprised everyone was that the one who let out a scream was Longhao. He used too much force, and a huge pain came from his bandaged shoulder, almost dislocating it again. His whole body was drenched in cold sweat, and he was furious. Pfft! Xianxia only felt a mouthful of hot blood rushing into his throat. He took a deep breath, opened his mouth, and spat out at Longhao's face. Because he was too close, it was too late when he realized it. Longhao, who could not avoid it, was directly sprayed with bloody phlegm, and his face was filled with a pungent smell. "Wah!" Longhao cried out in anger, and hurriedly took off his shirt. His subordinates hurriedly handed him a towel to wipe his face, but the faint smell could not be removed no matter what. Xianxia laughed. "Haha, now I see who you are. So it's you, a stray dog." Right, where's your green moon saber?" "Wah! Bastard, kill him for me." Longhao roared crazily. This matter was his sore spot, and it hurt even more than losing both his arms. That was a dark weapon that he exchanged for with his entire family's fortune. With the saber in hand, his strength multiplied. Now that it was all gone, he was completely enraged. "No, brother, how?" Junliang hurriedly came forward. "This kid knows that he's going to die, so he purposely provoked you to ask for a quick death. We haven't even prepared a feast for him, how can we let him die so easily?" Long Hao instantly calmed down, and stared at Li Yunxiao. "Good boy, I almost fell for your trap. Next, I'll let you have a good taste of the feast. Longda, serve him some appetizers, and give him 100 lashes. Don't kill him." Li Yunxiao's eyes were filled with confusion, as if he did not hear their conversation. Just now, when Long Hao's fist had smashed down, although his internal organs had been shaken to the point of bleeding, the force of qi had rushed into his body and was directly absorbed by his physical body. It had been transformed into a faint stream of true qi and finally returned to his dantian. This discovery shocked him, and his mind instantly recalled the scene of his battle with Tyrant Emperor Wu. In order to fight for a position on the Heaven and Earth reputation list, the two of them fought for several days and nights, and the entire sanctuary was on the verge of collapsing. In the end, because Tyrant Emperor Wu's body was strong enough to resist his qi, and as the battle went on, his advantage became more and more obvious. That was why he was defeated. Now that his mind was spinning, he instantly understood. Tyrant's body was not only able to resist qi, it could actually absorb the opponent's qi and use it for his own. Heavens, how could there be such an abnormal skill in this world? Cold sweat appeared on his forehead. It seemed that this tyrannical body refinement technique was no less magical than the divine evolution technique, but after thinking about it for a while, he also found the flaw of this skill. Although he could absorb the opponent's qi, he had to take a blow from the opponent and let the qi enter his body before it could be digested. This was also very risky. It did not matter if an ordinary martial artist took a few punches. But after reaching the Jiutian Emperor realm, who would dare to stand still and take a punch from Emperor Wu? Even Tyrant would not dare to let his opponent hit his body unless he had no other choice. Phew, that scared me to death. I thought this skill was invincible. Turns out it has a flaw. Li Yunxiao heaved a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a paw sound came and he felt a pain in his body. A weak qi entered his body, and was quickly absorbed by his body. The few burly men from before were naked, and each of them held a long whip in their hands. They looked at him excitedly, as if saying, "Aren't you very cool? See how I will deal with you now." There were small protruding points on the whip, and when the whip landed, the pain went straight to the bone. Pa! 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 One man and one whip quickly hit each other. Drops of blood splashed out from Li Yunxiao's body, and fell all over the ground. Immense pain came from all over his body. The whip was also stained with medicine that corroded his wounds. Not only was it painful, but his skin was also festering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ah! Li Yunxiao clenched his teeth and closed his eyes. A trace of qi came from the whip. Although it was weak, it was continuous. Very soon, it was all absorbed into his dantian, and he began to recover his qi. This kid's bones are really hard. He took so many hits, and he didn't even make a sound. The hunchbacked old man's eyes suddenly lit up, and his face was full of surprise. He also knew the pain of the whip. Even a martial master would cry for their parents if they took a few hits. Junliang sneered, "It's because his bones are hard that he's fun. Otherwise, he will beg for mercy or die after a few hits. What's the point? Then wouldn't we have prepared for nothing?" The old man heard this and nodded slightly, but he didn't say anything. When the few burly men heard their conversation, their eyes suddenly burned with anger. Li Yunxiao didn't make a sound. It was obvious that he was mocking them for not using force, and that the hits were not painful. They immediately lashed with all their might, and almost every hit brought out a large piece of flesh. After more than 100 hits, Li Yunxiao's whole body was completely bloody, and there was not a piece of intact skin on his body. The few burly men were so tired that they were gasping for breath. Just a little bit more. Li Yunxiao counted in his heart. Just a little bit more and I can completely recover to the peak of a 2-star. He suddenly opened his eyes and laughed mockingly, "A few good-for-nothings, why are you so thick and strong? I didn't expect you to all be instant shooters. I only whipped you a few times and you surrendered. How long did you last?" Don't tell me you guys are the legendary 12 seconds? Anger, rage, no matter how weak a man was, he could not let others say he was weak. The few burly men were so angry that their necks turned red. In an instant, they recovered to their peak. They jumped up and fiercely whipped down. Pa! 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 Not only did the strength increase, even the frequency increased. All of them whipped like crazy. Li Yunxiao was secretly happy. Waves of qi were absorbed by his body and turned into true power that was deposited in his dantian. After a few dozen times, his dantian was full of qi and recovered to the peak of a 2-star. Just as he was about to break free and start killing, a light flashed in his mind. The bottleneck loosened and he seemed to be about to break through. Alright, I'll let you guys whip me for a while more. To be able to whip me, Li Yunxiao, you guys did not come to this world in vain. He clenched his teeth and closed his eyes. He started to absorb the weak qi and was about to break through the bottleneck. Stop. At the crucial moment, Long Hao suddenly shouted. The few burly men did not dare to disobey. The whipping stopped immediately. Li Yunxiao frowned slightly as a sense of disappointment rose in his heart. If he whipped a few more times, he had the confidence to break through the bottleneck and advance to a 3-star martial artist. At that time, he would have a higher chance of escaping. Long Hao said coldly, I've really underestimated you. You actually did not make a sound. Hee, you've performed so well. Next, I'll give you a feast. I'll let you have a good time. Haha. Following his laughter, Jun Liang's face revealed a sinister smile. He clapped his hands. Immediately, a burly man presented a bag of medicine. Li Yunxiao slowly opened his eyes and looked coldly. At this moment, he could break free from his restraints and kill at any time. However, his physical body was too heavily damaged, and there was still a martial master present. He wasn't confident that he could directly control the situation, so he waited quietly for an opportunity to see what they were up to. Jun Liang's expression was indescribably ferocious. He patted the medicine in his hand and laughed coldly. This bag of medicinal powder is the eunuch goes crazy that I've meticulously concocted. Even if a eunuch were to eat it, he would be able to restore his yang energy and make him drunk to the point of wanting to die. He pointed at the 2 burly men holding long whips and said coldly, You two, come here. The 2 burly men didn't know what was going on. They looked at each other and walked over. Jun Liang gently opened the bottle and flicked his index finger. Immediately, a red powder flew out. The 2 burly men directly inhaled it, choking and coughing. A few seconds later, the eyes of the 2 burly men began to blur, and their strong bronze skin gradually turned pink. The 2 of them began to talk in their sleep, and their hands constantly touched their bodies. A strange atmosphere spread in the interrogation room. The 2 burly men quickly hugged each other and began to lick each other in their sleep. Their actions became more and more unsightly. Blurg. Blurg. Everyone was so disgusted that they bent over and vomited. Even Long Hao felt nauseous. He quickly waved his hand and said, Stop experimenting, hurry up and let him eat. It. Jun Liang smirked and licked his lips. He walked step by step towards Li Yunxiao. Just now, they only took a small amount. This big bag is all yours. Blurg. Li Yunxiao couldn't take it anymore. The 2 burly men's actions were getting bigger and bigger. He even vomited his bile directly. His eyes were bursting with a strong murderous intent, a wave of goosebumps spread all over his body, and his body trembled violently. Suddenly, a clear wave of energy surged out from his dantian, rushing into his meridians. All the acupoints in his body opened and closed in an instant. True qi circulated for a full cycle and then gathered in his dantian again. The bottleneck that was just a hair's breadth away was finally broken by this disgusting force. Pervert, die! Li Yunxiao roared. His body's true qi instantly erupted from his limbs and bones. The cowhide tendons that bound his limbs broke one by one. His figure flashed, and he withdrew his palms. An extremely strong force of qi rushed out and shot into the medicinal powder in Jun Liang's hands. Pung! The force of qi exploded, and the medicinal powder instantly filled the sky. A wave of decadent crimson red blew towards Long Hao and the others. Everyone was hit one by one, and all of them were stained with some powder. Ah? Long Hao turned pale with fright. He hurriedly pulled Jun Liang back. Antidote, quickly take out the antidote. Jun Liang also sprayed a face full of medicinal powder. His eyes began to show signs of hallucination. He began to speak in a dreamy voice. Antidote. There is no antidote. Brother Hao, come on. Let's go crazy for a while and it will be fine. Crazy your sister. Long Hao's eyes were spitting fire. He jumped up and kicked Jun Liang's chest with all his strength. Jun Liang spat out a mouthful of blood. His whole body was flung away, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Uncle Ma, what do we do? Long Hao's heart turned cold. The 30 or so people in front of him began to have their eyes glazed over. He angrily shouted, it's all him, it's all him. Uncle Ma, quickly kill him. The hunchbacked old man, Long Ma, was also shocked. Although he used his qi to block the powder in time, some of it still stuck to his body. A strange feeling seeped into his skin. He hurriedly used his qi to suppress the powder and roared, Brat, you're asking for death. Long Ma was about to explode, but suddenly a figure flashed in front of him. Li Yunxiao had already made his move, and both his fists punched out. Humph, a mere martial artist dares to show off in front of me. He angrily swung his fists, and the withered muscles on his arms suddenly swelled up. His arms were as thick as tree roots, and he was about to attack. Suddenly, a cold snort sounded. Universe Soul Suppressor, Demonic Moon. Li Yunxiao's eyes suddenly became strange. His black pupils instantly twisted and spun, turning into a blood-red crescent moon. It was as if there was an endless and terrifying space within them. Ah! Long Ma was momentarily dazed, but his body trembled and he immediately woke up. Suddenly, a huge pain came from his arms. Li Yunxiao's fists had already turned into claws, and his 10 fingers fiercely pierced into the muscles of his shoulders. With a slash, both his arms felt as if they had been cut open by a sharp knife, and his bones and flesh were separated. Li Yunxiao's eyes instantly returned to normal, but the cold killing intent did not diminish. Only his face was slightly pale. It was obvious that the soul attack just now had directly consumed his spirit. His claws were badly mutilated, and he clenched his 5 fingers into a fist. The sound of tigers roared out, and taking advantage of Long Ma's pain, he fiercely punched him in the chest. Bang! Long Ma spat out a mouthful of blood, and fiercely fell backwards, landing on the ground. The ground was covered with the eunuch goes crazy powder. The moment he landed on the ground, more than 10 men who were already in a daze, crazily biting and clawing each other pounced on him as if they had seen meat. Very quickly, Long Ma was submerged in the mountain of flesh. Li Yunxiao's stomach churned again. He resisted the nausea and looked around. He saw that Long Hao had also lost control of his mind for a short period of time and had joined in the frenzied carnal desire. Ugh! He could not bear it anymore, and vomited out a mouthful of bile. His whole body soared into the air, carefully avoiding the decadent powder, and jumped to the stairs. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief, and walked up. Behind him, there were countless beast-like roars, and there were also soul-stirring screams. He wiped his face, and threw away the blood-stained clothes on his body. He took out a new set of clothes from his ring, and his whole body was much more spirited. However, because of the soul attack just now, and the excessive vomiting, his face was slightly pale. Pa! He slapped the big lock on the door, and the 2 iron doors of the dungeon opened with a rumble, and the sunlight shone in. Huh? He was instantly stunned. Outside the door, more than 10 pairs of equally stunned eyes stared at him. Teacher Luo? Chen Zhongxi? Fat Pig Han? Why are you guys here? Li Yunxiao said in shock. Chen Zhen was the first to react, and said in shock, are you okay? Li Yunxiao spread out his hands, and said calmly, I'm fine. What could happen to me? This? Chen Zhen looked him up and down in disbelief, and then looked into the dungeon. How could he be fine? What's that sound inside? He walked in curiously. Long Qing instantly heaved a sigh of relief, and his heart felt indescribably relaxed. Li Yunxiao was actually fine? Although he was also very surprised, this was the best result for him. Wah! Ugh. Qianzhen's whole face was pale, and he quickly ran out, squatted down, and violently vomited. Qianzhen, what's going on? Han Bai also knocked on the inside of the dungeon in surprise. Zhang Qingfan and the others were also a little surprised. They had already prepared for the worst, but they didn't expect Li Yunxiao to be taking a leisurely stroll in the park. He didn't look uncomfortable at all. Zhang Qingfan looked him up and suddenly felt that he had an extraordinary temperament. He said in surprise, "You're Li Yunxiao? What's that sound inside?" He also imitated Qianzhen and wanted to go in to take a look. "Oh, it's nothing." Young Master Long Hao invited a group of people to play inside. Li Yunxiao shook his head indifferently, but his eyes showed extreme disgust, and his face turned pale again. "It's better not to go in and disturb them." "Oh?" His appearance immediately aroused everyone's suspicion. They all followed him in disbelief, wanting to see what was going on. "Wah! Ugh, ugh." More than a dozen people rushed out in a frenzy. All of them squatted on both sides and vomited. Even Luo Yunchang, who had forcefully suppressed the contents in her stomach, couldn't hold it in any longer and vomited again and again. Zhang Qingfan and the other arcane masters even took out various pills and swallowed them like beans. However, they quickly vomited again. Long Qing also ran out and vomited a few times, but his eyes were filled with anxiety. He forcefully pressed down on his chest, took a deep breath, and ran in again. But a few seconds later, the sound of vomiting could be heard. He ran out again and vomited violently. "Aya, I told you not to go in," Li Yunxiao said with a reproachful expression. "You didn't listen to my advice. Serves you right." Young Master Long Hao's taste is not something an ordinary person can accept. Qianzhen trembled as he stood up. His face was pale. "Young Master Yun, it's already too late to pick up the soap." After vomiting, Long Qing trembled with anger. Smoke rose from his body as he roared, "Li Yunxiao, what the hell is going on?" At first glance, he saw his beloved son inside. This shocking scene caused him to completely break down. Regardless of the final outcome, if Zhang Qingfan and the others saw this kind of scandal, how would the Long family have the face to stand in the capital in the future? He was about to go berserk. If not for the fact that there were so many people here, he would definitely tear Li Yunxiao into pieces and feed him to the dogs. Li Yunxiao snorted coldly. His gaze gradually turned cold. A chill emanated from his body. "Master Long, your son invited me as a guest without saying a word. I was the one who wanted to ask you what's going on." Long Qing was shocked. A strange look flashed through his eyes. Li Yunxiao was a weak young man. His strength seemed to be that of a 3-star warrior, but he gave off an unfathomable feeling. It was as if he might not be a match for him even if he attacked. How could this be? Long Qing comforted himself in his heart. "It must be because I was too disgusted just now, so my senses were off." His face turned cold and he said solemnly, "I don't know what happened between you and my son, but you're standing here safe and sound right now, and my son, my son." As he spoke, his eyes were about to spit fire. From today onwards, he would no longer be able to live in the capital. The aura from Li Yunxiao's body quickly attracted Zhang Qingfan and Su Han's attention. Both of them were third-grade master alchemists. Their divine senses were abnormally sensitive. They immediately noticed that Li Yunxiao was different from the others. Both of them revealed astonished expressions. Zhang Qingfan swallowed a few pills and finally stabilized his nausea. He said with a pale face, "Your son has a special taste. What does it have to do with him? Are we supposed to listen to him in the Long family's residence?" Long Qing was also startled. That's right. Li Yunxiao was captured. How could he have the ability to put Hauer and the others down? Could it be that this was really Hauer's hobby? He was dumbfounded. Jia Rong smiled coldly and said, like son like father, I'm afraid like son like father. Like father like father like son like son like father like son like son like son like father like son 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 like son. Whoosh. Everyone reacted as if they had been electricum like son like son like son like son like son like son. And sun like 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 sun like. Father like sun like sun like sun like sun. Long like sun like sun like him like sun like sun like sun like. Sun like sun like sun like. Long the sun like 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 sun like. I am the commander of the Imperial Guards, a 3 talents realm martial grand master. How can I be weak? Zhang Qingfan said coldly, which one of them is not a martial artist? He ignored Long Qing and turned to look at Li Yunxiao. His eyes softened. You are Li Yunxiao? Li Yunxiao nodded. You are Zhang Qingfan? Zhang Qingfan was surprised. You know me? Li Yunxiao smiled. The one on the left is the president of the Alchemist Guild, Su Han. The one on the right is the commander of the Divine Guards, Teacher Luo. The one in the middle is either Zhang Qingfan or Xiao Qingwang. It's easy to guess. A knowing smile appeared on Zhang Qingfan's face as he nodded and praised, you're indeed different from the rumors. You can perform acupuncture with golden needles? Li Yunxiao smiled. I'll give it a try. Give it a try? Zhang Qingfan's expression turned serious, and he said in a serious tone, Your Highness is priceless. If I didn't have enough confidence, I wouldn't have allowed you to try the needle. Li Yunxiao spread his hands and put on a helpless expression. He smiled and said, If you don't let me try, do you have any other ideas? Zhang Qingfan was taken aback. He pondered for a few seconds and burst out laughing. All right, go ahead. Suddenly, his expression sank and he said coldly, If I can save the princess, I can guarantee your safety in the clear water country no matter what happens in the future. If you can't, even Li Chunyang won't be able to save your life. His words seemed to imply something. Li Yunxiao's expression changed slightly as he sneered, My life is always in my own hands. Jia Rong saw that the atmosphere was a little cold and hurriedly said, Don't waste time here, Her Royal Highness is still waiting for the acupuncture. Li Yunxiao looked at Meng Wu and smiled. You framed me last time. This time, you found someone to save me. We are even now. Meng Wu blushed. She wanted to find a hole to hide in. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, I just happen to need a helper. Come and help me save the princess. Meng Wu waved her hands. Me? No, no. I don't know anything. Li Yunxiao smiled. You can do it, but you can't either. He turned to Zhang Qingfan. Master Zhang, I need 2 helpers. One is Meng Wu, and the other is Teacher Luo. As for the payment for their help, I want you to reimburse me. Zhang Qingfan was taken aback. He nodded. As you wish. Everyone will listen to you. Luo Yunsheng was overjoyed. She looked at Li Yunxiao gratefully. Golden needles were a legendary acupuncture technique. Only a small number of high-ranked arcane refiners on the continent could secretly master it. No arcane alchemist would miss the chance to see the acupressure technique. Young Master Yun, didn't you want me to be your helper? Jia Rong asked hurriedly. Li Yunxiao's face darkened. Liang Jun is your disciple? Jia Rong's heart sank. He wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He used to be my disciple, but I've already kicked him out of my tutelage. I actually stopped caring about him a long time ago. Ah, it's true. Don't go, young Master Yun. Young Master Yun, listen to me. I don't even know him. Don't go. On the 4th floor of the Arcane Refiner Guild, inside an ice chamber. Qin Rushue was wearing a white dress. She was lying on a light green jade bed. Her face was purple, and there were 5 faint red veins on her face. Her vitality was weak. Zhang Qingfan glanced at it, and his expression became even more unsightly. He said in a deep voice, This purple-green jade bed can slightly suppress the princess's illness, but it is obviously at its limit. Li Yunxiao sighed. His soul power was too low. Otherwise, he would have discovered the princess's 5 meridians a long time ago. He waved his hand. All of you can leave. Just leave Mengwu and Luo Yunsheng here. Luo Yunsheng couldn't help but ask, a gauze tent and 30 golden needles are enough? You really don't need anything else? She asked nervously. Li Yunxiao, are you really confident? Li Yunxiao rubbed his chin. Zhang Qingfan was extremely nervous from Li Yunxiao's expression. He said seriously, Li Yunxiao, tell me honestly, how confident are you? If you're not confident, I'll go inform His Majesty. His words were clear. If Li Yunxiao didn't succeed, it would be time for him to bid farewell to the princess. Everyone's heart sank. They weren't optimistic about the situation. After all, Li Yunxiao was too young. Not only did the golden needles require great control, but the order, timing, and strength couldn't be wrong. According to their estimations, they would be lucky if they had a 30% chance of success. Li Yunxiao sighed and said, if the princess was a man, I would have 100% confidence in performing acupuncture on him face to face. However, she's a woman, and I can only perform acupuncture on her acupoints from a distance of 15 meters through the gauze curtain. On top of that, I was struck by young Master Hao's interest in the Long family just now, and I'm still a little dispirited. All in all, I'm about 90% confident. Flying needles? You're telling me that you're going to do it from a distance of 15 meters through the gauze tent? Zhang Qingfan felt a lump in his throat. So you're preparing the gauze tent to avoid any misunderstandings between men and women? 100% chance of success face to face, and 90% chance of success with flying needles? Su Han sucked in a breath of cold air. So it's so easy to do it. I thought it was a profound technique. He shook his head fiercely, saying, no, I once heard Master say that in order to successfully use the golden needle acupuncture technique, it's impossible to succeed without the sole power of a rank 5 alchemist or a well-honed technique. Luo Yunsheng was also stunned for a moment before her face sank. She roared, do you think you're Lord Yongdi? 100% chance of success, and flying needles. The princess's life is in danger. Be serious. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly. I'm already very serious. Since I know Rushua's life is in danger, don't disturb me. Let's begin. Mengwu, just support the princess. Teacher Luo, help me separate the gauze tent. Zhang Qingfan grabbed the veil and threw it out. He cursed angrily, veil my *s. Just do it face to face. The princess's body is priceless. How can it be a child's play? Li Yunxiao's eyes bulged as he glared at him. It's precisely because I'm a priceless treasure that I have to be separated by a veil. She had to take off her clothes to perform acupuncture with the golden needles. If I saw everything without the veil, I would have to marry her as soon as His Majesty gave the order. Damn, are you trying to harm me? I won't fall for it. Everyone fainted. Zhang Qingfan felt dizzy. It was such a serious matter, but Li Yunxiao made it seem like a child's game. He felt like the other party was playing with him. Li Yunxiao's expression changed. He stared at Qin Rushue and said, the 5 vein arteries are about to converge into the spirit sea. If you delay any longer, the 5 vein arteries will converge into one and your life will be cut off. Even a 9th rank emperor-level alchemist can't save you. Everyone looked at the princess's face. The 5 thin lines of blood had indeed increased. They started to spread to the top of her head. Zhang Qingfan's heart tightened, and he shouted in a deep voice, leave Mengwu and Luo Yunsheng here. Everyone else, get out now. He turned around and left. There was no turning back now. Even if he was being tricked, he had to be tricked to the end. Everyone else was speechless, and they followed Zhang Qingfan out of the ice cellar with different feelings. Mengwu, take off all her clothes. Teacher Luo, open the veil. Li Yunxiao, that's enough. You can't bear the consequences of this. Be serious. Luo Yunsheng said angrily. Pa. Li Yunxiao opened the box of golden needles and flicked his finger without raising his head. He said softly, Teacher Luo, I'm going to pierce your Yunmen acupoint, 7 millimeters deep. Swoosh. Luo Yunsheng's pupils shrank as a golden ray of light flashed across her shoulder blade like a mosquito's bite. A golden needle as thin as a strand of hair had pierced into her Yunmen acupoint without the slightest error. Luo Yunsheng was instantly dumbfounded. Her eyes were filled with horror, and a monstrous wave was set off in her heart. Her underwear was sewn with golden thread, and it had a certain resistance to Yuanli. She couldn't control the strength needed to pierce the golden needle, let alone 7 millimeters deep. And how did he know she was wearing the golden thread dress? Li Yunxiao chuckled and said, when I was outside just now, I noticed that teacher Luo's neck was shining with a golden light. She must be wearing a golden silk dress. Nowadays, it's popular for girls to wear this. Plus, there are 3 pieces of clothes, and we are 6 meters apart. So, I used 30% of my strength for this needle. I wonder how much it missed. Luo Yunxiang's face was red. She couldn't stay calm when a man knew she was wearing underwear. Although she was shocked, she still said angrily, Li Yunxiao, you can't keep your mouth shut. Li Yunxiao laughed and said, let's get started. In fact, I have the confidence to fly the needles in the air. If Ruxue, this little girl, were to strip naked in front of me, how could I calm down? Don't be fooled by her young age. She has already developed. Enough. A trace of shyness flashed in Luo Yunxiang's eyes. She unfurled the veil in her hands and immediately separated Li Yunxiao and Qin Ruxue. She slightly calmed down her state of mind and softly said, let's begin. Meng Wu also nervously untied Qin Rushua's clothes and carefully helped her up. Whoosh! With a flash of golden light, Li Yunxiao's flying needles began to pierce through the veil one by one. Luo Yunxiang's pupils shrunk. She raised her concentration to the peak and imprinted every single movement of Li Yunxiao into her mind. Outside the ice cellar, a group of people were abnormally quiet. No one dared to breathe loudly because Zhang Qingfan's complexion was extremely bad. No one dared to provoke him. Su Han finally couldn't bear it and said, Old Zhang, do you think Li Yunxiao is making trouble? Zhang Qingfan's pupils shrunk and said in a deep voice, at this point, even if it is shit, we have to eat it. His gloomy eyes were almost murderous as he coldly looked at Jia Rong. Jia Rong was so scared that his whole body was trembling. His sweat dripped on the ground. Pa! The ice cellar's door suddenly opened. Everyone's heart was beating fast. They turned their heads and saw Li Yunxiao leisurely walking out. What's going on? Hasn't started yet? Zhang Qingfan said in a deep voice, Her Royal Highness can't delay anymore. It's done, Li Yunxiao said lightly. Done? Done, everyone was stunned. So fast? Only a few minutes? Is he messing with us? Everyone felt like they were fooled. Jia Rong's vision blurred and he almost fainted. It was as if he could already see himself being torn apart by an enraged Zhang Qingfan. Li Yunxiao, how dare you? Zhang Qingfan finally lost his temper. His anger soared to the sky. His beard and hair stood on end as he charged forward. How dare you use Her Royal Highness's life to fool us? Even if Li Chunyang is here today, I'll skin you alive. Pa! A beautiful figure flashed by. Luo Yunxiang appeared in front of Li Yunxiao and gently blocked Zhang Qingfan's fist. She said softly, Master Zhang, she has really recovered. Her Royal Highness is fine now. Silence. Absolute silence at the door. Zhang Qingfan felt like his brain had short-circuited. He said in shock, really recovered? Yunxiang, when did you become a joker? Su Han's figure flashed into the ice cellar. Soon, a shocked voice came, she has really recovered? Ah. Everyone outside the door drew a cold breath and looked at each other in shock. The illness that had troubled them for more than a decade was cured by this youth in just a few minutes? Jia Rong instantly felt like collapsing. His entire body went limp and he collapsed on the ground like a pile of mud. However, he felt extremely comfortable inside. His life was finally saved. Zhang Qingfan looked at Li Yunxiao's cold gaze and became a little embarrassed. Sweat seeped out of his forehead as he mumbled, how can it be so fast? You must be kidding me. Heh. He forced a few laughs, but it looked very awkward no matter how he looked at it. Hey, your sister. Li Yunxiao scolded, there are only 18 needles in total. It will only take a few seconds for me to cut you 18 times. How long do you think it will take? 3 days and 3 nights? To think that you are the chief arcane master of the royal palace. What an idiot. Ah. Everyone drew a cold breath. Han Bai and Chen Zhen also opened their mouths so wide that a watermelon could be stuffed inside. The door became eerily silent again, daring to scold the chief arcane master of the royal palace as an idiot. Oh my god. Even His Majesty the King would not dare to do such a thing. Is this brat crazy? Everyone was drenched in cold sweat. Jiarong's heart, which had just calmed down, instantly jumped to his throat again. He desperately struggled a few times and wished he could immediately climb up and cut all ties with Li Yunxiao. He crazily shouted in his mind, "Oh my god, I don't know this brat, please don't implicate me." Zhang Qingfan himself was also stunned. How many years had it been since he was called an idiot by someone? He remembered that he was still an intermediate arcane apprentice back then. Every time he purified materials for his master, he would often be knocked on the head and called an idiot. It had been many years since he heard that name. He also felt it was strange. He should have been furious, but why was he not angry at all? Instead, he felt a little sad. You called me an idiot? Is that not the case? Yes, Luo Yunsheng was also drenched in cold sweat. She shouted, "Li Yunxiao, stop your nonsense. Hurry up and apologize to Master Zhang." Apologize? Li Yunxiao smirked coldly and walked out on his own. He did not care about the fainted crowd at all. Come and find me when he has his own flying needles. I can consider apologizing then. Everyone looked at each other. He really dared to say something like that. Luo Yunsheng also felt faint. She hurriedly said, "Master Zhang, I'm sorry." Zhang Qingfan shook his head dejectedly and sighed, "He's right, those who are strong always come first." Everyone was silent. In this world, strength spoke louder. Zhang Qingfan's words were clearly an attitude of admitting defeat. After the silence, everyone was even more shocked. "Since the princess is fine, you can all leave. I plan to stay here for a few days and observe the princess condition." Zhang Qingfan waved his hand and walked towards the ice cellar. His expression was a little bleak. Everyone silently left. Han Bai and Chen Zhen also wanted to go back, but they were grabbed by Luo Yunsheng. The three of them left the alchemist guild together. "The two of you are the closest to Li Yunxiao. Why did he change so much recently? His cultivation level skyrocketed and his medical skills are not achievements that can be obtained in a short period of time." Luo Yunsheng went straight to the point. Han Bai was also a little silent. Li Yunxiao, who had always been a burden and needed their care, had inexplicably left them several streets behind and reached an existence that they had to look up to. Luo Yunsheng coldly looked at the two. "Don't tell me you don't know either. Even if he intentionally hid it and kept a low profile, there's no way he could hide it from the two of you. You should have at least seen some clues." The two of them looked at each other with a blank look on their faces. Chen Zhen laughed. "Teacher Luo is his class teacher. To be able to teach a student that even Master Zhang is ashamed of, Teacher Luo is really good at teaching." A sage, a teacher, slap. Luo Yunsheng directly slapped the back of his head, forcing him to swallow his words. Luo Yunsheng's eyes revealed a look of contemplation. Suddenly, a glimmer of light flashed in her eyes. She solemnly said, "Do you think that Li Yunxiao kept such a low profile has something to do with the current situation of the Li family?" Han Bai and Chen Zhen's expressions changed and became solemn. Luo Yunsheng's eyes flickered slightly. She pondered and said, "Just when everyone thought he was trash, an insignificant nobody, he suddenly stood out with radiance. A scheming person who has endured for so long dares to stand in front of the stage at this time. Perhaps he is already prepared for anything. Tianshui Nation's Li family, perhaps something big is about to happen." Han Bai solemnly said, "Duke Jing is in life and death seclusion, handing over all the Li family's affairs to Li Yi. Now, the Li family is completely under this kid's control. Even General Fei Long, who is guarding the far northwest border, can't do anything to him. Could it be that the rumors are true?" Chen Zhen's expression was also extremely ugly. "Rumor has it that Duke Jing is not in life and death seclusion, but has been imprisoned by Li Yi. Otherwise, how could a mere adopted son who was only given the Li family surname be given to him? How could he be given such great authority? Although young Master Yan's performance is shocking, the Li family still has some elders supporting them. It is not yet time for him to stand out." Luo Yunsheng said indifferently, "Perhaps something has happened that we are not aware of. Moreover, Li Yunxiao must have obtained some kind of support that allows him to stand out. The golden needle acupuncture technique and the floating dreams seal were the best proof. If the Li family is in turmoil, then it will definitely affect the foundation of the country. You must also be mentally prepared. Han Bai's eyes flashed with determination. He coldly said, I have long since disliked that Li Yi. As long as young Master Yun stands out, we will always stand by his side and support him. Chen Jin added, many of Duke Jing and General Flying Dragon's subordinates don't like Li Yi. As long as young Master Yun raises the flag, they will definitely support young Master Yun. He suddenly asked, Teacher Luo, if young Master Yun and Li get into a conflict, which side will you stand on? Han Bai was also listening attentively. Luo Yunxiang's status was extraordinary. If she was willing to help Li Yunxiao, then their chances of winning would be even greater. Luo Yunxiang said indifferently, I am the commander of the Guardian Divine Guards. I work for His Majesty. Han Bai and Luo Yunxiang immediately looked disappointed. However, Luo Yunxiang smiled and said, but Li Yunxiao is my student. Li Yunxiao was walking on the road when he suddenly yawned a few times. He said strangely, I'm so healthy, and I don't even have a cold. Why would I yawn? Young Master Yun. A voice suddenly sounded. Meng Wu had caught up from behind. When she saw Li Yunxiao, her face immediately turned red, and her eyes became a little nervous. Li Yunxiao squinted his eyes and smiled. I was wondering why you would yawn. So it's because you're about to get lucky with women. Meng Wu gritted her teeth and gathered her courage. Can you help me take a look at my brother? Li Yunxiao knew that she was trying to raise money to buy medicine for her brother. He immediately took out a bag of gold coins from his ring and tossed it over. 1,000 gold coins. Meng Wu looked at the storage bag in shock. She hurriedly handed it back to Li Yunxiao. I can't accept this much money. Li Yunxiao took her left hand and placed it on it. He smiled. This is your reward for saving the princess. Meng Wu shook her head. But I didn't do anything. I only helped the princess change her clothes. Li Yunxiao smiled. You helped her change her clothes. This is a matter of life and death. If you didn't come and asked me to change her clothes, do you think I would still be able to perform acupuncture on a naked beauty in front of me? Then the princess would definitely be in danger. Therefore, in the entire process, what you did was the most crucial part. Meng Wu was stunned when she heard this. There was actually such a logic. She knew that Li Yunxiao was trying to help her. She felt a surge of warmth in her heart, and she had the urge to cry. He took the storage bag tightly with his right hand, lowered his head and said, Thank you. Last time, when Lan Fei and I tried to frame you, you were still willing to help me. I'm sorry. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, It's fine. Besides, I didn't lose out last time. If I have the chance, I want to do it a few more times. When Meng Wu heard this, she knew what he was referring to. She immediately blushed, like a ripe apple that was about to emit smoke. Li Yunxiao laughed and said, What illness does your brother have? Why don't I come with you to take a look? Meng Wu was immediately overjoyed. Although she did not know Li Yunxiao's strength, he was definitely not ordinary to be able to cure a disease that even the chief arcane artificer of the royal court could not do anything about. She hurriedly brought Li Yunxiao home. She lived in a private house near the capital. It was a full 4 hours' walk from the academy. Both of them were strong, but it still took them half a day to arrive. Li Yunxiao teased, No wonder you have already opened 7 chakras at such a young age. You are only a step away from becoming a first origin realm martial artist. It turns out that every time you go home to school, it is equivalent to going into seclusion. Meng Wu blushed slightly. The houses in the capital are too expensive. How can we afford them? Along the way, Li Yunxiao also learned that Meng Wu's father was once a brave lieutenant in the kingdom. He could more or less be considered to have some sort of position. Originally, he had brought the siblings to live in the city. However, 3 years ago, he had unfortunately died in the line of duty during a mission, cutting off their source of income. They could only rely on the meager monthly pension to survive. That was why they moved out of the capital and lived in the suburbs. Fortunately, the siblings were both sensible and talented. Meng Wu had also been admitted to Jiaolan Academy at the age of 15 last year. Her younger brother, Meng Bai, had also opened 5 chakras at the age of 14. His talent was even higher than Meng Wu's. Everything had been going well, but this year, Meng Bai had suddenly become muddle-headed all day. He had been in a coma for a long time, and his body was sometimes hot and cold for some unknown reason. In order to raise money for her younger brother's treatment, Meng Wu had been working part-time to earn money. It was also because of this that she had agreed to Lan Fei's scheme to frame Li Yunxiao. It was an ordinary house with simple furniture, but it was very clean and tidy. The moment Meng Wu entered and saw her younger brother lying on the bed, tears immediately flowed down her face. She sobbed, "It has already been 4 to 5 months, and he has been like this. I have found many alchemy apprentices, but they are all useless. I can only rely on the rejuvenation water to keep him alive. However, the effects of the rejuvenation water are getting weaker and weaker. I am really scared every day." Sob, sob, sob. Her spirit seemed to collapse in an instant. She threw herself onto Li Yunxiao's shoulder and wailed loudly. The pressure that a 15-year-old girl had endured for a long time poured out like a broken dam. Li Yunxiao smelled the faint virgin fragrance and patted Meng Wu's hair lightly. He comforted, "It's okay. I am here now. As long as Meng Bai is not dead, he can't die even if he wants to." After crying for a while, Meng Wu realized that she had lost her composure. She pressed her hand against her nose and sobbed softly. A large patch of tears was already wet on Li Yunxiao's shoulder. "This is?" Li Yunxiao looked at the young man on the bed in surprise. The young man's face was colorful, and his vitality was weak. He used his hand to lightly press on a few acupoints on the young man's body. The places where his fingertips touched turned dark and emitted a faint black aura. It was as if the young man had been poisoned. "Young Master Yun, what is going on?" Meng Wu was anxious and worried. She had never encountered such a situation before. Li Yunxiao was stunned for a moment before spitting out a few words. "Heaven and earth poison body. Worldly poison body?" Meng Wu felt a wave of dizziness. Although she didn't know what kind of illness it was, the name alone was terrifying enough. She cried, "Young Master Yun, can it be cured?" "Cured?" Li Yunxiao was stunned. He shook his head. Meng Wu burst into tears. "Didn't you say that as long as you're not dead, you can't die even if you want to? I beg you, you must save my little brother. As long as you can save him, I am willing to do anything. I am willing to do anything." Cold sweat appeared on Li Yunxiao's forehead. "Don't tempt me into committing a crime. If you say that, I will get the wrong idea." He glared at Meng Wu and said, "Don't cry. The worldly poison body isn't an illness. How can it be cured? It's like if you were a woman and I made you a man. Would you be willing?" Meng Wu sobbed. "If it's not an illness, then why is it like this?" Li Yunxiao said carefully, "Let me explain it to you this way. There are many people in this world who are different from others from birth. For example, men and women are different. The level of their talent is also different. There are some extremely rare existences that are called special constitutions. Those who possess these special constitutions will all have obvious signs that are different from ordinary people. This worldly poison body is one of these special constitutions." Meng Wu said anxiously, "Then what should we do? Since you discovered his illness, then you must have a way to cure him, right?" Li Yunxiao slapped his forehead. "What a waste of words. I already said that this isn't an illness and doesn't need treatment. Although I have never seen the worldly poison body, I have read some records. Your little brother's strength is too weak, and the poison in his body is too strong. He is unable to control it, which is why he is like this. As long as he restrains the poison in his body and continuously cultivates to increase his strength, everything will be easily solved." Meng Wu was stunned. "Then what about the poison in his body?" Li Yunxiao shook his head. "There is no need to cure him. He has the worldly poison body, so it would be strange if he didn't have poison. As long as his cultivation speed can keep up with the poison's growth, it will be fine. His poison is still very weak now, but it will become stronger and stronger in the future, and he will become a king of poisons. Let me wake him up first." He took out golden needles and carefully inserted them into Meng Bai's body. As soon as the 10 or so golden needles entered the acupoints, they started to turn black one by one. Li Yunxiao frowned. so powerful? He slapped the top of Meng Bai's head, and the 10 or so corroded golden needles instantly flew out. The acupoints emitted traces of black gas, and when they came into contact with the air, they started to burn. "Help me lift him up," Li Yunxiao ordered. He sat cross-legged in front of Meng Bai. Meng Wu's heart jumped to her throat. She hurriedly helped Meng Bai up and said anxiously, "Even the golden needles don't work. What should we do?" Li Yunxiao's golden needles could cure the 5 meridians that even Zhang Qingfan and Master Su Han couldn't do anything about, but he couldn't do anything about her little brother. This made her extremely afraid. "It's fine. I will absorb the poison in his body and it will be fine," Li Yunxiao said indifferently. He formed a seal with his hands and lightly tapped on Meng Bai's shoulders. Immediately, a wave of black gas started to spread to Li Yunxiao's body. "You!" Meng Wu's pupils shrank. She cried out in shock, "You! How can this be? If the poison enters your body, what will you do?" Li Yunxiao snorted. "If it was a complete heaven and earth poison body, I might be a little afraid. But your little brother has only opened 5 chakras. How strong can the poison in his body be? I will only absorb it and eat it as a tonic." "A tonic?" Meng Wu's eyes widened. She watched as circles of black gas flowed into Li Yunxiao's arm. His entire body started to turn black. Meng Bai's complexion finally improved. His vitality started to slowly recover. Her heart was instantly moved, and large drops of tears streamed down her cheeks. Ever since her father died, no one had helped her so painstakingly. Even if someone helped her, it was because they coveted her beauty. In the end, they had to reveal their true colors. Li Yunxiao's help without caring about his own life filled her tough heart with warmth. She was so touched that her face was filled with tears. Li Yunxiao's eyes were tightly shut. His entire body was like a huge whirlpool. A faint suction force was emitted from his body. A large amount of black poisonous gas rushed into his body through the meridians in his arm. It started to corrode his meridians and flesh. "You want to corrode me with this level of poisonous gas? Humph, I am the only one in the world, creation chi." Li Yunxiao shouted in his heart. Golden light erupted from his dantian and rushed into his 7 major meridian acupoints. Immediately, 7 rays of light formed a line from his head to his toes. The black poisonous gas around his body began to shrink rapidly, and his skin color gradually returned to normal. Meng Wu stopped crying and stared blankly at the changes in Li Yunxiao's body. Meng Bai's complexion also became better and better. Only then did she feel extremely happy. The black poisonous gas was compressed into a ball by Li Yunxiao and absorbed into his aura sea. The energy whirlpool in his dantian was like a nebula. It slowly absorbed the poisonous gas and converted it into the purest energy, filling up his aura sea. It really is innate energy. TSK, I'm in luck this time. Li Yunxiao was ecstatic and began to absorb it even more frantically. When a martial artist cultivated, they had to absorb the energy of heaven and earth for their own use, filling up their aura sea and increasing their energy. Apart from absorbing energy directly from heaven and earth, most martial artists would also absorb energy from primal stones to cultivate their aura sea. After all, primal stones were ores that stored a large amount of energy. It was much more effective than directly absorbing energy from heaven and earth. However, as one's level increased, the requirement for primal stones would also increase. Towards the end, even supreme-grade primal stones could only increase one's strength by a very limited amount. Every time a martial artist cultivated, they had to expend a large amount of supreme-grade primal stones. At this time, the role of alchemists became even more prominent. They could refine various high-grade materials into pills that contained a large amount of energy. After a martial artist consumed it, the effects would be great. This was also the reason why high-grade alchemists were so respected. Refining pills required the use of soul power to recombine the energy contained in various materials, turning it into a form that could be easily absorbed by a martial artist. During this process, there was a legendary arcane refiner who unintentionally discovered a method to use soul power to directly absorb elemental energy from materials. After researching it, he finally created a soul skill called the Breath of Creation. The appearance of this soul skill made up for the shortcomings of the alchemist's martial cultivation. It could strengthen the alchemist's martial cultivation in a short period of time. From there, it complemented the alchemist's formula path and allowed him to advance to a higher level. Directly absorbing essence energy from level 9 materials, the cultivation speed was several tens of times faster than using top-grade essence stones. But he quickly discovered the flaw of this soul skill, because it only used high-grade materials as primal stones of a higher grade. Moreover, the energy of the material itself could only be absorbed by an extremely small portion, resulting in a great waste. Materials that could surpass the amount of energy contained in a top-quality primordial stone had to be at least level 5 or above. Adding on the consumption, it would take a level 8 or above material to be wasted to be stronger than directly absorbing the energy from a top-quality primordial stone. As for a level 8 dan refined from level 8 materials, the energy contained within was over 100 times that of directly absorbing it. In the beginning, there were many wealthy arcane masters who didn't mind wasting materials in pursuit of speed. However, as time went on, they found it harder and harder to continue. In the end, many people knew about this soul skill, but very few people cultivated it. Because no one had the financial resources to be so wasteful. The chi of creation could only absorb innate energy that was formed naturally. Mengbai had the poison body of heaven and earth, so the poison in his body was also innate energy that was formed naturally. Thus, it was directly absorbed by Li Yunxiao and digested as a tonic. With his current cultivation, he couldn't completely neutralize the poison. Thus, he used a secret method to condense all the poison, and used his essence energy to envelop it and hide it in his dantian. When his strength increased in the future, he could easily eliminate it. As the poison gradually decreased, Mengbai's complexion completely recovered. He slowly opened his eyes. Oh, where am I? Mengbai. Are you all right? Mengwu was overjoyed. She cried happily and rubbed Mengbai's neck. Boo-hoo, you're finally all right. Sister? Mengbai recognized Mengwu. At the same time, he also saw Li Yunxiao. He asked in surprise, this is? Mengwu hurriedly wiped away her tears. This is my classmate. His name is Li Yunxiao. You can call him young Master Yun. He saved your life. You should thank him. Thank you, young Master Yun, for saving me. Mengbai knew his own situation, but he felt unprecedentedly relaxed and comfortable. The symptoms on his body were completely healed. He hurriedly stood up and expressed his thanks. Li Yunxiao absorbed all the poison into his dantian. Only then did he slowly open his eyes. Why is there so little poison? It's not even enough for me to eat. To think that you have the heaven and earth poison body. You should nurture more poison in the future. He absorbed all the poison in Mengbai's body, and he felt his dantian fill up. It was as if he had absorbed over 100 keystones. The effect was much stronger than his usual cultivation. Thus, he was reluctant to part with Mengbai. He smacked his lips and said, when I get back, I'll refine some pills that can trigger the poison. Take them regularly in the future, and the poison in your body will become stronger and stronger. Mengwu. Mengbai laughed loudly. Haha, sister, this young Master Yun really knows how to joke. Li Yunxiao's expression darkened. He said coldly, I never joke. Brat, it's your good fortune to have met me. How about this? Kowtow to me 3 times, and I'll take you in as my disciple. Mengbai was stunned at first, but when he saw Li Yunxiao's arrogant manner, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Haha, take me in as your disciple? Young Master Yun, how old are you? You look about the same age as my sister. You're only 1 year older than me, and you want to take me in as your disciple? If I want to take someone as my master, I should at least take someone who can become a guardian divine guard as my master. The Guardian Divine Guard was the strongest military organization in the kingdom. In a world that revered martial arts, it was the most sacred and legendary place in the hearts of all young people. Li Yunxiao was both angry and sad. He couldn't even compare to a martial master. One had to know that in his previous life, martial masters weren't even worthy of licking the soles of his shoes. He could kill tens of thousands of martial masters with a wave of his hand. But now, Mengwu saw a trace of displeasure flash across Li Yunxiao's face, and she hurriedly knocked Mengbai's head down. She said softly, young Master Yun may be young, but he's an incredible genius in both martial and spell Dao. It's your fortune to have him as your master. Hurry up and kowtow to him as your master. She knew how powerful Li Yunxiao was. He was more than enough to be Meng Bai's master. Moreover, the poison in Meng Bai's body hadn't been completely removed yet. She still had to count on Li Yunxiao to save her in the future. Meng Bai hurriedly said, "Sister, I'm your little brother. You can't harm me." Meng Wu saw that Li Yunxiao's expression was becoming more and more unsightly, and she immediately became anxious. She fiercely knocked Meng Bai's head. "You're saying that I'm harming you? Didn't I work so hard for you? You're infuriating me to death." Tears streamed down her face in her anxiety. Meng Bai immediately panicked when he saw her crying. He hurriedly said, "Sister, don't cry. It's my fault. I'll take you as my master right now." He hurriedly got off the bed and knelt down in front of Li Yunxiao. He earnestly kowtowed 3 times and said, "Master, please accept disciple Meng Bai's kowtow." Li Yunxiao nodded and said, "I know you're not convinced now, but it's fine. Master is also very poor now, so I don't have any greeting gifts for you. I'll teach you a supreme body tempering art called the tyrannical heaven tempering art. It'll be compatible with your heaven and earth poison body, and your future accomplishments will be limitless." Meng Bai felt extremely strange when he saw him acting like an elder. However, he still said honestly, "Thank you, master. But martial artists all cultivate martial techniques. You should teach me a more powerful martial technique. I want to learn the tiger subduing fist. Do you know how to do it?" Li Yunxiao almost vomited a mouthful of blood. He felt dizzy. The supreme body tempering art of the tyrannical emperor Wu Ao Cheng Kong, who was ranked first on the heaven and earth reputation list, was not even comparable to the tiger subduing fist in this kid's eyes. "Just learn whatever master wants you to learn. Who are you to be picky?" Meng Wu kicked him fiercely. She had seen Li Yunxiao execute the floating life seal and was extremely envious. She thought that if her brother wanted to learn, he should learn the floating life seal. She agreed to the tyrannical heaven tempering art for now. If she made young Master Yun happy, he might just teach her the floating life seal. Li Yunxiao suppressed the blood in his chest and said coldly, "I don't know the tiger subduing fist. You have to learn this tyrannical heaven tempering art whether you want to or not. This body tempering art has a total of 18 forms. I'll teach you the first 3 forms first. After you master it, it'll be more than enough to suppress the poison in your body." Meng Bai was instantly overjoyed when he heard that he could suppress the poison in his body. He hurriedly learned it carefully. Li Yunxiao didn't avoid arousing suspicion. He let Meng Wu watch from the side. The 2 siblings felt that this pose was too perverted and hilarious. However, with Li Yunxiao here, they didn't dare to laugh out loud. They could only memorize it carefully. "Alright, although there are only 3 forms, you have to practice diligently day and night. Don't embarrass me. As for martial techniques, when you break through to the first origin realm, I'll choose one that suits your constitution and teach it to you." "Really?" Meng Bai's eyes lit up when he heard the word martial techniques. "Master, what martial techniques do you know? The ones you teach me can't be worse than the tiger subduing fist." Meng Wu also had a look of anticipation. She knew that Li Yunxiao knew many martial techniques. Li Yunxiao's face turned green. He was knowledgeable, but he really couldn't think of a martial technique worse than the tiger subduing fist in this world. The tiger subduing fist was an introductory martial technique. Basically everyone knew it. Moreover, it was the lowest of the introductory martial techniques, however, Meng Bai had never been taught it before. She had only heard of the name of the tiger subduing fist. Every time she saw someone use it, she would be extremely envious. Although Meng Wu had entered Jiaolan Academy, she hadn't become a true warrior yet. The school wouldn't teach martial techniques either. Li Yunxiao sighed. "Don't worry. I know what to teach. What you should do now is to continuously strengthen your body and increase the poison you're born with. This is the path you should take." He glanced at the stones piled up in the corner of the room and asked in surprise, "These are primordial stone raw ores?" "Yes," Meng Bai replied. "I used to follow Uncle Shi and the others to mine, but I couldn't go after the poison and my body flared up. These were piled up a long time ago. The quality isn't very good, so I couldn't sell them for a good price. Li Yunxiao walked to a corner and began to look through it. He could faintly feel a strange message. Soon, he picked up a slightly dark stone from the pile of rubble and examined it carefully. Meng Bai said with surprise, "This doesn't seem to be a source stone or. I feel that there is energy inside, so I picked it up." Li Yunxiao used a bit of strength and quickly peeled off the surface of the stone. Inside was a purple stone with many impurities. His eyes flashed with joy. "Where did you pick this stone up? Is there more in the mine?" Meng Bai said, "It's in the 5 Peaks mine outside the city. The main mine is controlled by the authorities. We only dug in some of the smaller mines nearby. There should be more of this stone." Li Yunxiao thought for a moment. This stone is very useful. It is called a violet sunstone and is a 5th-level material. It can be used to condense a gravity array. If I'm not wrong, Jiaolan Academy's gravity hall is constructed from a large amount of this violet sunstone. Meng Bai was startled. Construct a gravity array? Isn't that very valuable? Li Yunxiao nodded. Yes. It is rare for a kingdom's academy to have a gravity room. Although violet sunstone is a 5th-level material, because of its special properties, it is rarely sold on the market. Normally, only the peak powers of the continent have the ability to construct a gravity training room. The price of violet sunstone depends on the quantity. For example, this one has too many impurities, but it is large enough. The violet sunstone that is refined can produce a gravity field of 3 meters. Meng Bai's eyes shined. But as he saw Li Yunxiao directly place the violet sunstone into his ring, he immediately put on a sad face and said, "Master, how could you take the things of your disciple?" Li Yunxiao shamelessly said, "It is a waste to leave this with you. Master will keep it for you for now. When you need it in the future, Master will give it to you." Ignoring Meng Bai's cries of poverty, he took it and left. He didn't forget to remind him, "Remember to practice those 3 moves day and night. Try to bring out the poison in your body as much as possible. When the time comes, Master will come and take the poison for you." He didn't forget the benefits of absorbing the poison and greatly increasing his vitality. After leaving the Mengwu clan, Li Yunxiao muttered to himself, "I didn't expect to receive a disciple with the heaven and earth poison body. With such a strong physique, this brat's future achievements will definitely be among the best among my disciples." After pondering for a moment, he headed towards the Alchemist Guild. "It's time to refine a profound weapon for myself. Since I obtained violet sunstones, I'll have to change my original refining method a bit." Every arcane refiner's guild would have an array to strengthen the refinement process to the greatest extent possible to help the arcane refiner complete the refinement. However, after reaching a certain level, the effect of this kind of magic array would be negligible, almost negligible. Currently, Li Yunxiao was only at the 1st stage warrior level. If he used the array, the amplification effect would be very considerable. As soon as he entered the Alchemist's Guild, he was immediately recognized by the sharp-eyed Lu Yao. She hurriedly ran forward and said, "Grandmaster Li, Grandmaster Zhang and President Su are looking for you everywhere." Her tone became extremely respectful, and her attitude became serious and humble. "Why are they looking for me? Is there something wrong with the princess?" Li Yunxiao tilted his head and thought for a moment. "It shouldn't be the case. I'm here to borrow your guild's strengthening array." Lu Yao made an inviting gesture. "Let's go see Grandmaster Zhang and President Su first. Please follow me." Although she didn't know about Li Yunxiao's treatment of the princess, she could see from the expressions of the senior arcane refiners in the guild that the president and the others valued Li Yunxiao very much. Li Yunxiao didn't really want to see them, but thinking that he still had something to ask of them, he reluctantly went to see them. Seeing his indifferent expression, Lu Yao couldn't help but smile bitterly in her heart. If it was anyone else who heard the summons of these 2 masters, they would have jumped to the sky in excitement. This brat was actually impatient. She also didn't know what was wrong with him. Li Yunxiao followed Lu Yao to the 3rd floor and walked into a spacious room. Not only Su Han, even Zhang Qingfan was there. Seeing him, joy flashed across their eyes. As if not daring to be careless, they hurriedly stood up and nodded. It was a greeting between equals. Lu Yao almost bit her tongue in shock. She didn't dare to stay any longer and hurriedly left after greeting them. However, Li Yunxiao remained calm. He directly walked to the two and sat down. He crossed his legs and asked, "Do you need something from me?" The two of them looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Zhang Qingfan took out an invitation and handed it to Li Yunxiao. "This is an invitation from His Majesty the King. There are two reasons for the banquet. One is to celebrate Luo Yunsheng's promotion to arcane refiner, and the other is to celebrate the treatment of the princess. Apart from yourself, you can also bring 5 attendants with you." Li Yunxiao received the gilded invitation and thought for a moment before putting it away. "That's all?" Seeing that he was getting impatient, Zhang Qingfan smiled bitterly and went straight to the point. "We want to know if you are Lord Yangdi's disciple." Li Yunxiao replied, "No." "No?" Zhang Qingfan's eyes were filled with doubt. "Then your floating life seal and golden needle acupuncture technique." Li Yunxiao directly cut him off. "If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first." He wasn't in the mood to talk about these things. After all, he couldn't explain it clearly. He stood up and prepared to leave. Zhang Qingfan froze. No one had ever dared to give him face. He glanced at Su Han and immediately saw the helplessness in the other party's eyes. Only then did he bitterly smile. "Young Master Yun, why are you so impatient? We invited you this time to thank you for saving the princess's life. This meager gift was prepared by me and Elder Su for you." There were 2 jade boxes on the table, one large and one small. Zhang Qingfan directly pushed them in front of Li Yunxiao and looked at him with a smile. Li Yunxiao furrowed his brows and opened the small jade box. Inside lay a small and exquisite badge. He didn't know what material it was made of, but it was neither gold nor jade. Li Yunxiao was surprised. "A second-rank arcane refiner's badge?" Su Han smiled. "Young Master Yun's golden needle acupuncture technique is far above that of a second-rank arcane refiner. However, this is only a 5th-rank branch of the Arcane Refiner Association, so I only have the authority to issue second-rank badges. If you want a higher certification, you'll have to go to a 4th-rank branch to verify it." Li Yunxiao pondered for a moment, then took it out and put it in his ring. This item is indeed not bad. Not to mention other things, just the monthly stipend alone is not a small sum. "Many thanks." Su Han revealed a knowing smile and pointed at the long box. "Young Master Yun, take a look at this." Li Yunxiao smiled faintly. "I don't need to look to know that it's a profound artifact." He opened the box, and as expected, a silver longsword lay in a red cloth, emitting a cold light. The sword's body flowed with water, like a jade spring. It was full of spirituality, and it was obviously not an ordinary item. "This sword is called Spring Water, and it's my proudest work. It's a 3rd rank. What do you think of it, young Master Yun?" Zhang Qingfan proudly explained, a trace of reluctance in his eyes. However, the two of them were itching to learn the golden needle acupuncture technique, so they could only reluctantly part with it. The golden needle acupuncture technique was far more valuable than this profound artifact. At first, the two of them were worried that this was a secret technique inherited from Yangdi, and it couldn't be taught to outsiders. After hearing that Li Yunxiao wasn't Yangdi's direct disciple, they naturally didn't have such concerns, so they took out the treasure with ease. Li Yunxiao picked up the longsword, examined it, and praised, "Not bad. Although there are still many flaws, it's really commendable for you to be able to forge a profound artifact of this quality with your strength as a 3rd-rank arcane refiner." Zhang Qingfan and Su Han's foreheads were filled with black lines. This brat's words were really infuriating. Such a precious artifact sword actually had many flaws. Li Yunxiao glanced at them and smiled faintly. "Are you guys very unconvinced?" Li Yunxiao chuckled. "This spring water sword's main material should be the 4th-rank mystic water fantasy iron. According to your train of thought, you would definitely think that the higher the grade of the material, the better the profound artifact. However, with your 3rd-rank strength, it's impossible for you to understand the true structure of a 4th-rank material, so you can only forcefully change its form. Although the profound artifact forged this way is of the 3rd rank, it's not as stable as a profound artifact forged with 3rd-rank materials. Although the might it can unleash is greater, the requirements for the martial artist are also higher, and it's easier to break." His words instantly stunned the two of them, causing them to sink into deep thought. They had never thought about this problem before, and only wanted to raise the quality and grade of the profound artifact. Li Yunxiao chuckled, and the aura of a grandmaster gradually spread out, as if he had returned to the time before he fell, at the Arcane Refiners Guild headquarters, giving a lecture to the arcane refiners who came from all over the continent to make a pilgrimage. First of all, the choice of materials is already a grave mistake, and secondly, the supplementary materials are the same. They're all fourth-rank materials, and you can't control their true structure, so how can you harmoniously fuse them together? You only relied on soul power and true fire to forcefully fuse, and although you succeeded in the end, it's not a complete sword, but a product of sewing and patching together. Zhang Qingfan stared blankly at his spring water sword. This profound artifact, which he always felt more and more satisfied with the more he looked at it, had suddenly become a failed product in his eyes. It was like a simple pile of building blocks, and the more he looked at it, the more problems there were. Su Han's eyes were also filled with confusion, and she fell into deep thought. The two of them didn't dare to say a word, and carefully listened to Li Yunxia's explanation. Finally, we'll talk about the refining method and the choice of true fire. The stronger the true fire, the better. Master Zhang, you should be using a demonic beast's internal fire, right? Furthermore, it's a fire attribute demonic beast, which directly damaged the mysterious water fantasy Iron's 5 elemental water power. Furthermore, the refining method is simple and crude, and there's no good fusion of every step. Apart from its grade, what else do you want to rely on it to refine something like this? After Li Yunxiao finished speaking, the two of them were completely dumbstruck, and looked at the spring water sword in a daze. Just now, the more they looked at it, the more problems they found, and now, the more they looked at it, the more trashy it was. How was this a sword? It was clearly a piece of scrap metal. Master Yunxiao, how do I refine a high-quality profound artifact? Zhang Qingfan asked cautiously, not daring to breathe too loudly. In his eyes, Li Yunxiao was no longer a mysterious youth, but a high and mighty arcane refinement master. Su Han also carefully breathed as he pricked up his ears to listen. The two of them looked as if they were thirsting for knowledge. At their level, especially in a place like the Aqua Sky Nation, there was no one who could guide them in the art of arcane refinement. They could only learn from it by themselves. Hence, the two of them had an extraordinary relationship in the Aqua Sky Nation. They were both teachers and friends, learning from each other and improving together. Now that a person had suddenly appeared, the path in front of them was instantly opened up. The originally dim and dark path was paved with bright sunlight. The two of them seemed to be able to faintly see the higher level of the Tao of sorcery beckoning to them. This was an extremely rare opportunity. The two of them became extremely excited as their expressions became extremely humble. It was as if they were primary school students seeking guidance. Li Yunxiao smiled, I'm going to refine my own profound artifact, so I'll borrow your refining room. How much you can learn will depend on yourselves. How much you can learn will depend on yourselves. Such words were actually spoken by a 15-year-old youth to two third-grade master arcane refinement masters. If others were to find out, their brains would definitely explode. However, Zhang Qingfan and Su Han were immediately overjoyed after being stunned for a moment. Through the conversation just now, they did not know how strong Li Yunxiao was, but at the very least, he was stronger than them in terms of knowledge and cognition. As the saying goes, those who reach first. It was extremely rare to be able to learn even the slightest bit of knowledge in the art of arcane refinement. Everyone treasured their own knowledge. Ordinary arcane refinement masters could only make slight progress by exploring on their own. Especially at their level, it was extremely difficult for them to make any progress by relying on their own research. Hence, they could not let go of any opportunity. Su Han immediately gave the order and soon, the best alchemy room was vacated. Other than Su Han and Zhang Qingfan, Li Yunxiao also called Jia Rong over to watch the show. Jia Rong was even more excited. The incident with Jun Liang last time made him miss the opportunity to learn acupuncture with golden needles. He regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. He called all his disciples and students over and gave them a harsh scolding. Everyone was required to go into seclusion and cultivate diligently. They were not allowed to cause trouble outside. Otherwise, they would be expelled from the sect. The group of disciples was so frightened that they had to restrain themselves. The auxiliary refining array was set up on the 5th floor of the Alchemist Guild. There was only one array in the entire 5th floor. It looked similar to a teleportation array, and it was filled with dense and complicated lines, emitting an ancient and calm aura. Li Yunxiao praised, "The Aqua Sky Nation's facilities are indeed not bad. Jaren Academy has a gravity field, and a rank 5 Alchemist Guild actually has a support array of this level. It's really beyond my expectations. This way, the refinement will be much easier." Su Han smiled. "These were all set up by Lord Yongdi when he was here." Li Yunxiao nodded. "Jiarong, help me prepare some materials. They're all ordinary things. The guild should have them." He recited a series of names, and Jiarong hurriedly memorized them. When he was done, Jiarong scratched his head and asked in surprise, Aren't these materials for refining pills?" Li Yunxiao said, "That's right. I just accepted a disciple, and I'm planning to help him refine some antidotes and energy-boosting pills. The level of this auxiliary array is beyond my expectations. I can also refine pills while refining weapons." Su Han, Zhang Qingfan, Jiarong, Li Yunxiao frowned. "Why are you still in a daze? Why aren't you going?" Jiarong's face was bitter. Young Master Yun, leave the refining of these pills to me. You should focus on refining weapons." What kind of joke was this? He had never heard of an array being used to refine weapons and pills at the same time. It was rare that Li Yunxiao was willing to do it himself. He didn't want to see a failed refinement. Li Yunxiao's expression instantly darkened. "Jiarong, so you're not interested in watching me refine?" "I haven't." "Wait a moment, young Master Yun. 5 minutes." Jiarong's expression changed drastically. He rushed out like lightning, and by the time he shouted this, he was already several floors down. Su Han also swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said speechlessly, "Master Yun Xiao, forget about the same array carrying out 2 different refinements, even refining 2 array formations separately is unheard of." Li Yunxiao's expression didn't change. "Not only can you smell it now, but you can also see it with your own eyes." Zhang Qingfan nudged Su Han lightly and shook his head slightly. The two of them exchanged glances. What they meant was that this young man was impatient, impulsive, and liked to cause trouble. Once he failed, he would suffer a little, and after the setback, he would naturally change. Let him do as he pleases for now. Jiarong quickly rushed in with a storage bag in his hand. He poured out the materials one by one. The materials Li Yunxiao reported were all ordinary materials. Jiarong took out all the materials from the storage and piled them up on the floor. Li Yunxiao inspected them and was very satisfied. He walked around the array formation in the center. There were all kinds of refining tools placed all around him. He chose a pill furnace and tapped it lightly. It made a sound of empty. This is it." Li Yunxiao picked up the top of the cauldron and threw it to the left of the array. With a slap, the lid flew up. He made a grabbing motion, and all the materials on the floor flew into the cauldron. The lid closed with a boom. Jiarong was surprised. "Young Master Yun, aren't you going to refine 2 kinds of pills?" Li Yunxiao grunted. "To save the trouble, I'll put the materials in at the same time." "What? 2 kinds of pills in one cauldron? Put the materials in at the same time?" Jiarong was dumbfounded. "And refining a profound weapon at the same time?" This time even Zhang Qingfan couldn't remain calm. His head was spinning. Heavens, does this kid really know the art of refining? What's going on with me? How could I let him do as he pleases? And even call him Master Yunxiao? A series of question marks filled his head. He even started to doubt his own intelligence. How could he believe this kid's words? Su Han also fainted. The two of them were almost 100 years old. Why were they messing around with this kid? It was all because they were scared by his words earlier. Now that they were serious, they were exposed. I should have just asked him for the golden needle acupuncture technique. I even foolishly came to watch him refine. Heavens, I even gave him a rank 2 alchemist badge. Is there something wrong with my head? The two of them looked like frosted eggplants. They gloomily looked at Li Yunxiao fooling around by himself. They had already come to a conclusion about Li Yunxiao in their hearts. He was a profligate young master who only knew how to boast. Who knew where he had learned the golden needle acupuncture technique? What made them even more depressed was that the two of them were reputable figures in the Aqua Sky Nation, but they were actually blindsided for a moment. If this matter were to spread out, where would they put their faces? Just as the three of them were lost in their own thoughts, Li Yunxiao finally began to move. After taking a light step, his body suddenly spun in the array. His feet seemed to be following a set of strange footwork. The footwork matched the hand seals in his hands. With every step he took, a corresponding incantation would be sent into the array. The hundreds of primal stones that were embedded around the formation emitted a violent burst of yuan qi that flowed into the formation. The simple and unadorned lines that were carved on the formation were like the meridians of a human body. Under the scouring of the yuan qi, they became active. However, not all the lines had origin qi flowing through them. A huge array formation only emitted a strong array intent in the middle. Wisps of true fire shot out from a few array eyes and began to heat up the cauldron. On the other side of the pill furnace, a few void fire shot out from the eyes of the array. They condensed in the air and became stronger and stronger. What's going on? Su Han's originally gloomy face instantly froze. He muttered to himself, only a part of the entire array was activated? Isn't the array a whole? Could it be that this kid's strength is too weak and can only activate a small part? Zhang Qingfan also couldn't wrap his head around the situation. He said in shock, an array can only be activated successfully or not. How can it be activated partially? It should be because this kid's strength is too weak. But why do I feel that the true fire is much stronger than when we use it normally? A bunch of good-for-nothings. Shut your mouths and watch carefully. Li Yunxiao's voice rang out from the array. This Spirit Awakening non-phase auxiliary array is formed by a total of 48 basic arrays. They correspond to 48 basic refining methods. 2 by 2, 3 by 3, it can give rise to countless auxiliary effects. That's why it can become a powerful auxiliary array. If I activate all of them every time, just maintaining the array will consume a large amount of energy and soul power. How can I refine it? Right now, I only need to refine simple level 1 pills and level 1 profound weapons. So if I use 12 basic refining methods, I can extend it to 108 types. That's enough. Heavens, so that's how it is. God, it's actually like this. Oh my God, this is just simple refining? Just kill me. The gloominess of the two was instantly swept away. Their eyes widened and their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. Although they couldn't understand some of Li Yunxiao's actions, they couldn't suppress their excitement as their bodies started to tremble violently. The three of them instantly eliminated all kinds of distracting thoughts and didn't even dare to blink. It was because they knew that a brand new door was opening for them on the path of alchemy that was filled with endless darkness and difficulty. A ray of sunlight started to shine in through the crack of the door. During the refinement process, every ounce of concentration and energy must be used on the blade. Thus, the selection and activation of the formation is an extremely important step. Therefore, a good arcane refiner must also be a formation master. The fact that Yang Di was able to set up this Spirit Awakening formless auxiliary formation proves that his mastery of formations far surpasses yours. As Li Yunxiao explained, the materials on his body began to melt into the true fire in the sky. He used his divine sense to control the firepower on both sides and the degree of refinement of the various materials. Young Master Yun, oh God! Jiarong trembled as he watched. Didn't you say that every ounce of concentration is extremely important? Then how could he be distracted by refining and talking to us at the same time? Li Yunxiao's expression darkened as he angrily said, "Idiot. Do you think I want to talk? I'm just worried that you idiots won't understand. Then I won't talk anymore. Take your time and watch." Ah. Jia Rong suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, and he sucked in a breath of cold air. Zhang Qingfan and Su Han glared at him with bloodshot eyes. They were like two wild beasts that had gone berserk, glaring at him. The anger on their faces was enough to tear his bones and tear his tendons apart. Their gazes looked like they wanted to swallow him whole. Plop! His legs turned to jelly, and he fell to the ground in fright. He covered his mouth with his hands, hating himself for saying the wrong thing. "No, don't, young Master Yun, I was wrong, humph." Li Yunxiao snorted and ignored him. Instead, he focused all his attention on the refinement process. With his current soul power, it was very difficult for him to refine 3 items at the same time. Fortunately, his physical body was extremely tough, and he could rely on extremely powerful techniques to make up for some of his lack of soul power. This surprised him quite a bit. The strength of his physical body was much stronger than he had expected when it came to assisting in the refinement process. Li Yunxiao's movements were as smooth as flowing water. There wasn't the slightest obstruction, and it gave off a sense of extreme beauty. The 3 of them were extremely shocked. "I didn't think that refining could be so artistic." As time passed, the movements of his body gradually slowed down, but the incantation gestures of his hands increased in frequency. Suddenly, a bright light burst out of his eyes, and he coldly said again, "The true fire of the alchemy furnace is stabilized at a certain range, and now it is already in the pill formation stage. Next, watch me refine the Xian weapon." Both of his hands continued to form various complicated hand seals. Streams of true fire shot out from the formation. It was as though a fire dragon was being controlled by his palms. From time to time, it would spew towards the direction of the profound weapon and the pill furnace. Especially on the right side of the formation, the true fire wrapped around a ball of bright, football-sized liquid in midair like a wave. Zzzt. Bubbling sounds could be heard from within the liquid. All 3 of them knew that it was burning away the impurities within. Li Yunxiao's fine control of rhythm and movements had completely conquered the eyes of the 3. Every movement was like a wonderful art, shocking people's hearts. Li Yunxiao's eyes suddenly lit up as he shouted. The impurities within the liquid seemed to have been burned away, and the sound became softer and softer. Black lines began to circulate on the surface of the spherical liquid. Slowly, the black color spread out, and the entire sphere became a ball of ink, constantly changing shape in the air. "This is Essence Iron Origin Form." Zhang Qingfan's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but cry out involuntarily. He immediately realized that he had lost his composure, and hurriedly covered his mouth, the shock in his eyes increasing. When the other 2 heard this, their bodies suddenly trembled, and they looked at the ball of ink in disbelief as it constantly changed shape in the air. However, the flow became slower and slower, as though it was about to solidify. Rank 1 arcane refiners should use rank 1 materials honestly. Only then can they deepen their understanding of the construction of various materials. Even if it's just ordinary fine iron, when you can refine it into the origin form, you can also use it to forge profound weapons. Li Yunxiao explained coldly. He didn't dare to speak anymore, and his face began to turn pale. The exhaustion of his entire body and mind was extremely great. He took out a purple ore and directly threw it into the ball of ink. It was the violet sunstone that he had shamelessly taken from Meng Bai. Sizzle sizzle. After throwing in the violet sunstone, sizzling sounds rang out incessantly. Clouds of purple mist quickly rose up, and immediately filled the entire technique refining room. However, the 3 of them were all arcane masters with extremely strong soul power. This bit of mist did not affect their vision at all. All of them opened their eyes wide, and stared at the Essence Iron Origin Form. Apart from Jia Rong, Zhang Qingfan and Su Han could clearly see the state of the violet sunstone in the Essence Iron Origin Form. As they watched the ball of liquid gradually take shape, and the surface no longer flowed erratically, but gradually stabilized, the 2 of them couldn't help but become nervous. Their hands were covered in cold sweat, and their clothes were already soaked. They were even more tired than refining on their own. Li Yunxiao also concentrated, and took a deep breath. He gently exhaled the impure air in his body, and shouted, "Condense." Origin energy bloomed from his hands, and the frequency of his hands instantly increased by several times. Spell after spell seemed to be shot out at the same time, and flew into the Essence Iron Origin Form. The black liquid Essence Iron Origin Form rapidly rotated in the air, and gradually formed into the shape of a heavy sword, and became more and more solid. "Huh!" Li Yunxiao roared, and his fingers formed a claw as he fiercely slapped at the heavy sword. Bang! The sword emitted a long rumbling sound, and directly flew out from the array formation. With a clang, it stabbed into the wall of the room. The entire sword was black and swarthy, and it looked like an iron rod. Moreover, it had not been sharpened. As the three of them were stunned, Li Yunxiao's movements danced once more. His palms were like butterflies fluttering in the air, and they struck the pill furnace. Bang! 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 Banging sounds rang out incessantly. The pill furnace was greatly shaken, and it began to sway and shake violently. The lid of the furnace constantly struck against the body of the furnace, and it made a lot of noise. Bang! Finally, Li Yunxiao suddenly struck out with both palms, and he slammed them into the pill furnace. With a loud explosion, the lid of the pill furnace was instantly shattered into pieces and flew into the air. A dense mist rose into the air, and the three of them suddenly took a deep breath. They immediately felt refreshed, and the exhaustion caused by the nervousness of the entire process was instantly swept away. Phew! Li Yunxiao let out a sigh, and his entire body seemed to have been sucked dry. He was dispirited, and his face was abnormally pale. Jia Rong was the first to react, and he hurriedly went forward to support Li Yunxiao. He passed a handful of pills to him, and said, "Young Master Yun, slow down, slow down." Li Yunxiao opened the pill bottle that Jia Rong passed to him, opened the cap, and smelled it suspiciously. He immediately threw it behind his head, and he frowned. Such a low-purity heart-soul pill, it's more suitable to be fed to pets. Is it for humans to eat? Jia Rong looked at the shattered pills on the floor with a long face, and he even had the thought of dying. This heart-soul pill was the most treasured treasure of arcane refiners. It was a second-grade pill, and he had paid a high price to buy it. Any pill was worth thousands of gold, but Li Yunxiao just threw it away like it was trash. "Master Yunxiao, I have high-purity pills here." Zhang Qingfan hurriedly took out a large pile of pills and handed them over with both hands. His humble manner was not much different from the arcane refinement apprentices outside. Su Han also jogged over and hurriedly took out all the good things he had on him. "I also have this. Boundless spirit fruit that can restore vitality, Tuo Luo flower that can nourish the soul, White Crane fantasy pill that can make an immortal want to die." He recommended them one by one, as if he was afraid that Li Yunxiao would not do him the honor and refuse his pills. Li Yunxiao frowned. "White Crane fantasy pill? Isn't this an aphrodisiac?" "Ah?" Su Han was taken aback, and his face turned red. He said awkwardly, ahem, this is for Elder Zhang." Zhang Qingfan's face turned green, and he said angrily, "Su Han, tell me clearly, which Elder Zhang?" Li Yunxiao picked up the White Crane fantasy pill, threw it into his mouth, and swallowed it under the dumbfounded gazes of the three. "I'll take this. The others are all trash. It's not as fast as meditating for a few minutes to recover." "This?" Jia Rong's forehead was covered in cold sweat. "Young Master Yun, you just ate a level 2 aphrodisiac, are you alright?" Su Han's expression changed, and he hurriedly said, "Hurry up and help Master Yunxiao to my room. Jia Rong, call all the waitresses in the guild over, and let Master Yunxiao choose." Cold sweat appeared on Li Yunxiao's forehead. "This? Next time, I'll leave the opportunity for next time. I've just exhausted my essence, energy, and spirit, and my body is a little weak." Jia Rong's eyes widened, and he suddenly said, "I understand. So young Master Yun has a taste, I'll immediately gather all the male waitresses." Li Yunxiao fiercely smacked him on the head. The White Crane fantasy pill is refined from immortal crane snake grass, and immortal crane snake grass is a level 3 great nourishing ingredient. The hallucinatory effect of the little monkey grass is nothing to me. He took a deep breath and began to circulate the chi of creation, directly absorbing the origin power inside the pill. The three of them were covered in cold sweat, but none of them dared to disturb him. They began to sit on his left and right, recovering their strength as they recalled the process of Li Yunxiao's refinement. The impact of Li Yunxiao's refinement this time was undoubtedly subversive to them. The three of them felt as if they were in a dream, and they couldn't quite believe what they had just seen. Just like that, the refinement room on the 5th floor of the guild was completely silent. Only a faint fragrance came from the pill furnace from time to time, and there was also a dark iron sword stuck diagonally into the wall, waiting for its master. Phew! After an unknown amount of time, Li Yunxiao let out a long breath, and his shriveled skin finally regained some color. He lamented, sigh, I've finally recovered a third of my original appearance. This kind of refinement consumes too much essence, energy, and spirit. Zhang Qingfan and the other two opened their eyes at the same time, and Jia Rong said in shock, Young Master Yun, you've only recovered a third of your soul power? Amen, what's so strange about it? I only have a rank 1 warrior rank soul power, so it's normal for me to recover faster than you guys. But, isn't this a little too fast? I also have rank 1 soul power, and it takes at least 7 days to fully recover after each refinement. What kind of trash are you? You want to compete with me? Li Yunxiao glared at Jia Rong, scaring him into shrinking his head and not daring to speak. Zhang Qingfan and Su Han also looked at each other, and smiled bitterly. They didn't dare to reply. In case they were scolded as trash, where would they put their old faces? Li Yunxiao suddenly flashed a charming smile at Su Han. Hee, President Su, what you said just now, about the matter of arranging for female waitresses. Hee, don't forget about it next time. Su Han, Li Yunxiao stood up, walked to the wall, and pulled out the black iron greatsword. The entire sword was pitch black, without any luster or sharpness, just like a big iron rod, not at all outstanding. This time, Jia Rong learned his lesson and didn't dare to say anything, carefully standing behind to serve. Li Yunxiao took a few glances at the big iron sword, and a trace of a smile appeared in his eyes, and he praised, not bad, it's about what I expected. Master Zhang, Master Su, what do you think? He handed the black iron greatsword to the two of them. Zhang Qingfan hurriedly said, Master Yunxiao, just call my name, Master doesn't dare. He used his hand to lightly touch the big iron sword, and slowly felt it with his soul power. Su Han also looked carefully, and his brows were clearly furrowed, then gradually relaxed, and his eyes were filled with surprise. How is it? Li Yunxiao asked with a smile. Zhang Qingfan knew that he was testing the two of them, and immediately didn't dare to be careless, and said thoughtfully, Grade 1, the structure is perfect, as if it was created by the heaven and earth, and there is a great amount of power flowing within. I have never seen such a harmonious profound weapon. However, the entire body is in the original state of fine iron. May I ask Master Yunxiao, how do you unseal this sword? What kind of state will it be after unsealing? Profound weapons were a type of weapon that contained a great amount of energy. The refiner's refining process could only simplify the path to this state of energy release, which was the so-called unsealed state. However, Li Yunxiao's profound weapon was already in the unsealed state of energy release. To be able to directly refine a profound weapon in the unsealed state, the three of them had never heard of it before. However, in just a few hours, the knowledge barrier of the past had been completely subverted, so it was no longer strange. Li Yunxiao nodded and said, That's right. During the refining process, I condensed this state of energy explosion, so it can't be unsealed again in battle. But did you see the violet sunstone that I placed in afterwards? Violet sunstone? Su Han thought for a moment. Isn't that a crucial material for laying down a gravity array? Li Yunxiao laughed, It's the gravity array. I have integrated 2 gravity arrays into the unsealed Xian weapon. Watch carefully, I'm going to undo the seal. As his voice fell, Zhang Qingfan and the other two suddenly felt a huge pulling force coming from the ground. The three of them were instantly sucked into the ground, and it was difficult for them to move. Su Han exclaimed, 10 times the gravity. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, That's right, it's 10 times the gravity. However, I had only set up one of the gravity formations, and there was another one that contained 10 times the normal gravity. Stacked on top of each other, it would be 100 times the normal gravity. It's a pity that this violet sunstone is too little. Otherwise, if I had condensed 3 formations on top of it, I would have been able to produce 1,000 times the normal gravity. But this way, this Xian weapon wouldn't be able to withstand such a strong pulling force. I'm afraid that the moment the 3 formations are unsealed, it would perish by itself. 3 formations, 3 times unsealed. The 3 of them were completely stunned. Their minds were blank as they looked at this colorless dark steel heavy sword. A Xian weapon could still be unsealed 3 times in an unsealed state. What kind of concept was this? Li Yunxiao had once again subverted their common sense. Zhang Qingfan swallowed his saliva. Yunxiao Grandmaster, can you let us study this sword for a few days? Su Han and Jia Rong's eyes also lit up. and their faces were filled with anticipation. Li Yinxiao curled his lips and said coldly, "Humph, if I give you 3 trash to study, then what will I use? Don't tell me I'll use that trash spring water sword of yours?" Zhang Qingfan and Su Han smiled bitterly. They were still unceremoniously called trash by the other party. But when they thought about what they had seen and learned in the past few hours, they realized that they were indeed trash in the past. As Zhang Qingfan thought about his spring water sword, he also felt that it was more and more trash. A trace of shame even flashed across his face. He really wanted to ask Li Yunxiao to return it and destroy it. He couldn't let anyone know that he was the one who had refined it. Jia Rong felt much better when he saw the 2 rank 3 arcane refiners remain silent after being called trash by young Master Yun. He even faintly felt that being called trash by young Master Yun was a kind of honor, a kind of status, and a kind of happiness. A sense of pride welled up in his heart. Li Yunxiao thought for a moment and said, "This sword is mainly used for cultivation. This way, I can endure 10 or even 100 times the normal gravity every day. Only then will I be able to cultivate by leaps and bounds. As the saying goes, a heavy sword is not sharp, and its size does not matter. Then I will name this sword Black Girl." Originally, when Li Yunxiao said a heavy sword is not sharp, and its size does not matter, the 3 of them faintly felt that there was a trace of law contained within it. Their hearts trembled and they were extremely surprised. However, when they heard the name of the sword, they immediately fainted. Jia Rong wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and weakly asked, "Young Master Yun, what does a heavy sword that is not sharp, and its size does not matter, have to do with the name Black Girl?" Li Yunxiao said, "It's fine, I was just saying it casually." The 3 of them fainted again. After he put away the Black Girl sword, he walked over to the pill furnace. A few hours had passed, but the fragrance of the pills still wafted into his nostrils, making him feel refreshed. Inside the furnace, 2 pills of different colors were placed in a distinctly different position. There were a total of 4 milky white vitality-boosting pills and 10 light green detoxification pills. All of them were crystal clear and radiated with a faint glow. "Ah! Pure-grade pills!" Su Han exclaimed in shock, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Jia Rong had seen Li Yunxiao directly purify a finished pill before, so he was already mentally prepared for it. When he saw the shocked expressions on the 2 masters' faces, a sense of superiority welled up in his heart. He wanted nothing more than to laugh out loud. "Haha, these are the pills refined by my master. As a servant, I am so blessed." The vitality-boosting pill was a kind of profound breakthrough pill that a chakra martial disciple took to advance to the first origin realm. It could greatly increase the chances of breaking through. However, every martial disciple could only take it once. If they failed to break through, there would be no effect even if they took it again. Therefore, although there were many vitality-boosting pills on the market, their prices varied according to their quality. An existence as pure as Li Yunxiao's had never appeared before. Zhang Qingfan and Su Han were almost certain that as long as a martial practitioner was 7 chakras open took this pill, as long as they weren't a dead pig, they would have a 100% chance of breaking through. "Alright, thank you for lending me the refining room. As a reward, I will spend an hour answering your questions. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Apart from refining and martial arts, I am also quite accomplished in music, formations, painting, chess, and picking up girls. I can answer your questions one by one." Zhang Qingfan and Su Han were overjoyed, but then they felt a little dizzy. There was no way they would use such precious time to ask about picking up girls, so they hurriedly asked all the questions they had. Li Yunxiao started answering them one by one. Although Zhang Qingfan and Su Han were famous, that was only in the Tianshui nation. On the other hand, Li Yunxiao was a 9th-rank emperor-level refiner in his previous life. Countless high-level alchemists from all over the continent came to him to ask for guidance. Teaching the 2 of them was as easy as teaching a primary school student. Although Jia Rong didn't ask a single question, the things he learned were more than he knew in his entire life. He forcefully memorized all the questions and answers of the 3 of them, waiting to write them out as soon as he got back, afraid that he would forget them. The more Zhang Qingfan and Su Han asked, the more shocked and obsessed they became. Soon, an hour had passed. "Master Yunxiao." Zhang Qingfan was completely convinced now, his eyes filled with admiration and respect. He stood up together with Su Han and bowed deeply. "Thank you, master, for answering our questions." Li Yunxiao didn't show any signs of dodging. He calmly accepted the bow of the two, then turned around and left. His laughter rang out from afar. "I'll be leaving first. I'll come teach you guys again when I have time." "Oh right, President Su, remember to make arrangements next time. Don't forget about it." Su Han, Zhang Qingfan looked at Li Yunxiao's disappearing figure, then stood up and took a deep breath. "Elder Su, what do you think of Master Yunxiao?" A bitter smile flashed through Su Han's eyes as he said in a low voice, "Unfathomable." Zhang Qingfan muttered, "Unfathomable, truly unfathomable. I was fortunate enough to ask Master Yang Di about some refinement techniques more than 10 years ago. Back then, Master Yang Di gave me a very similar feeling to Master Yunxiao, really very similar." Su Han was puzzled, but he already said that he's not Yang Di's disciple. As alchemists, what we value the most is respect for our teachers and teachings. If Master Yunxiao really is Master Yang Di's disciple, he definitely wouldn't deny it. Zhang Qingfan shook his head, a trace of shock flashing through his eyes. "I believe he's not Master Yang Di's disciple. Because the feeling he gives me, compared to Master Yang Di," a sharp light suddenly shot out of his eyes, "is even more unfathomable than Master Yang Di." Li Yunxiao walked towards Meng Wu's home after leaving the Refinement Masters Guild. He had first given the siblings pills, and secondly, after absorbing Meng Bai's body poison, he could vaguely feel that his strength had improved by quite a bit. He planned to find a place to cultivate in seclusion. The academy was on vacation now, and the Li family was in a troublesome situation. The outskirts where Meng Wu and her brother lived was undoubtedly the best place. When Li Yunxiao arrived at the outskirts, he discovered that the house was already empty. He waited for a long time before he saw Meng Wu return. She was still wearing the hotel attendant's uniform, and she hadn't had time to change out of it. "Young Master Yun, why are you here?" She was overjoyed, but she saw Li Yunxiao's unfriendly expression, so she asked carefully, "What's wrong?" Li Yunxiao's face darkened, and he said coldly, "Where's Meng Bai?" Meng Wu said uneasily. As soon as he recovered, he went to dig with the uncle next door. "Sister, I'm back." Meng Bai ran in from outside with a happy expression. He was stunned when he saw Li Yunxiao, and then he happily poured out a large pile of raw primal stones from his storage bag. He said excitedly, "Master, sister, look, I dug so many primal stones today." Slap. Li Yunxiao slapped Meng Bai and sent him flying. "Kneel." Meng Bai fell to the ground. The left side of his face was swollen like a bun, and his mouth was full of blood. Meng Wu also covered her mouth in shock and ran over to help Meng Bai up. Meng Bai pointed at Li Yunxiao and roared, "You, what right do you have to hit me?" "Why?" "Because I'm your master." Li Yunxiao said coldly, "I told you to practice the first 3 forms of the hegemonic physique tempering art. Did you follow my instructions?" I have to earn money to support my family." Meng Bai puffed out his chest. "I'm a man. I can't let my sister work alone. I have to support her." Meng Wu felt a lump in her throat. She hurriedly pulled Meng Bai back. "Little brother, stop. Quickly apologize to young Master Yun." "Apologize? Why should I apologize? He always hits people, and as a master, he doesn't teach me the good stuff. Instead, he teaches me some useless stuff." "What kind of master is he?" Meng Bai shouted in agitation. "You still dare to be stubborn?" Li Yunxiao shouted coldly. "Kneel." He flicked his finger, and 2 gusts of energy shot through the air, directly hitting Meng Bai's leg joints. 2 spurts of blood immediately burst out. Meng Bai's legs hurt, and he knelt down unconsciously. "I refuse to accept this. You're only 1 year older than me. You won't be my match in another year. You're bullying the young. Kill me if you can." Meng Bai roared angrily, feeling wronged. A trace of killing intent flashed through Li Yunxiao's eyes. "You think I don't dare? A useless disciple like you is a disgrace to me. If I kill you, then so be it." A wave of killing intent immediately spread out, and Meng Wu was greatly shocked. She understood Li Yunxiao's temper very well, and he might really kill someone. She was so anxious that she started crying. "Young Master Yun, don't. She hit Meng Bai's head with all her might. You're pissing me off. Why did I raise you for nothing? Hurry up and apologize to master, or I won't recognize you as my little brother anymore. Sister. Meng Bai looked wronged, still unwilling to forgive. What's all this noise about? A deep voice came from outside the door, and a burly man walked in. Uncle Li, it's Uncle Li. Meng Bai was overjoyed and hurriedly shouted, Uncle Li, come and save me. He struggled to stand up, but Li Yunxiao's qi jing directly burst the blood vessels and veins in his legs. After struggling for a while, he knelt down again. Meng Bai? What's going on? Uncle Li walked over in a deep voice. Mengwu, what's going on? Meng Bai pointed at Li Yunxiao and said, Uncle Li, this is the person who forced me to acknowledge him as my master. Now you say you want to kill me. Oh? Uncle Li raised his head and looked at Li Yunxiao. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he quickly sneered, 3-star samurai? Kid, you do have some talent, but being so overbearing is your fault. Li Yunxiao said coldly, who do you think you are? Do you need to care how I discipline my disciple? Uncle Li said angrily, what an arrogant kid. You haven't even learned how to be a master yet. Looks like I have to teach you a lesson today. Mengwu panicked and hurriedly pulled Uncle Li back. Uncle Li, it's not like that. Don't listen to Meng Bai's nonsense. Meng Bai said loudly, I'm not talking nonsense. It's true. If I want to be a disciple, I want to be an expert like Uncle Li. Uncle Li's face flashed with a trace of pride, good. Meng Bai, Uncle Li will accept you as a disciple today. When you break through to martial warrior, we will form a mercenary group. At that time, the income will be hundreds of times higher than mining now. Mercenary group? Meng Bai's eyes flashed with a trace of excitement. Alright, Uncle Li will be the leader, and I will be the vice leader. Also, Uncle Li wants to learn the tiger subduing fist. Haha, good. Uncle Li not only knows the tiger subduing fist, but also the diamond fist and iron palm. I will teach you both. Uncle Li seemed very happy. He turned to look at Li Yunxiao, and his face immediately darkened. He sneered, wait, I will first take care of this strange master for you. No, Uncle Li. Mengwu panicked. She knew Li Yunxiao's strength. Although Uncle Li was a 5-star martial warrior, how could he withstand a single blow from Li Yunxiao? Uncle Li sneered, don't worry, Mengwu. I will only teach him a lesson. I won't really hurt him. He could see that Li Yunxiao had an extraordinary cultivation at such a young age. He was also afraid that this person had a powerful background, so he didn't dare to use his full strength to hurt him. A trace of disdain flashed in Li Yunxiao's eyes. He said coldly, I will stand here without moving, dodging, or retaliating. I won't even use my primordial qi. If you can hurt a single hair on me, I will kneel down and lick your shoes. Not moving, dodging, retaliating, and not using primordial qi, Uncle Li was stunned for a moment, then immediately became furious. Good boy, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Not moving, not dodging, and not using primordial qi, even if the Jiutian Emperor Wu came, he would still be beaten to the ground by my diamond fist and iron palm. Mengwu was also stunned for a moment, unable to react. Uncle Li's entire body had already exploded, and he pushed out a diamond ring. He originally planned to use 70% of his strength, but now he directly increased it to 90%. The more he looked at this boy, the more he disliked him. He planned to make him suffer a little. Just as he made his move, his heart suddenly trembled. He discovered that in Li Yunxiao's eyes, the pupils began to change strangely, twisting into a blood-red crescent moon. Li Yunxiao lightly shouted, Universe soul suppressing, forbidden amplification. Uncle Li's entire soul trembled, and he immediately lost control of his mind. He suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood. Uncle Li. Mengwu and her brother were shocked. In their eyes, Li Yunxiao did not move, did not dodge, and did not use primordial qi. However, Uncle Li inexplicably vomited blood on the spot, and it seemed that he had suffered a serious injury. Humph, kneel for me. Li Yunxiao lightly shouted. Uncle Li seemed to have lost his soul, and his eyes were blank. Following Li Yunxiao's shout, he directly knelt on the ground with a plop. Meng Bai was completely stunned. His mind was blank, and he could not understand what was going on. He suddenly shouted, "Uncle Li, stand up, quickly stand up, and use your diamond fist to send him flying. And your iron palm, make him vomit blood with one palm. Come over and lick my shoes." Li Yunxiao ordered again. Uncle Li did not resist at all. He directly crawled over to Li Yunxiao's feet, lowered his head, and stuck out his tongue to lick the soles of his shoes. "Ah, no." Meng Wu anxiously covered her mouth and cried out. "Humph." Just as Uncle Li stuck out his tongue to lick the soles of his shoes, he swiftly kicked Uncle Li's chest, and sent him flying. "You are not worthy of licking my shoes." Dumbfounded, Meng Bai was completely dumbfounded. Uncle Li, who was incomparably strong in his heart, was sent flying like a puppy in front of Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao looked coldly at the dazed Meng Bai and said coldly, "Don't you want to die? Now it's your turn." An aura of death instantly enveloped Meng Bai's heart, and he trembled in fear. Don't come over." Meng Wu hurriedly pulled Li Yunxiao back and cried, "Young Master Yun, please forgive him. My younger brother is young and insensible. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not teaching him well." Li Yunxiao sighed and said, "His aptitude was originally not bad. Forget it. I don't want this disciple anymore." After saying this, he turned to leave in a huff. Meng Bai was stunned. Suddenly, he came to a realization and shouted, "Wait, don't go." He was still unable to stand, so he hurriedly crawled over and hugged Li Yunxiao's leg. "I don't want you to go, I want to learn martial arts from you." Master, teach me, I was wrong." "Humph, Li Yunxiao, don't have such a useless disciple." "I really did. Master, please forgive me this time." After Meng Bai finished speaking, he hurriedly kowed out a few times. Meng Wu also hurriedly said, "Young Master Yun, please forgive him. I promise I won't let him mine anymore. I'll make sure he stays at home and cultivates." Meng Bai said, "Sis, I can't let you earn money to support the family. I'll still mine, but I'll definitely complete what Master taught me." "Master, please forgive me." Li Yunxiao said coldly, "I'll give you one more chance. 5 days. If you can open 7 chakras and become a first origin realm martial artist in 5 days, I'll still recognize you as my disciple. Otherwise, scram as far away as you can." 5 days? Meng Wu was dumbfounded. "Young Master Yun, my younger brother has only opened 5 chakras. How can 5 days be possible?" Meng Bai was also taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure. He clenched his teeth and said, "Fine. 5 days it is. Master definitely thinks I can do it if you give me 5 days." Li Yunxiao snorted coldly and left without looking back. His voice came from afar, "I will come and check your results in 5 days." He was originally angry that Meng Bai dared to disobey his orders. No disciple had ever dared to disobey him. Later, he felt that Meng Bai had a good temperament and was worth nurturing. Thus, he decided to give him another chance. He found a random hotel in the suburbs and checked in. He took out Black Maiden's sword, activated tenfold gravity, and began to cultivate. He had almost completely digested the poison he had absorbed last time. Only a ball of poison was still wrapped around his dantian. Coupled with the recovery from the Alchemist Association's refinement, the circulation of his vital energy had increased to the peak of 3 stars. Li Yunxiao didn't dare to be careless. He carefully controlled the true energy in his body and began to circulate it in the direction of a minor circulation cycle. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. However, something unusual happened in these 5 days. However, it had nothing to do with ordinary people. The president of the Alchemist Association, Su Han, and the chief alchemist of the royal court, Lord Zhang Qingfan, actually announced that they were going into closed-door cultivation. It was the first time in decades that 2 rank 3 alchemists went into closed-door cultivation at the same time. Usually, there would be a master outside presiding over the work. However, the matters of the Alchemist Association were all handed over to the rank 2 alchemist, Liang Wenyu. Zhang Qingfan's matters were also handed over to the other rank 2 alchemist, Shi Zhen. Immediately, the outside world began to speculate. Especially the higher-ups of the kingdom. They were all analyzing the meaning behind this. They sent people to ask around, but to no avail. Before the two masters went into closed-door cultivation, they didn't say anything and didn't let others ask. Compared to the two masters' closed-door cultivation, the rank 1 alchemist, Jia Rong, who was known as the most promising, seemed insignificant. No one paid special attention to it. Li Yunxiao had been in seclusion for 5 days and hadn't taken a step outside. Naturally, he didn't know about these things. 5 days later, he finally walked out of his room. However, his aura had risen to another level. He had successfully broken through to the 4-star martial warrior level. When he stepped into the Meng siblings' house again, he immediately heard Meng Bai's screams and Meng Wu's sobs. Little brother, stop practicing. Stop. No, I feel like I'm just a hair's breadth away from breaking through. The poison in your body is acting up so frighteningly. If this goes on, you'll die. I have to break through even if I die, ah. A series of painful screams could be heard. Green spots appeared on Meng Bai's body, and he looked like a moldy carrot. Many parts of his skin began to fester, but the energy around his body became more and more vigorous. Cyclones formed outside his body, and after they spun, they gathered in his dantian. Ah! He raised his head and roared. A huge force instantly bloomed from his 7 chakras and gathered in one line, rushing to his dantian. Boom! His dantian was blasted open. It revolved like a nebula, and a sea of energy was born. Yes, I did it. Haha, sister, I did it. Meng Bai was wild with joy. Meng Wu's face was covered in tears. Look at the poison all over your body. I'll go find young Master Yin right now. Only he can cure the poison in your body. Just as she turned around, she realized that Li Yunxiao was already standing at the door. TSK, I produced a lot of poison again. Not bad, not bad. I can properly nourish myself again. Li Yunxiao smacked his lips and walked over with a smile. Master, I broke through. I really only used 5 days to break through to the martial warrior level. Meng Bai was still extremely excited. Not bad. Master saw it all. Hurry up and sit down cross-legged, and let Master absorb the poison in your body. Li Yunxiao didn't allow Meng Bai to speak, and directly pressed his 5 fingers on Meng Bai's shoulder, pressing him down. Then, he used the creation energy divine technique and started absorbing the poison source from Meng Bai's body. After the time for an incense stick to burn, Meng Bai's pained expression had completely eased up, the green spots on his body had completely vanished, and his skin was smooth like jade. Meng Bai asked in surprise, Master, why is it that after you absorbed the poison in my body, I feel that the pain is gone, but I also feel that I lost a lot of strength? Li Yunxiao smiled and said, that's because your physique is the heaven and earth poison body, and your poison is the origin of all poisons, containing innate energy. The stronger the poison, the stronger you will be. However, with your current cultivation base, you are unable to withstand this poison. As your cultivation base improves, your ability to withstand it will become stronger and stronger, and the poison will also become stronger and stronger. When you reach a balance, not only will you not be corroded by the poison, you will also be able to use this poison of essence. Li Yunxiao narrowed his eyes and said seriously, when you are able to use the origin poison in your body, unless you meet other people with innately strong physiques, you will be invincible among those of the same level. Other extremely powerful physiques? Meng Bai asked in astonishment. So you're saying that the poison in my body is something good? Li Yunxiao smiled and said, of course it's something good. Otherwise, why would I absorb it? In this world, other than your heaven and earth poison body, there are many other special physiques that have extraordinary strength. As long as you continue on the path of martial Tao without stopping, you will naturally meet them in the future. Meng Bai's eyes widened, and he said, so Master has always been taking advantage of me. Li Yunxiao's face turned red, and he took out the 10 antidote pills from the ring and gave them to Meng Bai. Each antidote pill can suppress the poison in your body for 3 days. When Master is not by your side, you can use it to suppress the poison in your body. However, the fundamental solution is to increase your own strength and rely on your own cultivation base to suppress the poison. Meng Wu was overjoyed and said, hurry and thank Master. Li Yunxiao took out a spirit charging pill and gave it to Meng Wu. Your talent is not bad, but you were busy working all day and did not cultivate. which is why you have been stuck in the martial disciple realm. After you take this spirit charging pill, you can immediately advance to a martial warrior. Spirit charging pill? Mengwu was shocked, and then she received it with great joy. She said gratefully, "This thing is very expensive. The lowest quality one in the market costs at least 1,000 gold coins." Li Yunxiao thought to himself that the pills he refined in his previous life might not even be able to be bought with 10 million top-grade origin stones. Meng Bai, do you want to go mining today?" A familiar voice came from outside the door, and Uncle Li walked in. When he saw Li Yunxiao, his face immediately paled, and he was stunned at the door. "Uncle Li, look, I broke through to martial warrior," Meng Bai said excitedly. Uncle Li was stunned, and a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. He smiled bitterly and said, "What a little monster." He muttered in a low voice, "Your master is even more of a monster." Li Yunxiao said coldly, "You, come here." Uncle Li's body trembled, and a look of fear appeared in his eyes. He did not dare to disobey, and obediently walked over. The atmosphere in the room immediately became tense. Meng Bai said nervously, "Master, don't make things difficult for Uncle Li." Li Yunxiao said, "What's your name?" Uncle Li felt uneasy, and he hurriedly said, "Everyone calls me Uncle Li, so you can call me Uncle Li too." Li Yunxiao's face sank, and he said angrily, "No one has ever dared to call me uncle in front of me. Do you want to die?" Uncle Li was shocked, and he trembled as he said, Li Dayuan, my name is Li Dayuan." Li Yunxiao nodded and said, "Where do you usually mine?" Li Dayuan replied honestly, "It used to be at the Five Peaks mine, but that place was later taken over by the government. Now, it's all in some of the small mines next to the Five Peaks mine. Because there are few of them, the government doesn't care. But because the government doesn't care, the competition is still quite fierce. However, I'm a 5-star warrior, so no one dares to compete with me." It was indeed strange for a 5-star warrior to go mining. Li Yunxiao asked again, "Then you've been mining for so many years, have you ever encountered a violet sun origin stone?" Meng Bai hurriedly described the shape and characteristics of the violet sun stone. Last time, when Li Yunxiao said it was valuable, he had paid special attention to this ore, but he hadn't found it. Li Dayuan tilted his head and thought for a moment before saying, "I think I've seen it at the Five Peaks mine before, but that place has been sealed." Li Yunxiao frowned. "The government? Was it granted by His Majesty?" Li Dayuan shook his head. "No, it was granted by the Duke Jing residence, and the Li family sent people to seal it. They said it's a strategic reserve mine, and no one is allowed to mine it." Meng Wu looked at Li Yunxiao in surprise. Li Yunxiao said, "Li Dayuan, you don't have to go mining in the future. I'll give you a mission. Infiltrate the Li family's mining team and help me find this violet sunstone. You just need to provide clues. Regardless of the results, 500 gold coins a month." 500 gold coins a month. Li Dayuan and Meng Bai were both shocked. If Li Dayuan didn't know his terrifying strength, he would definitely think that he was bluffing. He immediately became happy and patted his chest. "Little master, don't worry. Many of the people in the mining team are my old acquaintances. They invited me several times, but I didn't go. It's only 10 gold coins a month. Don't worry, as long as there's this stone in the mine, I'll definitely find it for you." Li Yunxiao nodded and said, "Go do what you need to do. I still have something to discuss with the siblings." Li Dayuan immediately left in high spirits. Li Yunxiao glanced at the siblings and said, "Go and change into clean clothes. We're going to a banquet with me." "Banquet?" Meng Wu said in surprise, "Where is the banquet?" Li Yunxiao said indifferently, "The palace." The siblings were speechless. Women were troublesome. Meng Bai casually changed into a clean set of clothes. Meng Wu took out all of her clothes and changed them. In the end, she still wasn't satisfied. She pestered Li Yunxiao and Meng Bai to accompany her shopping for half a day before she finally bought a pink dress. Just as Li Yunxiao and Meng Bai heaved a sigh of relief, she dragged them to buy cosmetics, earrings, forks, embroidered shoes. Li Yunxiao's forehead was covered in cold sweat. "I suddenly remembered that I have something important to deal with. I'll wait for you at the entrance of the palace at night." After saying that, he ran away like a wisp of smoke. He only let out a sigh of relief after escaping a few streets. He casually bought a skewer of pissing beef meatballs and leisurely walked on the road while eating. It's still more comfortable to be alone. Suddenly, a black-cloaked figure appeared behind him and shouted, "Li Yunxiao." When Li Yunxiao turned around, the black-cloaked person used his footwork and quickly disappeared into the crowd. Pretending to be mysterious. Li Yunxiao ate the last meatball and lightly flicked the bamboo skewer in his hand. With a whoosh, it broke through the air. Although the crowd muttered softly, the bamboo skewer seemed to have eyes and chased after the black-cloaked figure. The black-cloaked person's eyes were filled with shock. The flying needle was so accurate among millions of people. He hurriedly turned around to circulate his chi and ruthlessly struck out with his palm, wanting to break the bamboo skewer. With a muffled groan of pain, the black-cloaked person shockingly discovered that the bamboo skewer had directly pierced through the wind generated from his palm. How is this possible? He looked at his palm in a daze. It was an ordinary bamboo skewer, but it was still emitting a faint aroma of pissing beef meatballs. He suddenly felt a cool breeze on his face. He abruptly raised his head, only to see Li Yunxiao's face close to him. He screamed in fright and hurriedly retreated. Li Yunxiao coldly snorted. With a light tap of his foot, he stuck close to the black-cloaked person's body. It was like getting rid of a bug that could not be dispelled. As the black-cloaked person turned pale with fright, Li Yunxiao's 5 fingers were like claws, ruthlessly piercing into the black-cloaked person's shoulder. He lifted the person up and with a light tap of his foot, he floated away. The black-cloaked person only felt a pain in his shoulder. Suddenly, the circulation of the yuan qi in his body seemed to be forcibly interrupted by an external force. He could not use any strength and was lifted up by Li Yunxiao like a little chick, flying away. Bam! In a deserted alley, Li Yunxiao threw the black-cloaked person to the ground like he was throwing garbage. He coldly said, "Who are you? What's the matter? Speak." The moment the black-cloaked person landed on the ground, his shoulder loosened. He immediately felt the external force withdraw, and the yuan qi in his body began to circulate unimpeded again. He immediately turned pale with fright. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Originally, he wanted to lead Li Yunxiao to a secluded place to pass on his message. He didn't expect to be captured by the other party. The black-cloaked man said bitterly, "Young Master Yunxiao, it's me." He took off his black mask, revealing a helpless face with a bitter smile. Li Yunxiao narrowed his eyes and said, "Oh, so it's Li Xian. What business do you have with me instead of following fourth uncle?" Li Xian was a collateral descendant of the Li family. His strength wasn't ordinary, so he was promoted to work for one of Li Yunxiao's uncles, Li Baifeng. Li Xian's eyes revealed a look of shock as he said, "Young Master Yunxiao, turns out that those rumors about you were actually true. Defeating the peak 9-star warrior Lan Xian with one move and saving the princess with a golden needle. Young Master Yunxiao really hid it well, hiding it from everyone." Li Yunxiao said, "Get to the point." Li Xian said, "Will you be attending the banquet in the palace tonight?" Li Yunxiao looked at him indifferently, clearly impatient. "If you keep talking nonsense, I'm leaving." Li Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Young Master Yunxiao, you know the current situation of the Li family. During this period of time, there have been many rumors about you, and it has attracted Li Yi's attention. Fourth Master received the news that if you attend the banquet tonight, he will definitely think of a way to target you. Now is not the time to contend with him, so Fourth Master hopes that you can retreat tonight to avoid a conflict with Li Yi." Li Yunxiao smiled faintly. Boring. He's just a jumping clown. This young master has never placed him in his eyes. His gaze narrowed and he said coldly, "But if he doesn't know what's good for him and jumps in front of me, I don't mind crushing him to pieces." Then, it would crush him into pieces. Li Xian shook his head, thinking that young Master Yunxiao was still too young. He said solemnly, "Li isn't as simple as he appears on the surface. Right now, the entire Li family is under his control. Young Master Yunxiao has already endured for so long. Don't be impatient. Fourth Master and a few elders of the family are also secretly planning, waiting for the right time to fight this thief." Li Yunxiao sneered and said, a foster son of the Li family who was bestowed the surname Li because he did a good job as a servant. How can he stir up trouble? Li Xian sternly said, young Master Yunxiao, you must not underestimate your opponent. This Li Yi is not only strong, but he also has a powerful force supporting him. The system was also worried about the old master and young Master Yunxiao, so it did not dare to make a move. As long as young Master Yunxiao avoids his attack, once fourth master and first master are done with their preparations, they will naturally be able to annihilate these thieves in one fell swoop. The old man he was talking about was Li Yunxiao's father, the flying dragon general, Li Changfeng. Humph, I have no interest in participating in your playthings. As for the faction behind Li Yi, I can't say for sure about the others, but at the very least, His Majesty the King definitely has a part in it. Otherwise, how could a famed family with unparalleled contributions and a peak four symbols martial lord like a clown be able to control them? Li Yunxiao's words caused Li Xian to be dumbfounded. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead in shock. He had followed fourth master Li Baifeng for quite some time and usually heard some information. Only recently did he hear Li Baifeng mention that His Majesty's faction might be interfering in this matter. At that time everyone was shocked to the point of disbelief. They didn't expect Li Yunxiao to guess it so easily. He involuntarily said, young Master Yunxiao, how did you guess it? Li Yunxiao indifferently said, it's very obvious. The old master's military contributions are first, and with a single call, hundreds will answer. My father also controls an army of 1 million, guarding the western border. The entire kingdom's military is practically my Li family's private army. If you were the king, would you be able to sleep? The Lan family's rapid rise in recent years, isn't it also one of His Majesty's chess pieces restricting us? But even so, I'm afraid Xianxia still can't eat well, so he made a puppet like Li Yi. With him to divide the Li family from within, he can also restrict my father far away in the western border. This is the situation His Majesty wishes to see. This? A huge wave rose in Li Xian's heart. He didn't expect the complicated situation to be seen so clearly by Li Yunxiao. He said in shock, are we just going to let ourselves be captured like this? Li Yunxiao faintly smiled and said, you don't need to worry about this. Go back and tell fourth uncle to relax and do what he needs to do. Let the old master and my father think about this. Isn't the current situation very good? The king is comfortable, so naturally he won't find trouble with us. If he doesn't find trouble with us, the old master and my father will also be comfortable. With great difficulty, we managed to create a balanced and happy situation. You people better not make a mess. Li Xian's eyeballs almost popped out. He said in shock, difficult, enough. Li Yunxiao impatiently waved his hand and interrupted, I have no interest in participating in your matters, but if Li doesn't know what's good for him, or if Xianxia is tired of being king, I don't mind changing his position. Ah! Li Xian was so shocked that he almost fell. He sucked in a breath of cold air and instantly froze. His mind buzzed as he watched Li Yunxiao's figure disappear. He was completely dumbfounded. Soon, it was 10 o'clock in the evening. There was an endless stream of people in front of the palace. They were all important officials of the country, the pillars of the country. Many students from Jiaolan Academy also followed their superiors to attend the banquet. Every banquet at the palace was a great opportunity for these people to interact and get closer to each other. Young Master Yun? Chen Zhen and Han Bai came together. Their families were also important military officials. Because they were always dissatisfied with the king's attitude toward the Li family, they rarely participated in these kinds of banquets. They usually sent some of their children to handle the situation. Young Master Yun, where have you been these past few days? Chen Zhen ruthlessly punched Li Yunxiao's shoulder. His expression immediately changed, and he looked at his swollen fist in shock. He involuntarily cried out, Young Master Yun, what's wrong with your body? Why is it as hard as iron? My hand is swollen. Li Yunxiao smiled faintly and took out 2 vitality-boosting pills from his ring. He handed them to the two of them and said, these 2 vitality-boosting pills, you should be able to directly break through to martial warrior after taking them. Chen Zhen shouted in disbelief, how is that possible? I've only just opened 4 chakras. Han Bai picked up the vitality-boosting pill and looked at it. he said in astonishment. These are really vitality-boosting pills? Young Master Yun, don't lie to us. I've seen vitality-boosting pills before. Most of them are grayish-white, and some of the better ones are milky white. How could they be so transparent? They're like glass beads. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, if you don't want to eat them, give them back to me. These were refined by Master Zhang Qingfan. What? The two of them were shocked and hurriedly looked at the vitality-boosting pills as if they were treasures. Then, they carefully took out the jade box and put it away. Han Bai suddenly said mysteriously, young Master Yun, did Master Zhang and Master Su suddenly announce that they're going into seclusion have something to do with you? Li Yunxiao was astonished. Oh? They're going into seclusion? Why do you say that? Chen Jin nearly fainted. Heavens, you actually don't know about such big news. Where have you been all this time? The two of them went into seclusion right after the princess recovered. Moreover, Master Zhang even gave you the vitality-boosting pill, so we guessed that it had something to do with you. Li Yunxiao smiled without saying anything. It was reasonable that Zhang Qingfan and Su Han went into seclusion. That day, he answered all the questions that had accumulated in their hearts for many years. The two of them also needed a long time to comprehend. Young Master Yun, let's go in. It seems like almost everyone has arrived, Han Bai urged. Wait, I'm waiting for someone. Waiting for someone? Who? Yes, they're here. When they finally saw the Mengwu siblings in the distance, everyone was stunned. Chen Jin stared at the newly dressed Mengwu and frowned. Why does this beauty look so familiar? Mengwu's dressing made everyone's eyes light up. She was usually dressed simply because she was busy working all day, so she didn't have the time or money to dress up. But today, it was like a fresh and refined daffodil, causing people to be fascinated by its fragrance. Ah, it's you! Han Bai exclaimed in shock. He immediately came to a realization. He pointed at Li Yunxiao and chuckled. Wow, no wonder I haven't seen you these past few days. No wonder you don't know that the two masters are going into seclusion. Young Master Yun, how are you feeling? Chen Zhen also recognized Mengwu and exclaimed in shock, such a short and flat-chested girl can look so beautiful after dressing up? Wow, young Master Yun, your eyes are so sharp. You can even find a beauty like this. Mengwu's face was flushed, and she was extremely nervous. She didn't even dare to think about coming to a place like the palace. Looking at the dreamlike carriages outside the palace, she felt like she was in a dream. Li Yunxiao smiled. Let me reintroduce you. This is my friend, Mengwu. This is her younger brother, and also my new disciple, Meng Bai. Disciple? Han Bai exclaimed in shock. Young Master Yun is really willing to do anything to pick up girls. Meng Bai said angrily, so you took me in as your disciple to pick up my sister? Meng Bai. Mengwu was already flushed after being teased by everyone. Hearing Meng Bai's words, she immediately stomped her feet in anger. The five of them chatted and laughed as they entered the palace. The banquet hall was located in a beautiful garden. Although it was just the beginning of spring and the flowers had not yet bloomed, the fragrance of flowers still assailed their noses. There was a small bridge over a flowing river in the courtyard, and soft music could be heard. It was like a paradise on earth, dazzling the Meng siblings. The banquet hall was already filled with all kinds of tables. They were arranged according to the ranks of the officials, and the tables were more than 100 meters long. Quite a number of people had already taken their seats, and all of them were happily chatting with each other. There were a total of 2 rows in the main banquet hall, and there were only 8 seats. Behind each seat were many attendants. Those who could enter the main banquet hall were all people who held the most power in the kingdom. Although Zhang Qingfan had given Li Yunxiao an invitation, he hadn't indicated the seating order. In the main banquet hall, the Li family's seat was already occupied by a handsome young man in luxurious clothes, talking cheerfully and wittily. When Li Yunxiao's group of 5 entered, they immediately attracted everyone's attention. It wasn't just because they were all teenagers, but also because Li Yunxiao, the rumored trash in the capital, had actually become famous during this time. Not only did he cripple Lan Xian, who was hailed as a genius, with one move, but he also used the golden needle acupuncture technique to cure the princess's chronic illness. Not only did he cripple Lan Xian, who was hailed as a genius, with one move, but he also used the golden needle acupuncture technique to cure the princess's chronic illness. He would definitely be one of the main characters today. Li Yunxiao felt the gazes of the crowd as he calmly walked to the center of the banquet. Suddenly, he sensed a cold glare from Li Yi in the main banquet hall. Humph, he snorted coldly as a disdainful expression appeared on his face. He sat on the Chen family's seat as if there was no one else present. Meng Wu and Meng Bai sat on either side of him. Chen Zhen and Han Bai, on the other hand, were squeezed together as they sat at the table below him. The Chen and Han families were originally military families attached to the Li family. Their titles were not low either. Hence, they were seated near the front of the banquet hall. Li Yi's gaze instantly turned cold as killing intent flashed in his eyes. Li Baifeng, who was behind him, had a worried expression. Apart from Li Yi's hostile gaze, there was also a long-bearded old man sitting opposite the Li family. He was also staring at him coldly with cold eyes. This person was the head of the civil officials, Lan Hong. Li Yunxiao saw Lan Xian behind him with a gloomy and resentful expression. It seemed that his injuries had already healed. However, the arrogance and insufferably arrogant demeanor that he had before was nowhere to be seen. The people at the other two tables were also staring at him curiously. One of them had a steel-like expression and an imposing aura. He was the great commander of the Guardian Divine Guards, Xiaoqingwang. Opposite him was the second-rank arcane artificer of the Arcane Artificers Guild, Liang Wenyu. He gave Li Yunxiao a friendly smile. The other two seats were occupied by men wearing dragon robes. One looked to be in his 40s while the other looked to be in his teens. His face still carried a hint of immaturity. They were the first Prince Qin and the second Prince Qin Yu. Both of them were dragons and phoenixes among men. They were hailed as the princes most likely to inherit the throne. The two of them were also carefully sizing up Li Yunxiao. The last two empty seats were reserved for today's protagonists, Luo Yunsheng and Qin Ruxue. Since you're here, come and sit. You're all from the Li family. How can you sit in other people's seats? Li Yi suddenly spoke. He looked at the ceiling of the banquet hall with an arrogant expression. But everyone knew who he was talking to. The entire banquet hall immediately quietened down. Everyone was well aware of the Li family's situation. Li Yunxiao didn't seem to hear her. He continued to admire Meng Wu's girlish demeanor. He smiled and said, "Do you know why people are born with their nostrils pointing downwards?" Meng Wu was originally nervous, but when she heard this, she immediately felt that it was strange. She subconsciously asked, "Why?" All the officials and ministers were stunned and started guessing. "That's right, why?" Li Yunxiao suddenly laughed and said, "Haha, if the nostrils are facing upwards, wouldn't both noses be filled with water on rainy days?" Haha. The entire hall burst into laughter, and everyone's gaze fell on Li Yi in the main banquet hall. Just now when he proudly raised his head to look at the ceiling, his nostrils were pointing up. Even the members of the Lan clan, who were originally filled with hostility, revealed mocking smiles. Chen Zhen and Han Bai burst out laughing. Meng Bai laughed so hard that he slammed the table. Meng Wu, on the other hand, was as shy as a water lotus. She covered her mouth and lowered her head as she giggled. Haha. Xiaoqingwang laughed without a care in the world. This kid is interesting. Pa. Li Yi flew into a rage out of humiliation. He fiercely smashed his wine glass on the floor and roared furiously, "Li Yunxiao." The laughter stopped abruptly. The entire hall instantly fell silent, and the thick smell of gunpowder spread. Li Yunxiao's gaze turned cold. He gently sipped his wine and said coldly without raising his head, "Who do you think you are?" Li Yunxiao was so angry that his fists cracked. A martial master beside him suddenly stepped out of the ranks and rushed to Li Yunxiao in a few flashes. He pointed at Li Yunxiao and shouted, "How dare you? As a member of the Li family, you better kneel down and admit your mistake before the acting clan leader." The martial master aura on his body instantly exploded like a rolling wave, pressing down on Li Yunxiao's body. He was already prepared to break both of Li Yunxiao's legs at any time and force him to kneel to show his might to Li Yi. "Kneel? Kneel your sister." Li Yunxiao's figure suddenly flashed and disappeared in front of the martial master in a flash. "Pa." A crisp sound rang out. The martial master only felt his vision blur and his left cheek was hit hard. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Xiaoqingwang's pupil shrank and shot out a ray of light. "Slave, kneel before your elder brother." Li Yunxiao suddenly made his move. A golden light flashed and actually transformed into a few shapes in the air. Then, he ruthlessly punched the martial master's dantian. The martial master was shocked and hurriedly retreated. However, he was shocked to find that Li Yunxiao's punch had enveloped the entire area within a few meters of his body. There was no way to dodge. Pooh! A dull sound rang out. The light from the punch directly crashed into the martial master's dantian like a balloon bursting. The martial master spat out a large mouthful of blood. His back was directly broken by the wind from the punch and the energy penetrated through his body. His whole body suddenly became dispirited. After being hit by Li Yunxiao's ruthless attack on his back, he immediately knelt on the ground with a plop and crawled at Li Yunxiao's feet. Bang! Everyone was shocked. With one move, a martial master's sea of qi was actually broken and completely crippled. Xiaoqingwang's eyes flashed, Lan Hong's face was deep in thought, and Lan Xian's eyes were full of fear. The two princes were somewhat stunned and frowned. Li Yi's face was lifeless as he said in a daze, You actually your sister." Li Yunxiao kicked the martial master's head and immediately sent him flying like a soccer ball. His huge body directly smashed into the wine table in front of Li Yi. Wine and dishes scattered all over the floor. The martial master did not make a sound. His pupils were enlarged and he was already completely dead. "Look after your dog." 8527. Li Yunxiao clapped his hands and said calmly. After doing all this, he calmly returned to his seat as if nothing had happened. 8527. Everyone's expression changed and cold sweat seeped out of their foreheads. Li Yi was so angry that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. 8527 was his number when he was a servant in the Li family. Later on, as a servant, he was given the surname Li because he did a good job. All these years, no one had ever dared to mention this number. Old 8, as a servant, you should be more obedient. The master will naturally bestow a bone to you. Otherwise, your bones will be broken and fed to the dogs. Li Yunxiao said coldly, "Today is His Majesty's banquet. I don't want to break dog bones in front of all the civil and military officials." Li could not bear it any longer. He madly jumped up and a treasured sword shot out rays of rainbow light from the main banquet hall. His eyes were filled with murderous intent and his mind was in a daze. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to chop Li Yunxiao into minced meat. Suddenly, an invisible force descended from the sky and blocked Li Yi. No matter how he roared and slashed, his body could not move an inch and was stuck in the main banquet hall. Xiaoqingwang's index finger gently flicked and the invisible force in front of the door burst like a bubble. Li Yi's body felt as if it had been hit by a hammer. He violently bounced back and landed on his seat. He raised his head slightly and said softly, "Today is a joyous day. His Majesty is holding a banquet for all the officials. Don't cause any unhappy things." First Prince Qingyang immediately echoed, "Commander Xiao is right. Servants, clean up and prepare a new banquet for young Master Li." Immediately, many eunuchs and palace maids ran in and carried the martial master's corpse away. Soon, a new banquet was set up. Li Yi's expression was incomparably ferocious as he roared, "Li Yunxiao, prepare to receive my wrath." Li Baifeng, who was behind him, was initially shocked by Li Yunxiao's methods. After hearing Li Yi's words, his face instantly turned pale and his eyes revealed a deep worry. Li Yunxiao minded his own business and poured himself a cup of fine wine. He lightly sniffed it and said, Didn't they say that dogs that bite don't like to bark?" Bang! Li Yi's brain was once again filled with anger. He sat down on the chair and did not continue the conversation. He was afraid that he would be angered to death here. The entire banquet hall immediately quieted down after the ruckus. Everyone had different expressions on their faces as they began to ponder. However, no matter who it was, they all smelled the scent of chaos. Li Yunxiao's sudden appearance would definitely bring great chaos to the Li family. The chaos of the Li family would certainly lead to chaos in the country. Xiaoqingwang's pupils slightly shrank as he looked at Li Yunxiao. Among all the people present, his eyes were the sharpest. He clearly saw Li Yunxiao's movements a moment ago. It was simply done in one breath, like floating clouds and flowing water, without any hesitation. How could a martial artist be able to display this kind of martial intent that could move according to one's heart's desire? It was as if he had gone through thousands of tempering. Even Xiao Qingwang himself did not dare to say that his understanding of martial arts could be so profound. Just when the atmosphere was somewhat awkward, a eunuch outside shouted loudly. His Majesty King Qingjing, with Luo Yunsheng and Qin Ruxue, walked in surrounded by hundreds of officials. Everyone stood up and bowed to pay their respects. Although Li Yunxiao was somewhat unwilling, he still nodded in order to avoid embarrassment. What was the king of a small country? Even the emperors of those super empires in the realm of heaven martial arts had to be polite and smile when they met him. Qin Zheng's hair had already turned white, and he was already very old. With Qin Rushue's help, he walked into the main banquet hall with a smile on his face. He sat above the hundreds of officials and looked at Li Yunxiao in surprise. Luo Yunsheng and Qin Ruxue also sat on the empty seats on both sides. When they came in, they both looked at Li Yunxiao in surprise. Li Yunxiao also smiled and made a peace sign with his hands. Qin Ruxue secretly made a face and stuck out her tongue, saying, "Old-fashioned, the most old-fashioned thing in the world is showing a peace sign." Qin Jing sat on the dragon throne, emitting the aura of a person who had been in a high position for a long time. He laughed and said in a slightly muffled voice, "Today, I held a banquet for all the officials because of two happy events. First, Commander Yin Shang has become an alchemist. She is truly a peerless genius. Second, Rishua's stubborn illness for more than 10 years has finally been completely eradicated. Both of these matters make me feel gratified and happy." Lan Hong stood up and said, "Your Majesty, this is a blessing from the heavens. Our Aquasky nation is able to produce so many talents. This old subject congratulates Commander Luo and Princess Ruxue." Luo Yunsheng quickly returned the courtesy and said, "Lord Prime Minister is too kind." Lan Hong smiled faintly. Immediately, two servants came forward with a jade box and placed it in front of Luo Yunsheng and Qin Ruxue. Lan Hong smiled and said, "This old subject spent a lot of effort to obtain these two Eastern Sea Bright Moon pearls. I specially gave them to Commander Luo and Princess Ruxue." The two servants opened the jade box and immediately a brilliant light overflowed, illuminating the entire banquet hall as bright as day. Beauties love jewelry. Both of them were overjoyed and couldn't bear to part with the pearls. "Haha, Lord Prime Minister is really rich. These two pearls probably cost hundreds of thousands of gold coins, right?" Xiao Qingwang laughed and said, "I don't have the financial resources of the old Prime Minister, so I specially prepared two martial skills. One is an extreme yang martial skill, Exploding Axe Sun, and the other is a water cultivation method, Clear Heart Technique." A trace of surprise flashed on Luo Yunsheng's face. The Exploding Axe Sun left behind by a Six-Direction Realm martial ancestor realm expert of Aquasky Nation hundreds of years ago? "Many thanks, Lord Commander." Her dark weapon was a battle axe and it also walked the path of extreme yang, which was suitable for her. Qin Ruxue also accepted the Clear Heart Technique and said with a smile, "Many thanks, Grandpa Xiao." The value of these two martial skills was far higher than Lan Hong's Eastern Sea Bright Moon Pearl, but the two beauties weren't as excited as before. Sigh, women really love those flashy things. Everyone shook their heads and sighed in their hearts. Liang Wenyu also stood up and presented two elixirs and said with a smile, "These are level 2 youth retaining elixirs refined by me. They can preserve one's youth for 20 years. Ah." Luo Yunsheng and Qin Ruxue both cried out in surprise as if they had obtained a treasure. After looking left and right for a while, they kept it. Qin Ruxue even took out the box that contained the Eastern Sea Bright Moon Pearl and placed the elixirs inside. This action immediately highlighted the status of these two treasures in her heart. Lan Hong smiled and shook his head. At this time, Li also stood up and congratulated her, "Commander Luo's grace is outstanding, and you have the bones of a deity. I have specially ordered people to make a hairpin out of the pure heart jade, so that Commander Luo may have peerless elegance and remain young forever." "Pure heart precious jade?" Liang Wenyu said in surprise, "Young Master Li has really put in a lot of effort. This heart-cleansing jade could calm one's heart and mind." After cultivating, one would be able to overcome external demons. It was a rare treasure. Back then, I spent a lot of money to ask for a piece, but I couldn't even get one. When Li heard someone praising him, his impression of Liang Wenyu immediately improved. He smiled and said, "That's right. I can't bear to use it myself. Only Commander Luo is worthy of this treasure." A hairpin that was carved out of white jade and inlaid with gold and silver was presented to Luo Yunxiang. Li Yi chuckled and said, "I invited the #1 sculptor in Aquasky country, the Stone Rider, to make this." Luo Yunxiang was slightly surprised. She had also heard of this pure heart precious jade. Now that Liang Wenyu said so, it was indeed incomparably precious. She solemnly thanked Li Yi. Li Yi felt extremely satisfied in his heart. He walked to the front of Qin Ruxue and said with a smile, "Princess Ruxue is a heavenly beauty. You are smart and elegant. Li Yi has always admired you. I really can't think of anything in this world that is worthy of the princess." Everyone was taken aback by his confession. Qin Rushue's face also turned slightly red. Her eyes flashed with anger, but she was soon stunned by Li Yi's gift. "So I specially sent someone to buy a monster egg from the Fire Crow Empire at a high price to present to Princess Ruxue. I hope the princess will like it." Monster egg, everyone was shocked. Xiao Qingwang was also slightly stunned. He then smiled bitterly and shook his head. He secretly sighed that the youngsters nowadays were really extravagant when it came to picking up girls. Monsters were an extremely powerful existence in the Sky Martial continent. Even a martial artist would have to retreat if they encountered one. Many people tried to find ways to tame a monster and turn it into a capable assistant. Although there were successful examples, most of them ended in failure. Because the monster's demonic aura was too strong, it was very difficult for humans to tame it. Later on, someone finally came up with a wonderful method. That was to accompany the demonic beast while it was still in its egg. Once the demonic beast was born, it would be fed with great care. This way, when the demonic beast grew up, it would be loyal and devoted to its master. After this method came out, the price of the monster egg increased by more than 1,000 times. Everyone quietly looked at the monster egg on the tray. It was slightly transparent and red. It was as if there was a monster inside that could break out of the shell at any time. Even Qin Ruxue, who did not have a good impression of Li Yi, was slightly moved. She softly said, "Li Yi, thank you. I like this gift very much." Li Yi's heart was blooming with joy. Suddenly, a very discordant voice was heard. "Humph, the monster egg is not fake. But what is the use of a dead monster egg? Roast it and eat it? Please, the inside is already rotten. It can't be eaten. Who is talking nonsense?" Li Yi was stunned for a moment and suddenly shouted in anger. He turned his head and looked outside. The owner of the voice was indeed Li Yunxiao, whom he hated to the point of gnashing his teeth and wishing he could kill with a knife. "Li Yunxiao, you don't know what you are talking about." He no longer cared about his image and directly shouted, "Do you know how much this thing is worth? F***ck, I can buy 100 of you, 1,000 of you." Li Yunxiao leisurely sneered and said, "No matter how much money you have, it is still a dead egg." "You." Li Yi was furious. He bowed to Qin Jing and said, "Your Majesty, this person deliberately disturbed the banquet. Your Majesty, please expel him." Qin Jing frowned and asked, "Li Yunxiao, how do you know this is a dead egg?" Li Yunxiao said, "No matter what I say, he will deny it. As long as we cut open this egg, everything will be known." "Humph, cut open? If such a precious thing is broken, can you afford to pay for it?" Li Yi sneered. Qin Ruxue was also full of suspicion and looked very reluctant. Li Yunxiao sneered and said, "Ruxue girl, wait until you work hard for a few months and find that there is no movement, then you will know that I am right. You are still talking nonsense." Li Yi said angrily, "Your Majesty, please beat this person out." Qin Jing said with pressure, "Li Yunxiao, be careful with your words. Don't talk nonsense without evidence. Seeing that you have saved the princess, I will let this matter go, but don't talk nonsense." Li Yunxiao speechlessly shook his head. Whether it was the color or the perception of the beast egg, it was undoubtedly a dead egg. However, this thing was too precious and not many people had seen it, so no one knew. After a short silence, first Prince Xianxia smiled and clapped his hands. His subordinates immediately carried 2 trays and walked towards Luo Yunsheng and Qin Ruxue. When they opened it, everyone's eyes lit up and they were all shocked. Xianxia revealed a proud expression and laughed loudly. These 10 top-quality primordial stones wish Commander Luo to quickly break through to martial monarch and become the 3rd martial king in the kingdom. These 10 dragon eye pearls wish Sister Ruxue to become more and more beautiful and marry a good man soon. Dragon eye pearls, although not as expensive as the East Sea Moon pearl, were at least tens of thousands of gold coins. Taking out 10 at once showed his wealth. But what shocked everyone was the 10 top-quality primordial stones. It must be known that the more a martial artist cultivates, the more they rely on primordial stones. The exchange rate of primordial stones in the market was 1 top-quality primordial stone for 100 high-grade primordial stones, 1 high-grade primordial stone for 100 mid-grade primordial stones, and 1 mid-grade primordial stone for 100 low-grade primordial stones. Not to mention that ordinary martial artists used low-grade primordial stones. Even if you offered 1 million low-grade primordial stones, people would not be willing to exchange 10 top-quality primordial stones for you. Because the stock of top-quality primordial stones was extremely rare and had a wide range of uses. The price of these 10 top-quality primordial stones was far above the demonic beast egg. This time, not only Luo Yunsheng, even Xiao Qingwang's expression changed slightly and he was a bit tempted. Although 10 dragon eye pearls were precious, compared to 10 top-quality primordial stones, they were like mud clouds. This also reflected the mentality of the eldest prince, Xianxia. Although Rushua's identity was precious, in his eyes, she was useless. He could just send her away with a few pearls. But Luo Yunsheng was completely different. Not only was she one of the 5 commanders of the divine guards of the kingdom, she was also a 4 symbols martial lord at such a young age. Her future was limitless. Now, she had even become an alchemist. She was simply the first person in the kingdom of Aqua Sky in 1,000 years, other than Yangdi. Xianxia was the eldest prince, so he had to think with the mindset of an emperor. In his eyes, roping in Luo Yunsheng would not only be of great help to him in ascending to the throne, it would also be an important factor for the stability of the country in the future. That was why he put in a lot of effort to get 10 top-quality primordial stones. Moreover, Luo Yunsheng was also a rare beauty. She had a kind of aloof fragrance, and Xianxia had long fallen in love with her. He sent people to express his feelings many times, but all he got was a cold reply. Luo Yunsheng naturally knew what he meant, so she calmly retreated. The eldest prince's gift is too great, I dare not accept it. Xianxia walked out of the banquet, tidied his clothes, and strode in front of Luo Yunsheng. He held her with both hands and said, Yunsheng, don't you understand my feelings for you? Today, in front of all the civil and military officials, I, Xianxia, propose to you. Marry me, Yunsheng. He suddenly knelt on one knee, his eyes shining. Wah! Everyone was in an uproar. The eldest prince proposed in front of everyone, and he even knelt on one knee. Xianxia's appearance and strength were top-notch. Although he was not as good as Luo Yunsheng, there were not many men who could surpass him in the entire Aqua Sky nation. Moreover, he was a prince, but he was willing to lower himself to such an extent. His proposal on his knees had instantly shattered the hearts of countless young ladies in the spring. Luo Yunsheng was also stunned. Her expression changed, and she gathered some origin energy in her hands. An invisible force immediately lifted Xianxia up and said coldly, Eldest prince, don't blame Luo Yunsheng for falling out with you if you continue to be so presumptuous. Xianxia's expression changed drastically. He found it hard to believe that he was still rejected after doing so much. He lost his composure and said angrily, Yunsheng, I know I'm not good enough for you. But in the Aqua Sky nation, no one else is good enough for you besides me. Luo Yunsheng's eyes turned cold. She said coldly, First prince, you are losing your composure. Xianxia's eyes were filled with anger. He said hoarsely, do you have someone in your heart? Who is he? Tell me. I want to duel with him. Someone in your heart? Luo Yunsheng was stunned. Then, she became silent. The entire banquet hall was silent. Everyone held their breaths. No one dared to make a sound. King Qingjing's eyes were also focused. His cloudy eyes became clearer. I knew it. Who is he? Qingyang laughed bitterly. He said angrily, if he can defeat me, I will be convinced. Everyone pricked up their ears to listen. They wanted to know who the person in the heart of the kingdom's #1 cold and arrogant beauty was. Li Yunxiao also put down the wine glass in his hand. He looked at Luo Yunsheng with interest. He wondered which expert had captured the heart of such a beauty. Luo Yunsheng's expression suddenly became a little desolate. She raised her eyes slightly and seemed to stare into the endless distance. The scene from 15 years ago that was buried in the depths of her heart suddenly appeared in her mind. At that time, she was only a 5-year-old girl. She did not know what love was. She cultivated day after day on the snowfall peak of Divine Firmament Palace without any worries. She always felt that her talent was not very good. At least, many of her companions were better than her. But she was never unhappy. She did not know why, but her master doted on her more than her other sisters. Just like that, she lived a very regular life. She cultivated from morning to night. She thought that she would live like that for the rest of her life. There was one time when her master came back from the mountain. She seemed to have changed into a different person. She threw a tantrum all day. That kind, cold and elegant master became sentimental. She did things harshly. She became more and more dissatisfied with their supervision and cultivation. She would often throw a tantrum. Even she, the disciple who was the most doted on by her master, was often punished. At that time, she often heard her master gritting her teeth and saying a person's name. She naively thought that the person who made her master cry was someone she would beat up when she was strong enough. She remembered that name. It was Gu Feiyang. One day, when she had just finished her cultivation, she heard a commotion outside. It seemed like many people had arrived. On Snowfall Peak, other than her master and her fellow disciples, there were only other disciples from the other peaks. She had never seen a man before, but this time, she saw more than 10 men with many attendants. They were in the guest hall of Snowfall Peak, discussing some matters with her master. She was very curious, so she hid in a corner of the living room and peeked. Who dares to disobey the Xianxia order? Palace Mistress Chu can summon us with just a word, there's no need to be so courteous. The blue-bearded old man, Fu Qishui, bowed in the hall. Apparently, he was very respectful to Chu Hongyan. Chu Hongyan, dressed in a green robe, sat on the throne of the palace lord. She waved her hand and said softly, the 9-5 Supremacy Pill is one of the best level 9 pills in the world. It contains the laws of heaven and earth, but the method to refine it has long been lost. There are only 10 of them left in our divine palace. This is the only pill that we can use to invite all of you to help us. Even the Jiutian Emperor Wu will benefit greatly after taking it. Mu Yangshu stood up and said, Palace Mistress Chu is too polite, but I have reached a bottleneck in my cultivation. With this 9-5 Supremacy Pill, I will definitely be able to break through, so I won't be polite anymore. Other than dealing with Gu Feiyang this time, if Palace Mistress Chu has any orders in the future, Mu Yangshu will not dare to disobey. Luan Juanhao stroked his beard and said with a smile, to deal with Gu Feiyang, Palace Mistress Chu is actually willing to use 10 9-5 Supremacy Pills. You think too highly of Gu Feiyang. Kong Yuankue said, Luan Juanhao, don't be careless. This time, Gu Feiyang is ranked 3rd on the Heaven and Earth reputation list. His strength is not something we can contend with. A trace of contempt appeared in Luan Juanhao's eyes as he snorted and said, this time, I was in seclusion cultivating an extremely powerful theurgy, so I missed the ranking of the Heaven and Earth reputation list. Now that I have mastered the theurgy, I was worried that no one would test it. Kong Yuankue said coldly, so you were saying that when Gu Feiyang comes, you alone will be enough to deal with him? Luan Juanhao laughed and said, I will try my best, but it is safer if everyone attacks together. Chen Feizhou was surprised and said, Luan Juanhao, what kind of theurgy did you cultivate to have the confidence to fight Gu Feiyang alone? Luan Juanhao smiled but did not say anything. Under everyone's gaze, he smiled and said, I wonder if everyone has heard of the Eternal River Grand Palm. Eternal River Grand Palm. Everyone was shocked, and Chen Feizhou said solemnly, could it be the Eternal River Grand Palm of the continent's #1 10,000 years ago, Eternal River Emperor Wu? A cold light shot out from Luan Juanhao's eyes as he said confidently, "That's right, it is the Eternal River Grand Palm of the Eternal River Emperor Wu. Not to mention Gu Feiyang, even if tyrannical Emperor Wu comes, his indestructible golden body will be crushed by my Eternal River Grand Palm." Haha. Si Chenhai laughed heartily and said, "I was a little worried at first. But now that Brother Junhao has mastered the Eternal River Palm, I found a level 9 Xian weapon in an ancient site, the Reincarnation Spear. Combined with my 100 battle spear art, I'll be able to kill anyone who dares to stop me." Marquis Wen nodded and smiled. "That's right. The 10 of us are all Jiutian Emperor Wu. Together with Palace Master Chu, not to mention Gu Feiyang, even the top 3 on the Heaven and Earth ranking list will not be able to return alive." Si Chenhai smiled coldly and said, "What I'm worried about now is that Gu Feiyang knows that so many of us are gathered here, so he won't dare to come for the battle." Chu Hongyan's face was still calm, but a hint of exhaustion flashed in her eyes. She said indifferently, "Don't worry, everyone. If Gu Feiyang doesn't dare to come, then consider it his loss. I will keep my promise and give you the 9-5 Supremacy Elixir." Luan Juanhao's eyes lit up. He smiled and said, "That's good. I guess he won't dare to come. But to be able to see the paradise of the Xianxia Palace, it's not a wasted trip." The Xianxia Palace was a famous paradise on earth. The snowfall peak was located at the end of the sky, at the peak of the Sea of Clouds. Looking out from the palace, celestial music lingered in the air. The entire Xianxia Palace was filled with beautiful women. Without an invitation, no man dared to take a step inside. Gathering so many men on the snowfall peak at the same time was something that had never happened in the 10,000 years of the Xianxia Palace. A group of people stood in the guest hall, tasting the fine wine, listening to the celestial music, and watching the sea of clouds outside the palace rise and fall. It was a very pleasant scene. The smiles on everyone's faces did not diminish. Fu Qishui raised his cup and drank to his heart's content. "Haha, this is great. The Xianxia Palace is indeed a paradise on earth. I don't think that Gu Feiyang will come. Let's drink to our heart's content. This trip will not be in vain." Everyone explained, raised their cups, and drank to their heart's content. Luan Juanhao smiled coldly and said, "What puling Emperor Wu? What 3rd on the Heaven and Earth ranking list? That's all." Si Chenhai laughed and said, "You can't blame him. If he knew that there were 11 Emperor Wu waiting for him, no one would dare to come." Haha. Yi Yuan, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said, "Do you guys think that Gu Feiyang will also ask for help? If he also asks for 10 Emperor Wu's help, then this battle will be even more tragic." Everyone was shocked as they thought of this possibility. That carefree mood was faintly smeared with a layer of worry. Luan Juanhao said coldly, "Even if it's 10 against 10, we may not lose. When the time comes, just leave Gu Feiyang to me." Chu Hongyan reclined on the seat of honor, her jade-like hand resting on her forehead. Looking at the various expressions of the people below, a trace of disgust rose in her heart. She said coldly, "Gu Feiyang will not ask for help." Si Chenhai asked, "Palace Lord, why are you so sure?" Chu Hongyan's eyes showed a trace of confusion. She sighed and said, "Because he is already here." "What? Already here? Where is he?" Everyone was shocked and went on high alert. Their divine senses spread out like waves, but they could not sense anything above the sea of clouds. Luan Juanhao said coldly, "Palace Lord, did you guess wrong?" Chu Hongyan sighed and said, "I didn't guess wrong. Didn't you guys notice that the wind is blowing?" "The wind is blowing?" Mu Yanshu frowned and said, "This place is on the peak of a mountain. It's normal for the wind to blow." Suddenly, everyone in the guest hall felt a light breeze on their faces. The corners of their clothes fluttered. Everyone's expression changed drastically and they all went on high alert. Outside the guest hall, a golden light spread out from the horizon, illuminating the entire sea of clouds with a brilliant golden light. Suddenly, the clouds rolled and rumbled as if they were evaporating water vapor, causing the entire world to boil. The wind rises, the clouds Feiyang, the water vapor in the sea of clouds was pulled by an endless suction force and gathered in the sky. The sea of clouds above the Xianxia Palace was sucked away, and the beautiful mountains and rivers appeared in the clouds for the first time in tens of thousands of years. A vast golden cloud hand covered the sky and covered the earth. It was so dazzling that it was hard to look at it directly. The giant palm was like a god descending to the world. It suddenly came crashing down, carrying with it the power of the heavens. The wind and clouds in the world are all mine. Looking at the rolling power of the heavens, everyone's expression changed drastically. Fu Qishui hurriedly shouted, "What a powerful force! Everyone, attack together! Don't hold back!" Luan Juanhao's pupils shrank and he said in shock, "How can it be so powerful?" Eternal river palm, blast it open! An eternal river appeared in the palm and suddenly opened up. It was as if the sea was filled with all rivers. Cold sweat seeped out of Xianxia's forehead. A golden spear broke out in the sky and suddenly shone in his hand. Level 9 mystic weapon, 100 battles divine spear. The other 8 didn't dare to be careless. They hurriedly displayed their strongest skills. Black frost dominating finger. True dragon seal. Heavenly martial Buddha palm. Formless thunder flash. Mystic ice divine fist. 100 refined glazed flame saber. Traceless ghost palm. Spiritual dragon sovereign finger. In an instant, the radiance of the martial skills on the snowfall peak soared into the sky. The whole world began to tear under the collision of these energies. Boom, all the energies collided with each other, and a huge black hole appeared in the sky. All the light was swallowed, as if the sky was collapsing and the earth was collapsing. Ha! A loud shout came from the sky. Suddenly, the dark sky shone brightly, and all the power was dispersed in an instant. A beam of golden light fell from the clouds and landed on Snowfall Peak. The strange thing was that when this beam of light struck down, there was no sound at all. There were only 10 miserable cries and 10 figures were knocked back. The internal organs of the 10 martial emperors were all shattered and they fell to the ground, severely injured. Everyone's eyes were filled with fear. They were all Jiutian Emperor Wu, but why was the difference between them so great? Chu Hongyan didn't move at all during the whole process. She just lay quietly on her chair. She looked at the sea of clouds in a daze. Her eyes were filled with infatuation, and the corners of her mouth curved into a smile. He's still the most handsome. But the smile was full of bitterness. After the sea of clouds condensed into a palm, most of it had already dissipated. The remaining mist slowly condensed into a long ladder, falling straight down from the sky onto Snowfall Peak. The entire sky was clear, and only a dazzling halo appeared on the horizon, dazzling and glaring. Within the halo, a pair of eyes as beautiful as the stars slowly appeared. Little Yunshang, who was hiding in a corner, was completely stunned. That pair of eyes was so dazzling. Just a glance was enough to make her unable to forget it for the rest of her life. Little Yunshang's eyes slowly widened, but the halo suddenly turned into dots of light and dissipated in the air. The owner of the eyes, dressed in white, slowly walked down from the cloud ladder. Luan Juanhao, who had landed not far from the palace, watched as Gu Feiyang slowly descended. He was extremely shocked in his heart. When he thought of what he had said to Gu Feiyang earlier, he was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. He shouted with all his might, Lord Gu, I did not do it on purpose. Please let me go, I won't do it again. It wasn't easy for him to obtain his cultivation. How could he die here so easily? He immediately begged for mercy. Step by step, Gu Feiyang walked to the top of the clouds. His eyes were like stars. Looking at Chu Hongyan, he sighed and said, Hongyan, why do you have to do this? It was only then that Luan Juanhao realized that Gu Feiyang didn't even look at him. It was all an illusion created by a nobody like him. He was like an ant who felt that everyone was looking at him, but in reality, he was just a pitiful ant. The humiliation of being looked down upon immediately surged into his heart. He gnashed his teeth in hatred, but did not dare to make a sound. He could only stare at Gu Feiyang with hatred. Chu Hongyan let out a soft sigh as a drop of tears fell from her eyes. She softly recited, For whom the beauty dances a song, for whom the beauty can topple the world. Let me dance one more time for you. There was a hint of sadness on her beautiful face. Her light red dress was like a cloud floating on the sunset, faintly holding up her otherworldly charm. All the hustle and bustle in the surroundings instantly quieted down. The surging sea of clouds and murderous aura became quiet at this moment, leaving only a faint shadow dancing in the clouds. Gu Feiyang sighed, "You'll lose if you take it seriously." Chu Hongyan bitterly smiled, "So I've lost since the beginning." She wiped away the tears in her eyes and suddenly shouted, "Gu Feiyang, either you or I die today." Gu Feiyang sighed, "You're no match for me. These 10 ants can't even withstand a single blow. How are you going to kill me?" Chu Hongyan sneered, "I invited these 10 people here just to waste a bit of your true qi. I didn't expect these people to be so useless. They can't even take a single blow from you." She slowly raised the sword in her hand. A purple light rushed into the sky and instantly, the entire snowfall peak was filled with purple qi. Far away on the other peaks, the ladies in palace attire were each guarding an ancient formation. Suddenly, they opened their eyes at the same time and exclaimed, "It's the palace master's signal. Has it begun?" A total of 7 ladies in palace attire all performed various hand seals at the same time, sending them into the ancient formation. Suddenly, a total of 7 rays of light shot into the sky, turning into endless purple light that tore through the sky. The light that filled the sky instantly turned into a purple glow. The sky was filled with twinkling stars, enveloping the entire Xianxia palace. Crepe star charge formation. Gu Feiyang's expression changed, and he sighed, "Looks like you really want to kill me." Chu Hongyan smiled bitterly, and said sternly, "The Xianxia palace's protective formation for tens of thousands of years has not been used for thousands of years. Today, my unfilial disciple, Chu Hongyan, will use this formation and the purple firmament sword in my hand to kill Gu Feiyang on this snowfall peak." The stars in the sky emitted endless purple qi, turning into falling petals that formed a tornado in the void, sweeping towards Gu Feiyang. Gu Feiyang's feet tapped lightly, and his body turned into a falling leaf, drifting gracefully backward. The crepe star charge formation can draw the power of the stars, and the Xianxia sword in my hand can absorb the power of the mountains and rivers of the Xianxia palace. On Snowfall Peak, under the crepe star, I am a god. Gu Feiyang, no matter how powerful you are, you will die today." Gu Feiyang stood tall, his white robes fluttering without any wind, surging around him like flowing clouds. He did not seem to feel the disturbance, and his eyes were only focused on his right hand. Unknowingly, a simple and unadorned long sword had appeared in his hand. He said softly, "Old friend, it's up to you now." A silk-like light seemed to flow from the Milky Way that Jiutian had cut out, and slowly flowed onto the sword. He was like a god holding a sword in his hand, floating in the air, about to ascend to immortality. The long sword suddenly let out a dragon's roar, and the blade began to rapidly expand into a large cleaver. The blade was like water, with the sun, moon, mountains, rivers, flowers, insects, birds, and beasts engraved on it, as well as waves of dragon roars. Rays of light rippled from the blade. "No matter how many stars you have, I will cut them all down with one strike. My sword cuts through the stars, and I look down on the world." Chu Hongyan's expression changed slightly, and the purple firmament sword in her hand released a towering purple aura. Her peerless beauty seemed to have turned into a sword spirit, overflowing with spiritual light. She said softly, "A night of black frost falls from the heavens, ask not the common people, ask not the gods. Purple firmament divine sword, ask not the common people. One sword looks down on the world, one sword ask not the common people." Millions of stars vanished in little Yunshang's eyes, and an irrepressible pressure filled the entire space. She felt her chest become strangely stuffy, and her mind began to lose consciousness. She tried her best to open her eyes wide, just to take one more look at that peerless man, at that pair of eyes that were like stars and water. But that pressure was too strong, and no matter how hard she tried, she could only slowly close her eyes. Luo Yunsheng's memories ended there. She had also fainted at that time. When she woke up again, she heard that the palace master had gone into seclusion. The rest of the sisters left, seeking refuge with the martial uncles and martial uncles of the other mountains. There was no one left on Snowfall Peak. And she resolutely chose to leave Divine Night Palace, and began to wander the continent. All because she wanted to take one more look at that pair of eyes. Only then did she realize that the outcome of that day was Master's defeat. Emperor Wu Gu Feiyang defeated one of the 10 great Jiutian Emperor Wu with one strike, and suppressed Divine Night Palace Master Chu Hongyan. The entire Tianwu continent was in an uproar. Gu Feiyang's name was like the sun in the sky, but at this time, the news of Gu Feiyang's death in the Tianshao Mountains came. Luo Yunsheng could not believe that the man with the eyes of a god would die. Who in the world could kill him? Later, she came to Tianshui country, and stayed in Jiaolan Academy. Because the most lifelike statue of Gu Feiyang in the whole Tianwu continent was there. Thinking back to 15 years ago, Luo Yunsheng's eyes revealed infinite loneliness. Her eyes seemed to subconsciously or unconsciously glance at Li Yunxiao, as if she was looking for something. That day on the martial arts field, this young man's expression was exactly the same as the statue of Emperor Wu. Luo Yunsheng smiled bitterly. It's a pity that you are not him. She still remembered the desolate eyes of her master, and muttered to herself. For whom the beauty dances, who will fall for the world? Even a deity like master is not good enough for him, not to mention me. Li Yunxiao seemed to be touched, and moved slightly. Qin Yang waited for a long time, but there was no reply. He said coldly, "Who is he? Don't I even have the right to know?" Luo Yunsheng came back to her senses, looked at Qin Yang, and smiled bitterly. He is already dead. Dead? Qin Yang was stunned, and everyone else was shocked. Qin Yang's anger gradually dissipated, and he said in a low voice, "No matter who he is, since he is already dead, then I have a chance." What did he do to make you fall in love with him so much? As long as he can do it, I can do it too. Luo Yunsheng raised her head, and smiled. Her smile was unusually lovely, and she softly said, "You can do it too? Then listen carefully. Deity C, he refined a supreme-grade Xian weapon, and cut through the stars, and became the youngest rank 9 emperor-level alchemist in the continent. He was hired as an honorary elder of the Alchemist Association headquarters. Hongyu City, he destroyed a city with one sword for a beauty, and removed one of the 3 superpowers from the continent. East Sea, he killed 8,000 miles of sea for a friend, and was banned by the king of the Sea clan. Saint Region, he suppressed everyone, and fought for the 3rd place on the Heaven and Earth ranking, and was given the title of Emperor Wu, defeating the armies. Snowfall Peak, he came on clouds, and easily defeated one of the 10 great Emperor Wu in one move. The number 1 beauty in the world, even a deity like Chu Hongyan, the palace master of Divine Cloud Palace, could not keep his heart. There are too many. Luo Yunsheng raised her eyes slightly, looked at the dazed Qin Yang, and smiled gently. Now, do you know who my lover is? As long as you can do 1% of what he did, I, Luo Yunsheng, will marry you. Of course Qin Yang knew, and so did everyone present. That name had disappeared for 15 years, but everyone still kept it in their hearts, and did not dare to say it casually. Luo Yunsheng gently pushed away the attendant beside her, and with a light tap of her feet, her whole body floated up, and turned into a rainbow, soaring into the sky. Only a faint, endless tired voice could be heard, "I'm a little tired, I'll go back and rest first, sorry." Once she left, the entire banquet hall fell silent again. Li Yunxiao sat on the chair in a daze, and his eyes widened, holding the bronze wine cup in his hand, dumbstruck. Qin Yang remained silent for a long time before letting out a deep sigh. Qin Jing suddenly spoke, "Commander Luo is slightly ill. Let's continue." Young Master Yun, what's wrong?" Meng Wu noticed Li Yunxiao's strange behavior and nudged him. Li Yunxiao suddenly shivered and finally came back to his senses. He wiped the cold sweat off his forehead as he watched Luo Yunsheng disappear into the horizon. Xiao Qinhuang laughed, "Young man, you need to be patient when picking up girls. Little girls love heroes, but Gu Feiyang has been dead for more than 10 years. You need to be persistent and shameless. You need to know that beauties can't stand it." Qin Yang bitterly replied, "Thank you for your guidance, Commander Xiao." He sat back in his seat, somewhat dejected. Second Prince Qin Yu secretly heaved a sigh of relief. His heart almost jumped out of his throat just now. If Luo Yunsheng agreed to his proposal, Qin Yang would not only have the help of an arcane master and a martial monarch, he would also have the support of a team of guardian divine guards. This was a powerful force. After seeing Luo Yunsheng reject him, Qin Yang finally relaxed a little. He stood out with a smile and began to present his treasures to Qin Ruxue. The banquet wasn't affected by this small interlude. Everyone continued to eat and drink happily. Although Qin Yang felt a little lonely, he didn't mind. After all, losing to Gu Feiyang in love wasn't something shameful. Meng Bai gently bit on a lamb leg and suddenly asked, Master, I've thought for a long time, but I still don't know who that beauty was talking about. Do you know? Could it be Lord Yangdi? Yangdi was originally from the Tianshui kingdom. Everyone knew that his status was like a god. Meng Wu rolled her eyes and explained, he is Lord Yangdi's master, the peerless expert Gu Feiyang. The holy statue in Jialan Academy is his. Wow, so it's him. I've seen that statue before. Although it's very impressive, it's not handsome at all. Meng Bai was confused, he doesn't even want the most beautiful woman in the world. Is he an idiot? Cough, cough. Li Yunxiao choked on a mouthful of wine and coughed violently. He said angrily, what do you know? That's called passing through a thicket of flowers without a single leaf touching you. Bullsh*T. I think he's either an idiot or a piece of glass. Meng Bai muttered. Brother Chen, Brother Han, what do you think? Chen Jin also laughed heartily. Haha, that's right. I also think that fellow is a piece of glass. Although I have never seen the Divine Firmament Palace Lord, she is known as the #1 beauty in the world. She must be a celestial being. Who wouldn't be tempted? Eh? Young Master Yun, why do you look so pale? Could it be that you have an affair with that glass? Did you pick up soap for that glass? Haha, his words made Li Yunxiao's face turn green. He said angrily, are you guys so disrespectful to your seniors in the martial arts world? Respect my ass. Chen Jin shouted. Isn't it just a little bit stronger than us? Wasn't it just a little more ruthless when it came to killing? Look at these beauties, they're all smitten when they hear the name Gu Feiyang. F***ck. Just based on this, he's the common enemy of all men on the continent. Han Bai, what do you think? Han Bai also nodded seriously and said solemnly, of course. Even the #1 beauty in the world has fallen in love with him. He deserves to die 1,000 times and deserves to die. Young Master Yun, what do you think? Li Yunxiao, Meng Wu said angrily, don't you dare slander Lord Gu Feiyang. If you say another word, I'll tell Teacher Luo. Humph, with Teacher Luo's love for Lord Gu Feiyang, you know the consequences. Chen Zhen and Han Bai were so shocked that they retracted their tongues. Meng Bai, on the other hand, had no qualms and shouted, what are you afraid of? He's a glass. So what? Chen Zhen, Brother Han, don't be afraid. I'm on your side. Slap, Li Yunxiao slapped him directly under the table and said angrily, tomorrow, go to Jialan Academy's 10x gravity room and stay there for 10 days. Ah? No way, Master. 10 days. Meng Bai wailed under the table. Humph, Meng Wu also said angrily, that's not all. In the future, you'll cook and wash your own clothes. You'll do all the housework. Who asked you to slander Lord Gu Feiyang? Sister, I was wrong, I was really wrong. Meng Bai cried, but no one paid attention to him. Li Yunxiao's slap caused quite a commotion. People kept entering the main banquet hall to present gifts. Qin Ruxue was already tired. Her eyes suddenly lit up, and she shouted, Li Yunxiao, what gift did you prepare for me? The Count's eldest son, who was proudly introducing the gifts, was instantly stunned. He stood awkwardly in the banquet hall. The Count in the secondary banquet hall also gave his son a helpless look. His eldest son immediately left the gift and walked out dejectedly. Li Yunxiao was stunned. He looked at Chen Zhen and Han Bai with a pleading gaze. Don't tell me you don't even prepare a gift for a meal? Chen Zhen and Han Bai both took out 2 small boxes and gently knocked them on the table. They looked at Li Yunxiao sympathetically as if to say, don't tell me you didn't even prepare a gift? Li Yunxiao's face immediately turned green. Humph, some people wouldn't come here to freeload, right? Li mocked coldly. Freeload? Huh, to think you could think of something like that. Li Yunxiao snorted. F***ck, how dare you look down on us? Master, take out the gift you prepared and let everyone have an eye-opener. Meng Bai said unhappily. Qin Ruxue was overjoyed. Li Yunxiao, what gift did you prepare for me? Hurry up and bring it out. Everyone was very curious, and their eyes fell on Li Yunxiao. Qin Jing opened his turbid eyes and chuckled. Rushue, if not for Yunxiao saving you, you wouldn't be alive and kicking right now. Qin Rushue snorted. That's a different matter. If I'm not satisfied with the gift he gave me. Humph. Li Yunxiao's mind raced. He stood up and smiled. You know I'm poor, and I don't have anything good to give you. I can't compare to these aristocrats and this wastrel. So, I only plan to play a song for you today. I wish the princess will become more and more lively and beautiful. When Li heard this, he immediately roared with laughter. Play? Haha, you poor bastard, who wants to listen to you play? There are hundreds and thousands of musicians in the palace. Don't embarrass our Li family. Li Yunxiao said coldly, eighth brother, is it your turn to speak? Mind your status. You. Li Yi was fuming. He hated it when people poked at his scars. Especially today, in front of all the powerful figures in Tianshui country, he had already sentenced Li Yunxiao to death in his heart. Qin Rushue was stunned for a moment, then she clapped her hands in joy. Wow, you can play the zither. I want to listen to you play. The civil and military officials all shook their heads inwardly. Comparisons were odious. They spent a lot of money to buy the gift, but the princess didn't even smile. This brat could make the princess very happy just by performing without any cost. Soon, the court musicians put the zither table, zither, dragon saliva, and so on in the main banquet hall. Qin Jing said with a smile, Duke Jing has been a soldier all his life. General Fei Long is also good at martial arts. I didn't expect that the descendant also knows music. Li Yunxiao slowly walked to the zither table, and the aura on his body suddenly began to change. Xiao Qingwang's pupils shrank slightly. Although he didn't know music, the grandmaster temperament that Li Yunxiao exuded shocked him. Li Yunxiao sat down and his expression became solemn. His eyes became blurred, as if he was looking into the endless distance. He quietly closed his eyes and recalled the cold bamboo forest. He was handsome like a god, dressed in white, and the jade-white sleeves danced without wind, surging around him like flowing clouds. The Gu Feiyang of the past, and today's Li Yunxiao, he gently raised his hand and stroked the zither. The zither was good, but it was only good. It couldn't be compared to his heavenly music divine zither. A ray of light fell and slowly flowed on the zither, shining on Li Yunxiao's fingertips. Suddenly, the world became quiet. A ray of moonlight fell, shining on him, but he was unaware of it and only stared at his hands. This is Guangling powder. Qin Rushua's eyes gradually widened. The sound of the zither stopped, and even the insects and frogs stopped. The soft light of the moonlight rose slightly, and suddenly, it was as if thousands of flowers had suddenly bloomed. The whole world changed color, and a clear sound cut through the dark night, circulating between the heaven and the earth. After an unknown amount of time, the clear sound had long disappeared, as if stepping on the moonlight, returning to the endless cold night sky. There was no sound in the banquet hall, as if no one had ever been there. After a long time, suddenly, someone outside the hall shouted, Your Majesty, the flowers in the garden are actually in full bloom. What? How can flowers bloom in the night? Everyone was shocked, but on both sides of the corridor, hundreds of flowers competed with each other in beauty. All kinds of fragrances assailed the nostrils, and everyone felt relaxed and happy when they smelled it. The spring wind blows away all the flowers, 100 flowers bloom in the Guangling song. Under the starry sky, the moonlight was like water, and hundreds of flowers competed with each other. This? Everyone came back to their senses and froze from the shock. Qin Rushua's eyes blossomed with light, and she murmured, So beautiful, the flowers under the moonlight are so beautiful. The Guangling song, but teacher Luo has already left. Otherwise, how would she feel when she heard the Guangling song? Xiao Qingwang looked at Li Yunxiao with a complicated expression, and said softly, It is said that when Gu Feiyang and Chu Hongyan first met, they played the Guangling song in the purple bamboo forest on Chonghua Island. At that time, it was already snowing, but the divine music awakened the flower god and forced all the flowers to bloom. I didn't expect that we ordinary people would be lucky enough to hear it today. This song should only exist in the heavens. How many times can we hear it in the human world? Li Yunxiao's heart was also touched, and the peerless face flashed in his mind, and he sighed softly. For whom did the beauty dance, who would fall for the beauty of the world? Ha, good, you played it so well. Xianxia was the first to applaud, and he laughed, I have lived for so many years, and now I know that there is such a beautiful song in the human world. These court musicians that I have raised are all eating shit. Tomorrow, all of you will pack your bags and get out of here. Since the king had spoken, all the officials applauded and cheered. Li Yi's expression was even more gloomy. He said sourly, so what if you play well? I didn't spend a penny and the princess didn't get anything. Compared to my monster egg, it's far worse. Xianxia's face flashed with disgust and she spat out a word, vulgar. Even Xiao Qingwang couldn't help but feel disgusted. Today's gift is more precious than this song. If I can listen to it again, I'm willing to pay any price. Li Yi gritted his teeth and said, Commander Xiao, why do you say that? If you want to hear it, let him play it a few more times. Li Yunxiao chuckled and said, a divine song must be matched with the right time, the right place, and the right people. That day, there was the world's most beautiful woman in the purple bamboo forest. Today, there is also Princess Ruxue in the imperial palace. Hee, of course, you don't understand these things. Old 8, you didn't have time to learn before. You should learn more in the future. Li Yi's hair stood on end as he listened. Fortunately, Li Yunxiao had offended him for the umpteenth time today, so he quickly calmed down. He snorted coldly, but the murderous intent in his eyes was not concealed at all. Ruxue's face flushed. Li Yunxiao actually compared her with the world's most beautiful woman, Chu Hongyan. She was immediately delighted and her eyes were full of affection. After Li calmed himself down, he stood up from his seat and said loudly, Today, I not only prepared gifts for Commander Luo and Princess Ruxue, but also for Commander Xiao. Xiao Qingwang didn't have a good impression of him and said lightly, I don't deserve a reward. Young Master Li doesn't need it. Li Yi's eyes flashed with a trace of anger. Today could be said to be a bad day, and it was all caused by this damned Li Yunxiao. He forced a smile and said, I heard that Commander Xiao suffered an internal injury in the battle with the Xiaoshan of the 100 Warring States. It has been stuck in your body and can't be resolved. This time, I obtained a jade water dragon eye pill by chance and want to offer it to Commander Xiao. Xiao Qingwang's eyes glowed as he exclaimed, Level 6 medicinal pill, emerald water dragon eyes pill. Even the rest of the people revealed expressions of shock. Xianxia's eyes also flickered, appearing to be even more anxious than Xiao Qingwang. Li Yi, is this true? Li Yi looked at everyone's shocked gazes and felt as if he could finally heave a sigh of relief. He suddenly became spirited and laughed, of course. Fangzhen, why haven't you brought the pill over and let Commander Xiao consume it? Fangzhen was Li Yi's confidant, a rank 1 warrior-level arcane refiner he had recruited. She smiled as she stepped forward and took out a jade box. She gently opened it, revealing a jade-green crystalline pill quietly lying inside, emitting a brilliant light. Fangzhen smiled and said, As long as Commander Xiao consumes this pill, all the bruises in his body will be healed. His martial arts will definitely improve further. Xiao Qingwang picked up the pill. His mountain-like body trembled slightly because he was too excited. Although he had narrowly won the battle that year, his injuries were too severe. Not only did he not improve his martial arts, but he also regressed step by step, which made him very distressed. Moreover, low-level medicinal pills could no longer suppress his injuries. Now, they had already begun to erode his lifespan. If this continued, he was afraid that he would not live for more than a few years. This was also what he and Xianxia were most worried about. If he died, Tianshui nation would only have one martial king left, Zhongli Shan. The nation's strength would definitely be greatly reduced. All these years, they had sent people everywhere to search for medicinal pills, but to no avail. He did not expect that Li would actually find the emerald water dragon eyes pill that could completely cure him in his moment of despair. How could he not be excited? Xianxia was also very happy and loudly said, Li Yi, you have made a great contribution this time. No matter what reward you want, we will give it to you. Li Yi was overjoyed and hurriedly thanked, Your Majesty, I hope to marry Princess Ruxue. What? Everyone was shocked. Ruxue's face instantly turned pale. She angrily said, Li Yi, even a slave like you wants to eat swan meat. Royal father, you must not agree to it. Li Yi's eyes flashed. He came from a lowly background. Although he seemed to be in control of the Li family on the surface, danger lurked everywhere. Not many people truly obeyed him. If he wanted to completely turn over the situation, he must have a good identity. And becoming the emperor's son-in-law was undoubtedly the best choice. Moreover, Qin Ruxue was also a standard great beauty. He had long coveted her. Qin Jing was also stunned and immediately became silent. He secretly blamed himself for being too excited and saying too much. What should he do now? Li also saw this point and struck the iron while it was hot. Your Majesty, I truly like Princess Ruxue. I hope your Majesty can grant my wish. Qin Ruxue saw that Qin Jing did not speak and immediately became anxious. Royal father, you can't really. Qin Jing's eyes revealed a trace of reluctance. Finally, he hardened his heart and said in a deep voice, Ruxue, you can't be willful. Li Yi's contribution is great. Moreover, we always keep our word. We can rest assured if you marry him. We believe that he is sincere to you. Otherwise, why would he beg so many times to give you such a precious thing as the monster egg? He thought through the key points and still used Li Yi to restrain the Li family. Although a daughter was precious, compared to the country, it was nothing. What? Qin Ruxue only felt a chill from head to toe. Her whole body felt as if it had fallen into an ancient glacier. The royal father who had always loved her the most was actually, she took out the monster egg with extreme grief and indignation and threw it into the air. I don't want this thing he gave me anymore. A cold light bloomed from the sword in her hand. Crash! The monster egg in the air was split into two and fell to the ground. A puddle of extremely smelly mucus covered the ground. The entire main banquet hall was suddenly filled with a disgusting stench. Everyone hurriedly covered their nostrils and looked at the broken egg in shock. Was it really a bad egg? Everyone's gaze became strange. Li Yi himself was also stunned. His face was full of shame and indignation. He wished there was a hole in the ground to crawl into. Royal father, it really is a bad egg. Qin Ruxue suddenly became overjoyed and hurriedly said, you see, he treated me like this and even said that he was sincere to me. I hope royal father. Qin Jing frowned and said in a deep voice, this thing is incomparably precious. How could ordinary people know about it? Buying a bad egg proves that Li Yi was also deceived. Yes, your Majesty is right. I was also deceived. That damned seller. Li Yi said while gnashing his teeth. Qin Jing said in a clear voice, Li Yi's flaws do not obscure his merits. Today, we announce that Ruxue. Wait. Suddenly, a very discordant voice interrupted Qin Jing. Li Yunxiao smiled faintly and said softly, this jade water dragon eye pill is fake. What? Originally, he was angry that Li Yunxiao dared to interrupt him. But when these words came out, it immediately shocked everyone. Everyone's pupils shrank. Presenting a fake pill in front of all the courtiers and His Majesty was a capital crime. Moreover, it was presented to Xiao Qingwang. Who dared to falsify it? For a moment, everyone's eyes fell on Li Yi. Qin Ruxue suddenly shouted, fake pill, it must be a fake pill. Royal father, behead him. She seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw. She gave a grateful look to Li Yunxiao and 2 lines of tears flowed down. Li Yi was stunned for a moment and suddenly said angrily, Li Yunxiao, don't talk nonsense. This is a level 6 pill that I paid a huge price to buy. You dare to deceive people? Your Majesty, this person is talking nonsense again. His intentions should be put to death. Li Yunxiao said contemptuously, again? Li Yunxiao was stunned. Looking at the rotten egg, he was suddenly speechless. But that gaze was enough to burn Li Yunxiao to ashes. Qin Jing's face also sank. He turned to look at Liang Wenyu and said, Master Liang, what do you think about this pill? Liang Wenyu went forward and carefully looked for a while. He said disappointedly, Your Majesty, this pill doesn't look fake. But its level is too high. I can't appraise it. Xiao Qingwang suppressed the emotions in his heart and said in a low voice, Li Yunxiao, you say that this pill is fake. Do you have any proof? In the past, there had indeed been people from enemy countries who had deliberately given him fake pills and he had almost died a few times. So he still had lingering fears. Li Yinxiao smiled lightly and said, "It's very easy to appraise it. This pill itself is not poisonous, but once it comes into contact with blood, it will produce a strong poison. Those who consume it will definitely die on the spot." "What?" Qingjing stood up abruptly and looked at Li Yi angrily. If it was really as Li Yunxiao said, then Li Yi's forehead broke out in cold sweat. He quickly turned to look at Fang Zhen. Fang Zhen frowned and shook his head. Only then did Li Yi gather his courage and said, "Your Majesty, don't listen to this person's nonsense. After Commander Xiao consumed it, his injuries were completely healed. This proves that this pill is real." Li Yunxiao laughed coldly and said, "If he died after consuming it, would killing your dog head be enough to compensate for Commander Zhao's life?" Li Yi said angrily, "Nothing will happen to him." Li Yunxiao said tit for tat, "He will be fine after consuming it for a period of time. However, Commander Xiao has internal injuries. If the pill is used, it will be a big problem. If you don't believe me, you can give it a try." "Try? How?" Li Yi laughed coldly and said, "A level 6 pill is so precious. If it's gone, even killing your dog head won't be enough to compensate for it." Li Yunxiao smiled faintly and said, "It's very simple. Use this pill and dip it in human blood. Then find a dog to consume it. If the dog dies, it proves that it's a fake pill with a strong poison. If the dog doesn't die within 10 breaths, it proves that what I said is false. There's still time to kill the dog and take out the pill." Qingjing said, "Good, this is a good idea. Someone, bring a dog here. Today's matter, one of you must be deceiving the emperor. This emperor wants to see who has such guts." Qin Rushua's eyes revealed intense worry and unease. She was deeply afraid that her matter would implicate Li Yunxiao. She was extremely worried and afraid. Li Yunxiao gave her a comforting look and went forward to take the jade water dragon eye pill. He said lightly, "Old 8, bring your dog blood over." Li Yi said angrily, "Why don't you use your own blood? You were the one who suggested this idea." Li Yunxiao laughed coldly and shouted, 8, 5, 2, 7. Li Yi was furious. He was so angry that he trembled and said, "You bastard, what did you say?" Li Yunxiao pointed at Meng Bai and said, "I'm calling him. He's my newly recruited lowly servant, number 8527. He shouted, 85277, "What are you waiting for? Get over here." "Young master, I'm here." Meng Bai trotted in cooperatively and stood timidly beside Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao sneered, 8527, "Do a good job in our Li family. This is your senior." Meng Bai obediently called out to Li Yi, "Senior." Li Yi was so angry that his head was dizzy and he almost fell. Fang Zhen held her up. The rest of the officials looked at the two of them with scheming smiles. The Li family's affairs were finally starting to get messy. Li Yunxiao said, "Lil 8, drip a few drops of blood on this pill." Meng Bai glared and pretended to be afraid. "Why do you want my blood? Can't you cut your own?" Li Yunxiao angrily slapped him and scolded, "A servant should act like a servant. Just do what your master tells you to do, there's no need to ask why. Learn from your senior." Only then did Meng Bai reluctantly take a small knife that was used to cut roasted meat from a nearby table. With a long face, he cut his finger and squeezed out a drop of blood the size of a mung bean with all his might, dripping it onto the jade water dragon eye pill. "Is it enough? There's already a lot of blood." Li Yunxiao kicked him away. "Scram. You don't look like a servant at all." He coldly looked at the pill and said leisurely, "It will produce a fatal poison upon contact with blood. Although it's only a small drop, it's enough to poison a martial king expert to death." He heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. With Meng Bai's blood on it, Li Yi could not escape the crime of offering a poison pill no matter what. The poison of heaven and earth was the poison of origin in the body. It was the beginning of all poisons. Even a 9th-level alchemist in his previous life could not neutralize it and could only force it out of the body. Soon, a large wolf dog was brought by a palace guard. Li Yunxiao picked up the blood-stained pill and was about to feed it to the dog. Suddenly, Li Yi shouted, "Wait." He looked at Li Yunxiao warily and said coldly, "Go away, let the guards feed it." Li Yunxiao made an indifferent expression and placed the pill on the table. Only then did Li command a guard to step forward and force the pill into the large wolfdog's mouth. After the wolfdog swallowed the pill, it didn't seem to have much of a reaction. It still howled loudly, as if it wasn't satisfied. The guard who was training the dog lowered his head and listened for a while before reporting to the crowd, "Your Majesty, it says it's delicious and wants to eat more." Qin Zheng's expression changed as he stared at Li Yunxiao with eyes spewing fire. Qin Rushua's face was pale, and her whole body was exhausted as she sat on the chair. She was crying in her heart, thinking that no matter what, even if she had to agree to this marriage, she must protect Li Yunxiao's life. Haha. Li Yi laughed out loud and pointed at Li Yunxiao, saying, "Little b****, how dare you deceive the emperor? Let's see how you die today." Haha, haha. The depression that had been suppressed in his heart tonight seemed to be released in an instant, and he laughed without any worries. But after laughing a few times, he suddenly felt a little cold. The temperature in the hall seemed to drop sharply, and a trace of cold air penetrated his body. He found that Li Yunxiao was looking at him coldly with a smile, as if looking at a clown, looking at a dead man. Anger, Li Yi was furious again. A stinky person who was about to die actually dared to look at him with this kind of eyes. He thought to himself that he must dig out Li Yunxiao's eyeballs later. But he suddenly felt that something was wrong, because he suddenly found that the eyes of the people around him had become exactly the same as Li Yunxiao. A sense of impending doom welled up in his heart. His heart instantly sank, and he abruptly turned around to look. The big wolf dog that had been howling just a moment ago had turned black, green, yellow, red. In short, there were all kinds of colors. It had turned into a colorful dead dog. It couldn't be any more dead than it already was. Ah! Li Yi was so scared that he screamed. His legs went weak, and he directly fell to the ground. He pointed at the dog and trembled, saying, Where did you get this colorful dead dog?" A fierce murderous aura burst out of Qin Zheng's body, and he said word by word, "What do you think?" Li Yi roared in despair, "How could it be? How could it be?" He pointed at Li Yunxiao, and roared, "It's you, it must be you. You must have hidden the dog, that's fine. You must have done it. Quickly take out that good dog, and take this dead dog back." In the entire banquet hall, everyone was silent, and they all looked at Li Yi, who was rolling on the ground like a clown, in shock. The eyes of the Li family members shone brightly, and their faces were full of excitement. Li Yi presented the poisonous elixir, so he would definitely die. They did not expect that the problem that had troubled their family for so long would be solved so easily. Every family member looked at Li Yunxiao, and their gazes suddenly became respectful. "Your Majesty, Your Majesty! Li Yunxiao has hidden that good dog away. You must kill his entire family." Li Yi seemed to have gone mad. That's right. It was not easy for him to get to where he was today, so how could he be willing to collapse in an instant? He was a little out of sorts, and he began to talk nonsense. Qin Zheng was also furious. He had painstakingly nurtured a puppet to suppress the Li family, but he had committed such a grave crime. If he did not kill him, how could he answer to Xiao Qinhuang? But if he killed him, how could he contain the Li family? He was furious, and he flew into a rage, and said, "Men, drag Li Yi and Fangzhen out, and lock them up in the imperial prison." Li Yi and Fangzhen were dragged out under everyone's gaze. Both of them shouted that they were innocent, but no one paid any attention to them. However, Qin Zheng's attitude made everyone slightly suspicious. What a joke, anyone who dared to murder the great commander of the Guardian Divine Guards, even if he was a noble, would die. Not to mention that he was just a servant who was temporarily in power. This kind of matter should be settled with a death of 1,000 cuts, and there was no need to lock him up in the imperial prison. It seemed that His Majesty had other ideas. A trace of anger flashed in Xiao Qinhuang's eyes. He stood up and said, "Your Majesty, this official's old injury has relapsed, and I will take my leave first." He did not wait for Qin Zheng's approval, and directly walked out. Qin Zheng also knew that he was dissatisfied with his handling of the matter, and hurriedly said, "Commander Xiao has worked hard, and is a pillar of the country. You must take good care of your body. We will send 100 vitality-nourishing pills to the Xiao residence." Xiao Qinhuang did not turn his head, and only lightly grunted. There were probably only a handful of people in the entire Tianshui country who dared to put on such airs. "Commander Xiao, wait a moment." Li Yunxiao suddenly shouted, "Can you let me take a look at Commander Zhao's internal injury?" Xiao Qingwang's footsteps finally stopped, and Qin Jing also happily said, "Yes, Yunxiao knows how to use golden needles to puncture acupoints, and he can even cure Rushua's 5 blocked meridians. Maybe there is a way." Qin Rushua's heart was slightly moved. At this moment, she looked at Qin Jing. The kind and benevolent father who was obedient to her was no longer there, and the only one left was the king of this country. Her eyes were filled with sadness and disgust. "In that case, Yunxiao, help me take a look." Xiao Qingwang also agreed. He did not have much hope, but he was just trying to make a desperate attempt. Li Yunxiao stepped forward, and gently placed his finger on Xiao Qingwang's wrist, pretending to diagnose. His divine sense turned into a thread, and wandered along the main meridian, all the way. The entire banquet hall was abnormally quiet, and no one dared to make a sound to disturb. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Li Yunxiao withdrew his hand, and softly sighed. Xiao Qingwang frowned and asked, "Little demon, how is it?" Li Yunxiao's eyebrows jumped, and he coldly said, "Little demon?" Xiao Qingwang disapprovingly said, "What?" "Li Chunyang is a little demon in front of me." "If you are not a little demon, then what are you?" Li Yunxiao did not make a sound, and slightly nodded his head, then said, "Do you feel like ants are biting your humerus, ulna, and radius 3 times a day? But you can't catch them no matter what." Xiao Qingwang's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly said, "Yes." "Do you feel like ice is applied to your Fengmen and Shindao acupoints every day at noon, giving rise to a cold body?" "Yes." "A year ago, did your Sea of Qi show signs of dispersing during the Yin Mao hour? And now, it has spread to the Chen Si hour, right?" "Yes." "When you circulate your Shaoyang Sanjiao meridian and Jian pericardium meridian of hand, do you feel a numbing sensation as if an electric current is passing through your body?" "Yes." "Yes, I know." Little demon, you are really amazing. Everything you said is correct. Then, you must know the solution, right?" Xiao Qingwang's eyes shone brightly, and he said excitedly. Little demon, where are you going?" Li Yunxiao walked straight out of the main banquet hall, sat back on his seat, and began to gnaw on a leg of lamb. He stammered, "Eating, of course. Little demon doesn't have any good solutions. Just now, I was just asking casually. I didn't expect you to really do it. Please don't take it to heart, just pretend I didn't ask." The whole audience fainted, and Qin Rushua covered her mouth and giggled. Only now did she reveal a trace of happiness. Xiao Qingwang was also dizzy. No one had ever dared to put on such airs in front of him. "Little. Hey, I call your grandfather Li Chunyang old demon, and I call your father Li Chongfeng little demon. If I don't call you little demon, then what should I call you? Little demon?" Li Yunxiao drank a mouthful of wine, and sternly said, "Just call me young Master Yun." Pfft. Han Bai, who was beside him, directly spat out a mouthful of wine. His eyes were filled with fear. Young Master Yun, cold sweat seeped out of everyone's foreheads. Daring to let Xiao Qingwang call him young master, did this brat's brain get clamped by a door? Did he not want to live anymore, Xiao? Qingwang's face also darkened, and he coldly said, "Little demon, do you know who you are talking to? No one dares to call themselves young master in front of me." "Pa." Li Yunxiao heavily placed the bronze wine cup on the table, and coldly said, "If you want to call me that, then don't. No one will force you. If you think it's too troublesome, there's a lot of lamb on the table to stuff your mouth." The whole audience was drenched in cold sweat. Even the Aquasky Nation's emperor wouldn't dare to contradict Xiao Qingwang like this. Qin Jing also wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Xiao Qingwang was stunned, and he flew into a rage. He suddenly released his aura, and strode towards Li Yunxiao. With every step he took, a large piece of the blue stone on the floor would shatter. "Young Master Yun, young Master Yun. Quickly apologize to Commander Xiao. Do you want to die?" Han Bai hastily pushed Li Yunxiao a few times. Xiao Qingwang had already walked in front of him. His eyes were like knives, and he fiercely stared at him, as if he wanted to see through his heart. The surrounding people felt the overbearing aura, and their bodies found it hard to adapt to it. One by one, they left their seats. Li Yunxiao indifferently raised his head. There was not the slightest bit of fear in his heart. There was only that unchanging silence. His pair of eyes were as bright as the stars. He quietly said, "Xiaowu Wang, how impressive." TSK. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at each other in shock. This kid really doesn't want his life anymore. He's really crazy. Li Baifeng, who was in the main banquet hall, hurriedly stood out and bowed. Commander Xiao, Yunxiao is young and inexperienced. I hope that Lord Commander will consider the old man, haha. Xiao Qingwang suddenly laughed out loud. He walked over in large strides and directly sat down next to Li Yunxiao. He patted his shoulder and laughed. The descendant of that old ghostly Chunyang really has style. Haha, why can't I give birth to such an interesting child? Young Master Yun is young Master Yun. I'll call you young Master Yun from now on. Crash. A large number of people fainted. Everyone's face was covered in cold sweat. When did Xiao Qingwang become so easy to talk to? Xiao Qingwang also picked up the mutton on the table and ate it. He said vaguely, "Young Master Yun, is there a cure for my illness?" Li Yunxiao silently ate the meat without making a sound. Xiao Qingwang almost choked. He faintly transmitted his voice, "Kid, don't go too far. I've already given you enough face." Li Yunxiao's lips also moved slightly. He transmitted his voice back, "Given me face? F***ck. That palm just now broke the bones in my shoulder. You dare say it wasn't intentional? I've already endured the pain until my face turned green. I can only drink to cover up my embarrassment." His face revealed a slightly contemplative expression. He muttered, "I just thought of a way, but I was scared by you and completely forgot about it." Hua. The officials who had just recovered with great difficulty all fell to the ground again. Xiao Qingwang looked at his face that was covered in cold sweat from the pain. He secretly laughed in his heart, but he still put on a serious expression. "Then what do I have to do to remember it?" Li Yunxiao said, "Drink with me first. We'll talk about the method later." "Okay, let's drink." Xiao Qingwang raised his wine cup and slapped his palm on Li Yunxiao's shoulder. Looking at Li Yunxiao's pale face, he laughed heartily, "This commander will drink with you today." After such a long fuss, one of the two protagonists had left, and the other was sitting there gloomily. The atmosphere of the banquet was completely gone. The only bright spot was that Li Yunxiao, who used to be a laughingstock, was now in everyone's eyes. No one dared to look down on him anymore. Lan Xian stood behind Lan Hong, watching everything unfold. Suddenly, he realized that his loss to Fang Xingzhan hadn't been in vain. After a while, Qin Jing also stood up and said that he was tired, so the banquet ended. Everyone got up and said their goodbyes, but before they left, they would nod slightly at Li Yunxiao to show their goodwill. Even Lan Hong smiled and said that the Li family had people. Qin Ruxue ran over, her eyes were red. "Yunxiao, thank you." Li Yunxiao smiled faintly and said, "It's nothing, it's nothing." The little girl's temperament seemed to have changed, and she became silent. She nodded slightly and left with the palace maids and eunuchs. After Li Baifeng greeted Xiao Qingwang, he asked Li Yunxiao, "Yunxiao, are you going back with fourth uncle or?" Li Yunxiao waved his hand and said, "Fourth uncle, you all go back first. However, it's not over yet." His words stunned Li Baifeng, and he seemed to be deep in thought. Then, he left with everyone. Xiao Qingwang also seemed to have thought of something, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. Li Yunxiao secretly took a few medicinal pills, and the pain on his shoulder was greatly reduced. He also stood up and said, "Commander Xiao, I will take my leave first. When I think of a way, I will tell you." Xiao Qingwang said, "Okay, I will be waiting for young Master Yun at any time. Don't forget." He already had internal injuries for a long time, so he was not in a hurry. He straightforwardly drank the wine in his cup and left with a big smile. This time even Chen Zhan and Han Bai looked at him in a completely different way. Chen Zhan prostrated himself in admiration and exclaimed, "Young Master Yun, even Xiao Qingwang is convinced by you. Brother, I am also proud. How did you know that the Jade Water Dragon Eye pill was a poison pill?" "Yes, Master, you are so amazing." "You knew from a distance?" Meng Bai also had a look of admiration on his face. Li Yunxiao lightly snorted and said, that was a real jade water dragon-eye pill, and it was not poisonous. What? Everyone's expression changed greatly, and they were all in disbelief. Meng Wu's heart trembled, and she looked at Meng Bai in shock. Li Yunxiao said, this is not a good place to talk. Let's talk while we walk. As soon as they left the imperial palace, he told them about Meng Bai's worldly poison body. Let alone Chen Zhen and Han Bai, even Meng Bai himself was shocked. Han Bai wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said in admiration, young Master Yun, you are truly courageous. You dared to play tricks in front of so many people. If you are careless, you will be consigned to eternal damnation. At the same time, he was secretly happy. Li Yunxiao was willing to tell them such a secret, so he naturally treated them as his confidants. May I ask if the person in front is the Li family's young Master Yunxiao? Suddenly, a voice came from afar, and a figure ran over with a palace lantern in hand. My master wishes to invite young Master Yun for a chat. Li Yunxiao looked over and saw a large palanquin with dragons and phoenixes carved on it. The interior was brightly lit, and there seemed to be a figure pouring himself a small drink. He said coldly, it is late, and I am sleepy. Another day. Haha, although it is late, 1,000 cups are not enough when drinking with a bosom friend. This prince believes that I can be young Master Yun's bosom friend. I wonder if young Master Yun will do me the honor? A man's voice came from afar. It was the second prince, Qin Yu, and his voice was vigorous. It was clear that his strength was not ordinary. Li Yunxiao replied indifferently, even if we are bosom friends, I have no interest in being alone with a man in a room in the middle of the night. Qin Yu laughed loudly, isn't that simple? My 8 maids are all as beautiful as fresh flowers. Let them pour wine and sing while we drink together. Isn't that great? Li Yunxiao muttered to himself, even so, it is still worth a chat. He had Han Bai and the others return first, and he walked towards the dragon-carved palanquin. The people around Qin Yu were all furious. Li Yunxiao meant that it was only worth a chat with beautiful women. Without beautiful women, the second prince was not worth a chat. However, Qin Yu was broad-minded and did not care. As long as Li Yunxiao could come, he would be overjoyed. He immediately picked 2 of the prettiest maids to enter the palanquin. The interior of the palanquin was even more spacious and comfortable than it looked from the outside. There was no need to mention how luxurious it was. Even with 4 people entering at the same time, it was not crowded at all. Li Yunxiao carefully sized up this prince. Apart from his handsome appearance, there was also a kind of graceful bearing and spirit, which was rarely seen in a member of the imperial family. What was even rarer was that Prince Qin Yu was only 1 year older than Li Yunxiao. Qin Yu also sized up Li Yunxiao meaningfully and said with a smile, the rumors are indeed exaggerated. Young Master Yun's bearing is extraordinary, and he hides his strength. Li Yunxiao smiled faintly and said, Your Highness is flattering me. From your Highness's expression, there is a faint dragon aura between your brows. It is the appearance of a true dragon. Qin Yu was shocked. She did not expect Li Yunxiao to be so honest. After a moment of shock, she laughed loudly and said, Commander Bai said that I will definitely meet my destined benefactor tonight, and that my life will be smooth from now on. I did not believe it at first. I wonder if young Master Yun is my destined benefactor. Li Yunxiao asked in surprise, the most mysterious commander of the Divine Guard's 3rd squad, White Eye? It is said that he has the ability to read and prophesy, and he is proficient in astrology. I wonder if it is true. Li Yunxiao did not know much about astrology, but he had seen a few powerhouses in his previous life, and they could indeed see the past and the future. Of course it is true. Qin Yu clapped her hands, and a figure appeared in the palanquin. A woman covered in white sand sat quietly in the corner, and her eyes narrowed slightly. Li Yunxiao was shocked, so Commander Bai is a woman? He then smiled faintly and said, It is enough to have such a capable person as my prince's benefactor. I do not wish to participate in some big event like changing dynasties. Thump. A maid who was pouring wine was so shocked that her hands trembled, and the golden wine goblet fell to the ground, filling the air with the fragrance of wine. Qin Yu's eyes turned cold, and a murderous aura filled the entire palanquin. The maid's face paled, and she hurriedly knelt on the ground to clean up the leftover wine. Her body trembled in fear, and tears streamed down her cheeks. The other maid's face was also pale. The two of them would not live long after hearing such treacherous words. White Eye, who had been sitting in the corner without saying a word, suddenly said, "Young Master Yun is indeed courageous. You are even more powerful than White Eye expected. The Moon Prince will definitely become the ruler of the Aqua Sky Nation in the future. If you help him, it will be of great benefit to the Li family. Are you going to turn a blind eye to the Li family's current predicament?" Li Yunxiao immediately fell silent. He did not care much about the Li family's matters, but his body was raised by the Li family, and the Li family's bloodline flowed through his veins. Moreover, as long as he recovered the strength he had in his previous life, it would be easy for the Li family to establish a nation, let alone a nation's aristocratic family. Moreover, as long as he recovered the strength he had in his previous life, it would be easy for the Li family to establish a nation, let alone a nation's aristocratic family. However, his eyes suddenly narrowed, and he suddenly remembered what happened in the Xianxia mountain range before he died. If he could not keep his name, how could he protect the Li family? If he could find a backer and guarantee for the Li family, he would not be a member of the Li family in vain. Only then did he sigh. "I want the Moon Prince to promise that as long as you are alive, I will ensure the Li family's prosperity, prestige, and eternal peace." Qin Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he laughed. "Good. I will give you this promise. As long as I, Qin Yu, am alive, and as long as the Li family has no intention of rebelling, I will guarantee the Li family 1,000 years of peace." After he made his promise, he sighed softly. The Li family has contributed greatly to the nation, and this is how it should be. Unfortunately, His Majesty, sigh. Li Yunxiao said, "When the hares are dead, the hounds are cooked, when the birds are dead, the bough is hidden." This has been the case throughout the ages. Now that I have promised to help the Moon Prince, if there is anything you want me to do, just say it. Qin Yu hurriedly said, "Young Master Yun, don't worry. I, Qin Yu, am not a person who will hide the bough after the birds are dead." Li Yunxiao did not know whether to agree or not, but as long as he recovered his strength, his promise did not matter. Unless he died again, it would be another layer of insurance for the Li family. White Eye asked, "Young Master Yun, how confident are you in curing Commander Zhao's injury?" Qin Yu's eyes also shot out a cold glint as she stared at Li Yunxiao. The injury on Xiao Qingwang's body was originally incurable. Everyone had taken this factor into consideration when they were planning the situation. Who knew that Li Yunxiao would appear out of nowhere and cause such a huge change in the future? If Xiao Qingwang's injury could be cured, then all the plans would have to be abandoned. Li Yunxiao glanced at White Eye. It seemed that the Guardian Divine Guards weren't completely united. He just didn't know which faction Luo Yunxiang belonged to. 100%. What? The two exclaimed at the same time and looked at each other in disbelief. Qin Yu asked in a low voice, "Is young Master Yun really 100% sure?" He seemed to still be in disbelief. Li Yunxiao said softly, 100% sure. "Does Prince Yu mean that I shouldn't cure him?" "No." Qin Yu stood up abruptly, her eyes bursting with radiance. "He must be cured, he must be cured." He was overjoyed. "Even the heavens are helping me. As long as Xiao Qingwang is here, Big Brother won't dare to make a move. The longer we delay, the better it is for us." Li Yunxiao said, "His Royal Highness Moon Prince is only 16 years old. He is 30 years younger than His Royal Highness Young Prince. I believe His Majesty also supports you, but His Majesty's body. From what I can see, he doesn't have much time left." Qin Yu's eyes widened in shock. "What do you mean, young Master Yun? Did you see something?" White Eye's eyes also flickered. "Young Master Yun's medical skills are unparalleled in the world. Could His Majesty be ill?" Li Yunxiao could even cure Qin Ruxue and Xiao Qingwang, so the two had complete trust in his medical skills. Li Yunxiao nodded. "His Majesty is already over 70 years old, and his body is frail. But that's not the most important point. I noticed that his eyes are slightly silvery white, which is likely a slow-acting poison." White-eyed ghostly lord exclaimed in shock, "Someone actually dares to poison His Majesty." A trace of fury flashed across Qin Yu's eyes as she said in a stern voice, "It must be Big Brother who did it. He can't wait anymore. Li Yunxiao said, if His Majesty were to suddenly pass away, it wouldn't be a good thing for the Aquasky country. I think that your highness should enter the palace as soon as possible and persuade His Majesty to issue an imperial edict to make you king. Qin Yu smiled bitterly. Is young Master Yun so sure that His Majesty wants to appoint me? Li Yunxiao smiled faintly and said, who here doesn't know? Prince Qin had followed His Majesty to the south and fought in the north. His military achievements were outstanding, and he had long been recognized as the successor of the king. But in the past few years, His Majesty suddenly changed his attitude and began to deliberately treat him coldly and alienate him. He also slowly stripped his power and gave it all to you, Your Highness Qin Yu. Even the third squad led by White-Eyed Ghostly Lord was sent by His Majesty to protect you. Otherwise, none of the divine guards of the kingdom would dare to pick a side on their own. He snorted lightly and said coldly, even an idiot can see that His Majesty intends to appoint you. It's just that Qin Yang's influence in the court and the military is too great, and His Majesty is afraid that you won't be able to control him, so he hasn't announced it yet. Even our Li family used to stand on Qin Yang's side. It's only after that slave, eighth brother, stood in front of the stage that we began to side with Your Highness. Qin Yu and White-Eyed Ghostly Lord exchanged a look and shook their heads with a bitter smile on their faces. What? Li Yunxiao's eyelids twitched. Is my analysis wrong? Qin Yu sighed. If even someone like young Master Yun would have such thoughts, then it's no wonder that others would. Actually, I'm just a chess piece that royal father has pushed onto the stage to fight against Qin Yang. A pawn to fight against Qin Yang. His eyes were filled with anger. Do you think I want to fight for the throne? I was pushed to this place by royal father, and if I don't fight for it, only death awaits me. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank as he said in a low voice, then who does His Majesty have in mind? Among all the princes, I really can't think of anyone that His Majesty would be willing to sacrifice his other son to protect that person. Qin Yu smiled bitterly. Does it have to be the prince that he wants to protect? He wants to protect himself. Li Yunxiao was taken aback. His eyes slowly widened as if he understood something. He said thoughtfully, you mean to say that His Highness Qin Yang is in a hurry to force the emperor to abdicate, but His Majesty is reluctant to give up the throne? So in order to suppress His Highness, he pushed you onto the stage so that His Highness Qin Yang will be busy dealing with you and have no time to spare for the throne? Qin Yu and White-Eyed Ghostly Lord's eyes were filled with shock. Qin Yu smiled bitterly. Young Master Yun is truly a genius. I only pointed it out a little, and you've already analyzed everything so clearly. If young Master Yun had been willing to help me earlier, perhaps I would have already taken the initiative. White-Eyed Ghostly Lord smiled. Looks like I didn't miscalculate. Young Master Yun is truly His Highness's benefactor. Li Yunxiao pondered. If that's the case, then it's troublesome. His Majesty is poisoned and could pass away at any time. Without His Majesty's help, Prince Yu would have a hard time contending against the eldest prince. Qin Yu's eyes shone brightly as she laughed. So I need to find another major force for help. Young Master Yun's sudden appearance is truly a blessing from the heavens. Li Yunxiao said, I understand. The person you've taken a fancy to is Xiao Qingwang. But the divine guards of the kingdom have always been under His Majesty's direct command. Even if Xiao Qingwang can recover, he will only support the future His Majesty. Not a prince. Qin Yu said, I know. But if young Master Yun can completely heal Xiao Qingwang, then he will owe you a huge favor. At that time, as long as he slightly favors me, it will be more convenient for me. Actually, the fight for the throne between me and Big Brother is completely in the hands of 6 people. As long as 4 of them are willing to support me, even if the entire court is against me, I have nothing to fear. White-Eyed Ghostly Lord softly said, Prime Minister Lan Hong, this old fox has been watching the fire from the other side, refusing to take sides. Young Master Yun's grandfather, Duke Jing, originally stood on the side of the first prince. But now, his fate is unknown and the future of the Li family is uncertain. Great General Xiao Qingwang is directly under His Majesty and does not belong to any faction. The chief arcane master of the royal court, Lord Zhang Qingfan, intentionally favors Prince Qin Yang. As for Jiren Academy's dean, Lord Zhong Lishan, he favors His Highness Moon Prince because His Highness Moon Prince is a student he personally taught. The last Arcane Master Guild leader, Lord Suhan, does not participate in national affairs and focuses on the path of arcane refinement. Qin Yu's eyes flickered. I will do everything I can to help young Master Yun regain control of the Li family. This way, the Li family and teacher will support me. In addition to Xiao Qingwang's good impression, I will have 2.5 people. Even if Zhang Qingfan and Lan Hong fully support Qin Yang, I will still win by half and succeed. Li Yunxiao calmly said, Your Highness, don't forget that His Majesty is still here. As long as His Majesty is still here, it will be useless even if all 6 of them support you. Qin Yu's gaze gradually turned cold. You mean that even if father is still alive, it will be disadvantageous to me? Li Yunxiao calmly replied, The pros and cons are all up to you. If you do well, it will be a benefit. If you do poorly, it will be a disadvantage. However, if His Majesty suddenly dies and the entire world knows that it was His Highness Qin Yang who poisoned him, then even if all 6 of them support Qin Yang, Your Highness has nothing to fear. Qin Yu was overjoyed. He hurriedly stood up and grabbed Li Yunxiao's hand, excitedly saying, If young Master Yun can help me succeed, not only will I ensure the safety of the Li family, the first thing I will do after ascending to the throne will be to betroth Sister Ruxue to you. PSSH, Li Yunxiao spat out a mouthful of wine onto Qin Yu's face, cough cough. Fuck. Are you trying to choke me to death? Qin Yu was taken aback. The 2 maids were also frightened and hurriedly wiped his face. Qin Yu pushed the 2 of them away and said thoughtfully, I understand now. Young Master Yun is the kind of charming and talented man who leaves his fragrance in the midst of 100 flowers. Although Ruxue is pretty and cute, she is too delicate and difficult to take care of. It will be fine if she and young Master Yun become a couple for a period of time. We are all men, so I understand. If I can ascend to the throne, I will definitely arrange this matter for you. Cold sweat beaded on Li Yunxiao's forehead. In order to ascend to the throne, this person was even willing to give away his own sister. He was truly comparable to his father. He hurriedly said, We can talk about this later. Let's get down to business first. White-Eye also stared at Qin Yu, a trace of anger flashing across his eyes. It was clear that the relationship between the 2 was not as simple as that of a ruler and a vassal. Suddenly, a guard's shout came from outside, Who goes there? Be careful, there are assassins. Xiao, Xiao. The sky was filled with the sound of arrows raining down on the palanquin from all directions. The screams of the guards and the sounds of fighting could be heard from outside. Everyone, gather around and protect His Highness. Qin Yu's expression changed slightly in the palanquin, but she remained seated. White-Eye acted as if nothing had happened and continued to pour wine for the 2 of them. A trace of surprise flashed across Li Yunxiao's eyes. He chuckled and said, Your Highness's expression doesn't change in the face of a great enemy. What a good bearing. Qin Yu was also surprised. I have Commander Bai's protection, so of course I'm not afraid of assassins. But young Master Yun is alone, and yet he is still so calm. This king truly admires him. Li Yunxiao smiled. Could it be that Commander Bai is only protecting His Highness and not me? Then I'll have to call for help. Haha, Qin Yu laughed. Young Master Yun, don't worry and sit still. This king has experienced this kind of assassination many times. As long as Commander Bai is here, apart from the king's 2 martial kings, who else can harm me? Li Yunxiao said indifferently, If that's the case, then it's naturally good. But this time I'm afraid it's going to be troublesome. The 2 of them were stunned. Suddenly, White-Eye's pupil shrank. He raised his head in shock and shouted, Not good, the enemy has sent an expert. A series of screams could be heard from outside the palanquin. They were all Qin Yu's guards. It seemed like many of them had been killed in an instant. White-Eye's eyes shone with a sharp killing intent. He snorted coldly and suddenly turned into a puff of green smoke, disappearing from the palanquin. Qin Yu looked at Li Yunxiao in shock. She didn't understand how he knew about the enemy's situation. Meanwhile, Li Yunxiao's eyes narrowed. White-Eye's movement technique was indeed interesting, but in his eyes, it was nothing more than child's play. He smiled at Qin Yu. Although the enemy is strong, with Commander Bai here, Your Highness can rest assured. Without White-Eye by her side, Qin Yu seemed to have lost her cool. She said coldly, "This king will not let a single one of the assassins go." White-eyed ghostly lord's furious voice came from outside the palanquin. He seemed to be fighting with the intruder and was shocked by the other party's strength. "Who are you? Don't think that I can't find out just because you had your martial skill. You dare to assassinate the prince? No matter how powerful your background is, the only path left for you is death." White-eyed ghostly lord's anxious voice suddenly sounded, "Your Highness, be careful." A powerful aura descended from the sky like a meteor crashing onto the palanquin. Rings of light shone from the body of the palanquin, and countless complicated patterns of arrays flashed. They were all defensive arrays, and they also had the ability to resist reflections. Boom! Although the palanquin that Xianxia was in was powerful, it was still blown away by that powerful aura. The palanquin was completely shattered and shot in all directions. That aura did not diminish and continued to smash the back of the palanquin, slashing towards the interior of the palanquin. Boom! 4 figures flew out from the palanquin on both sides. Their attacks missed and created a huge crater where the palanquin had been. White-eyed ghostly lord, who was far away, finally relaxed. She hurriedly pushed her opponent back with a palm strike and ran towards Xianxia. She checked Xianxia and found that other than a footprint on her chest, there were no other injuries. She then turned to Li Yunxiao and shouted, "Li Yunxiao, you actually kicked His Highness away just to save 2 maids." Li Yunxiao carried a beauty in each hand and landed in the distance. He put down the 2 maidservants who were completely dumbfounded. Then, he smiled and said, "I only have 2 hands. In a moment of desperation I could only instinctively carry the beauties. Isn't Her Highness Xianxia fine? It's good that she's fine. You." White-eyed ghostly lord was seething with anger. She was about to explode in anger when Xianxia grabbed her. Xianxia smiled bitterly, "Young Master Yun is a romantic and elegant man. It is only right for him to save the beauty in the face of danger. We should think about how to escape now." The guards that Xianxia brought with her were all killed, and there were even martial masters among them. Although the enemy had suffered many casualties, the 2 unfathomable men were completely unharmed. They stared coldly at Xianxia and walked over. White-eye's eyes flashed with shock and anger as he barked, "Don't think I don't know who you are. You purposely hid your body and used the bone-shrinking technique to change your body shape. Moreover, you chose nimble and light martial techniques. Although you won't be able to defeat me this way, you'll be able to hide your whereabouts. Furthermore, your mission is only to stall me." She gradually calmed down and said in a deep voice, "The most important thing is that Jiming killed the prince. Am I right, Gao Feng?" When the masked man heard this, he grabbed his mask and pulled it off. His face was cold and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. He released all the qi in his body in an instant, and his black coat was torn into countless strips of cloth. His originally short and small body began to swell. In an instant, he grew over a foot taller, and his physique also became thicker. The other person also tore off his mask and stood next to Gao Feng coldly. White-eye's heart turned cold. One of them was a 4 symbols realm martial monarch, and the other was a 3 talents realm martial master. Today, they were probably done for. She said angrily, "Gao Feng, as the captain of the kingdom guarding Divine Guard, you actually sided with the prince. Have you thought about His Majesty's anger and Commander Zhao's anger?" Gao Feng was expressionless and said coldly, "Aren't you the same, Commander Bai? It seems like you participated more in the battle for the prince." White-eye said angrily, "I was ordered by His Majesty to protect Prince Yu. What about you? Does His Majesty know what happened today? Does Commander Xiao know? There's no point in talking more. Since I made my move, I will definitely hit the target. Today, none of you can escape death." He turned to Jiming and said, "Go kill Princess Xianxia. Also, kill the Li family's brat and the 2 maids. Finish the battle quickly, then come back and help me kill White-eye." White-eye looked at him. She was also a martial monarch. He knew that his strength was above White-eye, but it would not be easy to take her down in a short time. A cold light flashed in Jiming's eyes as he accepted the order, "Yes." He flew up and slammed his palm towards Xianxu's head. Although Xianxu was also a martial warrior, she was no match for Jiming. White-eye was shocked. Just as she was about to save her, she felt a mountain-like fist light flashing towards her, aiming for her vital point. Qinyu's expression changed slightly. Although there was a trace of fear, she calmly took out a small flag from her body and poured her elemental energy into it. The blue light on the small flag brightened, and a strong aura burst out. Qinyu was stunned. Instantly, the flag fluttered in the wind and fell down. A blue flag that was half the height of a human was planted beside Qinyu. Instantly, a complicated formation appeared under Qinyu's feet. Jiming flew up and slammed his palm down with 100% of his martial grandmaster's strength. However, it was blocked by the blue light on the formation and was repelled back. Jiming's pupils constricted as a huge rebounding force traveled up his arm. He was shocked and quickly suppressed it. His internal organs were shaken, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. He tumbled in the air and landed on the ground. He had to take a few steps back to stabilize himself. Li Yunxiao's eyes lit up as he said, "Brahma Sea embroidered cloud flag." White Eye calmed down and shouted, "Gao Feng, you should recognize this flag, right? Without the strength of a martial king, it is impossible to break it. Hurry up and leave." Gao Feng's expression also changed. He said in a deep voice, "Jiming, kill the Li clan's brat and the 2 maidservants first. After that, kill White Eye with me." This Brahma Sea embroidered cloud flag was refined by Yang Di for his beloved woman. Unfortunately, he did not use it, and the king obtained it. I did not expect him to give it to the second prince. This flag cannot be broken without the strength of a martial king. However, this is a defective product that Yang Di first refined. It can only last for an hour at most. We can kill Qinyu after an hour. White Eye panicked when he heard that. He did not expect Gao Feng to be able to tell that this flag was defective. He quickly shouted, "Li Yunxiao, quickly escape and get reinforcements." Jiming's figure flashed, and he appeared beside Li Yunxiao. He sent out a palm strike and smiled coldly, "A mere martial warrior wants to escape from me? Do you think that is possible?" As Jiming sent out a palm strike, White Eye's heart sank. He knew that Li Yunxiao was finished. He could only rely on himself. Jiming had been fighting with all her attention, and she had been in danger a few times. Now, she no longer placed her hopes on others and focused on fighting. She retreated as she fought, hoping to find an opportunity to escape. However, how could Gao Feng not know what she was thinking? How could he let her do as she wished? He stuck close to her like a shadow. He did not seek to gain merit but to stall for time. Once Jiming killed that brat, the two of them could work together to take down White Eye. White Eye became more and more anxious as she fought. She was originally weaker than Gao Feng. No matter what she did, her opponent was like a maggot in her tarsal bone. She could not shake him off no matter what she did. Gao Feng was originally a tough and ferocious martial artist. However, the more he fought, the more gentle he became. Suddenly, a look of astonishment flashed in Gao Feng's eyes. Just as he was angry at Jiming for not coming to help, he looked out of the corner of his eye and was immediately stunned. Li Yunxiao was like a butterfly dancing among flowers. He executed a mystical footwork. His entire being was like a dream. No matter how Jiming attacked, she was unable to touch his clothes at all. Jiming's furious appearance and continuous attacks made him look extremely battered. "Jiming, what's going on? Hurry up and kill him." Gao Feng roared, "A 4-star martial artist can't even deal with him. Did you eat sh*t?" Jiming flew into a rage out of humiliation. His opponent was not strong, but his footwork was unheard of. Every step he took was not only extremely tricky, it was impossible to predict, but it also seemed to contain the power of the rules of space. It felt like he was teleporting and crossing the air. White Eye's eyes lit up. She was overjoyed. "Li Yunxiao, don't get entangled. Hurry up and call for reinforcements. Head to Commander Zhao's residence." Gao Feng was shocked. He angrily shouted, "Jiming, use your strength to defeat everything. Execute a wide area attack. No matter how amazing his footwork is, as long as he is within your attack range, he will not be able to dodge." Jiming was also dizzy from the beating. Once he heard what Gao Feng said, he immediately came to his senses. The long and slender sword in his hand suddenly emitted many sword auras. The sword auras transformed into rings of light of various sizes. They enveloped a radius of 10 meters around Li Yunxiao. No matter how amazing Li Yunxiao's footwork was, it was impossible for him to traverse 10 meters in an instant. The sword auras flashed and covered the entire sky. Wai Tai's eyes were filled with anxiety. He thought to himself that he was really done for this time. However, he suddenly heard Li Yunxiao laugh out loud. What a great peach blossom sword intent. The willow catkins are blown away by the wind. The light peach blossoms follow the water. Your sword intent has the feeling of peach blossoms, but not the feeling of flowing water. Pooh. The 4 people present were so angry that they vomited blood. They were about to die under his sword, and he still had the mood to joke around. White Eye was also so angry that his head was dizzy. He thought to himself that he deserved to die. His mouth was so cheap that he didn't even care about his life. Jiming's heart skipped a beat. He seemed to have sensed something. However, his face remained cold as he said, "Eat my sword. Won't your life turn into flowing water?" Li Yunxiao smiled softly and raised the Black Maiden greatsword in his hand. Suddenly, a few white halos of various sizes appeared. They were slanted and flickered endlessly. Unexpectedly, 10,000 peach blossoms bloomed, blooming towards the sword shadows that filled the sky. Kid, watch carefully. This was the true peach blossom sword intent. How much you could comprehend would depend on your luck. The Peach Blossom Nunnery in the Peach Blossom Cove, and the Peach Blossom Immortal in the Peach Blossom Nunnery. The Peach Blossom Immortal planted peach trees and plucked peach blossoms to sell wine. His peach blossom sword will instantly cause thousands of peach blossoms to silently scatter from the body of the sword like a storm, like a sky full of stars, like specks of dust between heaven and earth. Li Yunxiao's sword-like eyebrows relaxed and his starry eyes contained a smile. It was as if he had transformed into a peach tree at this moment. There was no silhouette, only white clothes, and only a fluttering Xiaosan. Jiming was stunned. Prince Qinyu was stunned too. Even Gao Feng and White Eye stopped fighting and looked at Li Yunxiao's sword flowers in disbelief. Peach Blossom Sword Essence, this is the real Peach Blossom Sword Essence. Jiming murmured to himself. He suddenly had the urge to cry and kneel down. He had been studying the peach blossom sword intent for more than 30 years, and he had even planted peach blossoms in his house, meditating on it for several hours every day. Compared to his opponent, the difference between him and his opponent was like the difference between clouds and mud. This sky full of peach blossoms was the real peach blossoms. His sword was like the mud of flowers. Jiming, what are you doing? Hurry up and kill him. Gao Feng shouted when he saw Jiming's hazy eyes. Li Yunxiao raised his heavy sword and the peach blossoms in the sky disappeared. He smiled and said, "Pledge your allegiance to me and I will teach you the real peach blossom sword essence." The real peach blossom sword essence. Jiming's body suddenly trembled. His hand that was holding the slender flexible sword was also trembling. That sword will from earlier on, that state of mind. What sort of comprehension of the martial Tao was required for one to be able to execute that? Jiming had a feeling that if he killed Li Yunxiao with his sword, he might not be able to see peach blossoms ever again. Gao Feng's face suddenly changed. He shouted, "Jiming, don't forget your identity and our mission. You are the vice commander of the first squad of the kingdom's divine guards. Obey my orders." Qinyu suddenly shouted, "Jiming, as long as you pledge your allegiance to me now, I promise to let bygones be bygones. After we take down Gao Feng, you will be the commander of the first squad." Jiming's body trembled. Beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. On one side was a life and death mission. On the other side was the martial arts that he had been pursuing. How should he choose? Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "You are the commander of the kingdom's divine guards, but you are also a martial artist. If you lose your pursuit of martial arts, even if you are the commander, even if you are the king, what is the point? My life is limited. Only martial arts is eternal. My life is limited. Only martial arts is eternal." Jiming's body trembled. His eyes shot out rays of light. He said in a deep voice, "If I let go, will you really teach me the peach blossom sword essence?" Li Yunxiao smiled, "Although the peach blossom sword essence is wonderful, there is no end to martial arts. As long as you follow me, you can definitely go further." Jiming let out a long sigh. He sheathed his flexible sword and said guiltily, "Commander Gao, I am sorry." Gao Feng's eyes were filled with disbelief. He knew that There was no point in staying. Today's mission was supposed to be flawless. Who would have thought that there would be such an unbelievable problem that caused all his efforts to go to waste? He let out an extremely unwilling roar, his palms were like mountains, and waves of powerful energy blasted Wide-Eye away. He transformed into a rock and disappeared into the night. Although White-Eyed Ghostly Lord and Xianxia saw the result, they found it hard to accept it. Jimeng actually rebelled at the last minute. This was too unbelievable. Xianxia suddenly laughed out loud, haha, the heavens are really helping me. Young Master Yun, you are truly my benefactor. With Commander Ji's help, I will definitely succeed. Jimeng's expression changed slightly. He said coldly, Your Highness, the person I want to follow is young Master Yun, not you. Xianxia froze, then laughed awkwardly. Young Master Yun is my friend now. He shot out a few hand seals, which flew into the blue array flag. Immediately, circles of light circulated, and the array under his feet gradually disappeared. The blue war flag also transformed into a small flag and flew back to his hand. It was just that the color had become lighter, and a trace of heartache flashed across his eyes. Jimeng looked at Li Yunxiao and said, I pledged my allegiance to you today, but I'm not going to be your follower forever. When I master the Peach Blossom Sword it will be time for me to leave. Li Yunxiao smiled. I also hope that you will get lost after mastering the Peach Blossom Sword At that time, don't cry and beg to follow me. White-Eyed Ghostly Lord said solemnly, young Master Yun's martial skills are truly unimaginable. White-Eyed Ghostly Lord is worthy of being a martial monarch, but her understanding of the martial way is not even 1/10,000th of young Master Yun's. I truly admire you. She was speaking from the bottom of her heart. Li Yunxiao's sword intent that filled the sky with peach blossoms had won her over. Furthermore, such a sword intent had actually appeared from a 4-star martial artist. She really admired him from the bottom of her heart. Li Yunxiao smiled. The martial way is eternal. We are all just people who are searching up and down the same path. The two fell silent. The martial way was ethereal. Who dared to say that it was the end? Everyone was extremely insignificant. White-Eyed Ghostly Lord suddenly had an illusion. It was as if Li Yunxiao's every move and word contained some kind of martial law. This martial concept was far more profound and unfathomable than her understanding. She was immediately startled by her own feeling. Xianxia said, we can't stay here for long. Let's go to this king's residence first. The four of them hurriedly left. Li Yunxiao even brought along the two frightened maids, causing Xianxia and the others to smile bitterly. In their eyes, the lives of the maids were no different from ants. They could be abandoned at any time. After entering the king's residence, the night passed peacefully. The next day, it was as if nothing had happened. Everything was normal. The corpses from yesterday's battle had been cleaned up by someone. The entire country was as normal as ever. However, there was an unexpected piece of news. White-Eyed Ghostly Lord said in a low voice, I didn't expect His Majesty to be so afraid of the Li family. He would rather offend Xiao Qingwang than let the Li family regain their power. Xianxia snorted. He actually used Feng Zhen as a scapegoat and pushed all the blame onto him. Sacrificing an arcane refiner and offending Xiao Qingwang is to let Li Yi off the hook. Although he stripped Li Yi of all his titles, he still let him continue to manage the Li family. I think His Majesty must have gone senile. Li Yunxiao's eyes narrowed. He faintly smiled. The king didn't kill Li Yi on the spot because he wanted to let him off the hook. I think this Li Yi isn't simple. Since that's the case, I'll go meet him again. What? Young Master Yun, you want to go to the Li family? Xianxia was shocked. He is now in control of the Li family. If you go, you'll be like a sheep walking into a tiger's den. Li Yunxiao smiled. With Commander Ji around, there aren't many who can harm me. White-Eyed Ghostly Lord was also a little worried. I'll send 4 Martial Grandmaster Divine Guards to follow you. In the entire Aquasky nation, apart from a limited number of martial monarchs, martial grandmasters were the strongest. Even for the Guardian Guards, the number of martial grandmasters in each team was extremely limited. White-Eyed Ghostly Lord sent 4 martial grandmasters at once. That was almost all the martial grandmasters in the 3 teams. From this, it could be seen how much importance she placed on Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao brought the 5 of them to the entrance of the Li residence and swaggered in. The guards wanted to stop them, but they didn't dare to. They hurriedly ran inside to inform the guards. 8527, 8th brother, I heard you were released from prison. I'm here to congratulate you. Li Yunxiao shouted loudly. Everyone in the Li residence heard it clearly. Their expressions changed as they knew something was about to happen. Li Yunxiao. A furious roar rang out. Immediately, the entire Li residence was in an uproar. Soon, Li Yi brought a group of people and surrounded Li Yunxiao's group. Li Yi's face was filled with malevolence. He gritted his teeth and said, I was just about to look for you. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to me. Li Yunxiao said calmly, no matter what, you were once a lowly servant of the Li clan. Now that you have been released from prison, I am happy for you. It is only right for me to congratulate you. Li Yi was so angry that he vomited blood. He shouted angrily, kill him. Kill him. The surrounding people looked at each other. They were the guards of the Li clan. Li Yunxiao was the young master of the Li clan. How would they dare to make a move? However, there were also some people who didn't have much success. They knew it was time for them to fight. They all jumped out and were the first to charge at Li Yunxiao. Pa! Li Yunxiao grabbed a guard with one hand and stabbed his fingers into his brain. Instantly, his brain exploded like a watermelon. All sorts of viscous liquid sprayed out. It was a horrifying and disgusting sight. He threw the corpse on the ground and shouted, how dare a commoner attack a viscount of the kingdom and attack the guardian guards? According to the laws of the kingdom, he shall be executed. Men, kill this servant Li Yi and everyone who dared to make a move. The 4 guardian divine guards behind him moved at the same time. In a blink of an eye, all the guards who dared to make a move were killed in one move. They died a horrible death. Everyone retreated in fear. Li Yi was shocked and angry. He didn't know where Li Yunxiao found such powerful helpers. He said in fear, you dare to kill me? I am the person appointed by His Majesty to take over the Li clan. You dare to kill me? Li Yunxiao snorted coldly, you are not a noble. You dare to attack me and the guardian divine guards. This is a crime punishable by death. Killing you is like killing a dog. If His Majesty asks, I will explain. You don't have to worry. Go in peace. As a master and servant, I will bury you. Men, stop them. Li Yi retreated quickly. He was sure that Li Yunxiao would kill him. Looking at the momentum, it was obvious that they were here to kill him. But would the truly powerful Li clan listen to his commands? They all hid somewhere in the Li residence and watched the show with a sneer. At the same time, they were shocked and delighted by Li Yunxiao's performance. The 4 martial grand masters rushed forward and attacked Li Yi together. Suddenly, an earth-shattering momentum came crashing down like a chariot in the sky. They wanted to smash Li Yi into pieces. Bastard, don't even think about killing me. Li Yi realized that he had become the target of everyone. No one came out to attack him. He immediately drew out a dark weapon. The cold light was like water and the murderous aura was overflowing. A sword ray soared into the sky and broke through the pressure of the 4 martial grand masters. He hurriedly ran towards the corner that had been opened up. 5-star martial grand master? This brat actually has such strength? His background is indeed not simple. Li Yunxiao looked at Li Yi's attack and muttered to himself. Ji Meng, who was beside him, was shocked. Li Yi's strength only increased in an instant and then returned to normal. Even he couldn't see through his real cultivation. How did Li Yunxiao do it? But when he thought of the shocking sword intent he displayed last night, he felt relieved. If there was nothing special about him, he wouldn't be worth following. Young Master Yun, do you need me to make a move? Ji Meng said, the strongest among them is only a 3-star martial grand master. Even if the 4 of them work together, I'm afraid they won't be able to stop Li Yi. Li Yunxiao nodded and said, make your move. But remember to be careful. Ji Meng was stunned. He didn't think much of it. He was an 8-star martial grand master, 3 ranks higher than his opponent. Even if the dark weapon in Li Yi's hand looked extraordinary, it wouldn't be dangerous. He leaped up, the flexible sword in his hand suddenly like a silver snake spitting out its tongue, sweeping forward with a schwa-schwa sound. Unseal. Li instantly felt a power that could threaten his life. He decisively unsheathed the treasured sword, and a simple and thick aura emanated from it. The treasured sword that glowed with cold light seemed to have suddenly turned into an ancient beast, and it began to emit a power that could make one's hair stand on end. Bang! When the two weapons clashed, a huge force came from the profound weapon and pushed Jiming back. The rapier in his hand was trembling non-stop with a schwang-schwang sound. Rank 3 profound weapon. Jiming cried out involuntarily. He was holding a rank 2 profound weapon, but it actually emitted a chill in the battle. This would only happen when the level of the weapon was completely suppressed. So what if the profound weapon is 1 level higher than me? My cultivation is 3 levels higher than yours. Let's see how you can escape. Jiming gathered his chi and raised his sword again. Rings of light flashed on the tip of the sword. Peach blossoms bloomed and fell towards Li. At this moment, the other 4 martial grandmasters also used their ultimate moves and surrounded him. They were carrying out Xianxia's mission and not fighting one-on-one. Therefore, they joined hands without any hesitation. Shameless! How dare you join hands? Li roared angrily. The cold sword in his hand swept horizontally. A bone-chilling sword ray froze the surrounding air. The cold air exploded layer by layer and swept towards the few of them. The few of them were frozen by the cold air and suddenly slowed down. It was just a momentary gap. Li took the opportunity to fly up and escape. Not bad. You are very good at escaping. You must have practiced it many times. Xianxia's figure suddenly appeared in front of him. He smiled and raised his black glass sword and slashed down. Little B** starred. You want to stop me with your trashy cultivation? Li roared as he gathered his strength to slash. Suddenly, he felt his body sink. A huge suction force came from the ground. His body became sluggish and immediately fell down. Gravity zone? 10 times gravity? Li turned pale with fright. 10 times gravity was like walking on flat ground to him. However, he was suddenly pulled by something without any mental preparation. His mind was in a mess. Immediately, the 5 people behind him caught up and joined hands to surround him. Jiming flew into a rage out of humiliation. He had almost let the other party escape. If that had happened, he would have lost all his face. He pointed with his sword art, and the slender soft sword suddenly swished, as if it had transformed into a long snake that pierced through the air. Wherever it passed, the sword light flashed, and flowers bloomed and fell. Whoosh, a golden ray suddenly pierced through the air and hit Jiming's soft sword. Jiming's hand sank and his power immediately deviated. He cried out involuntarily, for Symbol's martial monarch. They only saw a gray figure appear and suddenly attack. He sent out 5 palm strikes at the same time, forcing Jiming and the 4 martial grandmasters to retreat. He then grabbed Li's shoulder and shouted, "Let's go." Li did not seem to find this person's appearance strange at all. He fiercely shook off the man's arm and said angrily, "Let me kill this little B** starred first before leaving." He flew towards Xianxia and instantly, the surrounding temperature plummeted under his 3rd-grade profound weapon as a frosty sword chi slashed towards Xianxia's head. Crash! Suddenly, the frosty chi in the air seemed to be scorched by a raging fire, instantly turning into water vapor and evaporating. Xianxia and Li felt the temperature rising at the same time, and there was a faint feeling of the air burning. Not good. Li was shocked. He quickly withdrew his sword and wanted to escape. However, he saw a huge axe descending from the sky, and the air was directly split into 2. Wherever the axe passed, there was a burning sound. Raging Inferno City? The gray-cloaked man's expression changed greatly. He stretched out both of his hands, and a spear suddenly appeared in his hands. He fiercely flicked the spear, and the frosty chi seemed to have transformed into a dragon's roar as it soared into the sky and welcomed the huge axe. Boom, the power of water and fire spread out under the impact. The gray-cloaked man's mind was greatly shaken, and his internal organs were faintly injured. He was greatly shocked as he quickly grabbed Li and escaped. The air of water and fire collided in the air, creating a large amount of water mist that spread above the entire Li residence. Within the water mist, a graceful figure faintly appeared. Luo Yunsheng carried a huge axe and slowly appeared. Her gaze swept past the few people, and everyone who was swept by her gaze felt a chill in their hearts. One by one, they lowered their heads. In the end, her gaze landed on Li Yunxiao. A hint of astonishment flashed past her eyes, and she coldly said, "What happened? Why would a martial lord-level expert want to kill you?" Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly and said, "How would I know why a martial lord suddenly appeared?" He made an expression of lingering fear. Luckily Teacher Luo appeared in time. Otherwise, my head would definitely have been separated from my body. Luo Yunsheng's face was filled with suspicion because when she attacked just now, there was not a single trace of fear or panic in Li Yunxiao's eyes. It was like an ancient well, so calm that it made people feel a bit scared. She really did not know why Li Yunxiao had such great confidence. She looked at Jiming and the other 4 martial grandmasters, and her gaze slightly froze as she said, "Why are you here?" Jiming was the vice commander of a team, and the other 4 were from a team of 3. The 5 of them looked at each other, not knowing how to answer. Li Yunxiao helped them out and smiled, "It's a long story." "Oh right, why is Teacher Luo here?" Luo Yunsheng seemed to be thinking about something. She stared at Li Yunxiao and said seriously, "I heard that you played the Guangling San last night, and it made hundreds of flowers bloom. I really want to listen to it." Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Playing a song requires the right time, the right place, and the right people. Without the environment from last night, how can I play it?" Luo Yunsheng frowned and faintly felt like getting angry. However, she quickly relaxed and said indifferently, "That's really a pity. If there's an environment in the future, I'll come and listen to you again." Li Yunxiao said, "Teacher Luo, a martial monarch assassin appeared in the capital for no reason. Furthermore, he is Li Yi's accomplice. Furthermore, he wanted to poison Commander Xiao to death yesterday. It seems that he is definitely plotting something. Teacher Luo, please report to His Majesty to search the entire city and kill him without mercy." Luo Yunsheng said, "There is indeed a problem with this matter. I will report to His Majesty. There's one more thing I want to ask you. Can you cure Commander Zhao's internal injuries?" Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "As long as I'm not dead, I should be able to cure him." Luo Yunsheng said, "That's good. During the period of time when you are curing Commander Zhao's injuries, I will send someone to protect you." Joy appeared on Li Yunxiao's face. Luo Yunsheng's appearance had gradually exposed Li Yi's identity and background. He actually had a martial monarch bodyguard by his side. How could he be an ordinary person? If this martial monarch expert was not sent to him by Qin Jing, then even Qin Jing would not be able to tolerate him. After Luo Yunsheng left, he ordered everyone to wait outside while he walked straight into the Li residence's courtyard. After a few turns, he arrived at an abandoned courtyard. The lock on the door was already rusted. Li Yunxiao slapped the iron chain with one palm, then pushed open the door and walked in. Weeds grew all over the place. All kinds of small animals were running around in fright. Clearly, there were no traces of people. He wandered around a few times and suddenly laughed, "Old man, you still haven't come out? Do you want me to flip your floor?" The courtyard was completely silent. There was not a single echo. Li Yunxiao coldly snorted. He walked in front of a pillar in the dilapidated house, took out the black girl's greatsword and chopped down. Thump. His black girl's greatsword was directly deflected by a wave of energy. The web between Li Yunxiao's thumb and forefinger split open. The greatsword flew out of his hand and stabbed into the wasteland in the courtyard. An old voice sounded. "How did you find me?" An old man dressed in coarse linen clothes had appeared behind Li Yunxiao out of nowhere. His face was filled with shock. Li Yunxiao swung his arm and looked at the bloody wound on his palm. He chuckled and said, "Blood is thicker than water. This is telepathy. How can I be compared to you? You are so ruthless." The old man's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. He happily said, "Are all the meridians in your body really unblocked? 4-star martial warrior. Good, good. That's great. As expected of my, Li Chunyang's grandson. Compared to those Boolsh*T geniuses, you are countless times stronger." Li Yinxiao coldly snorted and said, "You still care about my life? Why are you always hiding here? Playing house? If I hadn't sensed your aura just now, I would have thought that you were really killed by 8527. Li Chunyang angrily said, "What a joke. How can a mere slave deal with me?" His eyes suddenly revealed a trace of shock. "What did you say? You sensed my aura just now?" Li Yinxiao disdainfully said, "You think you hid very well? When Li Yi attacked me just now, if I hadn't sensed your aura, do you think a 4-star martial warrior like me would have any trump card to dare to stand there without dodging?" Li Chunyang's face turned sluggish. How is this possible?" Li Yinxiao waved his hand and said, "Don't worry about this. Tell me, what are your thoughts and plans now that the Li clan is in such a state?" Li Chunyang pondered for a long time. He let out a long sigh. A trace of light flashed in his eyes as he asked, "What do you think my plans are? What do you plan to do?" Li Yinxiao knew that the old man was testing him. He faintly smiled and said, "Since you're hiding, it's natural that you want to stay away from trouble. First, it's to see Qin Jing's attitude. Second, it's to observe the development of the situation. After all, Qin Jing is already old, and I'm afraid that the Tianshui nation will change soon." The old man went into hiding so that he could see the situation clearly and find a long-term path for the Li family. Otherwise, how can a lowly slave like 8527 cause any trouble in front of you? Li Chunyang's eyes flickered with surprise and joy. His eyes revealed an expression of disbelief as he exclaimed, "You saw through this too? How is this possible? How did you think of it?" Li Yinxiao's eyes were full of smiles as he said, "I wasn't sure at first, and I was afraid that you would be harmed by that slave. But after sensing your aura just now, I'm sure of my guess." Li Yinxiao's eyes narrowed as he gently smiled and said, "Because you've broken through the 5 elements realm and become a martial king expert." End of chapter 55. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.